Weather Witch. Director, are we really sending Director Lin to America? Director Zheng Xian of the Divine Spear Bureau. This is what we call fighting fire with fire. But this fire, the Weather Witch said, her voice laced with trepidation, is rather intense, isn't it? Indeed, the people of America, Zheng Xian suppressed a chuckle, are in for quite a ride. Thus, the evil-breaking sword manual was unleashed upon the American men. The Whitebeard Pirates stirred up a war on top in New York, and Godzilla emerged upon the North American continent. Iron Man, Tony Stark. Damn it, must we destroy America for the advancement of human civilization? The Dark Lord Lin Hao. Tony, you have finally uncovered the truth. Chapter 1. The people of America are in for a reckoning. In the Divine Spear Bureau, a circular fortress, dressed in a white lab coat and sporting black-rimmed glasses, the seemingly refined Lin Hao entered Director Zheng Xian's office. Zheng Xian, who was tending to a pot of orchids, glanced over his shoulder and said, "Make yourself comfortable. There's tea in the pot, freshly brewed long Jing." Lin Hao approached the sofa and poured himself a cup, pondering that he needed something from Zheng Xian, so he took it upon himself to serve the director a cup as well. After finishing with his pruning, Zheng Xian wiped his hands with a wet towel and leisurely made his way to the sofa, sitting beside Lin Hao on his left. "Has there been any news regarding my application?" Lin Hao took a sip of tea. "Look at you, so impatient." Zheng Xian shot him a glare. Hearing this, Lin Hao seemed momentarily lost in thought, recalling something, and smiled. "Director Zheng, I am simply eager for progress." With that, he chuckled, reminiscing about distant memories. "You're getting off track again." Zheng Xian sighed, clearly exasperated, and said, "The higher-ups have approved your application. From now on, you are the head of the American division, tasked with restructuring the intelligence network there." Lin Hao's smile faded, and a glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes behind his glasses. Sipping his tea slowly, he set the cup down and asked earnestly, "Where are the limits?" Zheng Xian also placed his cup down, meeting Lin Hao's gaze earnestly, and said solemnly, "Remember your nationality. Furthermore, anything goes." The delight in Lin Hao's eyes could no longer be concealed, and a subtle smile crept onto his lips. "All right, he'll go arrange the handover." Lin Hao stood up, a hint of impatience evident in his demeanor. Watching his jubilant strides, Zheng Xian shook his head with a bemused smile. Moments later, the office door swung open, and a lithe woman with cascading black hair entered. She sat down and poured herself some tea. "Are we really sending Director Lin to America?" The Weather Witch still seemed incredulous. Ever since Nick Fury took charge, SHLD has grown increasingly arrogant, dismantling our network in the Americas and even establishing HILD branch in Hong Kong, using our dues to act as the Americans' henchmen. "It's time to teach him a lesson," Zheng Xian said with a stern expression. "This is what we call fighting fire with fire." "But this fire," that the Weather Witch said nervously, "is far too intense, isn't it?" "Indeed. The people of America." Zheng Xian's expression suddenly turned peculiar, as if he were stifling laughter, "are in for quite a reckoning." His tone was tinged with an unmistakable sense of schadenfreude. Bang! The conference room door was flung open forcefully, and a disheveled figure in a lab coat barged in, eagerly asking Zheng Xian, "Director, is the boss going on a field mission?" Zheng Xian shot him a glare. "That is not for you to inquire about." Yu Yuzhen quickly rephrased his question. "Will the boss be coming to work tomorrow?" Zheng Xian stared at him, contemplating for a moment before responding. "Director Lin will be on leave for a while. While he's away, the Technical Development Department will rely on you as his assistant." Yu Zhen's shoulders trembled, his hands and feet quaking, tears streaming down his face, completely ignoring the rest of the sentence. He immediately pulled out his phone, eager to share the news. "Brothers, it's confirmed, the Dark Lord. He's gone." Even through the phone, Zheng Xian could hear the thunderous cheers erupting on the other end. "Ha ha, tonight we're all but Quan Jude, it's on me." Shouting this, he rushed out the door. Zheng Xian called after him, "You little rascal, if you fall behind on the progress, it'll hold you accountable." Relax, relax." Yu Zhen joyfully ran off, waving his hand. "If I have questions, he'll consult the director at all times. As long as the Dark Lord doesn't take it out on us, my motivation will surely skyrocket." Zheng Xian shook his head and returned to his office. Lin Hao temporarily departed from the circular fortress located in the northern Yanshan Mountains, driving back to his home in the capital, dining with his parents and candidly, informing them of his upcoming business trip with an uncertain return date. The following morning, Lin Hao boarded a flight to America, landing at San Francisco International Airport 12 hours later. Stepping out of the airport, Lin Hao, tall and well-proportioned, donned a black trench coat. With gentle features and a smile reminiscent of the boy next door, his black-rimmed glasses lent him an air of scholarly charm. A taxi pulled up in front of him, and the young black driver tilted his head and asked, "Hi, sir, need a ride?" Lin Hao glanced at the young man and responded with an understanding smile, "Sure." The taxi set off, heading towards the city center. The bright lights of the sleepless city were enveloped in a hazy glow. Lin Hao had boarded the plane at 8 in the morning Beijing time, and after 12 hours of flight, it was now 4 in the morning in San Francisco. Along the way, the amiable black driver engaged in lively conversation, attempting to connect with Lin Hao. "Sir, are you from Neon?" "No, I'm from Huagua." "Wow, cool. I've heard of it. It's a great country." The driver beamed at Lin Hao through the rearview mirror, his smile widening. Noticing Lin Hao admiring the street scenery outside, he cheerfully asked, "Is this your first time in America? San Francisco is a beautiful city, isn't it? Welcome to America. This is paradise." Unbeknownst to the driver, Lin Hao's eyes beheld something entirely different. The lament of souls drifting above the city, the echoes of the week's wails in his ears, and the inescapable bloodshed. "Indeed, this is my paradise." The Dark Lord smiled. His years of application had finally borne fruit. He had arrived at Lestat, the Devil's Paradise. Suddenly, the taxi veered off the main road, accelerating through winding streets until it arrived at a dilapidated slum, ultimately crashing into an abandoned factory. "Hey guys," the driver slammed on the brakes and smoothly opened the car door, waving cheerfully towards the factory. The dim lighting revealed a few articles of clothing floating by. "Hody, don't tell me you're off work already." One of the floating garments suddenly spoke. "I think I need to remind you how much you owe me." "Boss Ryan, they'll pay you back soon." "Hody," the driver said, pointing at Lin Hao, who had already exited the vehicle, laughing. "This kid just arrived from Huagua. He must have quite a bit of cash on him. You know, those folks from that country are foolish enough to save money." Ryan stepped into the light, revealing that the floating garments were actually a set of farming tools. "Not bad. You actually found a lone yellow-skinned monkey." As he spoke, the farming tools in the abandoned factory encircled Lin Hao, their gazes predatory. "Yellow-skinned monkey, hand over everything valuable on you. Perhaps the great Ryan will spare your life in the name of God." Lin Hao surveyed the farming tools, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, this is my paradise." Suddenly, a dense darkness surged from Lin Hao, transforming into a towering figure before the horrified eyes of the tools. On the obsidian body, a pair of crimson eyes opened wide, adorned with a set of horns atop its head, clutching a black pitchfork. "Oh my goodness! Mom! Mom! Mom, he is a demon! Ah!" A cacophony of high-pitched screams erupted from the farming tools, yet the surrounding darkness rendered their voices inaudible. "Please, don't me point yemso. So sorry. I preferred you in your previous form. Kindly revert to that." Lin Hao extended his hand, and astonishingly, the enormous demon's head nuzzled against his palm, rubbing side to side with a look of contentment, its scarlet eyes narrowing in. "Delight. This way, my little darling can be a bit more satiated." Though the demon was terrifying, the man before it, smiling like the boy next door, became an even more fearsome presence, the Grand Demon King. Chapter 2. A scholar with glasses becomes a different being without them. Half an hour later, Lin Hao emerged from the abandoned factory, leaving behind several corpses of farming tools, their features grotesquely contorted, devoid of any wounds, having succumbed to sheer terror. In that brief span, the tools have been mercilessly ravaged, drained of every last drop. Navigating the impoverished district with ease, Lin Hao appeared well acquainted with the streets of San Francisco. Perhaps it was the darkest hour before dawn, as even the night's scavengers were asleep, resulting in a lack of other catches. Fortunately, there are no air patrols. The fisherman, Lin Hao, hailed another taxi. The driver, a straightforward elderly man, safely transported Lin Hao to a manor on the western side of San Francisco, overlooking the Pacific Ocean. Indeed, the driver arrived safely. The manor's gatekeeper seemed to anticipate Lin Hao's arrival, having awaited his presence throughout the night. This estate was modest, spanning less than 3 acres, scarcely noticeable compared to those sprawling estates of dozens or even hundreds of acres. Upon entering the castle-like main residence, the door closed behind him, and the manor's master jogged forward, respectfully greeting, "Master, you have finally arrived." The other servants displayed no surprise at this scene, bowing to Lin Hao with expressions devoid of emotion, their movements mechanical. "Your meals have been prepared. Please, come inside." Servant approached to take Lin Hao's luggage and the trench coat he had shed. Removing his glasses, he applied hair gel, altering his hairstyle. Within the Spear Bureau, there existed a rumor. The Grand Demon King appeared genteel while wearing glasses, but without them. He was unrecognizable. As he ascended the staircase, Lin Hao's face began to subtly adjust, and even his figure elongated and expanded slightly. In the end, he transformed into a visage identical to that of the manor's owner. It was not a transformation, but a restoration. This was Lin Hao's true appearance. Only 4 individuals in the world could connect his current and previous forms: Zheng Xian and his immediate superior, along with Lin Hao's parents. Beyond them, colleagues within the Spear Bureau had only ever encountered Lin Hao's deliberately disguised facade. Since joining the Spear Bureau a decade ago, Lin Hao had meticulously concealed his identity, gradually shifting his appearance to align with other trends, subtly blending in until he naturally assumed a guise known to others. The doppelganger, utilizing his original appearance, had arrived in San Francisco 5 years prior and had been operating under that identity since. Lin Hao was merely reclaiming this layer of his identity. Accompanying his doppelganger to the study upstairs, Lin Hao clapped his left palm, revealing a demonic pattern visible only to him. A thick darkness enveloped the room once more, manifesting the dark body, crimson eyes, twisted horns, and black pitchfork, perfectly embodying the conventional Western image of a demon. Do you wish to amass wealth? Do you long for overnight fame? Do you desire romantic fortune? Do you yearn for eternal youth? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west, do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Step upon the heavens, shatter the skies. Surrender your soul to me. As the demon's enormous mouth opened and closed, producing these phrases, Lin Hao's expression darkened, and he extended his hand, delivering a swift reprimand. "Have you lost your senses again?" The massive demon immediately shrank, transforming into a diminutive black sphere barely 30 centimeters tall, its round body adorned with 3 white slits for eyes and mouth. Floating beside the round demon were 2 smaller black spheres, its hands, with the right one grasping a tiny trident. 2 arrow-shaped horns sprouted from the sphere's head. Woo woo woo. The little demon's eyes suddenly became teary, the edges glistening with droplets. "Master, you hit me." In the absence of Lin Hao's consent, outsiders could neither see nor hear the demon. "Enough. Open your mouth." The woeful little demon promptly widened its mouth, and a rectangular portal of light appeared abruptly in the study. Lin Hao stepped through, followed closely by his doppelganger. Upon entering, Lin Hao bent down to pick up a tape recorder from the floor, pressing the switch, abruptly ceasing the peculiar dialogue. The sounds emitted earlier by the little demon were not its own, but rather recordings from the device, akin to a bumblebee with a hoarse voice. Although the little demon was not hoarse, it could only produce simple syllables. For instance, woo-woo, yan-yan, clap-clap, and so forth. Inside lay a vast, uncharted territory, shrouded in darkness, with only the entrance illuminated, revealing an array of experimental and production equipment. After entering, the doppelganger approached a glass tank, shedding its clothing before stepping into the unknown liquid. In mere moments, its muscles and bones began to dissolve, reverting to the material from which it was created. A nearby cultivation chamber was opened by Lin Hao, releasing a humanoid that matched Lin Hao's appearance during his flight. Upon stepping forward, the humanoid stumbled momentarily, but quickly regained its composure. "Excellent. From now on, you shall be called Zheng Xian, responsible for tending to the manor's grounds." Across the ocean, within the circular bastion, Zheng Xian suddenly sneezed, causing the scissors in his hands to tremble, inadvertently snipping a piece of orchid leaf. His large eyes squinted into slits, features contorting in distress. "Curse Lin Hao. Even in his absence, he won't let me have a moment's peace." For no apparent reason, he recalled that bothersome fellow. Lin Hao utilized the name Zheng Xian for his flight ticket, and all aspects of this identity were traceable. His arrival in San Francisco was facilitated through a friend who introduced him to the gardener position at the estate. After Zheng Xian departed, Lin Hao continued forward, encountering production equipment marked by a rugged style that clashed with the times, exhibiting distinct steampunk aesthetics. Yet, such equipment was capable of creating humanoids far beyond the reach of contemporary technology. Upon arriving at the central location of the experimental site, Lin Hao found himself confronted by three exquisite glass display cases, each containing a distinct item: a severed arm, an elongated head with bifurcated features, and a pair of cartoon-patterned briefs. At the age of 28, Lin Hao initially believed his arrival in this world was a mere reincarnation, intending to leverage his advanced memories to amass wealth and fulfill his modest financial goals. However, an unexpected revelation struck him when he stumbled upon a black-and-white photograph in a middle school history textbook, captioned with the words Captain America. In that moment, Lin Hao stood frozen in disbelief. If it were merely a comic book, further verification would be necessary, yet the audacity of including it in a history textbook was beyond even the most brazen of individuals. Moreover, the figure in the photograph bore an uncanny resemblance to Chris Evans, and no nation would be foolish enough to confuse an actor with a historical figure worthy of academic inclusion. After coming to terms with his surroundings, Lin Hao realized he had been thrust into the Marvel Universe, specifically the cinematic realm. This implied that in 2018, the cosmic bureaucrats would snap their fingers, erasing half of all life in existence at random. Thus, even if Lin Hao were to achieve his financial aspirations, he would be gambling his life against a 50% chance of annihilation. How could he continue living under such a fate? The prospect of waiting day by day for his demise was utterly disheartening, especially if he were to pass away without having spent his wealth. In that moment of clarity, Lin Hao recognized that he must defy his fate. It was also at this juncture that his extraordinary ability manifested. He acquired a small demon, capable of traversing countless realms and retrieving items from them. Chapter 3: The Land of Freedom, where gunfire serves as the alarm clock. The energy driving the small demon stemmed from the resentment of sentient beings, encompassing a myriad of negative emotions such as anger, despair, fear, hatred, and lingering grievances, with the most potent source being the wrath of beings at the moment of death. Having obtained the small demon at the tender age of 13, Lin Hao found himself constrained by the limitations of his home country, unable to instigate widespread carnage. Instead, he resorted to less noble pursuits, transforming himself into a professional antagonist who exploited the vulnerabilities of his classmates, relatives, and colleagues. By now, those familiar with him had become immune to his machinations, rendering them incapable of providing any further resentment. In comparison to America, instances of violent crime in his homeland were scarce, and it was impractical to delegate all such matters to the Divine Spear Bureau. Lin Hao could only seize opportunities for the small demon to feast when he was on assignment abroad. This was the impetus behind Lin Hao's repeated requests to travel to America, for it represented a veritable paradise for harvesting the resentment of sentient beings. Once the small demon had amassed sufficient energy, it could traverse other worlds and return with items from those realms. Regrettably, the duration of each venture was fleeting, allowing it to search only in the immediate vicinity, and without the ability to discern value, the returns were often bizarre and eclectic. Initially, it brought back stones and grass, but as Lin Hao educated it to select more conspicuous and unique items, the small demon began to return with an assortment of luminous ornaments, gold, jewelry, and jade, among other treasures. While this somewhat alleviated Lin Hao's financial woes during his youth, it proved of little benefit in enhancing his own abilities. It was not until 2 years later, when the small demon returned with an enormous head, that Lin Hao's life underwent a profound transformation. This was the elongated, club-like object, topped with bifurcated features, now encased within the glass display. Upon contact with the item retrieved by the small demon, Lin Hao instinctively discerned its origin and nature, as well as the option to selectively absorb the energy, knowledge, and other unique substances it contained. Should the object possess a special structure, he could also choose to replicate it, thereby acquiring its extraordinary capabilities. The massive head originated from the world of One Piece, belonging to Dr. Vegapunk, a scientist reputed to possess intellect surpassing humanity by 5 centuries. The instant Lin Hao connected with the brain, he instinctively absorbed all the knowledge it harbored. In a bid to process this vast reservoir of information, he resolutely replicated its structure, fortunate that the head remained intact, and in doing so, he acquired the powers of the brain fruit. From that point forward, the once ordinary traveler, Lin Hao, ascended to the ranks of a scientist wielding a plethora of advanced technologies, subsequently joining the Divine Spear Bureau as its youngest leader in the Technology Development Division. In the 13 years following his acquisition of Vegapunk's brain, the small demon embarked on countless excursions, yet only managed to retrieve three valuable items. These included the left arm of Yonghua, Bulma's briefs, and a box of universal capsules that accompanied the briefs. Yonghua's left arm endowed Lin Hao with residual internal energy, allowing him to replicate the meridians that had been opened within it onto his own left arm. Although Yonghua had mastered the martial arts of the Chuanjin sect, the ancient tomb school, and the 90 manual prior to losing his arm, the singular meridian of an arm was insufficient for Lin Hao to master the flow of energy throughout his entire body. He could only painstakingly derive a foundational internal cultivation method by referencing numerous Taoist texts, utilizing the capabilities of the brain fruit. Reflecting on the image of the small demon, one hand clutching the briefs and the other grasping the capsule box, seeking praise, brought Lin Hao immense joy not for the briefs themselves. Mind you, from the two items, he absorbed the unique energy of Qi and successfully understood the structure of the universal capsules. Thanks to the capabilities bestowed by the brain fruit, he meticulously analyzed and ultimately mastered the method of creating these capsules. A full box of universal capsules contained flying cars, portable villas, and other marvels of technology unique to the Dragon Ball universe. The knowledge embedded within these artifacts became part of Lin Hao's intellectual arsenal. Beyond the acquisition of Qi, Lin Hao also extracted Bulma's genetic and hereditary factors from the briefs. Upon first encountering the briefs, he was puzzled by the surge of ingenious thoughts flooding his mind, even feeling a significant boost in his intelligence. Upon closer examination, he discovered a peculiar secretion within the briefs. From the small demon's account of the scene, Lin Hao surmised that Bulma must have just encountered Goku and was on her way to search for the Dragon Balls. It was that very first night when Bulma produced the capsule house, and Goku expressed curiosity over the anatomical differences between genders. The small demon likely seized the opportunity while Bulma was bathing, pilfering both the briefs and the capsule box. To this, Lin Hao could only exclaim, "Well done! Without these two items, how could he have mastered such a formidable energy as Qi? Right? Surely, such a momentous artifact deserved to be cherished." Behind the three glass display cases stood three meticulously crafted cultivation pods, each containing a nurturing nutrient solution housing three individuals in the prime of their growth: 11-year-old clone Bulma, 10-year-old clone Vegapunk, and 9-year-old clone Yonghua. These three clones differed markedly from the inexpensive artificial beings previously mentioned. They were normal growth specimens devoid of additives, destined to become valuable assistants and competent secretaries for Director Lin in the future. Why, despite acquiring Vegapunk's genes first, was Bulma the first to be cultivated? Director Lin vowed to never share a fate with gambling and drugs. Now, do you comprehend why it was essential to cherish the pure briefs? Because they represented a significant contribution to scientific research. After observing the cultivation progress, Lin Hao cradled the small demon and checked the energy it had stored. Although it had recently consumed the resentment of sentient beings from several agricultural tools, there remained a considerable gap before reaching the 100th traversal. The little demon requires a constant amount of energy for each traversal. However, the crux lies in its randomness. Lin Hao finds himself entirely unable to control the world it will visit or predict what it may bring back. Thus, after acquiring the ability of the brain fruit, Lin Hao meticulously transformed scenes from his deep-seated memories of films, animations, and novels into 3D videos, which he played in a continuous loop for the little demon daily, highlighting certain iconic moments and valuable items. Particularly, the worlds the little demon had already visited were of utmost importance. Despite this, the 10 consecutive draws failed to elicit any surprise from Lin Hao, compelling him to resort to 100 consecutive draws in hopes of a miraculous outcome. Upon exiting this extraordinary space and returning to his study, Lin Hao noticed that the clock had already passed 5 o'clock. He decided against resting and instead made his way to the training room, facing east to meditate in a cross-legged position. Since acquiring these abilities, and under the urgent pressure of impending life-and-death crises, Lin Hao's life had transformed into an exceedingly regimented routine. On regular days, he rose at 6, meditated for 2 hours to cultivate his inner strength, had breakfast, and then practiced the Navy's 6 forms for 2 hours, a technique gleaned from his memories of the Vegapunk. Afterward, he would work, and upon finishing, he would dedicate another 4 hours to both internal and external training. The internal cultivation not only amplified his physical strength, but also repaired the damage inflicted by his rigorous training, leaving him invigorated and full of energy, capable of enduring an entire night with 7 rounds of activity without harm. Would you not train under such circumstances? With a harmonious integration of internal and external cultivation, Lin Hao's physique continually strengthened, and the qi within him flourished day by day. Regrettably, he lacked the requisite techniques and could only navigate through trial and error. As the sun rose, painting the dawn in vibrant hues, distant gunfire echoed like a clock, awakening the people of America. The land of freedom commenced yet another day. What a uniquely American alarm clock. Lin Hao opened his eyes, revealing a knowing smile. "My little darling, it is time for you to take action once more," the little demon exclaimed, emerging with a joyful grin marked by 3 white streaks on its spherical form. Chapter 4. Do you desire the power of the demon? Were it not for Lin Hao's arrival, this would have been an ordinary morning in San Francisco. Ellen, a middle-aged Caucasian woman, found herself ensnared in the mundane struggles of life. A husband plagued by alcoholism, a rebellious son, and unrelenting bills from the bank that had thoroughly drained her patience. The audacity of the neighbor, a woman of color, to mock her ignorance of waste separation fueled Ellen's ire. Someday, she vowed, she would take a gun and blow apart that artificial facade. Early that morning, her husband, Dane, awoke to the sound of her curses. Still groggy from the previous night's intoxication, he impatiently bellowed from the bedroom. "If you want to kill her, go ahead. Or just call the police and let them handle it. Keep it down, I'm trying to sleep." "Damn it." In the kitchen, Ellen slammed a knife onto the cutting board, severing a carrot. Had she possessed more survival skills, or been younger and in better shape, she might have eliminated her perpetually drunken husband first. As she busied herself in the kitchen, she suddenly noticed thick smoke billowing from the neighboring unit. A spark of inspiration ignited within her. She dashed to the phone and dialed 911. "I need to report a fire next door. It seems someone is setting it." "Yes, indeed, it's a black person. My address is on Kearny Street." After hanging up, a smug smile spread across Ellen's face. She hurried into the bedroom, rummaging through drawers until she unearthed an old camera. She was determined to capture the moment when that wretched neighbor met her demise. The mere thought filled her with delight. Before long, the wail of sirens echoed in the distance as a police car arrived, from which emerged 2 fully armed officers of the San Francisco Police Department. "Hey, George, which house did the caller report?" Muscled Officer Jack Bryan inquired, hand resting on his holstered weapon, eyeing his colleague George, who had already drawn his gun. "It's an arson case. Wherever there's smoke, that's the crime scene." George hadn't been paying close attention, but he quickly pinpointed the source of the smoke. "Look over there." It was a row of apartments. The neighbor Ellen had mentioned resided to her east, but now a gentle breeze wafted from the sea, and the smoke had dissipated from her neighbor S unit, which had evidently been the source of charred hamburgers. Instead, wisps of smoke curled towards the furthest apartment to the east. Thus, the 2 officers proceeded to the most eastern apartment. Coincidentally, it was home to a 23-year-old African-American Air Force pilot named Wilford Thompson, who was enjoying a well-deserved day off. The officers, guns drawn, approached, with the sturdy Jack leading the way and George following closely behind. "Knock, knock, knock." Jack rapped on the door, weapon raised. Inside, Wilford heard the knocking and called out, "Who is it?" The officers remained silent. Feeling a surge of caution, Wilford retrieved his legally owned firearm from the closet and cautiously approached the door. Peering through the peephole, he spotted 2 armed policemen, causing him to instinctively step back and shout, "What do you want?" Seeing his hesitation, The officers raised their weapons higher. "Open the door immediately," Jack commanded. Memories of warnings from older black comrades about the true dangers of American law enforcement flooded Wilford's mind. "What do you want?" he shouted anxiously from behind the door. "I'm an Air Force pilot." "Just you? A pilot?" Jack scoffed. "Open the door now, or we will take further action." In a moment of panic that he would come to regret for a lifetime, Wilford foolishly moved to open the door, his firearm merely held loosely at his side. The instant the door swung open, Jack's sharp gaze caught sight of Wilford's skin color and the gun in his hand. Gunshots rang out in rapid succession. Pow! Pow, 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 pow. 6 shots echoed, and Wilford collapsed, blood pooling on the floor. Only then did Jack bellow, "Drop the gun. Drop it now." He stepped forward to kick the weapon from Wilford's grasp, keeping his gun trained on the still-breathing man. George rushed inside to search the premises, returning shortly with a look of alarm. He leaned close to Jack and whispered, "Dammit, he really is an Air Force pilot." Stunned, Jack noticed residents gathering outside, his complexion paling as he holstered his weapon. "Call for an ambulance." He quickly departed Wilford's apartment to contact his superior. "Boss, we're in trouble. I shot a black man, and he turns out to be an Air Force pilot. Is he dead?" Came the urgent inquiry from his superior. "Not yet, but it's looking grim. I shot 6 times," Jack confessed weakly. "Damn it." Though shocked, his superior remained composed, evidently experienced with such crises. "Get back here immediately. The footage cannot be seen by anyone else." Jack felt a wave of frustration. He was certain this would lead to a forced leave of absence. Meanwhile, Wilford's breath grew shallow, his pupils dilating. He heard his neighbor Ellen muttering in disdain, "Stupid cops, they've got the wrong apartment." Turning his gaze, Wilford saw Ellen's eyes filled with hatred and regret, directed towards a fortunate black woman who had narrowly escaped harm. In that moment, everything became clear to him. "I can't breathe." This echoed the final words of George Floyd and Frank Tyson, both of whom had met their tragic fates at the hands of American police. Yet, unlike them, Wilford was fortunate. Just as he felt life slipping away, a dark figure loomed over him. "Do you seek vengeance? Do you desire the power of the demon?" Serender jur soltome." As Wilford teetered on the brink of death, he stunned momentarily before resolutely declaring, "I accept." The dark form, adorned with twisted horns and crimson eyes, bore an uncanny resemblance to the devil of legend. With death imminent, what did it matter to sell his soul? Moreover, Wilford felt utterly wronged. It was one thing to be framed. It was another to be mistaken by the police. Even in heaven, there would be no one to vindicate him. "I must sell my soul." In that instant of agreement, a parchment of parchment paper materialized beside Wilford's palm, and he pressed his bloodied hand upon it. Upon sealing the pact, the demon brandished a vibrant, multicolored apple adorned with rainbow patterns. "Consume this, and you shall acquire the demon's power." The apple hovered above Wilford's mouth, and he opened wide, swallowing it despite its repugnant taste. Almost instantly, a surge of potent energy coursed through him. His limbs elongated, his body slimmed, a coat of black fur sprouted, and his head transformed into that of a massive leopard, complete with a long tail sprouting from behind. Interesting, Lin Hao observed through the perspective of the little demon, taken aback by the high success rate of this batch. Wilford Thompson, aside from his abdomen, had morphed entirely into a black leopard. The color of his belly was irrelevant, whether furred or not. How intriguing. It seems this tool can be utilized for some time. Upon encountering the black leopard, Lin Hao was struck by a surge of inspiration. "Go forth, my servant, and unleash your wrath," he commanded. "From this day forth, you shall pledge allegiance to the illustrious Lord of Darkness, the great Demon King." "As you wish, O great Lord of Demons," replied Wilford's son with utmost reverence and fervent devotion. In this moment, he renounced the divine and dedicated himself to the great Demon King, Lin Hao, who now held dominion over his very existence. The darkness faded in an instant, a fleeting shadow imperceptible to the naked eye. Once restored to human form, Wilford's son awaited the arrival of the ambulance. Although his wounds had largely healed thanks to the sudden surge of power, and the bullets had been expelled from his body, he pondered whether the ambulance would forego the opportunity to earn thousands of dollars. Such an act would be utterly uncapitalistic. As he contemplated his revenge, He was forcibly strapped to a stretcher by overly enthusiastic paramedics and ushered into the ambulance. Damn, my injuries are about to break free. Wilfred's son suddenly conceived a more brilliant idea. The great lord of demons required a grand entrance. Chapter 5. Is there an arms dealer who does not sell to both sides? American journalists claim to always arrive at the scene before the police, with one notable exception, when the police themselves are the perpetrators. Such was the case in San Francisco, where a police shooting of a black pilot transpired. By the time reporters rushed to the scene, Officer Jacob Bryant had already slipped away, leaving only the unconscious pilot to be carried off by the ambulance. Had Wilfred's son still been conscious, reporters would undoubtedly have rushed to interview him, even bribing paramedics for a moment of his time. Would this delay rescue efforts? Who cares? This is the world of capital, where any maneuver is justified as long as it generates economic gain, especially when the victim is a black man. Previously, 2 black individuals had perished after being kneeled upon by a white officer, their rescue hindered by reporters surrounding the scene. Their final words, "I can't breathe," became a rallying cry, while journalists shed crocodile tears on screen and condemned the perils of racial discrimination, reveling in soaring ratings that earned them bonuses. The black man died, the white man profited, and everyone envisioned a bright future. Young Wilfred's son, still naive to the predatory nature of the media, feigned unconsciousness to orchestrate a dramatic spectacle. Though reporters could not interview him directly, they reconstructed the incident from the accounts of nearby citizens. Upon hearing that a white officer had shot a black man, who was also an Air Force pilot, excitement surged. Racial discrimination, excessive force, and conflicts between police and military were all sensational topics. This news was bound to ignite public interest. "Hey, boss, I need immediate breaking news access." Yes, it's a major story, an enormous one. Reporters frantically contacted their stations, urging superiors to broadcast the hot news to seize the moment. In an era where superheroes were scarce, such significant news was a rare find. Consequently, television stations across San Francisco and beyond began to interrupt programming with developments from the scene. It was 2008, and the Black Lives Matter movement had emerged as a powerful trend. The Democratic Party even contemplated nominating a black candidate for the upcoming election. This story quickly ignited national discourse, prompting renowned civil rights attorney B. Coleman, who happened to be in New York, to instruct his assistant to obtain the contact information of Wilfredson's family and immediately drive to the airport. He was determined to represent Wilfredson, unwilling to let anyone else claim this opportunity. "Not even Jesus can thwart my efforts," he declared. Upon finally securing authorization from the family and hurrying to the hospital in San Francisco, Coleman found the atmosphere in the intensive care unit peculiar. Wilfredson's family and an Air Force representative wore expressions of discomfort as they stood in the room, surrounding the individual in question, whose injuries appeared surprisingly superficial, far from life-threatening. What the hell? Coleman felt deceived. How could he incite public outrage with such minor injuries? How could he leverage this for his own notoriety? Yet, after a brief moment of anger, he composed himself and approached. "Mr. Wilfredson, I will represent you fully against the San Francisco police and seek restitution. Please, share any demands you may have." The Air Force representative, however, seemed unconcerned with Coleman's ambitions. He stepped forward to examine Wilfredson's wounds closely, noting the singed edges of the damaged tissue, evidence of high-velocity projectiles. In the military, especially within America, they were well acquainted with gunshot wounds. "Vil, can you explain why your injuries are so shallow?" The representative understood the firepower of domestic police weapons. Their sidearms were no less formidable than those used in the military. And affluent New York police forces often possess superior light weaponry. How could it be that, despite being shot 6 times, your wounds are so minor? The representative's gaze deepened with suspicion. Wilfredson, in his youth and inexperience, had focused solely on creating a spectacle, neglecting the significance of his injuries. Suddenly, a distant voice echoed in his mind. "Confess." Lin Hao, observing from afar, imprinted his will upon Wilfredson's consciousness, originally intending to discard this tool after use. Lin Hao unexpectedly discovered the remarkable completeness of the transformation. Upon closer inspection, the absence of fur on Wilfredson's abdomen revealed a flawless Black Panther. Thus, The potential for deeper development of this tool became evident, especially given Wilfredson's status as an Air Force pilot, which would facilitate infiltration into the American military. In the world of One Piece, fruits were a byproduct of Caesar's imitation of Vegapunk's technology, deemed inferior compared to the high standards set by Vegapunk. In contrast, Lin Hao had acquired Vegapunk's techniques, enabling him to create even complete versions of the devil fruit. Thus, creating a defective version was merely a matter of removing a segment. Moreover, to facilitate operations in America, Lin Hao preserved the defective version's ability to transform freely, unlike Caesar's creations, which turned users into grotesque forms without the possibility of returning to human shape. Although a defective product, its potency was not inferior to that of a complete Zoan-type devil fruit, as evidenced by Kaido's gifted army. The only notable weakness of the defective version was its inability to enhance strength in areas where transformation was not possible. After all, why would Lin Hao provide flawless tools meant for chaos? Was the Demon King a philanthropist? In the hospital room, having received the directive of the Demon Lord, Wilfredson glanced around at the others present. The Air Force representative, understanding the unspoken communication, surveyed the room and smiled. "Please, everyone, step into the next room for a brief respite." His tone was gentle, yet left no room for dissent. An accompanying soldier escorted the others away. "Hal, inform the doctors to refrain from making any indiscreet remarks. Otherwise, the Air Force will charge them with compromising national security," another soldier remarked as he exited. Once alone, Wilfredson deftly dismounted from the bed. The Air Force representative stood in astonishment as a living being before him transformed into a massive Black Panther. "Oh my goodness. Wilfred Thompson has finally secured the opportunity to host a grand event." During the preparation period, both public opinion and military pressure have converged upon the San Francisco Police Department. What situation? Jack Bryan, forced to take leave at home, received a call from his superior. Upon hearing just one sentence, he was filled with rage. On what grounds am I to be dismissed? In the past, such occurrences would typically result in a week-long leave before resuming duties. Would they not? Due to his survival, had he perished, the military would merely feign concern, for a deceased individual holds no value. The superior on the other end of the line expressed his helplessness. Previously, those who had been killed were merely the detritus of society. Yet this individual is an Air Force pilot. If one overlooks his pigmentation, he represents a societal elite of greater worth than our police force. Presently, both the military and the media are exerting pressure on the director, and I have even heard whispers of an upcoming electoral candidate rallying in his support. The attorney he has engaged has submitted exorbitant demands for compensation to the police department. What nonsense is this? Are they truly seeking financial restitution? The inhabitants of the capitalist realm are acutely sensitive to financial matters. Upon hearing that the other party dared to demand compensation from the police department, Jacob Bryant was utterly taken aback. Since when did the act of fatally shooting a Black individual during law enforcement operations warrant financial restitution? I have stated that he is not an ordinary individual of African descent. The superior, exasperated, issued an ultimatum. The police department has resolved to terminate your employment, and should the court uphold their claim for damages, they will seek restitution from you. Having delivered this message, the call was abruptly ended. "Damn it! Despicable! Wretched!" Jack Bryan smashed the telephone, his chest ablaze with an unquenchable fire. How audacious for a group of farmers to dare threaten a white gentleman. At this moment, he wished fervently to seize an assault rifle and eradicate all the individuals on the street, so they would comprehend whose dominion America truly is. All of them ought to be exterminated. Suddenly, a shroud of darkness enveloped him, and a demon materialized before him. "Do you seek vengeance? Do you desire the power of the demon? Surrender your soul to me. Is it not the principle of a competent arms dealer to supply both sides?" Chapter 6. You kill the black, I kill the white, until our eyes turn red. It is astonishing that, in the eyes of the San Francisco police officers, merely having a darker skin tone seems to pose a threat to their lives. Human rights attorney Belenson spoke eloquently at the press conference, feeling as though every cell in his body was dancing with excitement before the cameras. From a neighbor of the victim, Mr. Fortson, I learned that the police were dispatched because Ms. Allen noticed smoke billowing from the adjacent kitchen and hastily called for help. However, she did not anticipate that the police would not alert the fire department, but instead arrived on the scene armed. What were they intending to do? Extinguish a fire with handguns? The most unforgivable and astonishing aspect is that these two San Francisco officers actually entered the wrong room. At this juncture, Buren's son, filled with fervor, struck the table with his hands, exuding an air of profound empathy. Can you believe it? It is alarming that officers responding to an emergency call could mistakenly identify the crime scene and, despite the innocent parties' repeated declarations of their identity, still resort to discharging their firearms. One must ponder who in America would dare to call for help in the future. Perhaps only we, the white individuals, would have the audacity to do so. The police's immunity appears to be exclusively applicable in cases involving the shooting of people of color. Numerous white journalists present internally remarked, some even displaying expressions of indifference, yet their cameras incessantly clicked away. Journalists, being pragmatic, have long cultivated a profession characterized by a dissonance between their thoughts and words. As long as they can ride the wave of trending topics and boost their ratings, they would assert that God is black if it served their interests. In recent days, this incident has become a significant focal point, particularly as the Air Force has exhibited an unusually assertive stance, with even congressional candidates vying for the upcoming elections publicly supporting the victims. Consequently, the event has escalated into a nationwide discourse. Currently, extensive demonstrations have erupted across various regions of America, with black organizations particularly active. Several civil rights groups opposing racial discrimination have also converged to capitalize on the situation, further intensifying the incident's prominence. In San Francisco, the site of the incident, numerous individuals from across the nation gathered, directly surrounding the San Francisco Police Department, persistently demanding severe punishment for the perpetrator. Wilfredson's orchestrated prelude has been successfully executed. He now intends to petition the San Francisco City Council to initiate a hearing regarding the police department, specifically calling for the attendance of the officer involved. His plan is to provoke Jacob Bryan during the hearing, compelling him to utter even more egregious racist remarks, subsequently escalating the conflict to the point where he would justify the officer's death as self-defense. The scheme, one might say, is imbued with the youthful naivety characteristic of the young. Wilfredson evidently envisions himself as the protagonist of a film, focused solely on gaining notoriety and retribution, without considering whether the supporting characters would adhere to his script. The Air Force's willingness to assist stems from their recognition of Wilfredson's potential value. And with the momentum of public opinion already established, they feel compelled to take a stand. In the eyes of seasoned Air Force generals, even if the hearing proceeds as desired, it would likely devolve into mere finger-pointing and formalities. The San Francisco Police Department might concede some points, but substantial concessions are unlikely. As for the officer involved, he would probably be dismissed immediately, and whether he could even attend remains uncertain. The Air Force is unaware of the nature of the moment of glory Wilfredson anticipates, nor do they believe that such imprudent scenarios will materialize. Both parties underestimated the gravity of the situation, which was far from what they had envisioned. After forging a pact with the devil and acquiring the power bestowed by the Dark Lord, Jacob Bryan's murderous intent was ignited. He chose a sunny morning to appear at the entrance of the San Francisco Police Department, still clad in the police uniform he had yet to return, and marched directly towards the protesting black group. At the police department's entrance, the stark contrast between black and white was unmistakable. Agitated individuals in the black community were chanting slogans, while white officers stood in orderly rows, brandishing riot shields, with occasional physical confrontations occurring between the two sides. Amidst the prevailing public sentiment, the San Francisco Police Department found itself at the epicenter of controversy, and the higher-ups were keen to avoid any escalation. Consequently, they sternly warned the officers and refrained from issuing any weapons, resulting in the white officers remaining dutifully sheltered behind their shields. Otherwise, in the course of their regular law enforcement duties, they would have already drawn their firearms. "Hey, Jack." Colleague George was taken aback to see him daring to show up. "What are you doing?" Jacob Bryan shook his hand while continuing his stride. "He is the officer responsible for the incident," the one who shot Mr. Will. How infuriating. What does he mean by this? Is he deliberately provoking us? Scoundrel. Let's put an end to him. I seek vengeance from Mr. Will. As anticipated by Jacob Bryan, this group of individuals, limited in intellect, resorts solely to violence. Jack soon found himself besieged by them. Good heavens, does Jack contemplate ending his own life? The colleagues behind were astonished. Should we go assist him? Someone inquired. But perhaps it was merely his own choice. A colleague nearby shook his head, saying, I heard that the higher-ups have decided to dismiss him. Perhaps Jack intends to express his discontent in this manner. Surrounded by a group of black individuals, Jack initially refrained from retaliating. After a full minute, he suddenly shouted, George, according to American law, am I not now entitled to invoke self-defense? George was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure and answered loudly, Indeed, we have cameras here. In the crowd, Jacob Bryan immediately revealed a sinister grin. Howl! A deep growl resonated from the crowd. Jacob Bryan suddenly transformed into a canine form, featuring a white dog-esque head, a coat of pristine white fur, and white limbs, with a fluffy white tail extending from his rear. The artificial devil fruit, known as the dog fruit, in its polar bear form, transformed Jacob Bryan, originally standing at 6 feet tall, into a towering giant of 8.5 feet. His hands morphed into massive dog paws, swinging with tremendous force, effortlessly sending the surrounding individuals flying like leaves in the wind. Oh my God! Exclaimed the officers behind him, their faces a mix of disbelief and shock. What is this creature? The terrified individuals being assailed by Jacob were struck with fear. Oh my, he is a demon that can transform. Quick, run! Those quick on their feet began to retreat, but the bloodlust that had awakened within Jacob would not allow him to let them escape. Without a doubt, he pursued them relentlessly. Stop filming. Don't capture this. George urgently called out to his colleague holding the camera. The initial confrontation could be deemed self-defense. But this is clearly premeditated murder now. Fool, this is exactly what we need to document. The cameraman retorted with a mocking tone. Such explosive first-hand footage will fetch a high price at the station. This is pure capitalism. In the intensive care unit, awaiting a hearing, Wilfred's son suddenly caught sight of the breaking news featuring Jacob Bryan's rampage against the black community on the television. Ladies and gentlemen watching at home, we interrupt this broadcast for an urgent news update. A canine-human hybrid has appeared on the streets of San Francisco, relentlessly pursuing a group of African Americans participating in a parade. Sources reveal that this hybrid is none other than Jacob Bryan, the police officer involved in the shooting of an African American pilot. The news footage displayed a small window showcasing the moment Jacob transformed at the police station. What could have caused Jacob Bryan to suddenly become this canine creature? Stay tuned for exclusive coverage from Big Mouth Henry on the scene. This time, the reporters arrived before the police, as the San Francisco Police Department deliberately delayed their response, with the sheriff even refusing to take the mayor's calls to express his dissatisfaction. Unimpeded, Jacob Bryan wreaked havoc. Dammit! Wilfred's son exclaimed, rushing to the window without a second thought, disregarding the height of the 10th floor, and transformed into a black panther, scaling down the wall toward the chaos. The sight of a panther sprinting atop cars in the street soon appeared on television screens, sending the entire nation into a frenzy. Before long, Wilfred's son arrived at the battleground. Roar! The panther let out a fierce growl at the white dog. Their gazes locked, igniting a fierce animosity between them. Yet, upon noticing the similar transformations each had undergone, they paused momentarily, both silently invoking the favor of the great Lord of Demons. It was evident that both had received the Lord's blessing. What if they mistakenly harm an ally? Observing the unfolding drama, Lin Hao, who had been passively watching, imprinted a scornful laugh into their consciousness. Only the strong are worthy of my attention. Realizing this, both adversaries understood the nature of the situation. After all, this was the Lord of Demons. Surely, he would not adhere to notions of civility. With permission granted, and harboring a grudge against one another, they cast aside their reservations, viewing this as a test from the Lord, and prepared to engage with utmost seriousness. Jacob Bryan, in his animalistic form, propelled himself toward Wilfred's son. The only part of him lacking fur was his underbelly. The black and white figures collided mid-air with a thunderous impact. Both animals were of comparable size, each exceeding 3 meters in length and over a meter in height, displaying agility and strength in their movements. Lin Hao, while bestowing them with their powers, had also infused their memories with various combat techniques and training essentials, enabling them to engage in such fierce combat. Otherwise, mere humans who had just consumed animal fruits would struggle to perfectly mimic animal behavior. If their fighting lacked intensity, the casualties would be minimal and the gains insufficient. However, even Lin Hao was unprepared for the unexpected delight these two would bring him. After several exchanges, both combatants retreated momentarily. Upon turning, Jacob Bryan found himself once again amidst the black group, while Wilfred's son was surrounded by daring white individuals, all holding their phones aloft, recording the unfolding chaos. With a shared glance, a sudden understanding passed between them. The polar bear dog and the black panther began to intentionally broaden their range of movement, crashing into the respective crowds of onlookers. A twist of the waist, a flick of the leg, and a casual swish of the tail led to numerous unintended injuries among the spectators. Jacob Bryan, intent on exterminating the black individuals, was incensed to see Wilfred's son retaliating in kind. It was as if they had unlocked a new realm of chaos. After colliding once more, they leveraged their momentum to retreat, carelessly inflicting harm upon the audience. "You kill black, I kill white," they raged, their eyes ablaze with fury. Lin Hao, who had been watching, was momentarily stunned. Well, they've certainly figured things out on their own. Chapter 7. Reactions from all sides at S.H.I.E.L.D.S. Trident headquarters. Level 7 Agent Phil Coulson hurriedly approached the director's office with a tablet in hand. Recently elevated to Level 8 clearance, he was particularly motivated, believing this was a prelude to a promotion and raise. Upon knocking on the director's door, he found a one-eyed man with a shiny bald head seated behind the desk, one that even a fly would slip upon if it landed. "Director, we have an emergency situation," Coulson declared, presenting the tablet. "You need to see this." The screen displayed the unfolding black and white conflict in San Francisco. Nick Fury paused, then asked, "Where is this happening?" "San Francisco," Coulson replied. Upon seeing the obviously oversized Black Panther and White Dog, Nick Fury quickly deduced, they possess superhuman abilities? Indeed, Coulson confirmed, clicking on the screen to showcase another prepared document. The White Dog is Jacob Bryan, a police officer in San Francisco. By analyzing local surveillance, I discovered that the Panther leaped from a hospital's inpatient area, thus identifying his identity. Here are their detailed profiles. Notify the tech team to analyze their physical capabilities based on the destruction visible in the footage, Nick Fury ordered promptly. I had already informed them prior to coming, Coulson stated, eagerly opening another document. "This is the preliminary analysis report just received." "Well done," Nick Fury praised with a smile. "You see, as a leader, one must learn to inspire. Otherwise, how can one motivate subordinates? You would actually expect me to fulfill that promise, would you?" After analysis, these two animals exhibit speed and strength that far exceed those of normal panthers and polar bears. Moreover, during the fight, they were struck multiple times by speeding vehicles. Yet there are no signs of injury visible in the footage, Coulson continued, showcasing close-up images to Fury. Without hesitation, Nick Fury commanded, "You need to head there immediately and ensure their return. It may take some time to travel from the East Coast. And considering the Black Panther is an African-American soldier, the military might reach them before I do," Coulson suggested. "Perhaps we should send the Los Angeles Division?" "Absolutely not." Nick Fury firmly rejected the idea. They are merely two large animals. While it is indeed remarkable that humans can transform into animals, unless they demonstrate greater value, they will only serve as experimental subjects. S.H.I.E.L.D. possesses many similar specimens. The Los Angeles Division is currently occupied with more pressing matters. "Have you not caught any fish yet?" Coulson inquired, surprised. "Surely S.H.I.E.L.D. is not abandoning the North American continent? Is that a question you should be asking?" Nick Fury's expression darkened. "Director, I currently hold Level 8 clearance." And Coulson's expression mirrors that of a heartbroken girl betrayed by a scoundrel. Nick Fury feigned a cough and replied, gently, Zheng Xian is a formidable character. He will not abandon North America, just as we cannot forsake the Far East. The Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division will undoubtedly appoint a new leader to reorganize the intelligence network. Chief, if I manage to capture this individual, could you consider making my position permanent? Coulson said eagerly. If you truly capture him, I might contemplate promoting you to level 9. Nick Fury's words were not merely fanciful. They reflected a portion of his genuine intent. Throughout his tenure, he had crossed paths with Zheng Xian multiple times and found him to be a challenging adversary. This time, after years of groundwork, he had managed to dismantle the Shield's intelligence network in the Americas, particularly in North America. Nevertheless, he had only secured a corpse instead of capturing the former head of the Americas. Nick Fury suspected that the Shield might still possess other independent networks beyond the Americas division, as the cunning fox always has multiple dens, a basic principle of espionage, one that he himself adhered to. He hastened to take action, opting for a Quinjet to ensure the African-American pilot could be enlisted, at the very least to retrieve the San Francisco police officer. Meanwhile, the conflict on the streets of San Francisco caught the attention of Wakanda, a nation capable of global surveillance even from afar. Father, the current Prince T'Challa and Princess Shuri of Wakanda burst into King T'Challa's office. Shuri, rotating her wrist adorned with a chemo jewel, projected images captured by surveillance satellites for their father. T'Challa pointed at the image of the Black Panther, anxiously inquiring, Father, this Black Panther appears to be a transformed human, matching my speed and strength after consuming the heart-shaped herb, and he is African American. Could he be chosen by the Panther God? Nonsense. T'Chaka rebuked sharply. The Panther God only protects our Wakandan people. This creature is clearly a manifestation of heretical schemes. Yet, it bears a striking resemblance. T'Chaka shot a fierce glare at his son. The poor child lacked political acumen. Such perilous statements should not be uttered lightly. The Panther God is the faith of the Wakandans. If this Black Panther outside were to be associated with the deity, what then? Historically, the Black Panthers were merely ordinary individuals enhanced by the heart-shaped herb. There's never been an account of someone fully transforming into a Black Panther. Besides, this particular Black Panther is tall and powerful, its strength and speed rivaling those who have consumed the heart-shaped herb. In comparison, whom would the citizens believe to be the true emissary of the Panther God? Might the other tribes exploit this situation, inciting the populace to question the legitimacy of the T'Chaka family's reign? If the divine right of kings were undermined, their family's legal authority over Wakanda would vanish. Moreover, if the Panther God truly exists and were to find this transformable panther more pleasing, designating it as the genuine favored one, that would spell disaster for them. Contemplating such dire consequences, T'Chaka's countenance darkened like the bottom of a pot. If it were truly the bottom of a pot, then it's of no concern. Shuri, immediately erase this video. No server within the country is to retain it. T'Chaka adopted a crisis management stance. Shall we send someone? Utilize covert channels to hire mercenaries in America. This panther must be eliminated. As a king, T'Chaka possessed both the resolve and the initiative to protect his throne. Yet to prevent information from leaking and to avoid the Panther God detecting their clandestine maneuvers, he could not employ domestic personnel. This matter is known only to the three of us. No one else must be informed. T'Chaka emphasized to his children, not even your mother. Understood, Shuri replied decisively. Father, should we not offer a prayer to the Panther God? T'Challa, the straightforward child, grasped his father's intent yet felt a pang of conscience. Such an act contradicted his prior devout faith in the Panther God. The Panther God is currently in slumber. This triviality need not disturb him. T'Chaka shot another glare at his son. Why can't this foolish child grow up? His younger sister displays more wisdom. Meanwhile, far away in the San Francisco estate, Lin Hao waited leisurely. He cast a stone onto the water's surface, relishing the moment as he observed the ripples. Yet, before the waves could swell, he was eager to indulge in the joy of a lottery draw. Chapter 8. The sword spectrum and half of Whitebeard's face upon entering the study. The little demon appeared and opened its mouth as Lin Hao stepped inside. This space was quite extraordinary. When he first entered, there was barely 10 square meters illuminated, while the rest lay shrouded in profound darkness. With the little demon's increasing traversals, the illuminated area had expanded significantly. This place was neither within the little demon's body nor a mere pocket dimension. It resembled an independent spatial realm, with the little demon serving only as the key to unlock it. Lin Hao had once instructed the little demon to stuff its mouth with items while traversing to other worlds, often returning with various local specialties, nearly causing the little demon to retreat into seclusion. This space did not accompany the little demon across worlds, which thwarted Lin Hao's plans to conceal himself within and traverse to other realms. Upon entry, Lin Hao first examined the grievances absorbed by the little demon recently, discovering sufficient energy for 100 traversals. Every moment globally, beings succumb to death. Some die in anger, sorrow, fear, and resentment. Yet these negative emotions were of no concern to Lin Hao. The little demon could only absorb grievances from beings with whom Lin Hao had causal connections. In simpler terms, Lin Hao's involvement was essential, with the energy collected proportional to his participation. Directly killing or confronting others yielded a participation rate of 100%, while deploying viruses or utilizing items to annihilate worlds also counted as direct intervention. Additionally, the destruction caused by beings under contract with the little demon would contribute to Lin Hao's accrued grievances. The greater the causal link, the higher the participation rate, and thus the more energy gained. The black and white battle on the streets of San Francisco had resulted in numerous spectator fatalities, generating a significant wave of grievances. Furthermore, the nationwide protests sparked by racial discrimination continued to supply Lin Hao with energy. Although his involvement was indirect, the sheer volume of participants compensated for the individual yields. Given this trend, it seemed likely to persist for some time, a steady stream of energy. Thus, America proved to be a land of fortune for Lin Hao. Back in his homeland, he labored tirelessly for half a year without necessarily amassing enough energy for 100 draws, all while racking his brain for new ways to confront others, lest his desensitized colleagues remain entirely unresponsive, hardly a friendly environment. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Lin Hao silently recited a calming incantation before commanding the little demon, "Commence." With a swift motion, the little demon vanished, only to reappear moments later, clutching a nugget of gold and dropping it at Lin Hao's feet. As he reached out to touch it, information flooded his mind. The gold was from Journey to the Center of the Earth. Unmoved, he acknowledged its potential monetary value. Subsequently, a cacophony of sounds ensued as a multitude of items materialized before Lin Hao. Yifei's leather jacket, Xiaoyan's homework notebook, Qi Tongwei's sniper rifle, Gao Qiqiang's The Art of War, and Su Hongdo's black stockings. Lin Hao silently set the leather jacket and stockings aside. No misunderstanding intended. He merely wished to reminisce about his lost youth. The sniper rifle was carelessly tossed onto a heap of refuse. In the Daqing dynasty, it might have been useful, but here in free America, what weapon could not be procured? Suddenly, the little demon flung an old cassock toward him. Lin Hao picked it up, his expression turning peculiar. Upon flipping the cassock, he saw 8 glowing characters emblazoned on the lining. To practice this skill, one must first undergo castration. The excerpt originates from the smiling, proud wanderer, featuring the evil-repelling sword manual. When the little demon returned with a piece of jade in its grasp, Lin Hao stopped it to inquire, "How did you acquire this?" The demon whimpered, "You mean there was a middle-aged man, bare-bottomed in a cave, hesitating with a dagger, and you brought this back?" Lin Hao chuckled mischievously, "Master you. It seems you should be thanking me. But alas, I wouldn't dare approach, otherwise I would certainly make it worth Miss Ning's while." The little demon emitted cheerful sounds. "You can't do that, listen to my song." Lin Hao laughed and began, "Ding, ding, ding, ding. Auntie pinches the little chicken." After the laughter subsided, the little demon continued rummaging, presenting an array of peculiar items before Lin Hao. Suddenly, it returned clutching a small porcelain bottle, its face a picture of dismay. "Ooh." There was a man wearing a cloth tiger hat who wouldn't let go. "So, this is all you managed to snatch?" Lin Hao consoled, "Don't be sad. Next time you see him, just poke him with a fork." He reached out to take the porcelain bottle. "What on earth?" "This is from the deer in the cauldron. I love his stick." A line of dialogue inexplicably surfaced in Lin Hao's mind. This thing, not only can you not touch it, but even the scent is unbearable. Thus, the first place is undoubtedly his. How amusing. Indeed, it must be Stephen Chow, waving for the little demon to continue. Lin Hao suddenly noted the evil-repelling sword manual on his left and the I love a stick in his right hand, and fell into silence. What does this mean? Is this a test for Director Lin? Nonsense. Which cadre cannot withstand such trials? With a serious expression, Lin Hao discarded his robe and tucked the porcelain bottle into his pocket. The subsequent items offered no surprises, merely a collection of mundane trinkets devoid of any highlights. However, this was the norm. Lin Hao had long grown accustomed, otherwise he would not have only salvaged 3 useful items over the years. Universal capsule. Yes, you're noble. You're remarkable. Why not toss your underwear as well? The continuous draws soon concluded, and Lin Hao put away a few items he found appealing, while the rest of the rubbish was designated for the cleanup androids to categorize and send to the storage area. However, the little demon clutched Lin Hao's hand. Not enough fun? Lin Hao glanced at the remaining energy, estimating it could still allow the little demon to traverse a dozen more times. All right then, let's use it all up. If he were still in his homeland, Lin Hao would certainly be frugal, but now, with a steady stream of resources, he no longer minded this minor excess. After a brief wait, the little demon joyfully returned with a dozen more unimpressive items. Just as Lin Hao intended to conclude, the little demon astonishingly brought back a half-molten face, with edges still dripping with lava, adorned with half a crescent mustache and a charred eyeball set in its socket. Lin Hao promptly stepped forward to take it. This is from One Piece, the face of Whitebeard. Indeed, the moment Lin Hao made contact, a surge of energy and a chaotic flood of memories rushed into his body, and he swiftly absorbed Whitebeard's memories through the brain fruit. He then sensed 3 distinct powers within the energy: armament haki, observation haki, and conqueror's haki. Although the quantities were minimal, their quality was undeniably high. Years prior, Lin Hao had absorbed Vegapunk's memories, discovering the training methods for the 6 powers and the life return technique. After arduous practice, he eventually mastered them, despite the 6 powers being touted as an internal secret training method of the world government. The true secret is known only to those who have learned it. Over the years, countless individuals have trained in the 6 powers, inevitably leading to some being captured, interrogated, or even betrayed. Moreover, there are pirates infiltrating the Navy as undercover agents, rising to the rank of Rear Admiral. In the pirate world, the 6 powers, much like the 3 types of haki, are no longer considered secrets once one reaches a certain level. Although Lin Hao had mastered the 6 powers, he had yet to awaken the 3 types of haki. To his surprise, acquiring half of Whitebeard's face today allowed him to directly absorb these 3 powers. While the quantity was limited, as long as he resolved the fundamental existence issue, he could enhance them through training akin to the Chi in the Dragon Ball world. Whitebeard's half-face held even more potential. Should he replicate its unique traits? A choice emerged in Lin Hao's mind. Unique traits? He paused, then realized. Remnants of the Tremor fruit's power? Replicate. Lin Hao decided without hesitation. After all, replicating traits from the items would retain their characteristics without inheriting their negative effects. For instance, after obtaining the brain fruit's ability, Lin Hao's head did not swell uncontrollably, nor did he lose his swimming capability, and he was not afraid of seawater. This was also why he had refrained from consuming the artificial azure dragon fruit. He was now mingling with celestial realms and had developed foresight. Instantly, Lin Hao acquired the Tremor fruit's power, albeit in limited quantity. Extending a finger, he observed it vibrating incessantly, leaving him in contemplative silence. What on earth can this do? His gaze shifted downward. Damn, this comfort isn't mine. Slightly vexed, Lin Hao approached the experimental table and began extracting Whitebeard's genetic factors. This would be yet another valuable tool for him to clone. He intended for Whitebeard to continue gathering sons in the Marvel Universe. Chapter 9. I love a stick. Yet another morning dawned, and Lin Hao was in the gym of the estate, exercising with 2-ton metal dumbbells in each hand. His upper body encased in a specially designed weighted vest, with metal particles strapped to his thighs and calves, and even his shoes were weighted. While jogging, he lifted the dumbbells up and down. After arriving in America, Lin Hao no longer needed to clock in for work as before. He merely had to use a video call bug to remotely guide his assistant Yuzhan in the technical development department, answering a few research challenges, thus granting him more time to train. Old Lin, a voice with a peculiar accent called from outside. A man around 30 burst into Lin Hao's gym. Speaking in an unusual tone of Mandarin, "I guess you would be in the gym. Stop your training. There's good news." This individual was named Bruce Lee, a third-generation Chinese-American born in the U.S. His family had emigrated to San Francisco after World War I, possessing modest assets, and over the past 30 years, they had amassed considerable wealth, totaling hundreds of billions of dollars, thanks to the economic rise of their homeland. Bruce was of mixed heritage, with a Chinese father and a mother from a small Californian consortium, a typical example of a family alliance. His name, Bruce, was given by his mother, while his grandfather named him Li Hong, derived from the I Ching, symbolizing the hexagram of Qian, representing progress and benefit. Indeed, this was a name befitting an emperor. Although Bruce Lee may not have the destiny of an emperor, he was born with a silver spoon, and his physical prowess was developed with great anticipation, causing him to feel overwhelmed even before reaching middle age. A few years ago, he fortuitously met Lin Hao, who had just arrived in San Francisco, and discovered that Master Lin possessed a remarkable form of Qigong that allowed him to gallop freely, suddenly gaining a multitude of friends. "So, have you won over in Hathaway?" Lin Hao continued his workout. Bruce, being the type who enjoyed flaunting his successes, had previously relied on wealth to woo women, but recently claimed he had set his sights on a celebrity and intended to pursue her seriously. Upon glancing at the photograph, Lin Hao was taken aback to discover that it featured in Hathaway. He mused to himself about Bruce, who, unlike the Bruce from the neighboring universe who had traversed narrow alleys, had no right to pursue Catwoman purely on merit. As a mere contestant who had barely begun and ended swiftly, what prowess did he possess? While he was still enamored within, he was not present for this matter. Bruce, brimming with enthusiasm, approached with the intention of taking the dumbbells from Lin Hao's hands, only to find himself unable to do so. Tomorrow, there would be a splendid banquet in Los Angeles, where the host would invite Tony Stark. Recently, Stark Industries stocks had skyrocketed, and the local consortium in California seemed poised to make their move. Would the fare be lavish or modest? Lin Hao's interest was piqued. The initial portion would be vegetarian, but once the journalists departed, the menu would shift to something more sumptuous. Bruce chuckled, remarking that to curry favor with Tony Stark, they would spare no expense, providing an array of Hollywood's youngest and most beautiful women for selection. Lin Hao halted his jog, gently setting down the dumbbells, and approached Bruce, extending his hand. "Where's the invitation?" he inquired. Bruce, with a knowing smile that men universally understand, produced an invitation and handed it over. "Your name has transcended beyond San Francisco. The elite circles of California are eager to have you back to enliven the atmosphere." Coincidentally, Lin Hao had recently developed something novel. He removed the weights and led Bruce to his study, where he solemnly retrieved an intricately carved jade bottle from the safe. The jade, a vibrant green, was adorned with exquisite cloud patterns that seemed to ripple in the sunlight. Upon uncorking the bottle, a delicate fragrance wafted forth. Bruce, standing nearby, caught a whiff and soon felt a warm sensation rise from his abdomen, reminiscent of the first time he had witnessed a maid bathing over a decade ago. "Oh my!" Bruce exclaimed, swiftly seizing the jade bottle. Inside lay a dark red pill. Just the scent alone was overwhelming. Consuming it would surely be perilous. "I do not recommend you ingest it. The potency of this pill is formidable. It is best to utilize a sensor to release its aroma. A single pill could sustain an entire banquet." After acquiring Stephen Chow's "I love a bunch of firewood," Lin Hao discerned the composition of the substance and subsequently deduced its preparation method. This little pill indeed warranted Stephen Chow's commendation, as the mere aroma was intoxicating. "I shall take the pill for now. I need to discuss with the organizers. With such an enticing gimmick, this banquet is bound to be a resounding success," Lin Hao declared, while Bruce was eager to participate. "Just remember, do not consume it. Otherwise, I may have to visit the morgue to find you," Lin Hao cautioned. "Understood. I shall come to collect you tomorrow." Meanwhile, on the opposite side of San Francisco, Phil Coulson had arrived with a small team at the site where the black and white conflict had occurred the previous evening. They had actually arrived the night before, but found nothing. Wilford had been taken away by the Air Force, and Jack Bryan had evaded capture by the military, but had not returned to the San Francisco police station. Upon Coulson's arrival, he directed his team to Bryan's residence, yet they found no leads. They could only negotiate with the Air Force while securing the scene in hopes of uncovering something of value. This was a crucial moment for his promotion to an 8th-level agent. Returning empty-handed would jeopardize his chances for advancement. Surprisingly, he managed to uncover some intriguing findings. "Boss, you must see this," exclaimed biochemist Gemma Simmons, approaching Coulson with a tablet. "We discovered some hair at the scene, belonging to both a black panther and a polar bear dog. Upon analysis, I found that the cells within the hair are particularly active. The genetic chain does not belong to either animal or human, but it appears that their primary genes still belong to humanity, albeit enhanced in some manner. Most astonishingly, their genes possess the potential for further destruction and recombination. I attempted to catalyze this energy using technical means, and the hair actually changed color, becoming even more resilient. I could not cut it with a sharp alloy knife." Coulson grasped the implications. "Are you suggesting that these two superpowered beings can evolve further?" "Indeed, they possess such potential," Simmons confirmed, handing Coulson 2 glass test tubes, each containing a strand of hair, which exhibited not merely black and white, but vibrant hues. The black and white were interwoven with dark red and striking purple, creating a harmonious blend that appeared both regal and magnificent. Upon closer inspection, wisps of smoky flames seemed to rise from the hair. After personally testing the hair's resilience, Coulson gazed at Simmons with eager eyes. "Is it possible to unlock the secrets within and create a corresponding serum?" Simmons smiled modestly. "While Professor Abraham Erskine is one of my idols, I must admit, I'm still quite young." Abraham Erskine was the scientist behind Captain America's serum, and since his passing, countries around the world had invested vast resources in attempts to replicate it. Yet none had succeeded over the years, with each serum exhibiting its own flaws. The Super Soldier Serum was one that lacked evolutionary potential. Once used, its strength remained fixed unless an extraordinary opportunity arose, leaving its user unchanged until death. Captain America's ability to grow stronger was due to his status as Marvel's favorite son, possessing an officially recognized indomitable will that epitomized the spirit of America. Would the writers dare to allow the spirit of America to falter? Now, with the emergence of a superpower capable of further evolution, the value was immeasurable. Simmons, being a novice, would not dare to make grand claims about unraveling its secrets. "We must immediately increase our manpower. We must find Jack Bryan, originally thought to be an ordinary large dog. Its potential for further evolution suddenly elevated its significance." Chapter 10. A Revelation Beyond Imagination. The next day, Bruce Lee once again visited Lin Hao's estate. The two drove to the Lee family's private airport on the outskirts of San Francisco, embarking on a private flight to Los Angeles. The banquet was to be held in an ancient coastal castle, not far from the San Pedro Bay of Hollywood, a venue evidently perfect for hosting a gathering, as the hosts aimed to convey the message of collaboration between the Los Angeles Consortium and Stark Industries. They invited numerous journalists for formal promotion. Thus, prior to the banquet's commencement, it naturally transformed into a showcase of grandeur. A multitude of male and female stars from Hollywood seized the opportunity to vie for camera attention on the red carpet before the castle's entrance, their smiles appearing sincere while their intentions were anything but. Many attendees lacked invitations altogether, merely seeking to bask in the limelight. From his seat in the car, Bruce Lee chuckled as he explained to Lin Hao, "Wherever there is a public banquet, you can expect these opportunistic individuals to swarm like flies. Such is the nature of the fame game," Bruce remarked, reminiscent of a certain founder's expression of regret over creating Alibaba. Over the past 5 years, Lin Hao had attended numerous similar banquets, both lavish and modest. Of course, in the past, he had been represented by a synthetic being, but now he was present in person, determined not to revisit his former companions. The two arrived in a discreet luxury vehicle at the castle's side entrance, the true entryway for guests. Those who had paraded before the grand entrance would soon be dismissed. allowing only a select few invited stars to access the latter half of the event, while the rest would find themselves barred from entry. However, today's guest of honor was an unexpected twist. Tony Stark, fully aware of the norms, nevertheless chose to make a dazzling entrance in the spotlight. He relished such attention. The host, caught off guard, had no choice but to escort a throng of guests to the front entrance to greet him. Bruce Lee and Lin Hao found themselves among the welcoming party. Stark Industries held a pivotal position within the Marvel Universe, particularly in this cinematic realm initiated by Iron Man. Unlike the reality we know, Stark Industries has virtually monopolized the supply of advanced weaponry to the United States military within the Marvel Universe. This dominance can be attributed to the genius designers Howard Stark and Tony Stark, making Stark Industries' position in the realm of arms manufacturing nearly unassailable. Thus, when Tony announced the cessation of Stark Industries' weapons division, it was no surprise that stock prices plummeted, akin to a sudden declaration of bankruptcy by the nation's top 10 conglomerates. Local conglomerates in California, eager to curry favor with Tony Stark, could only plaster on forced smiles. Bruce Lee aspired to join their ranks, but alas, he lacked even the privilege to approach the forefront. While hundreds of billions in assets may sound substantial, they represent the accumulation of generations within the Lee family. Bruce Lee's liquid assets paled in comparison to Lin Hao's. Indeed, compared to Bruce next door, this Bruce seemed rather underwhelming. Nevertheless, Bruce and his companion Lin Hao, with their distinctly Eastern features, captured Tony Stark's attention. Oh, how enlightened California appears to be. Recent news had nearly led me to believe that people of color dared not step outside. Tony approached purposefully, extending his hand toward Lin Hao. This marked their first encounter, yet it was evident that it would not be their last. At this moment, though Tony Stark was a privileged heir, he bore no prejudice against individuals of color. In contrast to the haughty figures of traditional conglomerates, he exhibited an open-mindedness. "Hello, I am Lin Hao." He introduced himself as they shook hands, a Singaporean of Chinese descent and a shipping magnate. This was yet another facet of Lin Hao's extensive identity. "For reasons unknown," Tony remarked, "you strike me more as a scientist." He cast a brief glance at Lin Hao's head. Unfazed, Lin Hao half-jokingly replied, "Indeed, I am a scientist devoted to the study of life sciences." The men acquainted with Lin Hao exchanged knowing smiles. In an instant, Tony grasped the implication, piquing his curiosity. "Is that so? I can hardly wait to witness your research findings." As Tony continued mingling with others, Lin Hao cast a lingering gaze at his retreating figure. Could one cursed by knowledge truly sense their kin? "Oh dear," Bruce interjected with a sigh, disrupting Lin Hao's reverie. "Tony Stark actually greeted you first." "What? Are you feeling envious?" Lin Hao teased with a smile. "Not at all. After all, I have no say in the family's businesses." Bruce appeared somewhat dejected. The young heir also yearned to prove himself. With Tony Stark's arrival, the first half of the gala commenced. Various local conglomerate leaders took to the stage to deliver brief speeches, followed by a renowned Broadway ensemble that accompanied the revelers as they danced in the ballroom. As midnight approached, the organizers began politely clearing the venue. Those without invitations, reporters and celebrities alike, had no choice but to depart. Once the idle spectators had exited, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The lights dimmed, and all donned masks as a group of youthful and vibrant individuals took to the stage, their dance shedding layers of fabric in a tantalizing display. Lin Hao, also masked, bore a bronze censer to the center of the hall, casting in an aromatic offering. In an instant, a fragrant ambience enveloped the space, igniting fervor among the attendees. "Old Lin, I can't remain with you any longer," Bruce exclaimed, his blood racing as he embraced two young and beautiful ladies, retreating to a nearby chamber. "Wow, it seems your research has proven effective." Masked Tony Stark approached Lin Hao, extending an invitation with a smile. "Next week, I will host another gala in New York. You simply must attend." "Absolutely," Lin Hao responded with a grin. As the effects of the aromatic offering began to take hold, the scene turned chaotic, far exceeding any spectacle one might witness. Lin Hao, unfazed, embraced a striking blonde reminiscent of Amber Heard with his left arm, while his right encircled the doll-faced Emma Roberts as they made their way to a bedroom. Tonight, he had plans. Thus, Conserving energy was paramount, for he needed to gather 5 golden blossoms. With Lin Hao's current prowess, the 2 blondes soon surrendered, succumbing to slumber. Yet, Lin Hao, still wary, employed pressure point techniques to secure their sleep. Yes, the very technique Ouyang Feng used to subdue the little dragon girl. He summoned his little demon to open a mysterious space, and moments later, Lin Hao, having transformed his appearance and physique through the art of life restitution, donned black attire and departed the ancient castle. Outside, the night was deep. A military vehicle awaited, harboring 2 African-American men within. "Colonel Rhodes, are we to wait here until dawn?" The newly promoted Lieutenant Wilferson inquired, his demeanor reflecting frustration. Listening to the seductive melodies emanating from within the castle, they could only endure the cold wind outside. Who could endure such a fate? "We lack an invitation, thus cannot enter." The man commonly known as Rhodes, James Rupert Rhodes, shared the sentiment of discontent. "Shall we return to the city, where at least there are hotels?" Wilferson suggested. "No, if we do not intercept Tony here. Who knows where he might fly off to come morning?" Rhodes was well acquainted with his friend's tendencies. "But there are no buts. Do not forget, you are an Air Force soldier," Rhodes declared sternly. "If you cannot persuade Tony to design a versatile weapon for land, sea, and air, General Ross will surely find an excuse to reassign you." Reassigned is fine. The young Wilferson had yet to grasp the intricacies of factional strife within the American military. "Should you wish to pursue that green monster, I can submit a request on your behalf," Rhodes replied darkly. Recalling the scenes witnessed yesterday, Wilferson faltered. "I was merely jesting." The War Machine's true name was James Rupert Rhodes, an Air Force colonel, often referred to as Rhodes henceforth. Chapter 11. Who is human? Who is a ghost? In Los Angeles, a bar nestled within a low-income community thrived. The proprietor, an old Russian man fond of vodka, was regarded by local residents and regulars as a cantankerous yet soft-hearted elder. Although he would vocally chastise customers seeking credit, he could never resist granting them another chance. Thus, this modest establishment became a favored haunt for locals seeking evening diversion, bustling with life. Lin Hao, having traversed from the seaside castle, stood across the street, scrutinizing the bar. He was aware that the owner was not Russian, but of Russian-Chinese descent, and this bar served as an independent covert line for the Spear Bureau in North America. 6 months prior, at the close of the previous year, the Spear Bureau's intelligence network in the Americas suffered a devastating blow. The division head went missing, and numerous agents were killed or captured, all instigated by the notorious Nick Fury. In the realm of intelligence warfare, right and wrong held no sway. Each side had its own agenda, leading to a relentless struggle. The Los Angeles line, according to internal regulations of the Spear Bureau, was known only to the head of the Americas division and would only be activated for critical intelligence or to arrange the departure of significant individuals from the United States. And even then, it would be utilized only once. Countless unsung heroes live out their lives in foreign lands, playing their roles in silence, awaiting a summons that may never arrive. Yet when the command comes, they must forsake their homes and dedicate their lives, even their very existence, to the greater good of their nation. Success need not be mine. The achievement must certainly include me. The bar still stood, indicating that this covert line had not been activated, yet Lin Hao remained vigilant. He employed his observation abilities to scan the surroundings, detecting no hidden threats. The quality of observation hockey possessed by Whitebeard is exceptionally high. However, he cannot listen to the voices of all things like Roger, nor can he hear the inner thoughts of others as Princess Vivi can. He is only capable of discerning the number of living beings in his vicinity and the intensity of their life force. Currently, Lin Hao's mastery of observation hockey is limited, covering only a radius of 2 kilometers. Although he still harbors the energy from the Dragon Ball world within him, he has not learned the specific techniques for sensing energy. Furthermore, this form of energy is unique to the Dragon Ball universe, while beings from the Marvel realm may possess an entirely different life energy. At least, there has been no interaction between Uncle Bird and Stan Lee to suggest otherwise. Without lingering across the street, Lin Hao casually glanced around like an ordinary patron and then stepped into the bar. Inside, the atmosphere was tumultuous, filled with a cacophony of voices and swirling smoke. The mingling scents of sweat, body odor, cheap perfume, alcohol, and smoke overwhelmed him, and despite his preparation, he could not help but wrinkle his brow. Approaching the bar, he said to the bartender, "A whiskey, please." The bartender, intrigued by his rare Asian appearance, stole an extra glance, but quickly returned to his tasks. At that very moment, over 10 kilometers away at the Los Angeles branch of S.H.A.L.D., Level 7 Agent Grant Ward took note of this Asian figure. Zoom in. Ward instructed the technician seated at the computer. Lin Hao's newly adopted visage appeared on the screen. Search for information on this individual. Ward continued to command. Before long, through S.H.I.E.L.D.'s information network, detailed personal data on the Asian man was quickly retrieved. Ward glanced over it and noted that he was a Korean from Arizona, with records of a flight to Los Angeles just 2 days prior. Seeing everything in order, Ward lost interest. At that moment, a woman clad in a tight, leather outfit entered the duty room. She was of average height and also bore an Asian countenance. "Melinda, if you continue to take liberties with your absence, I will find it difficult to explain to the director," Grant Ward expressed with exasperation. "I told you, I drank too much water and needed to use the restroom." Melinda May shot him a glare, known for her ironclad demeanor. During this period, the two maintained a romantic relationship. While typical office romances would not be accepted by their superiors, as agents, especially those frequently engaged in field work, who often danced on the edge of life and death, they were indifferent to fleeting romances. In fact, their superiors even encouraged agents to cultivate such relationships, allowing them to pose as couples in the field without raising suspicion. "Melinda, we are agents, and we have our own principles," Ward advised. "Do not forget that you are an American." "I do not need reminding," Melinda replied coldly. "Director Ward, we have been monitoring this bar for months, and the target has yet to appear," another agent suggested. "Perhaps we should send in a decoy to provoke a response. We might achieve unexpected results." "Has his wound healed?" Ward inquired. "Yes," his subordinate affirmed with a nod. "How is the disguise?" The Academy's most skilled plastic surgeon performed the procedure, ensuring complete authenticity. "What about the accent?" "A colleague fluent in Chinese has already assessed it. There are no issues." Seeing Ward deep in thought, the subordinate continued to persuade him. "According to their reports, this is merely a back channel. The bar owner likely has not met the previous head of the Spear Bureau." "I understand you wish to make a name for yourselves." "I do too," Ward admonished sternly. "However, as agents, caution is our foremost principle. But we cannot wait indefinitely, can we?" The agents in the Los Angeles branch wore expressions of frustration. They had been ordered to remain idle for months, and the mounting tension was palpable. To make matters worse, without fieldwork there were no allowances, and many could not even cover their monthly bills due to their meager salaries. Americans typically lack a saving culture, and as agents, their lifestyles were often extravagant. With the higher-ups issuing orders to wait indefinitely, many lower-level agents were nearing financial ruin, oblivious to how crucial severing the Spear Bureau's influence in North America was to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s overall strategy. They were solely aware that if this continued, the banks would soon come knocking for their debts. Thus, regardless of the outcome, the agents in Los Angeles were eager to conclude this operation, even if it meant returning empty-handed. "Let us proceed as you suggest," Melinda May, who had remained silent, suddenly agreed to the Los Angeles branch's plan. "May," Ward turned to look at her, "if the Spear Bureau's agents do not come here, do you intend to wait a lifetime?" Melinda shrugged. "Unless you have a better plan?" Ward fell silent. "Since you do not, let the decoy try," Melinda decisively stated. "I am also a Level 7 agent and have the authority to determine the course of action." Hearing this, the agents in the Los Angeles branch sprang into action. They had grown weary of waiting idly. An hour later, another Asian individual pushed open the door to the bar. Lin Hao, engrossed in his drink and having not interacted with the bar owner, suddenly turned to see the newcomer and revealed a knowing smile. "Interesting." He glanced back at the bartender, left a $10 bill, and turned to exit, brushing past the newly arrived middle-aged Asian man. In the world of agents, there are both humans and phantoms. Who is human? Who is a phantom? Until the end, who can truly discern? Chapter 12. Tony Stark makes friends without considering wealth. Lin Hao returned to the castle. embracing two golden-haired beauties for some much-needed rest. The next day, as the sun climbed high in the sky, Tony Stark, under the protection of his bodyguard Happy, boarded his vehicle. "Boss, here is the information you requested," Happy said, turning to hand Tony a tablet from the passenger seat. "The individual you are inquiring about is named Lin Hao, a Chinese Singaporean. His family primarily operates in international shipping, possessing 5 ships of 100,000 tons each and over 30 vessels of 10,000 tons. Happy, your recitation speed does not match my reading pace," Tony quipped, rolling his eyes. After hastily scanning Lin Hao's information, Tony tossed the tablet aside. He simply needed to verify that Lin Hao had a discernible past and was not an opportunist with ulterior motives. As for the man's wealth, Tony Stark has never been one to consider the financial status of his friends, as no one can match his affluence. "Send an invitation to Mr. Lin, inviting him to the banquet I am hosting next week." After experiencing the delightful benefits of a remarkable night, not only did Tony feel invigorated, but he also lacked the usual lethargy that accompanied waking up. Suddenly, Tony found himself with numerous potential friends. Just as he opened the car's mini-fridge, preparing to indulge in a drink, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt, causing him to tumble forward. "Hey!" Happy rolled down the window, ready to express his irritation, only to be met by the familiar visage of his friend, Rhodey, who had been waiting outside the castle all night. Rhodey approached the luxurious vehicle and knocked on the window. Sitting up and straightening his collar, Tony pressed the button to lower the window and shot Rhodey a glare, saying, "If you do not give me a satisfactory explanation, I will pour this bottle of brandy through your nostrils. You were inside having a grand time while I spent the night in a military vehicle freezing my butt off," Rhodey replied sternly, gesturing toward the distant military Humvee. "Wow," Tony exclaimed dramatically. "You could have called me. Perhaps I would have graciously added another invitation to the guest list." "Oh my goodness." Rhodey feigned an exaggerated expression, rolling his eyes. "I never knew Tony Stark had a mobile phone." Tony, unflinching, retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket. Upon powering it on, he indeed discovered several missed calls, some from Little Pepper, others from Obadiah, and the majority from his friend Rhodey. "You must believe me. This phone frequently shuts down on its own." Tony quickly deflected blame. "Ask Happy if you doubt me." The producer, serious in demeanor, caught the responsibility tossed his way. Rhodey, uninterested in further arguments, beckoned to Wilkerson in the distance. "Come over here." As he spoke, he opened the door to the luxury vehicle. Tony's car was large enough to accommodate a few lively companions for a party. Once inside, Rhodey instructed Tony's driver, "Follow that military truck." "Hey, buddy, I'm not on the clock yet," Tony complained, only to be met with Rhodey's disapproving gaze. Considering that Rhodey had spent the night in the military vehicle while he had reveled in comfort, Tony raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. The two vehicles proceeded toward the Southern Coastal Air Base, one of the United States' pivotal military installations on the West Coast. As a familiar face in military circles, Tony breezed through security. Upon arriving at the training ground within the base, Rhodey commanded Wilkerson, "Transform, let Tony witness your capabilities and document your data." Wilkerson, aware of Tony's reputation as a brilliant weapon designer, recognized the immense opportunity before him. Thus, he shed his military attire and morphed into a 3-meter-tall Black Panther. "Excellent. I find this transformation quite fascinating," Tony remarked, curiosity piqued as he patted the Panther's muscular form. The notorious black-and-white battle that transpired in San Francisco had already spread throughout the nation. Tony had seen the coverage and had no doubts about its authenticity, merely engaging in casual banter. "Switch to your orc form." Rhodey continued to issue commands. Wilkerson promptly transformed into a towering orc over 2 meters tall. As you can observe, Wilkerson has the ability to transition freely among human, beast, and orc forms. His beast form greatly enhances his speed and agility, while the orc form augments his strength and defense. Rhodey encouraged Wilkerson to showcase his physical prowess before Tony, while Tony instructed Happy to fetch his portable workstation. Although Tony was not renowned for his achievements in biology, it did not imply a lack of understanding. After all, an innate curiosity about the unknown is a fundamental trait of a successful scientist. Remarkably, a potent energy lay dormant within his cells. Rhodey presented another analysis report to Tony and requested the retrieval of a catalyzed Black Panther hair. "This is astonishing," Tony exclaimed, marveling at the vibrant hair within the test tube. "It's even igniting." Upon reviewing the analysis report for the hair, Tony understood. "No wonder you sought me out." The fee associated with Tony Stark's involvement was considerable. If it were merely the physical attributes Wilkerson had displayed, it wouldn't justify the military's investment. However, the new research report elevated the Black Panther's value significantly. Data indicated that if Wilkerson could fully harness the energy within him, his metrics would far exceed those left by Captain America. Should they uncover the source of his superhuman abilities, they could even develop a corresponding serum. "Apologies. I am an arms dealer and not particularly versed in biology," Tony shrugged. "We simply hope you can design a weapon tailored to maximize Wilkerson's capabilities." Rhodey articulated the Air Force's request, much like the shield your father once crafted for Captain America. "Why didn't you say so earlier? If you require a shield, I can provide one at no charge," Tony jested. "We desire an all-encompassing weapon suitable for land, sea, air, and various complex terrains," Rhodey asserted, his expression serious. Unfortunately, Wilkerson was affiliated with the Air Force, yet the current equipment did not allow him to tap into his physical potential. They were pilots, not warriors. Having been responsible for the Super Soldier program, General Ross immediately sought Wilkerson upon recognizing his latent value. The Air Force, unwilling to relinquish such a promising asset, realized that if they let him go now, they would be sidelined once research yielded results, relying solely on higher-ups for allocation. To secure this valuable resource, the Air Force had no choice but to invest, prompting Rhodey to beseech Tony Stark to design an appropriate weapon. Other demands were ambitious, but the baseline was that it must be able to fly, thus justifying Wilkerson's Air Force affiliation. "Perhaps I should simply give him a pair of white wings. Then he can masquerade as an angel," Tony quipped as he turned to leave. "All right, we have our own proposal. Perhaps it could inspire you," Rhodey conceded, lowering his expectations once more. He procured a confidential document, codenamed Falcon. "This plan is still in its infancy and lacks both protection and offensive capabilities. Could you not incorporate some armor on its critical areas, along with powerful weaponry?" Armor? Tony's interest was piqued as inspiration suddenly surged within him. The fluttering of Lin Hao's butterfly wings had indeed influenced the course of events in this world. Simultaneously, a stealth transport aircraft was rapidly traversing the Pacific Ocean. Chapter 13. Agent Artifacts. The phone bug and life card at the Spear Bureau within the circular fortress. Director Zheng Xian approached the bookshelf and, following a specific sequence, pulled different volumes. The bookshelf then parted to reveal a metallic door. A camera on the door emitted a beam of light, scanning Zheng Xian's iris before a metal plate emerged, featuring an indented handprint. Zheng Xian placed his right hand upon it, feeling a slight sting as the metal plate collected a drop of his blood. Moments later, after verifying against the database's genetic factors, the metallic door finally opened. Beyond lay a spiraling staircase descending approximately 15 to 16 meters. The staircase continuously sensed Zheng Xian's weight and gait. Should the results differ, the passageway would seal shut, and lasers would shoot from the walls. Upon reaching the bottom, Zheng Xian stood before two massive vault doors, each flanked by towering figures nearly 7 meters tall. With elongated limbs and robust bodies, their heads adorned with bare ear hats. These were the Peacekeepers, emotionless mechanical beings replicated using Bijapunk technology by Lin Hao. Not only were they physically formidable, but they could also fire lasers. The significance of a place guarded by two Peacekeepers was readily apparent. Upon detecting footsteps, the Peacekeepers raised their heads, scanned Zheng Xian once more, and upon confirming his identity, they turned to swing open the 10-ton metal doors. Beyond lay a warehouse entirely encased in metal, equipped with its own drive and independent power supply, capable of detaching from the circular fortress to preserve its contents if necessary. After passing through a series of trials, Zheng Xian finally arrived at his destination, where he beheld rows of metal racks housing the identification files of 150,000 agents from the Spear Bureau. In addition to paper records, each agent's file was accompanied by a square glass container, divided into two layers. The lower section contained nails and hair, while the upper section prominently featured a sheet of white paper, many of which were continuously shifting. The endless expanse of white paper varied in purity. Some displayed signs of burning, while others had already been consumed halfway, their remains reduced to ashes. Should an outsider witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be astonished. Regardless of the perspective taken, the sealed glass tank contains an insufficient amount of oxygen to sustain such prolonged combustion. Strangely, certain sections of the white paper, which had seemingly burned away, appear to be gradually restoring themselves. Zheng Xian, unfaltering in his steps, adeptly approached a metallic frame, observing the white paper within the glass tank reduced to mere ashes. He produced a pale gray snail and dialed 12138, invoking the moniker of the Dark Lord. The telephone bug emitted its distinctive bioelectric waves, swiftly penetrating the circular fortress and traversing the ocean to arrive at a manor by the shores of San Francisco. Lin Hao, too, possessed a similar pale gray snail. Upon sensing the familiar bioelectric signals, it promptly raised its head, projecting two beams of light from its eyes onto the wall. Chengyi's life card had been entirely consumed by flames, showing no signs of recovery. In the video, Zheng Xian aimed the snail at the glass tank, capturing the scene before turning the camera towards himself. If your technology is sound, then he must have already perished. Unless the goddess of death in this universe intervened to obscure the truth, or unless he had slipped into another parallel dimension, my technology remains unbreakable. This confidence stems from inheriting the memories of Vegapunk and the capabilities of the brain fruit. Both the life card and the telephone bug technologies were derived from the world of pirates, and, aside from Lin Hao, none in this Marvel universe had even heard of them, let alone attempt to unravel their secrets. Due to the necessity for communication among agents, the secret of the telephone bug is known to several within the Spear Bureau system. Each overseas branch, set up in foreign territories, has a leader equipped with a telephone bug disguised as an ordinary snail, with additional special operatives also in possession of them. The circular headquarters features a highly confidential communications department responsible for managing and monitoring the distribution of telephone bugs, as well as collecting and organizing the intelligence received. To enhance their camouflage, Lin Hao intentionally removed the original buttons and microphone of the telephone bug, replacing them with voice control capabilities, allowing for voice conversations, direct video calls, and even functioning as a recording device to transmit captured footage back to headquarters. The modified telephone bug resembles a larger-than-usual snail, retaining the biological characteristics of a normal snail, making it exceptionally suitable for agents to carry. Those unaware of its true purpose would never suspect its capabilities. The telephone bug transmits information using its unique bioelectric waves, evading interception by existing technology, and boasts formidable resistance to interference, functioning seamlessly even in the peculiar natural environments of the pirate world, let alone on Earth. This represents one of Lin Hao's significant contributions to the Spear Bureau, while the life card stands as another monumental achievement. Unlike the more widely disseminated telephone bugs, the secret of the life card is known to only 4 individuals worldwide: Lin Hao, Zheng Xian, Zheng Xian's direct superior, and Zheng Xian's former superior. These 4 are individuals who would never betray, as any betrayal would yield no greater benefit than what they currently possess. The value of the life card to the espionage organization is self-evident. Beyond providing the location of agents, it authentically reflects their vital status. Should the life card exhibit signs of combustion, it indicates that the agent is in peril, and should it be entirely consumed, it confirms the agent's demise. This technology effectively precludes adversarial organizations from deploying imposters to infiltrate, while also allowing for the dissemination of false intelligence to severely undermine the enemy. These 2 technologies are indeed the quintessential tools of espionage. In promoting the telephone bug, Lin Hao showcased the life card's functionality to Zheng Xian and proposed a plan to manufacture life cards for all agents. Following Zheng Xian's report to his direct superior, the plan was approved. Subsequently, the Spear Bureau, under the guise of health examinations, collected nails and hair samples from all agents, including those stationed abroad and undercover operatives. Lin Hao personally oversaw the arduous task, taking years to produce the 150,000 life cards. Once completed, The life cards were securely stored in a sealed warehouse beneath Zheng Xian's office, a location known only to those 4 individuals. The files stored here contain the most comprehensive and accurate records of agents, while another archive located in the headquarters fortress serves merely as a FAAD. Although the information therein is also authentic, it lacks many critical details. This implies that even Cheng Yi, the former head of the Americas division, was unaware of the existence of the life card technology at headquarters, rendering him incapable of evading it. Months prior, Zheng Xian received a video call from Cheng Yi, marking the latter's final moments before his demise. Cheng Yi briefly updated Zheng Xian on the devastating blow suffered by the Americas division overnight and subsequently destroyed the telephone bug. Zheng Xian did not witness Cheng Yi's death on screen. It was only upon descending to the warehouse that he beheld the life card's rapid incineration. After all, the figure of Cheng Yi seen in the video could have been fabricated, possibly an imposter, such as a Skrull who had infiltrated Earth since the 1990s and was now under the control of the Black Egg, or even Cheng Yi himself betraying his allegiance. Only upon witnessing the life card burn away entirely and receiving Lin Hao's repeated assurances of the technology's integrity did Zheng Xian finally accept Cheng Yi's death, dismissing the possibility of treachery. The catastrophic blow suffered by the Spear Bureau's Americas division, resulting in the loss of its leader, is a rarity in Zheng Xian's decades-long career as an agent. Even Nick Fury, no matter how formidable, could not achieve such results without the assistance of an insider. Thus, upon arriving in America, Lin Hao did not immediately reach out to the surviving agents who had narrowly escaped, but instead focused on establishing his network. His caution was warranted, for he had witnessed Cheng Yi entering that bar the previous night. Following the confirmation of Cheng Yi's life card being entirely consumed, Lin Hao concluded that the individual he had seen in the bar was an imposter, clearly a bait cast by S.H.L.D. Given that even the former head of the Spear Bureau's Americas division, Cheng Yi, was oblivious to the life card's existence, it follows that Nick Fury would be equally uninformed. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s deployment of such a decoy indicated a belief that the Spear Bureau headquarters was unaware of Cheng Yi's demise, attempting to obfuscate the truth. Zheng Xian had indeed stated only that the Americas division had suffered a significant setback and that the leader was missing. Nick Fury, having gleaned this conclusion through moles embedded in the Spear Bureau, felt secure enough to initiate the imposter plan. Little did he know that the moment the imposter entered the bar, Lin Hao would see through the ruse. However, this raises another question. The bar in Los Angeles was known only to Zheng Xian and Cheng Yi. Even Lin Hao, the new leader, learned of this clandestine location only after arriving in America. How, then, did the imposter learn of it? In the world of espionage, coincidences are not trusted, and Lin Hao cannot accept that his first visit to this bar would coincidentally align with the appearance of the impersonating Cheng Yi. This bar, situated in a common community, is not particularly famous or distinctive, with patrons primarily consisting of nearby residents, creating a relatively fixed clientele. Under normal circumstances, there are only 2 possibilities. Either Cheng Yi divulged the information prior to his death, or the bar owner, weary of years of subterfuge, chose to betray. Yet, Zheng Xian had witnessed the life card's rapid consumption, indicating that Cheng Yi had died in an instant, without enduring any severe interrogation. Would Cheng Yi have willingly disclosed secrets just to die with composure? What purpose would that serve, given that he was unaware of the existence of the life card, and that the headquarters could verify his fate? There would be no need for such a deceptive ploy. If he truly harbored thoughts of defection, he could simply exchange secrets for a life of luxury. Thus, in the absence of any other extraordinary interventions, the only remaining possibility is that the bar owner had already betrayed them. The SHIELD agency has conspired with a bar owner and an impersonator to ensnare the newly appointed head of the Spear Bureau's Americas division. This is precisely why Lin Hao took a lingering glance at the bar owner before leaving the establishment last night. His suspicions were piqued, and he wisely refrained from approaching the situation carelessly. However, Zheng Xian soon conveyed new information to him. Ivan's life card was nearly depleted. In the video, Zheng Xian approached a new metallic frame, directing the eye of a phone bug toward a glass slot on the frame. where Ivan's life card had already burned through a significant portion. Ivan was, in fact, the elderly bar owner. Subsequently, Zheng Xian accessed the internal surveillance of the warehouse and observed the timestamp of the changes in Ivan's life card. Beginning at 2:21 a.m., it was likely that he had been taken by the SHIELD agency for intense interrogation shortly after Lin Hao's departure. Thus, Zheng Xian sought confirmation from Lin Hao. "Is your technology truly infallible?" "Impossible," Lin Hao retorted, somewhat irked. If he could not personally traverse into the pirate world, how could anyone else possibly come from there? Even if someone did, could they possibly be more astute than Vegapunk? It could be a ruse, or there may be circumstances beyond our comprehension. Lin Hao reined in his emotions, pondering, "If Ivan has not betrayed us, I shall devise a way to rescue him. Do not forget your commitment. Your own safety is paramount," Zheng Xian reminded him. By all accounts, a genius scientist like Lin Hao, who possesses various black technologies, should never have been dispatched to a hostile nation for a perilous undercover mission. Nonetheless, Lin Hao persistently applied for the position, even resorting to threats of strike. After evaluating Lin Hao's financial status, Zheng Xian and his direct superior confirmed that America could not offer a higher price, thus alleviating any fears of Lin Hao's defection. It was simply because Lin Hao was exceedingly wealthy, without even mentioning the salary and special allowances provided by the Spear Bureau, as well as the substantial bonuses from his numerous groundbreaking inventions. Lin Hao had also co-founded a technology company with several prominent families in the country. By analyzing the flying car derived from the Universal Capsule and combining it with Vegapunk's energy technology, Lin Hao had developed magnetic levitation vehicles and an efficient, safe, energy-saving, and clean battery suitable for widespread societal use. Even prior to Bulma's restoration of Goku's spaceship and the creation of the time machine, the battery technology in the Dragon Ball world was already sufficient to support flying cars traversing mountains and oceans amidst throngs of people. The most astonishing aspect was that it could be charged using a standard household power source. The energy technology in the pirate world was even more ludicrous, as it could power lasers using steam-era technology. Regardless of how absurd it seemed, Lin Hao had indeed created such a battery. Although the magnetic levitation vehicle had yet to be unveiled, the newly launched battery had already shaken the foundations of traditional energy structures, leading to the proliferation of new energy vehicles. The entire Huagua was benefiting from this, breaking through the energy blockade imposed by international forces with an unstoppable momentum in recent years. Nick Fury, having observed the rejuvenation of that ancient nation across the ocean, was scheming diligently to sever the tendrils of the SHIELD agency. Only Lin Hao could resolve these unreasonable technical issues and innovate anew, which is why he held over half the shares in the technology company. This wealth was beyond any monetary measure, not to mention the status and influence he commanded domestically as a result. Even if he were to move to other countries, he would not find better conditions. Moreover, Lin Hao was acutely aware of the reality of the so-called beacon of human civilization, America, where people of darker hues could excel, yet still encounter a glass ceiling, relegated to the status of high-ranking servants. It was precisely because Lin Hao candidly expressed his desires to Zheng Xian and his direct superior, and insisted on coming to America, that they ultimately acquiesced. The Americas division had been severely weakened and urgently required a formidable figure to take charge. Thus Lin Hao was dispatched. As for Lin Hao's ability to protect himself, they harbored no concerns. The moniker Demon King, originally a nickname bestowed by colleagues in the Technology Development Department of the Spear Bureau who could not withstand Lin Hao's relentless pursuit, carried an implicit recognition of his professional prowess. After all, within the sporting realm of Huagua, Demon King was a term of endearment. Subsequently, Lin Hao had seized the opportunity to undertake several field assignments, and thus Demon King became his operative code name, perceived as an apt title by enemies unaware of the true circumstances. In Zheng Xian's eyes, Lin Hao had grown powerful enough to confront the Weather Witch and the Blade in unison, making him well-suited for the role of head of the Americas division. In truth, that was merely a fraction of Lin Hao's displayed combat prowess. The existence of the little demon was something he could not disclose to others. Rest assured, Lin Hao smiled at Zheng Xian. Since they wished to play a game of deception, I shall orchestrate an act of treachery. Coincidentally, upon boarding Bruce Lee's private jet this morning to return to San Francisco, his observation hockey had detected an aircraft flying at a low altitude and slow speed. At this point in time on Earth, only one entity possessed such technology, the so-called beacon of advanced technology, Wakanda, which was merely at a primary level compared to MIT. Chapter 15. The eager Tony above San Francisco. An invisible transport aircraft hovered, with Wakandan Princess Shuri busily engaged at her computer. Originally, Chaka intended to discreetly employ mercenaries. However, upon discovering a report hacked from U.S. military system by his daughter Shuri, he could no longer remain passive. Initially, he believed that the Black Panther of San Francisco could only barely meet the standards after consuming the heart-shaped herb, posing a threat but not a significant one, especially considering they had the vibranium armor. Little did he know that this individual could evolve. Is there any sense in that? Who possesses the ability to evolve autonomously? ISNT, everyone reliant on their equipment? Realizing Wilfred's potential, Chaka had no choice but to personally bring his daughter to eliminate him. Shuri looked up and said to Chaka, "Father, I have located the families of Wilfred. Send that information to the mercenaries." Chaka commanded without hesitation. Great achievers do not concern themselves with trifles. Currently, Wilfred was within the military, and a mere team of mercenaries could not penetrate the military base. They would need to employ more effective means to lure him out. Soon, a team of mercenaries, having legally arrived in San Francisco in batches, received word from their employer. The leader, Hazak, immediately rallied his comrades. "The boss has sent word. Let's move out." A group of them swiftly donned their gear, armed and ready, and boarded 3 black SUVs. Naturally, they could not carry weapons through airport security. But this was America. What weapon could not be procured? We'll split into 3 teams. One to capture the target's mother, another for his sister, and I'll personally lead the team to apprehend his girlfriend. "Boss, ISNT that a bit risky?" One of the team members jested. "You really don't understand. That girl is quite slippery." Hazak replied with a mischievous grin. "Act swiftly and then regroup." Wilfred's relatives were merely ordinary people. They stood no chance against these seasoned mercenaries. At 10 p.m., Wilfred, stationed far away at the Southern Air Force Base, received a call from his mother. "Is this Mr. Wilfred?" Hazak asked with a smile. "Who are you? Where's my mother?" Wilfred exclaimed, startled. "Do not worry. Your mother, sister, and girlfriend are all safe." Hazak then held the phone to each of their mouths. "Well, please come save us." "Mom." Wilfred's expression shifted dramatically. "Mr. Wilfred, our demands are quite simple. If you return to San Francisco immediately, they will be safe." Hazak laid out their intentions. "You have only 2 hours. Be swift." With that, the call was abruptly terminated. "Damn it!" Wilfred's son shouted in frustration. "What is going on?" Roddy inquired as he approached. They were in a storage facility at the Air Force Base, where a variety of weaponry and industrial equipment were displayed in the distance. A man wearing a protective helmet was busily working, sparks flying around him. This man was none other than the brilliant weapon designer, Tony Stark. He had been summoned back to the Air Force Base by his friend Roddy the previous day. After listening to the Air Force's demands and examining the Falcon project, Tony was struck with a surge of inspiration. Though Tony was a wealthy heir, he was also a true scientist. Once an intriguing idea sparked in his mind, he couldn't contain himself, plunging into work with fervor, neglecting sleep and sustenance. This was the reason for his presence at the Air Force Base, as he was eager to commence work rather than waiting until he returned to New York when he might find some free time. Tony's schedule was indeed quite full. Roddy's suggestion yesterday had ignited Tony's thoughts regarding external armors, and he took the opportunity to channel his creative sparks into crafting a makeshift armor for Wilfredson. While the atmosphere was charged with industrious energy, Will and Roddy found themselves embroiled in an argument. "What are you joking about? The base would never allow you to fly a helicopter into downtown San Francisco." Roddy rebuked. "My mother and sister have been kidnapped," Will exclaimed, panic-stricken. "They demand I arrive within 2 hours, or they will execute them." "If your family has been kidnapped, you should contact the police," Roddy suggested, but was cut off by Will's derisive laughter. "Have you forgotten the tension between the San Francisco police and me? They wouldn't rescue anyone. They'd only report casualties." Roddy was at a loss for words. American soldiers generally held little regard for the police, especially since he himself was a person of color. Well aware of the unspoken rules that governed the police force, which often neglected cases involving the rights of black victims. I must go to San Francisco immediately, or my family is as good as dead, Will declared, dashing toward the warehouse exit. Despite the military regulations against leaving the base, he was undeterred. Today, he would do whatever it took to break free. "Hey," Tony called out from the workbench, removing his helmet. "Your gear is ready. Want to give it a try? It might help you get to San Francisco in no time." This last statement shifted Will's trajectory, causing him to rush toward Tony. "Tony," Roddy approached with a stern expression. "Of course, the equipment must be tested," Tony replied nonchalantly. What better way to assess a weapon's efficacy than in a real situation? "Where is it?" Will asked anxiously. "Happy. Come help." Tony summoned his assistant. The two first fitted Will with a backpack, then adorned his arms and legs with metallic armor. Tony pointed to a button on the belt and instructed Will, "Press this switch, and metal wings will deploy from the sides of the backpack. The straps and belt will activate armor to protect your torso and abdomen. All the metal plates have some tension, so they 1T restrict you when you transform." Tony elaborated on the details of the gear. "If you wish to fly faster, you can activate the thrusters on your hands and feet, though it requires a degree of coordination. Since you've adapted to the body of a leopard, your coordination should be adequate." Once fully equipped, Will could hardly contain his excitement as he burst out of the warehouse, launching into the sky. Initially, he struggled to adjust, wobbling in the air and nearly plummeting, but with minor adjustments to his movements, he ultimately succeeded in taking flight. He soared northward, after reporting to his superiors and notifying the radar department at the base. Roddy approached Tony with a smile. "It's rare to see you so eager. I can tell you genuinely want to help him. How could one possibly hinder a child from rescuing his parents?" Tony's expression suddenly grew somber, laden with profound sentiments. Roddy, aware of his friend's past, placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Meanwhile, Lin Hao, who had been spectating through Wilfordson's consciousness, suddenly imprinted his voice into Will's mind. "Kid, the place you're heading is a trap." The voice of the Lord of Demons remained ethereal and indifferent, exuding an air of aloof superiority. "If you wish to survive, seek assistance at this location." Instantly, an address materialized in Wilfordson's mind, pinpointing the headquarters of SHIELD in downtown Los Angeles. Although he was unfamiliar with the place, he felt compelled to obey the Lord of Demons' directive. Consequently, he adjusted his course and flew toward downtown Los Angeles. Chapter 16. I do not believe he can eliminate us all before exhausting his strength. Los Angeles SHIELD Division. Ward and Melinda had already prepared to strike after dispatching the imposter, aware that this bar was a covert line for the Spear Agency and heavily classified. They had been biding their time for months, waiting for the new head of the Spear Agency's American division to arrive. Although the imposter appeared flawless on the surface, there was no guarantee that the bar's owner wouldn't see through the ruse. If discovered, it would alert the target, necessitating their readiness to act. Even if they couldn't capture a high-ranking figure from the Spear Agency, they must not let this long-hidden mole slip away. Perhaps useful information could be extracted from him. However, after 30 hours of intense interrogation, they had gleaned not a shred of useful information. The old man refused to acknowledge his status as an agent of the Spear Agency. Director Ward, their SA situation at the entrance, Grant Ward, inside the interrogation room, heard the panicked voice of the guard. "No, there's a Black Panther intruding." Melinda received the news almost simultaneously and promptly warned Grant Ward. "It's the same panther that appeared in San Francisco a few days ago. I heard Carlson is currently in San Francisco, searching for those two beasts. Let us see what his intentions are," Ward said, stepping out of the interrogation room. After 30 hours of interrogation without results, having exhausted every method without breaking the old man's resolve, Ward was experienced enough to know that unless they found something pivotal to trigger the target's psychological defenses, there was little hope of obtaining information in the short term. As they faced a dead end, an unexpected high-value target appeared before them, naturally piquing Ward's interest. The SHIELD Division in Los Angeles was housed in a standalone 3-story building, surrounded by iron fences with access controlled by guards. Wilford's son, having breached the entrance, anxiously awaited in front of the small building. Upon seeing Ward and Melinda emerge, he immediately inquired, "Are you the heads of this establishment? Don't you know where this is?" Melinda's response was astute. "I don't need to know," Wilford's son asserted boldly. "I only need to know that you're interested in me. I can collaborate with you, provided you accompany me to San Francisco to rescue my family. I can fulfill your demands." Will had no doubts about the Lord of Demons' words. Instead, he felt gratitude for the guidance that had prepared him. "All right," Melinda replied without hesitation, instructing a subordinate who had come from headquarters, "Prepare a Quinjet. We are departing immediately." She then swiftly contacted Coulson, who was in San Francisco. "Coulson, the Black Panther you're seeking is with me. We're heading to San Francisco right now." Seeing Melinda's decisive actions, Ward had no choice but to follow suit. Before leaving, he did not forget to remind the head of the Los Angeles branch. "Keep a close watch on the person in the interrogation room and call a doctor. Do not let him die. Rest assured, Commander, we will keep an eye on him." The branch head knew they had no chance to bask in the glory of the operation, but they were already elated to conclude the months of surveillance and return to their former joyful times. The Quinjet's speed far exceeded that of Fordson's metal wings, and they soon arrived in San Francisco, where they met with Phil Coulson, who had been waiting. "Mr. Fordson, it is a pleasure to meet you," Coulson said, eagerly extending his hand towards Will. In recent days, Coulson had been quite agitated, having scoured San Francisco without a trace of the beastly Jacob Bryan. He had thought their mission was doomed, and that dreams of promotion and pay raises would remain distant. But unexpectedly, Will Fordson approached him. "Allow me to introduce ourselves. We are the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense. I do not care who you are. My commitment remains unchanged," Will replied, impatiently. "All I ask is that you join me in rescuing my family." Of course, Coulson responded confidently. After all, America was the headquarters of S.H.I.L.D. Dealing with a few kidnappers within its borders should be a simple task. He even felt grateful to the kidnappers for creating this opportunity. Otherwise, they would never have had the chance to engage with Will Fordson, who was in the military. The Army had strict discipline, making it impossible for soldiers to leave at will. Under normal circumstances, they lacked the jurisdiction to enter the city. And even if Will sought help from the military after his family's incident, it would likely yield no results. S.H.I.L.D., however, did have the authority to act, and at this moment, it was just a favor he needed. After Will provided the location demanded by the kidnappers, Coulson, May, and Grant, 3 Level 7 agents, swiftly devised a professional rescue plan. "Will, you will go in alone. We will quietly secure all surrounding streets to ensure no kidnapper escapes." Before long, Will Fordson appeared at the designated location. The site specified by Hazak was an abandoned factory on the outskirts of San Francisco. The mercenaries on guard spotted Will descending from the sky and quickly radioed Hazak. "Boss, this guy actually has wings. He flew down from above." Damn, Hazak finally realized. No wonder the employer had offered $1 million for this job. Although he had heard about the recent racial tensions in America and seen the black and white conflicts in the news, the employer had only informed them to come to America to kill someone, offering a high price of $1 million for it. Hazak understood that a high price meant high risk, but in their line of work, they were accustomed to flirting with danger. So he accepted the commission after only a moment's consideration. To be prudent, he brought his entire team along. It was only at this moment that he confirmed their target was indeed the beastly figure from the news. While Will Fordson's family had mentioned names, Hazak, preoccupied with his indulgences, had not paid attention, as America was not without individuals bearing the same name. Moreover, after their revelries, he had planned to eliminate them and had not given it much thought. "Let him in," Hazak gritted his teeth. "I do not believe he can kill us all before exhausting his strength." Will Fordson, upon receiving Coulson's voice through the communicator, knew they had completed the blockade and were coming to assist, and thus he confidently entered the abandoned factory. As soon as Hazak saw someone enter the encircled area, he eagerly commanded, "Open fire." Gunfire shattered the night. A hail of bullets surged toward Will. "Damn!" Will exclaimed, both shocked and furious. The adversaries had audaciously initiated an assault, clearly targeting him, and the lack of negotiation indicated that his loved ones had already suffered a terrible fate. Rage extinguished his reason, and will transform into a Black Panther, unleashing his claws and charging toward the source of the gunfire, heedless of defense. Blood and flesh flew, and screams echoed around. "Harrison, Jacob, respond," Hazak shouted, as his subordinates began to go silent, a flicker of fear creeping into his anger. This enemy was unlike any he had encountered in his long mercenary career. A mere beast had inflicted heavy losses on them. With his squad's equipment and strength, they could have easily slain genuine predators. Having hunted leopards and lions for sport during previous missions in the African savanna, Hazak could not comprehend that when a human truly possessed the strength of a beast, intelligence would interact with power in a wondrous manner, far surpassing a mere summation of human and beastly might. Chapter 17. Do you even deserve to be my kin? The transport aircraft hovering above the abandoned factory remained cloaked in invisibility. The agent Chaka observed the mercenary's performance with disappointment. He finally realized he had underestimated the Black Panther. Due to his pride, Chaka had been unwilling to acknowledge that the adversary possessed strength comparable to his own. "Father S. H. I. E. L. D. Agents are coming," Shuri alerted him. Chaka relinquished any hope and stood to approach the door, donning a suit of vibranium armor painted to resemble a tiger, holding a tiger head helmet in his hands. This preparation was made to deceive both himself and others. He wished to eliminate Will, the heretical Black Panther, while also fearing detection by his own panther spirit, hence concocting this farcical ruse. As long as the Panther God did not mention it, he would pretend this event never occurred, allowing his son to take over the domestic rituals and prayers. Thus, it would not count as deceiving the divine. "Open the door. I will handle this myself," Chaka said, donning the tiger head helmet. "Father, be careful," Shuri cautioned as she opened the cabin door. To avoid detection from those below, they refrained from activating the blue tractor beam. Fortunately, the aircraft was not far from the factory's rooftop, allowing Chaka to leap down directly. Utilizing the vibranium's capacity to absorb impact, combined with his years of mimicking felines, he effortlessly dissipated the force of his descent upon landing. Seeing his father safely touch down, Shuri intended to close the cabin door, only for a shadow to suddenly intrude. This shadow, seemingly doing nothing, caused Shuri to feel an intense surge of energy hit her brain, and she nearly instantly foamed at the mouth and lost consciousness. Having waited patiently, Lin Hao seized the opportunity to infiltrate the young woman's territory, unleashing his conqueror's haki as he entered, rendering her unconscious and causing her to foam at the mouth. TSK, Tisk, truly worthy of being the officially designated genius rivaling Tony Stark. Lin Hao's hands flew deftly over the controls, his face filled with fascination as he examined the aircraft's control system. This system is quite impressive. After 2 painstaking minutes, he finally cracked it. This was a brain that amalgamated the cutting-edge wisdom of both Vegapunk and Bulma. Having overridden the aircraft's control system, Lin Hao promptly piloted the plane to take off, heading towards Los Angeles. Wakanda truly lived up to its reputation as the beacon of Africa. Its technology far surpassed the global average, and its maximum speed had long surpassed 3 Mach. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Hao arrived above the SHIELD branch in Los Angeles. After drawing the tiger away from its den, the remaining agents left behind by SHIELD were no longer a concern. He could also employ the mercenaries and Chaka to eliminate some agents heading to San Francisco. Just the previous morning, when Lin Hao had returned from Los Angeles to San Francisco, he had encountered Wakanda's aircraft in the sky. Realizing that the artificial devil fruit of the Black Panther form had attracted Wakanda's attention. This had been one of the thoughts that arose when Lin Hao witnessed the extent of Wolfordson's transformation, but he did not expect Chaka to be so impatient. Upon his return to San Francisco, Lin Hao positioned himself near the residence of Wolfordson, patiently waiting for an opportunity. It was not long before he spotted the aircraft from Wakanda. Initially expecting Chaka to act swiftly, he was surprised to see the arrival of a group of white-gloved individuals. After enduring a wait of several hours, Lin Hao finally seized the moment to infiltrate the aircraft during Chaka's engagement. Subsequently, Lin Hao's schedule became quite hectic. Upon reaching the Los Angeles branch of SHIELD, He transformed his appearance and physique, donning a metallic mask as he leaped from the aircraft. Before the vigilant agents could issue a warning, the overwhelming presence of Conqueror's hockey swept through the area, causing all agents to fall unconscious, foam spilling from their mouths. Lin Hao activated his observation hockey, honing in on the interrogation room where Ivan was held. However, he first proceeded to the main server room, utilizing pre-developed equipment to breach the system's firewall and extract all its data before rushing towards the interrogation room to rescue Ivan. Carrying Ivan back to the aircraft, Lin Hao stood at the edge of the cabin door, extending his right hand to gather his energy into the palm. A sphere of luminous white energy, the size of a basketball, glimmered in the night. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the energy sphere towards the facility below. Lacking finesse in its execution, he resorted to this crude method of unleashing the energy. But the overwhelming power inherent in the Dragon Ball universe allowed it to easily breach the building and explode violently. A blinding flash engulfed the facility, a small mushroom cloud rising into the Los Angeles night sky, leaving behind a gaping crater where the building and its occupants once stood. This was merely the beginning. In the distance, aboard a departing aircraft, Lin Hao coldly murmured, "Nick Fury. I shall settle the score for the sacrifice of my comrades in due time." Meanwhile, as Lin Hao raced to Los Angeles to save Ivan, fierce combat unfolded in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of San Francisco. The mercenaries summoned by Chaka were seasoned veterans, each with years of combat experience. Hearing the cries of their comrades did not instill fear. Rather, it ignited their ferocity. "Cowards, step forward and face Baba Sa head-on." As Coulson May and Grant arrived with their respective teams outside the factory, the sound of gunfire echoed from within. Grant shouted into the communicator Coulson, "This is not a mere group of kidnappers." "Indeed," Coulson replied gravely, "but we are in San Francisco, and retreat is not an option." Although this operation was not their mandate, the emergence of unidentified armed personnel within national borders necessitated their involvement. To withdraw now would bring repercussions from Nick Fury. "Enough chatter. I'm going in." Melinda, true to her title of Iron Rider, showed no mercy to any adversary, regardless of their background. As agents surged in from the rear, Wilfred's son experienced a moment of relief amidst the chaos, regaining his composure and charging into the factory. Though the fate of his family seemed grim, he could not accept defeat without witnessing the truth for himself. The Black Panther's lithe form darted through the dilapidated stairway, soon discovering 3 bodies lying in pools of blood in the factory's largest room. No, a wave of profound sorrow washed over him, and he felt his strength dissipate as the injuries he had sustained in battle began to throb painfully. At that moment of vulnerability, claws lunged towards his exposed neck. Yet, the training he had undergone with the military heightened his vigilance. His body instinctively reacted. He tilted his head away, and from his backpack, metallic wings sprang forth, their sharp edges aimed at the assailant's neck. While ordinary alloys could not breach the defenses of vibranium, this strike landed precisely at the junction between the helmet and armor. Currently, the Black Panther suit designed by Shuri for Wakanda had yet to incorporate the nanotechnology of a decade hence, leaving its joints vulnerable to forceful separation. In the instant the helmet detached from the armor, Wilfred's son caught a fleeting glimpse of black, clutching his neck where the wound had been inflicted, and rolling away to distance himself. He stared at the yellow tiger before him in shock. You are black?" Chaka dismissed the question, intensifying his assault with lethal intent aimed at Wilfred's son's vital points. The claws of vibranium effortlessly tore through the armor crafted for Wilfred's son by Tony, and soon, his body was riddled with wounds. Why do you want to kill me?" Confusion clouded Wilfred's son's mind. "I can understand white men wanting to kill me, but you are clearly black. Are we not brothers?" He cried out in desperation. Originally indifferent to Wilfred's son's plight, Chaka seemed provoked by the remark, letting out a cold laugh. "Brothers? You dare claim that title? We, the noble Wakandans, are a chosen people, while you lowly slaves are unworthy to be called our kin. It is your kind that has led to the discrimination of blacks by whites, bringing shame upon noble Wakandans as well. How dare you utter the word brother? Feeling the sting of his words, Chaka crossed his arms, unleashing a shockwave from the accumulated kinetic energy absorbed by his vibranium armor. The force sent Wilfred's son flying, a mouthful of blood spilling forth. Chaka advanced swiftly, forming his hand into a blade and piercing Wilfred's son's chest, forcibly extracting his heart, claws retracting to crush the still-beating organ. With a fierce sense of resentment and fury, Wilfred's son exhaled his last breath. Bound by a contract, his soul returned to the pages of the Demon's Covenant. Lin Hao, having amassed a wealth of anguish from the fallen, arrived just in time above the abandoned factory. Though only a pawn had perished, Chaka's dismissive attitude towards the lineage of Zhao left Lin Hao deeply unsettled. Very well. The vibranium mines have always belonged to the Spear of God. Chapter 18. The Siege of Wakanda. After personally slaying the heretic Black Panther, Chaka noted the diminishing gunfire outside the abandoned factory. Understanding that the mercenaries would soon be eradicated by SHIELD agents, he refrained from lingering and swiftly ascended to the rooftop, calling for his daughter. Shuri, descend and open the hatch. Still dazed and frothing at the mouth, Shuri responded to Lin Hao's call, who lowered the aircraft and opened the hatch. Who says waiting for a hare is futile? Look, I caught a great black hare. As the aircraft descended and the hatch swung wide, Chaka wasted no time, leaping up with a powerful push. Upon entering the cabin, he was immediately enveloped by the overwhelming presence of Conqueror's Haki. Thud! Encased in vibranium armor, Chaka crashed to the floor. His armor could absorb kinetic impact, but was defenseless against a direct mental assault. Utilizing Conqueror's Haki as a means of subduing his foes proved increasingly convenient for Lin Hao. For targets like Chaka, clad in vibranium, mundane weapons were ineffective. However, with the power of Haki, as long as the opponent's base strength was insufficient, no layer of armor could shield them from his onslaught. With Chaka captured, Lin Hao piloted the aircraft towards the Pacific, flying over 4,000 kilometers before spotting a floating circular fortress high in the sky. After receiving a message from Lin Hao, Zheng Xian awaited at the circular fortress. With Lin Hao's involvement, the current circular fortress of the Spear Bureau had become even more advanced than depicted in the original narrative, featuring not only jet engines, but also the levitation technology from the Dragon Ball universe. It flew not only faster and more steadily, but also emitted minimal noise. Once the energy shield and optical camouflage were activated, it became virtually silent and undetectable. As the aircraft landed on the fortress's helipad, Zheng Xian was already there with medical personnel. Ivan, covered in blood, was taken away by the medical staff, while Lin Hao personally assisted Chaka and his daughter Shuri down from craft. Yu Zhen, along with his team, began dismantling the aircraft. Lin Hao instructed the deputy director of the Technology Development Department. This aircraft's engine, power source, operating system, and stealth technology all possess commendable attributes. Understood. We will ensure to learn it as swiftly as possible, was the response. Yu Zhen, accompanied by a group of lab-coated technicians wielding various tools, swiftly disassembled the Wakandan aircraft into its component parts. Are you truly planning to take action against Wakanda? Zheng Xian inquired. Do you have any idea how much vibranium Wakanda possesses? Lin Hao rhetorically answered, a whole mountain range of vibranium mines and of extremely high purity. The plan remains the same. I will play the role of the villain while you assume the role of the hero. I will create a diversion, and you will come in to negotiate for mercy, culminating in a rental agreement for the vibranium mine with a division of 3 to 7. You expect to take 30%? Zheng Xian was astonished. 30% is mine. If I go through all this trouble for only 30%, I might as well be begging on my knees. Lin Hao feigned a benevolent demeanor, as if granting him such a share was an act of kindness. Will they even agree? Zheng Xian expressed skepticism, his expression mirroring that of a subway commuter checking their phone. If they refuse, I shall awaken their Black Panther god and expose the misdeeds of this old man in San Francisco. Lin Hao retorted, shaking the chaka he held in his right hand. A man willing to deceive even the deity of his faith to cling to power. Lin Hao was confident he could extract a concession. Otherwise, another tribe could take the throne. What did he do? Zheng Xian was unaware of the events that transpired at the abandoned factory on the outskirts of San Francisco. This old fool ran to San Francisco and killed a black man who could transform into the Black Panther. Lin Hao replied. Wilfred Watson? As the director of the Spear Bureau, Zheng Xian naturally knew of the recent racial tensions in America and looked at Lin Hao with a questioning gaze. Your scheme? Indeed. A mere pawn, Lin Hao confessed. Zheng Xian chose not to press further. Director, if I truly awaken the Black Panther god, you must come with the Holy Spear to back me up, Lin Hao grinned. Zheng Xian shot him a sideways glance, as if seeing through his ulterior motives, yet ultimately nodded. The properties of vibranium are vast, and its applications numerous. It holds immense value. Each year, the 5 major rogues vie for the tiny amounts leaked from Wakanda, and intelligence agencies for various nations attempt to pry secrets from Wakanda, only to find their conclusions align with Wakanda's public statements. Now that they had finally discovered Wakanda's concealment, the Spear Bureau had seized upon their vulnerability. How could they remain indifferent? Zheng Xian promptly reported to his superiors, receiving permission to act. Through this trial run, Lin Hao confirmed that the Spear of Imhotep, transmitted by Zhang Heng, was indeed safeguarded within the Spear Bureau. With this sacred spear as a safety net, Lin Hao felt emboldened for future endeavors. Thus, the circular fortress flew southwest, crossing the Pacific Ocean to the Indian Ocean, heading straight for East Africa. Returning to the director's office, Zheng Xian announced to all agents within the fortress. The command of the fortress will now be transferred to the 9th-level agent, the Demon King, and all departments must cooperate fully. The Spear Bureau's 150,000 agents could not all remain within the circular fortress. This time, Zheng Xian brought only a trusted team to ensure no moles from other factions were present. Upon hearing of the Demon King's reappearance, whispers filled the fortress. Is the Demon King going out on a mission again? Who has the unfortunate soul this time? Poor child, why provoke our Demon King? Does he not realize the Demon King holds a grudge? Wearing a metallic mask, Lin Hao adjusted his voice and issued commands through a holographic projection. Maximize the power of the engines and shields. Everyone prepare for impact. Thus, the massive circular fortress descended with unwavering resolve, executing a maneuver akin to an earthly projectile, aimed directly at the energy shield of Wakanda's capital. The collision of the 2 transparent energy shields produced a thunderous roar, louder than a clap of thunder. The fortress's energy shield flickered incessantly, and Wakanda's shield fared no better. The illusion of a desolate grassland trembled violently, intermittently revealing the towering skyscrapers within. An ear-piercing alarm blared in the capital of Wakanda, and citizens looked up to behold a colossal fortress in the sky. With King Chaka and Princess Shuri absent, Queen Ramonda and Prince Chala exchanged bewildered glances. Ramonda felt an unsettling familiarity with the fortress, though she could not immediately place it. It seemed she had seen it on her husband's desk before. Wakanda, equipped with the most advanced technology of the current era, utilized surveillance satellites to gather intelligence from around the globe. Genius scientist Shuri had harnessed the unique properties of vibranium to develop a suite of technologies unique to Wakanda, significantly advancing the nation's technological prowess. Mother, the radar provided no prior warning. The enemy's camouflage is highly sophisticated, Chala stated. Although he had secretly consumed the heart-shaped herb with his father's tacit approval, he was not adept with technology and could not navigate the central control system his sister designed. Thus, he could only allow the system to defend itself according to its preset protocols. With our father and Shuri absent, we must protect the capital. Ramonda decisively commanded. Send word to the 5 tribes to mobilize for defense. However, before they could prepare their defenses, a massive laser descended from the heavens, striking the protective shield of Wakanda. After a tense few seconds, it finally blasted a hole through it. This shell is exceptionally tough. No wonder even Director Doom could only use cannon fodder against Lin Hao, he muttered. As the breach opened, towering 7-meter-tall peacekeepers leapt from the fortress's open hatch. Director Lin stood on the brink of Africa's lighthouse. The peacekeepers would bring true peace to Wakanda. Chapter 19. Occupation of the Wakandan Palace, the Peacekeepers were powerful robots modeled after Bartholomew Bear, designed by Vegapunk, possessing strength so formidable that even the Straw Hat Pirates before the War of the Summit would need to combine their powers to defeat them. The cost of this model rivaled that of a major naval warship in the world of pirates. But this was due to the lack of foundational industrial productivity in that world. All components and alloys had to be custom-made. The Celestial Dragon's world government would never enhance industrial capacity, as it would bolster military strength across nations and threaten their own rule. After all, they relied on plundering the heavens for gold and were never short of funds. The foundational industrial level of the Marvel Universe was centuries ahead of that of the pirate world, resulting in significantly reduced costs for manufacturing components. Since joining the Spear Bureau, Lin Hao had utilized various advanced technologies to amass vast wealth for the organization, which now stood financially robust, akin to S.H.A.L.D. Thus, Lin Hao invested in an unprecedented production run of over 100 Peacekeepers, allowing the towering robots to storm the capital of Wakanda, unleashing lasers from their hands and mouths. The African lighthouse erupted in flames, leaving devastation in its wake. The air was filled with anguished cries of suffering. Dammit! On the platform before the tallest building, the Wakandan Palace, Prince Chala's face twisted in rage. He stormed toward Shuri's laboratory, intending to don his vibranium armor and transform into the Black Panther. Stop! Queen Ramonda called after him. The king is absent. Do you wish for the citizens to know you have indulged in the heart-shaped herb? However, as Chala lifted his gaze, he beheld the capital in utter disarray, with countless citizens perishing in the flames. Even clad in battle armor, he could not hope to contend with such an overwhelming number of robots. Ramonda was not an ignorant woman of the streets. She observed the scene with a discerning eye and realized that this group of robots possessed formidable defenses. The Royal Guard, armed with vibranium spears, could barely breach their defenses, let alone penetrate them. The robots' offensive capabilities were even more formidable. Their laser fire was one thing, but their sheer physical strength could shatter stone. Any member of the Royal Guard struck by a single blow was rendered nearly incapacitated. In Wakanda, only the Black Panthers of each generation were entitled to consume the heart-shaped herb, while the Royal Guard were, quite frankly, merely a cadre of well-trained soldiers. Their victories over foreign armies were due to their vibranium weaponry, yet they lacked the comprehensive vibranium armor that the Black Panthers donned. It was only natural. If every member of the Royal Guard were equipped with vibranium armor and weaponry, how could the king of Wakanda find peace? When Thanos attacked, the Royal Guard fought valiantly with nothing but spears against the extraterrestrial invaders, while even the rhinos were clad in vibranium armor. It was the prince's duty to organize the evacuation of the citizens to the bomb shelters. Ramonda admonished her son, stating that this was the true essence of leadership, rather than recklessly charging into battle. Orchestrating an evacuation during such peril could win the hearts of the populace and lay a solid foundation for his future ascension to the throne. Ultimately, it was also due to their inability to prevail. Had they been able to defeat the enemy with a few swift strikes, they could have garnered both admiration and respect. Commanding the Royal Guard to escort Chala away, Queen Ramonda remained on the platform before the palace, bracing herself against the enemy's assault, which undoubtedly sought the vibranium. She needed to hold her ground until her husband returned. As long as the enemy had desires, there was room for negotiation. Moreover, Wakanda was not without means to retaliate. As the assault commenced, energy cannons distributed throughout the capital began to counterattack autonomously, launching energy projectiles that could collapse the metallic skeletons of the pacifists. Fortunately, the robots felt no pain and were exceptionally resilient. Even when injured or missing limbs, they continued to engage the enemy. The ordinary alloys simply could not compare. Within the command center of the circular fortress, Lin Hao's yearning for vibranium intensified as he observed the scenes on the screen. Vibranium falling into the hands of these inept individuals was a tragic waste. Were it not for Marvel's official decree appointing Princess Shuri, these people would have merely crafted armor and spears, perpetuating this tradition for millennia. This self-serving and ignorant populace held the greatest wealth on Earth, yet contributed nothing to the advancement of human civilization. If Wakanda had possessed more advanced weaponry during Thanos' invasion, Or had they shared vibranium to fashion suits of armor for their primary forces, perhaps the Mad Titan would never have had the opportunity to snap his fingers. Was it truly a lack of vibranium? They had even outfitted rhinos in vibranium armor. This fearful populace was reluctant to reveal the vast reserves of vibranium they possessed. Yet when humanity faced extinction, they refused to relent, allowing billions to perish. Attacking such a wretched nation posed no moral dilemma for Lin Hao. Throughout history, artifacts of power have belonged to the worthy. Since the Wakandans were unwilling to utilize their vibranium for the betterment of human civilization, he would seize it. The main cannon was fully charged. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao resolutely commanded, "Continue bombardment. Let the fortress advance." As the order was disseminated, beams of yellow laser erupted from the edges of the circular fortress, converging towards the central floating cannon. The main cannon discharged, sending forth beams of varying sizes that traced a golden skeletal framework in the air. The golden shaft struck heavily against Wakanda's protective shield, widening the breach like unsightly blemishes on a visage. Following the laser barrage, the circular fortress surged forward once more. This time, the battered shield crumbled, and the fortress successfully breached the skies above Wakanda. The ground-based energy cannons swiftly redirected their fire towards the fortress, while the combat aircraft in Wakanda's hangars ascended autonomously, akin to a swarm of bees converging upon the circular stronghold. Cease fire on the main cannon. The secondary cannons will engage. Target their aircraft and energy cannons. Lin Hao's cold command rang out. The main cannon in the center of the fortress retreated back into position as numerous secondary cannons unleashed their fury. Beams of laser fire struck various locations throughout the capital, their intensity surpassing that of the pacifists, obliterating ground-based artillery with ease. Both sides wielded energy weapons, their targeting systems comparable, resulting in precise strikes. The circular fortress remained shielded, while Wakanda's ground artillery faltered under the relentless assault. Though the ground cannons possessed their own defenses, they were insufficient to withstand such saturation attacks. Your Majesty, the enemy is formidable. It would be prudent for you to retreat to a secure location until reinforcements from the other tribes arrive to reclaim the capital. While the film depicted a singular capital for Wakanda, in truth, the 5 tribes each held their territories. The capital under siege left the royal family with strategic options for retreat, albeit at the cost of potential scrutiny from the other tribes. However, if their lives were at stake, what future remained? The circular fortress descended to less than 100 meters above the Wakandan palace, allowing Lin Hao's observation hockey to easily pinpoint Queen Ramonda below. Seeking an escape? Without hesitation, Lin Hao dashed towards the nearest hatch and leapt down. His presence overwhelmed those within the palace, rendering them unconscious. Witnessing their commander descend, the other agents swiftly mounted a hovering platform from the fortress, pursuing Lin Hao as he gracefully descended. Creating a small breach in the protective shield, Lin Hao and his agents stormed into the Wakandan palace, effortlessly capturing Queen Ramonda. Now, aside from Chala, the royal family was entirely assembled. Chapter 20. The vibranium mine has belonged to the Godspear Bureau since time immemorial. Upon awakening, Chaka found himself utterly disoriented. Had he not just vanquished the heretics and boarded his aircraft to return home? Looking around, he confirmed he was indeed in his own palace. Oh, so I have returned. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Someone had rendered him unconscious. He then noticed he was bound in chains, with his daughter unconscious to his left and his wife, who had only recently succumbed to sleep, on his right. Awake, are we? A cold voice pierced the air. You possess the highest caliber among this group. Following the sound, Chaka beheld a black metallic mask adorned with 3 white crescents, 2 small and 1 large, contorted into an exaggerated grin. Although the eyes and mouth of the figure were obscured, the voice was clear, neither coarse nor soft, yet imbued with an unshakable chill. Who are you? Chaka demanded, realizing he was in the grand hall of the Wakandan palace, surrounded by a contingent of individuals clad in red uniforms, standing in strict formation, clearly elite guards. Do not rush. I do not wish to repeat myself. Let us wait for your son and the leaders of the 5 tribes to arrive before I introduce myself. Lin Hao turned away, inspecting the decor within the hall. After capturing Queen Ramonda, he had promptly proceeded to Shuri's laboratory, taking the necessary time to breach Wakanda's central control system and subsequently commandeer the city's defenses. The protective shield recharged, restoring the original and outdated camouflage of the savannah. Subsequently, a remote-controlled satellite from Wakanda, positioned in low Earth orbit, emitted interference signals, temporarily incapacitating foreign satellites operating over Wakanda during this period, ensuring that even if foreign satellites captured the scenes of battle, the signals would fail to transmit due to malfunction. The cosmos is filled with various radiations, and it is entirely normal for satellites to be disrupted or even destroyed. Moreover, during this time frame, it was highly probable that the agents of SHIEV had already arrived in Los Angeles to investigate the cause of the mushrooming incidents of the Los Angeles branch, leaving them with little time to spare. Lin Hao seized this opportunity to silently invade Wakanda. The population of Wakanda is limited, and its military forces even fewer. Apart from the generations of Black Panthers who have consumed the heart-shaped herb and possess superhuman abilities, only the leader of the Jabari tribe, M'Baku, wields the strength bestowed by the white ape, while the rest are ordinary individuals, merely relying on their vibranium weaponry to assert dominance. The Spear Bureau is officially designated to have 150,000 agents, and this time, Zheng Xian led 1,000 elite operatives, all trained in the foundational internal cultivation techniques derived from Lin Hao's teachings. Those who have trained for over 5 years possess speed and strength comparable to that of a Black Panther unencumbered by vibranium armor. 5,000 were dispatched to capture the leaders of the 5 major tribes. 3,000 were tasked with suppressing the capital of Wakanda, while the remaining 2,000 remained stationed at the circular fortress. Chala, having departed from the royal palace, was escorted by the royal guard to the river tribe by the banks of the Amas River, the tribe most loyal to the Wakandan royal family, where the chief's daughter, Nakia, was Chalia's girlfriend. Unfortunately, the agents of the Spear Bureau, riding in hovering battle vehicles, arrived ahead of schedule. A 7th-level agent of the Spear Bureau pointed to Chala and the royal guard galloping across the grassland below, saying, "Old Lee, I'll take 10 men down to capture Chala. You continue towards the river tribe. Is 10 enough?" A colleague nearby chuckled. "Be careful not to get knocked down. You'll have to wait for me to save you. Am I a novice in internal strength?" With that, he mounted a flying motorcycle, charging down with 10 subordinates. The battle was without suspense. Chala, in his haste, had not donned his vibranium armor, and his skills alone could not withstand the 11 agents of the Spear Bureau, who had cultivated their internal energy. After capturing Chala and the royal guard, they waited briefly before seeing their colleagues return with the leader of the river tribe. The 5 groups of agents reported swift successes, aside from some minor losses incurred from the Jabari tribe in the snow-capped mountains and the border tribe managing the frontier defenses. The other 3 tribes were nearly effortlessly subdued. After apprehending the leaders of the 5 major tribes, the 5 groups swiftly returned to the capital of Wakanda without engaging in prolonged conflict. This led to the members of the 5 tribes witnessing their leaders' capture, prompting them to spontaneously pursue, raising clouds of dust across the savannah. Observing their leaders being taken to the capital, the heads of the 5 tribes hesitated momentarily before the capital's protective shield, contemplating various scenarios. Some believed the nation was under attack, while others suspected the royal family intended to obliterate the 5 tribes for centralized power. Yet, with the leaders taken away, they could not remain indifferent. Otherwise, morale would dissipate, and maintaining order would become increasingly difficult. "I'll take half of our men inside. You all retreat in succession. If we haven't returned before nightfall, immediately head back to your tribes." The members of the 5 tribes made almost identical decisions. Even the river tribe, known for its loyalty to the crown, was no exception. The tribes of Wakanda had engaged in conflict for over 1,000 years until the first Black Panther emerged, forcibly uniting them into a singular nation. Unfortunately, this nation had never truly been unified. Each tribe held a portion of power, with military authority primarily residing with the border tribe, while the mining tribe was responsible for extracting the most crucial vibranium resources. Ironically, the wealthiest controlling the national finances was the merchant tribe, while another tribe, the ape tribe, remained aloof, with their leader being a formidable figure second only to the Black Panther. One must acknowledge that this peculiar organizational model is reminiscent of the disunited descendants of the Roman Empire in Europe. Were such a state to exist in East Asia, it would have long been dismantled and conquered by adversaries, with no expectation of enduring peace for millennia. After half of the forces from the 5 tribes entered the capital, Lin Hao completely shut down the protective shield, and the waiting agents of the Spear Bureau joined forces with the pacifists to forcibly disarm these individuals. Within the Grand Hall of the Royal Palace, the 5 leaders, upon witnessing the entire royal family assembled in neat order, felt a sudden sense of equilibrium. Excellent. I'm not the only one in misfortune. With everyone gathered, Lin Hao's indifferent voice echoed in the ears of every high-ranking official in Wakanda. We of the Spear Bureau intend to reclaim the vibranium mines that have belonged to us since time immemorial. Absurd. Ridiculous. The vibranium mines are undeniably ours in Wakanda. When did they become the property of your Spear Bureau? What even is the Spear Bureau? Never heard of it before. The leaders of the mining tribe and the merchant tribe were the first to protest, as their wealth depended entirely on the vibranium mines. Seeing the current situation, where the entire nation had been apprehended, it was clear that the adversaries had likely discovered the true reserves of vibranium. To deny such a fact would only invite humiliation. Chaka remained silent, knowing well what the Spear Bureau represented from the historical records of Wakanda. He understood the Spear Bureau was indeed an organization of considerable antiquity. However, Prince T'Challa was still enveloped in the shadow of his recent defeat at the hands of the Spear Bureau agents. He could not grasp why, despite consuming the heart-shaped herb, he had been so easily vanquished by them. Was not the heart-shaped herb a divine gift from the Panther God? Was it not a sacred object exclusively possessed by the noble Wakandans? Having consumed it, he still could not prevail. Had he consumed the heart-shaped herb in vain? At this moment, the young T'Challa, still in his adolescence, placed significant weight on success and failure. M'Baku, the leader of the Jabari tribe, also remained silent. He was similarly young and had just been effortlessly defeated by the enemy. The chief of the River tribe, embracing his daughter Nakia, scrutinized the situation, occasionally glancing at T'Challa and then at Lin Hao, adorned with a metallic mask, pondering to whom his daughter should be given to secure the future interests of the River tribe. Let me tell you a story. Approximately 4,000 years ago, around 2620 BC, the world's first empire emerged in your northern lands. Chapter 21. This has been the case since ancient times. In 2620 BC, an extraterrestrial entity known as the Brood invaded Earth. It was the mother nest of the insectoid species. Lin Hao began recounting this tale within the Grand Hall of the Wakandan Royal Palace. I have encountered this legend in the historical records of our ancestors. The diminutive princess, Shuri, finally awoke, taking up Lin Hao's narrative, but they were defeated and the battlefield was in Egypt. What does that have to do with us in Wakanda? Do not be hasty. Seeing someone step forward to corroborate, Lin Hao's mood brightened and his demeanor softened considerably. Chaka shot a fierce glare at his daughter, thinking this unfortunate child must have been foolishly absorbed in her studies. Just as Princess Shuri stated, the invading extraterrestrial beings were indeed vanquished by humankind. At that time, the architect of the pyramids, Imhotep, led an army to obliterate the Brood, subsequently founding a profoundly influential organization known as the Shield Brotherhood. After defeating the Brood, Imhotep was revered as a deity, receiving veneration from the masses. The spear and shield he used to conquer the Brood were respectively regarded as the Holy Spear and the Holy Shield. The Holy Shield was preserved within the Shield Brotherhood and became its totem, while the Holy Spear made its way eastward, inherited by Zheng Xian, the founder of the Spear Bureau. Thus, the phrase the spear in the east, the shield in the west came into existence. Little Shuri was absorbed in the tale, instinctively inquiring, what does this have to do with us in Wakanda? At the tender age of 11 or 12, Shuri is undoubtedly a prodigy, yet she remains a child at heart. This leads us to the following discourse. The preceding content offered some semblance of coherence. Yet Lin Hao now embarks on a serious, yet nonsensical narrative. Through the historical events previously recounted, it should be apparent that humanity is not alone in the cosmos. extraterrestrial beings have been visiting Earth for millennia. Approximately 5,000 years ago, a pantheon of deities emerged on Earth, including India's Shiva and Vishnu, Egypt's Amunimsare and Horus, Japan's Izanagi, the Jade Emperor of China, and the Antarctic Elder, alongside your own goddess of the Black Panther. Lin Hao finally referenced Wakanda. The gaze of the Wakandan elite converged upon him, bolstered by Shuri's acknowledgement as the nation's genius princess. They began to entertain the possibility that Lin Hao's words were not entirely fanciful, igniting their curiosity regarding these ancient secrets. In a bid to allocate the power of belief, quell conflicts among followers, and counter extraterrestrial threats, these indigenous deities allied with Odin, the All-Father of Asgard, and Zeus, the king of Olympus, to establish the Council of Gods. They agreed that the deities of various nations could participate in the council to deliberate on significant earthly matters. After providing this background, Lin Hao revealed his purpose. The deities of China dispatched the Antarctic Elder to the Council of Gods. On one occasion, your goddess of the Black Panther approached the Antarctic Elder, expressing concerns over Wakanda's deficient smelting capabilities, and proposed a collaborative venture to develop the vibranium mines. All the Wakandan leaders regarded Lin Hao with incredulity, as if he were attempting to deceive children. Even young Shuri was skeptical. "What evidence do you have?" "Indeed, I do," Lin Hao replied, gesturing for his subordinates to bring forth a finely crafted cipher box. As they opened it, he continued his tale. The two parties engaged in joint development for over a millennium until the Council of Gods decreed that no divine entities could interfere in human affairs, leading to the goddess of the Black Panther and all heavenly deities retreating into obscurity. Subsequently, a celestial maiden descended upon the Eastern Han capital of Luoyang. She informed Zheng Xian, the director of the Royal Academy of Sciences, that the heavenly court had once made an agreement with the deities of Wakanda, which conveniently addressed Zhang Heng's material needs for constructing the seismograph. Lin Hao produced an ancient scroll depicting the scene of Zhang Heng meeting the celestial maiden atop a pavilion, followed by another scroll illustrating the Han dynasty's naval fleet setting sail. Upon receiving the maiden's message, Zhang Heng rejoiced and promptly dispatched a fleet across the seas to the Persian Gulf, a historical record that should also exist in Wakanda's annals. Yet it only records your arrival at the Persian Gulf, omitting any mention of the vibranium mines, exclaimed the earnest Shuri. Chaka rolled his eyes in frustration, wishing he could silence his daughter's incessant chatter, but he was bound by metal chains. The other Wakandan leaders, previously indifferent to such ancient history, now found themselves intrigued, though none aside from the studious Shuri had perused the dusty tomes of the royal library. During the Eastern Han period, Wakanda was surrounded by tribes. Yet they were the only ones to conceive of a national identity, and a visit from such a grand Eastern power was duly recorded by the royal court. The Book of the Later Han documents that in the year 97 AD, Ban Chao dispatched Gan Ning to the Great Qin. He gazed toward the Western Sea, which is the Persian Gulf. Thus, the footprints of the Chinese reached the African continent, and, subsequently, the maritime Silk Road began to extend to the shores of the Persian Gulf. Based on this foundation, Zheng He, on his final voyage, circumnavigated the Cape of Good Hope, traversing the Mozambique Channel to reach Madagascar. Alas, fate was unkind, and he ultimately failed to navigate past the Cape of Good Hope to discover a maritime route to the Western lands. "Evidence is irrefutable," Lin Hao declared, shaking the ancient scroll in his hand with righteous conviction. This has been the truth since time immemorial. Within his fabrications, there lay a blend of reality and fiction, with a hint of truth amidst the deception. Even the Wakandan leaders were left pondering. Could it be true that the goddess of the Black Panther had made an agreement with the Eastern deities? "I knew you would not believe me." Lin Hao waved his hand dismissively, signaling for his subordinates to remove the precious historical documents. In truth, there was a simpler method. He turned to Chaka with a knowing smile. "Simply awaken the goddess of the Black Panther and inquire with her." "No." Chaka reacted as if a cat had stepped on his tail, his voice strained. The leaders of the 5 tribes cast curious glances, while Chala, aware of his father's actions from the previous day, lowered his head, unable to meet their gazes, and Princess Shuri also averted her eyes in guilt. "Your Majesty," Do you believe my words to be false? Lin Hao posed with an air of certainty. You would not wish for the goddess of the Black Panther to discover the truth behind the death of the Black Panther, would you? While the goddess may not care for a mere mortal who can transform into a Black Panther, she would certainly be concerned about being deceived by her chosen follower. It is akin to the Pope deceiving God. While such acts may occur in the mundane world, it is because they know that God does not exist in that realm. However, in the Marvel Universe, deities do exist, as evidenced even in the cinematic universe with the revelation of the Council of Gods in Thor, Love and Thunder. The goddess of the Black Panther truly dwells upon the land of Wakanda. Otherwise, why would Chaka deliberately paint the vibranium armor to resemble a tiger and don a tiger-headed helmet? It is merely a ruse to assuage his own conscience. Now, hearing Lin Hao's intention to awaken the goddess of the Black Panther, could Chaka remain calm? He recalled how Lin Hao had incapacitated him the moment he boarded the aircraft. Clearly aware of the events that transpired in San Francisco, Chaka swallowed hard, resembling one who had just ingested something foul, and finally gritted his teeth. Very well, let us jointly develop the vibranium mines, and the yield shall be split between us. No matter how valuable vibranium may be, it pales in comparison to the power of the royal family. If the goddess of the Black Panther were to awaken, the best outcome for Chaka's family would be exile, with a high probability of being slaughtered by enraged citizens and successors. While the enemies may be exiled by the goddess, Chaka's family would lose everything. As long as they retained their throne, their losses would be negligible. After all, the quantity of vibranium Wakanda sells annually is so small that it is inconsequential. By controlling the supply, they have inflated the price of vibranium to an astronomical rate of $10,000 per gram. Even if they were to share half of the vibranium mine, it would make no difference to the Wakandan elite. For the Divine Spear Bureau would never be foolish enough to flood the market with their vibranium, thus crashing the prices. Additionally, due to the stable molecular structure of vibranium, akin to gold, it is exceedingly difficult to deplete. The vibranium extracted over millennia has been almost entirely preserved, ensuring a continuous cycle of utilization. Thus, for the Wakandan elite, whether they receive 10 kilograms or 5 kilograms of vibranium annually is of little consequence. If they do not trade the vibranium, the amount they retain, whether slightly more or less, remains irrelevant, as there is production without consumption. Wakanda does not intend to transform the entirety of the nation into a capital. They simply wish to live their lives in this land that has sustained them for generations. Upon witnessing the king's nod, the other tribal leaders fell silent, with only M'Baku, the formidable warrior, breaking the tension to chastise Chaka. Coward, you do not deserve to inherit the name of the Black Panther. Oh, Lin Hao's voice turned cold once more. It seems this leader is anticipating a war. M'Baku was at a loss for words. He was no fool, and as the strongest of the Jabari tribe, he had been easily defeated by the enemy's minions. The Jabari tribe alone could not withstand the adversaries. I can expose your invasion of Wakanda. M'Baku conceived an idea. Our tribe's warriors are still out there. Is that so? Lin Hao approached him with a cold smile, retorting, if you wish to make a scene that becomes widely known, we might gain a little, but your Wakanda would no longer be necessary. It was only then that the high-ranking officials of Wakanda realized that behind the Spear Bureau stood one of the 5 great rogues. Even if the news were made public, they would still receive at least 20% according to their underworld status. Yet Wakanda would undoubtedly be left utterly depleted. I am aware that you possess advanced technology. But how many people do you have? How many arms factories? How much food reserve? Can your war potential compare to that of the 5 great nations? You are lacking not only materially, but also spiritually. Lin Hao coldly shattered their fantasy of mutual destruction. Have you experienced a true war in the past millennia? Can your citizens endure the brutality of war as we, who have endured hardship, can? Do you think a world war is merely a game for 5 tribes? I propose we develop together. Chaka did not want Lin Hao to continue his psychological assault. An equal division is out of the question. I must at least take. Lin Hao turned around, only to be suddenly engulfed by mysterious pressure emanating from the palace. A tall silhouette of a Black Panther descended at the palace entrance. Approaching Lin Hao with graceful strides, emitting a languid voice. Young one, I do not recall having made any agreements with the Antarctic Immortal. Chapter 22. The Spear Arrives. Young one, I do not recall having made any agreements with the Antarctic Immortal. The ethereal voice resonated deep within the soul. Without hesitation, Lin Hao looked skyward and shouted, Spear come! Instantly, a hatch opened on the floating circular fortress, and a golden spear descended from the sky, piercing through the dome of the Wakandan palace as if it were mere tofu, embedding itself into the ground before Lin Hao. He dashed forward at lightning speed, withdrew the golden spear, and thrust it towards the apparition of the Black Panther goddess. The silhouette at the palace entrance paused, its gaze fixated on the spear in Lin Hao's hand. The spear's tip resembled an eagle's wing, crafted from an unknown alloy, radiating a faint golden light as it rested in Lin Hao's grasp. The golden glow was dazzling, exuding an air of divine authority. The Black Panther goddess sensed a profound threat emanating from the spear, an artifact capable of annihilating the Zerg's mother nest and the celestial race. You are indeed the Black Panther goddess, are you not? Lin Hao, holding the spear, remained unfazed, smiling as he inquired, I did not quite catch what you said earlier. Could you repeat it? The Black Panther goddess fell silent for a moment before speaking calmly. I have indeed made an agreement with the Immortal regarding the joint development of the vibranium mines. A deathly silence enveloped the high-ranking officials of Wakanda. It turned out that their revered Black Panther goddess could concede. See, I told you the vibranium mine has belonged to our Spear Bureau since time immemorial. Lin Hao surveyed his surroundings, and the Wakandan elite had no retort. In the presence of Her Majesty the Goddess, could I possibly lie? Holding the sacred spear, he occasionally waved it to display a glimmer of golden light, speaking for himself. Upon reflection, an equal division would be unjust. You have independently extracted for 2,000 years without contacting us. The losses we incurred are immense. However, we are a nation of etiquette. Let bygones be bygones and not dwell on the past. For the next century, the vibranium mine shall be exclusively mined by us, and after 100 years, we will engage in joint extraction. Exchanging 100 years for 2,000 may seem unfair, yet we accept it. Lin Hao's tone was filled with a gritted teeth magnanimity, as if he were cutting off a piece of flesh. He then brandished the spear, surveying his surroundings with disdain. I have spoken. Who is in favor? And who is opposed? The Black Panther goddess, uninterested in engaging, issued orders to the high-ranking officials of Wakanda. From this day forth, strip Chaka of the title of Black Panther, and let his son Chala inherit it. Originally, the Black Panther goddess intended to select a different royal house, but alas, none of the other 5 tribes proved worthy. M'Baku, leader of the Jabari tribe, was commendable, yet he had chosen to worship the white ape and gain the strength of a gorilla, clearly aiming to establish a new Wakanda, making him an unsuitable choice. With that, the silhouette of the Black Panther vanished. Her power and longevity did not derive from vibranium. As long as her believers thrived, vibranium and stone were indistinguishable. As you command. All high-ranking officials of Wakanda, including Chaka, bowed respectfully in the direction of the departing Black Panther goddess. Once she had gone, a prearranged Spear Bureau agent rushed in to report. Director, radar has detected a spacecraft approaching at high speed. It is the director's vehicle. Oh no, discovered so soon. Lin Hao exclaimed dramatically. What should we do? The expressions of his subordinates grew increasingly exaggerated, showing no hint of anxiety. Surely the director won't punish us? Fear not. I will bear the consequences alone. Lin Hao patted his chest in assurance. The 4 young ones, Suri, Chala, M'Baku, and Nakia, exhibited expressions of anticipation, hoping that this formidable leader would come to sanction him, restoring justice to Wakanda. Meanwhile, the older foxes rolled their eyes in disbelief. Such a war machine as the circular fortress could not be activated by mere subordinates without higher approval. An artifact preserved for 2,000 years could not be taken out without the leader's permission. This childish display was just a farce. Soon, Zheng Xian arrived at the palace hall and immediately reprimanded Lin Hao. You are lawless, lacking organization and discipline. Are you attempting rebellion? Someone, take him to solitary confinement and let him reflect properly. Lin Hao obediently complied, lowering his head as he followed a team of agents away. After the reprimand, Zheng Xian hastened to Chaka, personally unshackling him and addressing him with warmth. Your Majesty, it is my failure to educate, allowing you to suffer indignities. I apologize. I am no longer the king of Wakanda. Chaka pushed his son Chala forward. Just now, the goddess herself decreed that my son shall inherit the throne. The matters ahead, you shall discuss with him. Father, I am Chala, he replied, his face filled with anxiety. He is still a child. He does not understand these matters. Do not fear. The goddess herself acknowledged that the vibranium mine will be developed jointly, and I too find that gentleman's proposal quite reasonable. Chaka bit his teeth in silence. Though outwardly he remained composed, we have independently extracted for 2,000 years. Compensation is indeed warranted. Oh, Chala understood. Despite the current amiability of this leader, they truly had no room for negotiation. Zheng Xian suddenly smiled broadly. Then let us have both sides send representatives to discuss the specifics of the development agreement. Though termed as a discussion, the agreement had already been prepared in advance. The Wakandan side had only two options, to agree or to disagree. There was only acceptance as a choice. They finally understood the feelings of Li Zhongtong from years past. With the Black Panther goddess having conceded, what could they do? Very well. Henceforth we shall set aside our disputes and develop together. Zheng Xian beamed, securing the signed agreement. With no disputes remaining, the newly appointed king of Wakanda, Chala, spoke in a deep voice. Then let us coexist peacefully and mutually benefit. Such trivial matters posed no challenge to the diplomatically adept Zheng Xian, who further proposed, in the future, we may delve into more fields of in-depth cooperation, advancing together and contributing to the elevation of human civilization. After the agreement was signed, elite agents from the Spear Bureau stationed themselves in Wakanda. 2,000 agents, skilled in harnessing internal energy, along with 100 peacekeepers and 3 aerospace battleships, gradually secured the entire vibranium mining area. The peacekeeping force will not interfere with the normal lives of the Wakandans. Instead, they shall construct a formidable wall surrounding the mining area, permitting the Wakandans to return only after a century. The availability of vibranium at that time remains uncertain. Throughout this entire transition, the Wakandans have exhibited remarkable composure. As a nation governed by divine right, the monarchy has received the tacit approval of the Panther Goddess. And with no dissent from the upper echelons, the ordinary citizens naturally harbor no objections. To reiterate, the vibranium they have extracted over millennia has scarcely diminished their reserves, which remain ample for their regular use and annual trade, thus posing no threat to their way of life. After seizing the vibranium mine, Lin Hao returned to the circular fortress and inquired about Ivan's condition. Is his injury serious? He is of an advanced age and requires a period of recuperation. Zheng Xian was in his office, tenderly tending to his beloved orchids, his movements gentle as if caressing a lover. With the acquisition of the vibranium mine, Zheng Xian's spirits were notably elevated, significantly enhancing the strength of the Spear Bureau. Has there been an internal review? Lin Hao pressed. Is there no issue with him? Zheng Xian shook his head. How did the bar get exposed? This remains a perplexity for Lin Hao. Chapter 23. They are heroes. My foes Lin Hao chose to trust Zheng Xian's judgment, for he is an adept who has long immersed himself in the intelligence arena. If he claims there is no issue, it is likely true. 2 years prior, when Chang Yi first ventured in North America, he had visited the bar, and it is likely that it was at this juncture that the mole took notice. Through Ivan's account, Zheng Xian swiftly identified a possibility. There must be a traitor within the Americas division. Lin Hao furrowed his brow, and it is highly probable that this individual continues to lurk, awaiting the opportunity to spring a surprise. You must investigate these matters yourself. Zheng Xian, continuing to polish the orchid leaves, spoke calmly. Nick Fury is a formidable adversary. You detonated his Los Angeles division, and he will undoubtedly surmise that our new leader has arrived in North America. How many remain alive in the entire Americas division? Lin Hao's expression grew grave. Zheng Xian set down the cloth, intoning solemnly. Originally, there were 288 personnel. Now only 63 remain. Make a note of their files. Fine. I must return to San Francisco now. Lin Hao turned to leave. As the two from the Spear Bureau deliberated over Nick Fury, he stood beside the vast pit that had once been the Los Angeles Division, contemplating for a long while. The former base had vanished without a trace, leaving only this enormous crater. "Chief, we have scoured the site and found no trace of radiation," reported Leo Fitz, a physicist holding a doctorate, as he approached Nick Fury with equipment in hand. However, many citizens observed the mushroom cloud, and remote surveillance captured the event. Phil Coulson was now deeply troubled. The director had dispatched him to the west to recruit the Black Panther and the White Dog. Instead, the latter had gone silent, and the former had been murdered while in contact with him. The absence of personnel was one matter, but the sudden obliteration of the entire Los Angeles Division was another. The unfortunate Coulson felt that his prospect for promotion were bleak. This is the puzzling aspect. If it truly were a nuclear device, the surrounding surveillance equipment would undoubtedly have been compromised. Fitz shrugged. If it were not a nuclear weapon, what other armament could annihilate a base so thoroughly? Coulson could not fathom. Where are the personnel? Nick Fury interrupted their debate, inquiring, "Is there not a single survivor from the Los Angeles Division? We received word last night, and we arrived in the early hours to search. No, I should say we searched for 10 hours without finding a single colleague." Coulson's expression was grave, as though bearing an immense burden. Grant and Melinda respectively headed to the airport and the docks, with personnel dispatched to the highway exits. Yet no signs had emerged of division colleagues departing Los Angeles. The comparative results have come in. Gemma Simmons approached with a tablet, reporting, "We found some remains in the deep pit and its surroundings. Upon comparison, we confirmed they belonged to colleagues from the Los Angeles Division." "How many identities have been confirmed?" Nick Fury took the tablet. "Less than 1/3. The sample size is too small, and we couldn't even recover a piece of tissue the size of a fingernail." Simmons raised her hands in dismay. "We couldn't even find a single complete hair." So, the entire Los Angeles Division was disintegrated by some mysterious weapon? Leo Fitz's eyes sparkled, akin to a glutton discovering a rare delicacy. How fascinating. I'm utterly intrigued to know what weapon was used. Judging by the splash patterns in the surrounding soil, it should be a type of outward expanding energy rather than an inward collapsing force, Simmons interjected. However, could mere thermal or kinetic shock truly decompose structures and bodies to such an extent? Fitz pondered. Or perhaps it involves some form of radiative energy that our current equipment cannot detect. The two technicians engaged in their routine exchange, a dialogue that had persisted since their days at the SHIELD Academy. Yet, outsiders often found it incomprehensible. Nick Fury stepped back in silence, and Phil Coulson followed closely. Though he could not comprehend their conversation, he maintained an air of calm to conceal any appearance of confusion. "The Spear Bureau personnel have arrived," Nick Fury suddenly asserted with certainty. "Zheng Xian has dispatched newcomers to take over the America's intelligence network." Coulson glanced around and stepped closer, speaking in hushed tones. However, the mole did not receive a call to assemble, and the remaining agents of the Spear Bureau remained dispersed. Months earlier, Nick Fury had orchestrated the operation against the Spear Bureau's America's Division, with Coulson as the executor, naturally maintaining contact with the mole. Coulson served a role akin to a political commissar for the Avengers, embodying the selfless dedication deserving of praise across America. Yet their heroes are my foes. For the agents of the Spear Bureau, Coulson is a butcher stained with the blood of comrades. This is a fundamental issue of perspective. Either this new leader possesses extraordinary powers, or he has rapidly assembled a new operational team. Otherwise, it would be impossible to dismantle the entire Los Angeles Division. Nick Fury's expression turned serious, a weight settling upon him, yet within stirred a flicker of combativeness. At his level, engaging with skilled adversaries offers a sense of accomplishment. Thus, he is likely to exact revenge. Coulson felt an immense pressure bearing down upon him. Nevertheless, he harbored no regrets regarding his involvement in the operation to dismantle the Spear Bureau's intelligence network months prior. Conflicts, confrontations, and sacrifices are almost daily occurrences in the intelligence arena. This is a battlefield devoid of visible smoke and endless war. Coulson never regretted stepping onto this battlefield, for it is in service of protecting the America he holds dear. We must enhance our intelligence gathering. This individual will inevitably reveal himself if he continues his operations. We shall catch his tail soon enough, Nick Fury asserted confidently. The American continent is our domain. Lin Hao remained unaware that the Black Egg had begun to escalate its investments in him. Upon returning to San Francisco from Wakanda, he joyfully engaged in yet another lottery. Indeed, after inciting a brief conflict in Wakanda, he had harvested a wealth of grievances from countless souls, allowing him to initiate 100 consecutive draws once more. Since his arrival in America, a single day equated to the span of 10 in his homeland. Lin Hao's spirits soared. Life is becoming increasingly promising. Previously, in his own country, it could take 4 or 5 months, or even half a year, to accumulate enough for 100 consecutive draws. Now, he could achieve this in less than a week, a staggering increase in efficiency. Summoning the little demon, Lin Hao lit 3 incense sticks, offering prayers to the realms of this dimension, seeking auspicious omens. Turning to the little demon, he commanded, "Let us begin." This time, fortune smiled upon him. As he struck gold on the very first attempt, the little demon tugged at a pink belly band. "Come here. I must educate you properly." Lin Hao furrowed his brow, grasping the little demon's chubby face, and sternly reprimanded. "I asked you to bring something unique, something that would dazzle me, yet you persistently deliver nothing but panties, stockings, leather attire, and belly bands? Is this what you consider dazzling? Woe is me. What do you mean by dazzling for you? It's for my eyes to shine." Director Lin, visibly displeased, continued to knead the little demon's round face, leaving a myriad of expressions on it. "Clarify your words. Who exactly is meant to be dazzled here?" The little demon whimpered. Yes, the beautiful women pursuing me could circle the Pacific. Do I need these items?" Lin Hao yanked the belly band from its grasp. Upon receiving the information, his expression transitioned from shock to bewilderment, and then to regret. Why is this the infamous Shinzi videotape from The Legend of Sword and Fairy, featuring Zhao Linger as belly band? This was the sole piece of information Lin Hao had received. Beyond that, there was nothing else. The ordinary fabric lacked any trace of energy or special construction. It was merely a mundane belly band. It shouldn't be this way, Lin Hao lamented. Resembling a character from folklore, why must the little fairy don such ordinary attire? Not asking for dragon scales or phoenix feathers, but at least some silk from celestial silkworms or divine armor. The unremarkable fabric held no special energy, rendering it worthless aside from mere collection. Why not procure something else? Lin Hao felt a pang of anguish, as if he had missed out on billions, vigorously rubbing the little demon's chubby face. If you had brought me her bell or jade pendant, I could have gained spiritual energy and transitioned into cultivation. The little demon excitedly waved its stubby arms, animatedly recounting an intriguing scene it had just witnessed. A beautiful girl bathing, with a lecherous man peeking nearby. Lin Hao surmised the plot. Doesn't the beautiful girl resemble Su Hongdo? Who is Su Hongdo? The one from the last time you brought back stockings. The little demon nodded after a moment of recollection. Alas, you should have brought back her bracelet. With a face full of disappointment, Lin Hao quietly placed the belly band into the collection cabinet, occasionally murmuring, "She hasn't given birth. The belly band lacks any bodily secretions. If it were panties, perhaps it could have brought back some essence of Enwa. Remember, if you encounter this lovely girl again, pull a strand of her hair," Lin Hao repeatedly reminded. The little demon nodded in confusion. The lottery continued, but perhaps due to exhausting its luck on the first draw, subsequent attempts yielded only scraps, providing Lin Hao with knowledge of the little demon's adventures in various worlds. Yet nothing truly useful was obtained, until, as energy dwindled, the little demon suddenly returned with an old-fashioned videotape. Lin Hao took it into his hands, initially stunned, before a peculiar smile emerged. First, pause. Retrieve your parchment. Eagerly, Lin Hao approached the television, inserting the tape into the VCR. The little demon, though perplexed, complied and produced its parchment. This adorable little demon possessed 2 significant abilities. One was traversing realms to bring back items for his absorption, and the other was the demonic contract of soul binding. The little demon's parchment was a contract allowing it to bind a being's soul, permitting Lin Hao to control, manipulate, or even obliterate that soul, while also enabling him to view and alter their memories. It is widely known that entering into a contract with the devil often leads to dire consequences. While it may appear one gains something, the soul is ultimately sold to the demon, barred from reincarnation. The little demon's contract functioned similarly. Once a being pressed their mark upon it, their soul became ensnared. Naturally, this required the target's voluntary consent, facilitated through blood, in adherence to the formal spirit of the contract. However, consent could be active or passive. Could a contract that allows for loopholes truly be called a demonic contract? Previously, in his homeland, Lin Hao had never bound any souls. Much like how he never disclosed the secrets of artificial humans and cloning technology to Zheng Xian, these methods were too daunting, especially to those in power. Now, residing in America, he felt liberated from such constraints. Spread the parchment before the television and place your fork atop it, Lin Hao instructed the little demon, stepping back with the remote control. The little demon complied, still bewildered. Lin Hao powered on the television. First came a flurry of static. Then the screen displayed a foreboding forest, featuring an ancient well. The dark ambience, coupled with eerie music, ignited a spark of excitement in the little demon's eyes. This atmosphere was indeed far more thrilling than its initial cackling introduction. Thus, the little demon hurriedly fetched the radio Lin Hao had prepared for it, ready to record a new introduction. In every trio, there's a teacher for me. The sage does not deceive me. After a brief, bizarre introduction, a disheveled head emerged from the ancient well. First, just the head, followed by elongated, sharp nails and frail hands cloaked in tattered white garments. As they crawled out from the well, the little demon trembled, retreating behind Lin Hao in fright, yet unable to quell its curiosity. It peeked out just enough to catch a glimpse before retreating once more. Lin Hao, however, was waiting, unable to suppress a grin. Clad in white, the disheveled woman stood at the screen's center, and the next moment, the camera zoomed in, framing her head within the screen. Suddenly, a horrifying spectacle unfolded. The woman, seemingly confined within the television, pierced through the screen with her hands, clawing her way out just as she had from the well. Unfortunately, a piece of yellowed parchment lay before the television, with a black fork pressed upon it. One of the white-clad woman's hands struck the fork, causing it to slice through her ethereal form, blood spilling forth in a vivid scarlet, leaving a fragmented bloody handprint on the parchment in an instant. Regardless of its completeness, the blood was absorbed by the parchment. The white-clad woman shuddered, as if electrified, rising to her feet, her eyes, now visible beneath her disheveled hair, filled with confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What have I done? Is there really such a person in this world? She had been ensnared, and it had succeeded. Hey. With a little courage, Zhenzi is on maternity leave. Lin Hao laughed. Through the demonic contract, he could sense Zhenzi's soul and had successfully taken control. Indeed, the videotape the little demon brought back was none other than the infamous Zhenzi videotape. Congratulations, you have become the first living being brought back by the little demon. Lin Hao approached, disregarding the inherent danger of Zhenzi. In her bewildered state, Zhenzi yearned to unleash her supernatural abilities against this fearless man, yet found herself utterly incapable of even that thought. He appeared as a divine being not to be trifled with. Zhenzi lifted her gaze, her eyes, now visible, fixed intently on Lin Hao. He extended his hand, parting her hair from her forehead, revealing a pale yet exquisite visage. Isn't she quite lovely? Lin Hao reached out to caress Zhenzi's face, feeling its icy coolness. Although she was an ethereal being, her texture was undeniably real. Earlier, while handling the videotape, Lin Hao had duplicated its inherent curse ability, capable of bringing about a person's demise within 7 days. Regrettably, any curse is merely a form of energy. In the realm of Sadako, this maneuver is insurmountable. However, within the Marvel Universe, numerous individuals possess the capability to withstand such an energy assault. One cannot assert that Sadako's curse could vanquish even the most formidable celestial beings or deities. Thus, this ability, when bestowed upon Lin Hao, can only extinguish those weaker than him. It necessitates a waiting period of 7 days. Lin Hao initially believed he could replicate Sadako's abilities upon contact, particularly her healing prowess, phasing, and spatial traversal capabilities. However, he soon realized this was unattainable, for the cursed videotape was a trinket brought back by the little demon, with Sadako merely residing within it as a spirit. From now on, you shall accompany me and continue with your previous duties. Director Lin commenced assigning tasks. When encountering women, you will employ the old tactics, while with men, you may assume a different role. As he spoke, he activated the computer to showcase an animated film he had created, featuring an extraordinarily elegant woman clad in red. He then retrieved the evil-repelling sword manual, previously seized from Master Yu by the little demon, to elucidate his new approach to Sadako. I shall imbue you with some internal energy seeds and explain how to practice this sword technique. In the future, when you encounter men, you can utilize your superpowers to impart this technique to them. American men ought to possess their own superpowers. Chapter 25, Master. I have a friend named Tony. Greetings, my friend. It is a pleasure to see you again. Tony Stark welcomed Lin Hao, who had traveled from San Francisco to his villa. Likewise, Mr. Stark, I have eagerly anticipated your soiree for a week, Lin Hao complimented with a smile. I assure you, it will not disappoint, Tony replied with pride. If Tony's prowess in mechanical engineering is his foremost pride, his discerning taste in women surely ranks as a close second. Having navigated the world of indulgence for years, Tony Stark has developed an eye for beauty. The women he selects are not only attractive, but also uniquely captivating. This villa, located in Long Island, New York, may not possess the same modern grandeur as the White Mansion perched on the cliffs of Malibu, yet boasts a rich history and ample space. Situated not far from Stark Tower, and is one of the family's ancestral properties. Upon entering the villa, Lin Hao noted the guest list was sparse, but all attendees were male, while the service and entertainment staff were exclusively female, each exhibiting remarkable talent. The gathering appeared devoid of ulterior motives, merely a collection of Tony's associates convening for leisure and conviviality. They had heard of Lin Hao's remarkable contributions to the life sciences and were naturally curious about the expertise that had captivated the attention of such seasoned practitioners. On stage, a rising star from Broadway sang, her voice enchanting and sultry. Her attire was alluring yet modest, evoking a sense of intrigue. Since the early 19th century, Broadway has stood as the epicenter of American entertainment, contributing an astounding $6 million to the entertainment industry by the late 19th century, maintaining its status as a leader in the field. However, with the advent of cinema, Hollywood has risen to prominence. In the nascent days of film, Hollywood was still a fledgling entity, often overshadowed by traditional theater. This is a common trajectory for any new phenomenon. It was not until the introduction of sound films, which enhanced the viewing experience and broadened the scope of storytelling, that Hollywood flourished, becoming a bastion of American cultural export. Nevertheless, Broadway's standing, particularly within the American entertainment sphere, has remained largely unscathed. To the average person, the illustrious stars of Broadway are mere playthings for the affluent elite, who must exert considerable effort in their attire and demeanor to capture their attention, as these men are seasoned connoisseurs of pleasure, and women often lack novelty for them. Lin Hao, as an unexpected Asian presence, naturally attracted the attention of these women. They did not regard him with disdain due to his complexion, for any man invited into this villa was not to be underestimated. By this time, it was past 3 in the morning. Several gentlemen who had concluded their earlier engagements sat in awe, their jaws agape after hours of accompaniment. I refused to believe it. I must witness it with my own eyes. One of Tony Stark's friends, skeptical of Lin Hao's combat prowess, rose to head towards the bedroom. Moments later, he returned with a look of admiration, eager to announce, Mr. Lin, Master Lin, I have a friend named Tony. Hey! Tony Stark shot him a death stare from the sofa. You little rascal, you merely borrowed my name to conjure a friend. All right, his name is Peter. The man quickly corrected himself. I genuinely wish to assist Peter. He's been feeling somewhat overwhelmed lately. Medication is but an aid. The crux lies in honing one's skills. Lin Hao was in the midst of sharing his secrets for enduring combat when the villa's door swung open, revealing a bald old man with a white goatee. Tony, have you forgotten the military is presenting you with an award tonight? Obadiah Stane waved a plastic trophy in his hand. What's this award? Tony reclined on the sofa, lazily holding a glass of wine, feeling drained after engaging with 3 lovely ladies and yearning for a nightcap before retiring. As they prepared to discuss business, the other guests politely retreated to their respective quarters, leaving the living room to the 2 men. Obadiah glanced at the trophy, momentarily at a loss to recall its significance. The important matter is not the award, but your obligation to maintain relations with the military, Obadiah admonished. His expression, that of a disappointed elder imparting wisdom to a younger counterpart. Recently, you caused the Air Force to lose a crucial asset. They are currently lobbying at the Pentagon to reduce next year's procurement from Stark Industries. Well, if they prefer to spend more money on a pile of junk, let them, Tony replied nonchalantly. Reflecting on his previous goodwill towards Wilfred's son, Tony felt a tinge of melancholy, never foreseeing that his departure to San Francisco would conclude with such a brutal demise. This reminded him of painful memories from his past, as his own parents had also met a cruel fate, his father's skull having caved in, indicative of prior abuse. This incident had repercussions for his friend Rhodey. Having permitted Wilfred's son to leave the base to test new equipment, faced disciplinary actions from the Air Force. As an African-American soldier who had only recently ascended to the rank of colonel, he now bore the weight of a reprimand, making future promotions increasingly elusive. I know you're upset, Obadiah began, hesitating as he maintained a facade of a kind elder, concealing any hint of vulnerability. Very well. If you wish to avoid dealings with the Air Force, then focus on securing more contracts with the Army. The Army bases in Afghanistan require a procurement of Jericho missiles. It will be a good opportunity for you to clear your mind. As if concerned that Tony might be reluctant to go, Obadiah added an incentive. You could designate Rhodey as the liaison for this transaction, although he has offended the Air Force. The Army has never been fond of these self-exiled individuals. The United States Air Force was officially established on September 18, 1947, shortly after World War II concluded. Initially a subordinate branch of the Army's Aviation Division, it sought independence post-war, much to the chagrin of traditional Army factions. Tony downed a glass of wine and inquired, "When do we depart?" The question of whether this financial venture will yield profit is a trivial matter. Tony is far more inclined to lend a hand to his friend. After all, the previous incident stemmed largely from his benevolence. Without his support, Rhodey would not have covered for Wilfred's son and consequently would not have faced disciplinary action. As the saying goes, Tony values the worthiness of a friend over their financial standing. He is indeed quite generous to his companions. Let us depart at noon. You should rest for now, and I will arrange the flight, said Obadiah with a warm smile. Lin Hao, who had been eavesdropping, suddenly realized today was the day. Having resided in this world for 28 years, and having influenced it since joining the Strategic Scientific Reserve for a decade, he recognized that the world had been altered, albeit slightly, by his presence. The flap of a butterfly's wings had already stirred a tempest. Thus, Lin Hao could not ascertain when Tony Stark would encounter trouble or when the Marvel Cinematic Universe would officially commence. Tony Stark's famous line holds a uniquely significant meaning in the context of the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe. It represents both the beginning and, later, the conclusion of an era. After a restful slumber until dawn, Lin Hao bid farewell to Tony Stark and promptly called Zheng Xian upon stepping outside. "Boss, are you interested in making a fortune in the stock market? Which CEO are you planning to kidnap this time?" Chapter 26. The Unadorned Secrets of Stock Trading Slander. "This is blatant defamation," Lin Hao vehemently retorted. "My prowess as the stock market guru of the Strategic Scientific Reserve over the years is attributed to my foresight, acute intuition, and extensive theoretical knowledge. First, we plan which CEO to target, then leverage to short sell. That foresight, Zheng Xian rolled his eyes in the video. After crashing the stock price, we buy back at the bottom, then release the captives claiming it was all a misunderstanding. Driving the stock price up to cash out at the peak, that sharpness. Yet you cannot deny my substantial theoretical knowledge. Otherwise, how could I consistently succeed in my endeavors?" Lin Hao shot back defiantly. "Is your theoretical knowledge about concocting slow-acting poisons?" Zheng Xian glared at Lin Hao. Others may settle for a mere fleece, but you aim to strip them bare. The CEO you've kidnapped goes for a routine checkup, initially finds no issues. But after you cash out at the peak, suddenly discovers myriad ailments, allowing you to short sell vigorously. This is the unpretentious secret of Lin Hao's stock trading. Zheng Xian earnestly warned, the Shanghai and Shenzhen exchanges have already blacklisted you, and the Hong Kong stock market is also a closed circle. You cannot continue your reckless antics. How about the U.S. stock market and Stark Industries? Are we in? Lin Hao was too weary to argue further. Absolutely, Zheng Xian decisively replied. I will promptly arrange for the necessary funds with my institutions. Who would refuse money? With a mouthful of strategic scientific reserve operatives, each day they consume resources. No amount of funding suffices. Stop dawdling, just follow my lead. Lin Hao hung up the phone. After departing from Tony Stark's villa, Lin Hao made his way to Wall Street, the financial epicenter of America. This street, a mere third of a mile long and 11 meters wide, is home to banks and firms owned by conglomerates such as Rothschild, Morgan, Rockefeller, Goldman Sachs, and DuPont, along with the renowned New York Stock Exchange. This locale is a haven for international financial titans. In his current guise, Lin Hao could barely be considered a minor player on Wall Street, just affluent enough to gain access to the VIP lounge. During his 5 years in America, he had utilized multiple identities to frequent the New York Stock Exchange, managing to become a somewhat familiar face. Mr. Lin, we've been expecting you, greeted Albert Ellis, a moderately well-known stockbroker on Wall Street, who had served as one of Lin Hao's hired guns over the years. When they first met 5 years ago, Albert had perceived Lin Hao as merely another privileged youth seeking to prove himself on Wall Street, expecting him to soon succumb to the harsh realities of the market and return to a life of leisure. To his astonishment, Lin Hao's predictions about the financial market proved miraculous, multiplying his initial investment nearly 100-fold over subsequent operations. Albert no longer dared to underestimate this young scion, instead discreetly following his lead, and over the years his assets had multiplied several times, significantly enhancing his reputation on Wall Street. Upon learning of Lin Hao's Chinese heritage, Albert diligently taught himself Mandarin to better serve this financial deity, and now he could engage in normal conversations. Unfortunately, this deity seldom graced Wall Street, sometimes appearing only once a year, leaving Albert longing for his presence. Nonetheless, every visit resulted in profit, albeit varying in magnitude, and any rare losses were merely due to sudden aggressive sell-offs by large investors, from which Lin Hao adeptly extricated himself without significant harm. Unbeknownst to Albert, he was merely one of Lin Hao's hired guns, and those few losses were orchestrated by Lin Hao himself, utilizing other operatives to recoup the funds. Continuous profits would attract undue attention. Lin Hao possessed numerous identities, with the strategic scientific reserve controlling even more accounts, ensuring that each market entry was diversified enough to evade scrutiny from American financial regulators. Today, upon receiving Lin Hao's call, Albert promptly canceled appointments with other clients, focusing solely on awaiting the arrival of his financial patron. Upon entering the VIP lounge, Albert attentively inquired, Mr. Lin, what are your plans for this visit? $5 million. With tenfold leverage to short Stark Industries, Lin Hao replied nonchalantly. Despite being aware of Lin Hao's past successes, Albert was still taken aback. Shorting Stark Industries? It has been on an upward trajectory for the past 6 months, with hardly any decline. Albert found it hard to believe Lin Hao's choice and quickly shared the intelligence he had gathered, although he did not attend the military awards ceremony last night. Reports from the Pentagon indicate that the Air Force intends to cut Stark Industries orders for the coming year. However, no other company in the high-tech weapons sector could rival Stark Industries, spearheaded by the genius Tony Stark. Albert, a knowledgeable Wall Street broker, was privy to the latest news, having learned of events from the prior evening before the market even opened. Are you instructing me on my business? Lin Hao shot Albert a glance. Dare not, Albert replied sheepishly, aware that offending his financial benefactor would be unwise. However, with Stark Industries showing no signs of green and only red, he hesitated to proceed cautiously this time. Soon, Albert completed the necessary transactions, and Lin Hao, satisfied, departed. with several hours remaining until the news broke. Tomorrow's market opening would undoubtedly witness a collapse in Stark Industries' stock price. The strength of Stark Industries rests solely on Tony Stark's shoulders. His unparalleled genius enables the company to produce high-tech weaponry far superior to its competitors. Yet, this reliance also constitutes Stark Industries' greatest vulnerability. The more trust shareholders place in Tony Stark, the more intense their panic will be upon learning of any misfortune befalling him. As Lin Hao exited, he quickly assumed a different guise and entered the exchange again to execute the same operations. "Sir, are you looking to invest?" A stockbroker approached Lin Hao, hastily pitching, "I have several promising stocks that are ideal for purchase at this moment." The man, now middle-aged, lacked the typical corpulence often seen in American males, appearing instead quite lean. His shirt, though of good brand, was old and showed signs of wear, while his suit exhibited the classic American baggy cut, clearly showing the marks of time. "Hey, Adam." Another stockbroker approached briskly, adorned in a sleek Armani suit, its lines fluid and impeccably tailored, exuding an air of sophistication that even the most ordinary observer could not overlook. "As an experienced broker yourself, I trust you are well-versed in the unspoken rules of Wall Street." "Apologies." It was only then that Adam Smith realized Lin Hao was a client, and he bent slightly before turning to leave, attempting to ward off a colleague vying for business. This individual donned a warm smile and addressed Lin Hao. "Mr. Hisaki, please come inside." Lin Hao cast a glance at the unfortunate Adam, overhearing whispers all around him. Poor old Adam. What he truly needed was not to peddle stocks, but to file for divorce, for his wife had become his most significant liability. He hesitated, knowing that a divorce would likely result in losing half his assets, alongside the obligation of child support, further jeopardizing his remaining wealth, particularly since his daughter was not biologically his. Yet, Mrs. Smith was undeniably alluring. "Have you had the chance to experience her charms?" "Uh-huh. No wonder you endeavored to intoxicate Adam at the last gathering and even offered to escort him home." Hith. Unbeknownst to anyone, the departing Adam Smith clenched his jaw, his eyes brimming with fury. Lin Hao stole another glance at him before proceeding to the VIP lounge to complete his transactions. Upon leaving, he deliberately detoured to Adam Smith's workstation, casually slipping a black videotape into his briefcase. Chapter 27. "Would you kindly dismount for my wife?" Adam Smith, 39 years of age. For the first 30 years of his life, he epitomized the success story of a commoner rising against the odds. Despite humble beginnings, he excelled academically and secured admission to a respectable university in New York State. Though it wasn't an Ivy League institution, it sufficed. Through loans and sporadic scholarships, Adam managed to cover the exorbitant tuition fees, graduating and securing a position at a Wall Street brokerage firm, a moment of great triumph. His parents celebrated the occasion by inviting the entire neighborhood for a lavish feast at a hotel. It was indeed a momentous occasion for a common community to produce a Wall Street elite. As he entered the workforce, Adam gradually recognized that his intelligence and emotional acuity were insufficient. While he could once keep pace with his more intellectually gifted classmates in college through hard work, upon stepping into the elite realm of Wall Street, he found himself surrounded by Ivy League graduates, all possessing remarkable social finesse. His ordinary background offered no advantage in this arena of fame and fortune. Even rallying friends and family to pool resources paled in comparison to the wealth of his affluent colleagues. Yet, driven by sheer determination and an extraordinary stroke of luck, Adam earned his first substantial profit in his inaugural year, multiplying his initial capital several times over with the funds gathered from friends and family. This unheralded novice plunged into the financial maelstrom, not only avoiding disaster, but also reaping the benefits of novice privileges, leading to stable growth in both performance and wealth over the subsequent years. If America is the realm of capital, then Wall Street serves as its very heart, where money reigns supreme. Brokers capable of generating wealth are celebrated as kings on this street, greeted with smiles and goodwill at every turn. At the age of 30, Adam Smith experienced his zenith. Not only did he amass $18 million in a mere 3 minutes, crafting a new myth of wealth, but he also encountered the love of his life, a captivating and intelligent blonde. Convincing himself that she was to be his lifelong partner, Adam launched a fervent financial pursuit, and within a month, they walked hand in hand down the aisle. Their married life was blissful, and soon they welcomed a delightful daughter, leading Adam to believe he was the happiest man alive. Regrettably, fortune does not accompany one throughout life. While Adam thrived in love, his career faced turmoil. Following their marriage, his performance faltered, and a series of investment failures tarnished his reputation as a top broker, though he managed to sustain himself for an additional 2 years with his savings. His luck continued to wane, resulting in losses across the board. Even seemingly certain investments were obliterated by major players dumping their shares, leaving him with nothing. Ultimately, no one wished to engage Adam for financial advice, and he found himself wandering the streets, relying on the naivety of novice brokers to make ends meet. With a drastic decline in income, his marriage also deteriorated. The fiery wife he had once won over with his financial prowess could no longer tolerate the disparity, and soon began openly straying. Today was yet another fruitless day. After a long day of selling on the streets, Adam Smith returned to his workstation. Too exhausted to sit down and rest when his supervisor approached him. "Adam, you should be aware of the rules. The positions in the securities hall are limited, and starting tomorrow, you will lose this workstation." "But I earned this position with my performance." Adam Smith bellowed. "This workstation belongs to me. That was in the past. Currently, you have ranked at the bottom for 3 consecutive months. Had it not been for your previous contributions, the company would have removed you last year." The supervisor retorted with a mocking laugh, gesturing towards the alley across the street visible through the glass windows. In that alley, numerous inexperienced brokers without connections gathered. They lacked the qualifications to enter the trading hall and could only peddle stocks on the street, even when they found clients. They had to rely on the traders in the hall to finalize transactions, inevitably sharing a portion of their earnings with them. "You are simply returning to where you belong. I trust you are accustomed to that place." After the jest, the supervisor issued his ultimatum with an icy demeanor. "When the workday ends, I do not wish to see any of your belongings at this workstation." In times of despair, those around one can grow menacing and fearsome. "Bastard!" Adam Smith slammed his fist onto the workstation, seething with rage. Yet, in the end, it was merely impotent fury. Wall Street is unforgiving. From the moment his performance began to decline without recovery, Adam had foreseen this outcome. Here, tears hold no value. Even crocodiles would shed no tears on this street. For there are no philanthropists. Carrying a large cardboard box and clutching his briefcase, Adam Smith walked homeward. As the sun dipped below the horizon, it painted the sky in vibrant hues. Bent over and with his head hung low, Adam had no time to admire the evening glow. He silently made his way home. His residence was a modest 3-story street-level apartment in Manhattan, complete with a small yard, a property Adam had purchased during his prosperous days. As life took a downturn, one of Adam's few fortunate decisions was to buy this house outright. At that time, immersed in the stock market, he was eager to invest every penny. Yet his parents continually urged him to secure a stable home for himself and his wife. Enchanted by his beautiful wife, he thought it prudent to present her with a wedding gift, which ultimately led him to withdraw funds from the stock market for an all-cash purchase of the house. Upon entering, the wooden floorboards creaked as if bearing a significant weight. Adam posit momentarily, placing the large cardboard box and briefcase on the table before retrieving a baseball bat from the corner and ascending the stairs. The door to the bedroom on the second floor stood ajar, and the sounds of heavy breathing and splashing water echoed within. Adam Smith pushed open the bedroom door, gripping the bat tightly, his muscles taut with tension. "Could you kindly dismount for my wife?" A cold voice interrupted the splashing sounds. 2 busy individuals turned their heads. "Hey, it's Adam." The rotund man revealed a smile that was both awkward and sardonic. "Just a moment. Mrs. Smith is exceedingly enthusiastic." Below Mrs. Smith shot a glance at her husband and scoffed. "When you return, go to the kitchen and cook." With that, she urged the heavy-set man, "Ignore him. Let's continue." Adam Smith attempted to raise the baseball bat in his hand, but ultimately laid it down, turning to leave while shutting the door behind him. This heavy-set man was his employer. Having lost his position in the securities hall, Adam could barely scrape by selling goods on the street. If he swung that bat, He would irrevocably lose his job and face bankruptcy. His wife would then have grounds for divorce, resulting in the loss of half his assets and the burden of alimony for their daughter, leaving him destitute. The silent man descended to the kitchen, gazing at the distant horizon where the sunset faded into darkness. The most despairing reality is that the sun sets every day. Darkness seemed interminable. Half an hour later, the heavy-set man left, looking satisfied after an early dinner. Adam Smith, clutching his briefcase, made his way to the study on the third floor. Upon casually dropping the briefcase, a black videotape tumbled out. Chapter 28. What use is this lump of flesh? Cut. Adam Smith looked perplexedly at the black tape that had fallen onto the floor. He could not recall when such an old-fashioned videotape had appeared in his briefcase. He picked it up and examined it closely, finding no markings on its surface. Curiosity piqued. Adam retrieved a rarely used VCR from the attic, for his life had become devoid of color, each day like a slave driven by a whip, devoid of novelty or surprise. Connecting the device to the television and inserting the tape, the screen erupted in static. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Adam felt a gaze from the screen upon him before the image began to materialize. The scene revealed an Asian woman clad in a flowing red dress, her long hair cascading down her back, exuding an alluring charm. Her movements were graceful yet unrestrained, imbued with a sense of boldness and vigor. With a wine gourd at her waist, she occasionally tilted her head back to drink, allowing the liquid to spill, yet appearing entirely at ease, embodying a spirit of spontaneity. Had the visuals stopped there, Adam Smith would have felt a fleeting surprise before switching off the television. Having been raised in American culture, he found it difficult to grasp the essence of Eastern culture. However, the subsequent images left him utterly astounded, unable to avert his gaze. He watched as the woman in red leapt into a towering tree, her body swaying as she created a fleeting crimson afterimage at the forest's pinnacle. Then, she sprang from the base of a cliff, her toes merely brushing the rock face twice, yet she soared higher than the Empire State Building. This was merely astonishing in terms of speed. The woman then shattered boulders that towered meters high with her delicate palm, which remained unscathed. In combat, she unsheathed a slender sword, deftly slicing through her opponent's weapons and bodies into fragmented remnants. These adversaries were no ordinary foes. Each could cleave a horse in two, and the mightiest among them could unleash a laser-like attack with their sword, effortlessly severing a building. Yet, even these formidable enemies perished within mere seconds at the hands of the woman in red. The final scene was even more outrageous. The woman walked upon the sea, charging toward the Dutch invincible fleet, her sword dancing in her grasp. The barrage of cannon fire raining from the sky was effortlessly disrupted by her sword's brilliance, allowing her to reach the warship in an instant. What followed was a one-sided massacre. The woman's sword swept through the Dutch soldiers, their bodies, steel blades, sturdy decks, stout masts, and metal cannons crumbling like foam upon contact with her sword's light. Ultimately, the woman, having annihilated an entire Dutch fleet, stood atop the flagship's mast, removed the wine gourd, and drank deeply. Below her, the flagship lay in ruins, littered with corpses, slowly sinking into the sea. At the horizon's edge, the setting sun cast its final glow. The evening cloud swirled, inscribing 8 Chinese characters in the sky. The sun rises in the east. I alone remain undefeated. This was a scene adapted by Lin Hao, with Sadako using her supernatural abilities to inscribe the narrative onto the videotape. Throughout the entire piece, only Sadako's portrayal of the invincible figure held authenticity. All others were mere illusions conjured by her powers, with no character resembling Ling Huchong. The plot, simplistic and straightforward, merely sought to showcase the strength of the invincible figure. Furthermore, Lin Hao's adaptation replaced the embroidery needle with a long sword, naturally intending to promote the evil-repelling sword manual. For otherwise, an American unfamiliar with Eastern martial culture would struggle to comprehend why the needle-wielding invincible figure was more formidable than the sword-wielding adversary. In essence, this was a promotional video for the evil-repelling sword manual, explicitly demonstrating the swordplay's might, aiming to inspire American men to take decisive action. After viewing this brief footage, Adam Smith was awestruck by the woman's power, yet it did not deeply affect him. After all, it was merely a videotape, perhaps a film from a nation across the ocean. Little did he know that in the final moments of the imagery, the woman in red turned her gaze directly at him, penetrating the screen with her eyes. The next instant, a scene unfolded that nearly terrified Adam Smith into unconsciousness. The woman in red leapt toward the camera, then passed through the television screen, materializing right before him. Stunned, Adam's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. His mental fortitude is lacking. Lin Hao, borrowing Sadako's spirit, shook his head. The contract with the little demon allowed Lin Hao to freely control each soul that had signed the pact, capable of altering memories, borrowing perspectives, and even remotely controlling with his own consciousness. Souls that entered into contracts with the demon effectively sold their own souls. At that moment, Lin Hao had not completely occupied Sadako's spirit. He merely held half. Now, I will demonstrate this to you. Follow my lead in the future. First, by harnessing Sadako's supernatural abilities, he would pull Adam's consciousness into an illusion, showcasing the evil-repelling sword manual. Upon regaining consciousness, Adam found himself enveloped in a space shrouded in black and white static, where only Sadako in her red dress stood out vividly. You are the person from the film, just now. Adam recognized her, fear gripping him. What is this place? Do you wish to attain power? Lin Hao, utilizing Sadako's form, spoke in a voice that was neither male nor female. Power? Adam, having seen similar scenarios in fantastical comics and films during his childhood, quickly realized that he, like those protagonists, had encountered an extraordinary opportunity. Of course, I want power. His life had deteriorated to such an extent that Adam desperately yearned for change, even if it meant selling his soul to the devil. Excellent. I can bestow upon you power as formidable as mine. Lin Hao demonstrated the lines Sadako should deliver in the future. Really? Adam, still reeling from the recent imagery, felt a surge of excitement. The invincible figure's might in the film was almost superhuman, even with today's technology far surpassing that of the Dutch fleet era. Possessing such power would elevate him to an extraordinary status. He would outshine even the Captain America of history. For no version of Captain America could leap to the top of the Empire State Building in just a few strides or unleash laser-like strikes with a sword, cleaving through buildings. Indeed, this power comes at cost. Lin Hao, controlling Sadako, revealed a faint smile. It matters not. I am willing to sacrifice anything. Adam Smith exclaimed eagerly, having already lost everything. My strength stems from a mystical Eastern martial arts manual known as the Evil Repelling Sword Manual. To master this art, one must first undergo castration. Lin Hao smiled gently. In truth, I was once a man, but to perfect this sword technique, I severed my lower appendage. Adam Smith stood frozen in shock. To cut or not to cut, that is the question. His wife brazenly cavorted with other men, forbidding him any intimacy, and his meager income left him without even the means to seek solace in a bar. What use is this flesh now? Cut! I shall cut. Adam Smith gritted his teeth, letting out a desperate howl. Without power, I will soon possess nothing. I need strength. Then take it. Lin Hao utilized Sadako's supernatural abilities to imprint the techniques and energy pathways of the Evil Repelling Sword Manual into Adam Smith's memory. He then raised a sharp blade over Adam, who lay with his eyes closed on the floor. Wait, is it just the testicles, or should I remove the sausage as well? Lin Hao pondered, lacking experience. Ultimately, he decided to err on the side of caution and remove both. With a swift motion, he severed Adam Smith's burdensome appendage. Once finished, Sadako's ethereal double extended her hand, employing her healing powers to mend Adam's wounds. Impressive. My Sadako is also a healer, Lin Hao remarked, pleasantly surprised. A version of Sadako had split to reveal a benevolent side that possessed healing abilities, and he had not anticipated this aspect in his own version. After the wounds healed, Lin Hao approached to complete the final step. Remember, this world does not inherently possess inner strength. Thus, every new practitioner must receive a seed of inner strength from one who already possesses it. They cannot find the sensation of energy through meditation alone. From now on, you must personally transfer the inner strength within you to your targets. How they propagate it afterward is of no concern. Lin Hao eagerly anticipated the rapid dissemination of the evil-repelling sword manual among American men, hoping that all would take the plunge. After all, without access to other internal cultivation techniques, even a meager amount of inner strength would soon dissipate without replenishment. As for Adam Smith, this first experimental subject, Lin Hao was meticulous, ensuring that Adam understood the method to cultivate the inner strength seed he had implanted in his body. After guiding him through the necessary meridian pathways for practicing the evil-repelling sword manual and completing a full cycle, he finally withdrew. Afterward, the dawn light began to break. Have you learned? Lin Hao reminded Sadako, from now on, this is how you will proceed. Strive to make the evil-repelling sword manual a sensation across America. With that, Lin Hao retracted his consciousness, and the red-clad Sadako tilted her head in contemplation before diving back into the television. Moments later, the black videotape in the recorder vanished, reappearing randomly in a dilapidated apartment in Atlanta. An hour later, as the morning light brightened, Adam Smith opened his eyes. At that moment, he distinctly felt a wondrous energy surging within him and an influx of new memories flooding his mind. This confirmed that everything that had transpired was no mere dream. A chilling sensation emanated from his lower body, where a bloody mass lay beside him. After a brief silence, he gazed at the flesh that had fallen from his body, mourning his lost youth. Soon, however, he composed himself, sitting cross-legged to circulate the newfound energy according to the techniques he had memorized. Upon completing a full cycle, Adam felt a surge of strength. Without hesitation, he seized a short iron rod from his study and began practicing the sword techniques from his memories. Infused with inner strength, the rod sliced through the air with incredible speed, whipping around his study and creating a gust of wind. It was somewhat unwieldy. He would need to find a proper longsword. After a practice session, Adam Smith's demeanor transformed dramatically, his gaze sharp and his movements imbued with a newfound grace. "What time is it?" he wondered as a shrill voice echoed from downstairs. "Aren't you going to work? Do you want to be unemployed and bankrupt?" A cruel smile crept across Adam Smith's face. He turned to glance at the piece of flesh on the floor, murmuring, "Did you not cherish it once? Then let it forever be a part of you." Chapter 29. Learning the Evil-Repelling Sword. One infection leads to another. Adam Smith bent down to retrieve his precious treasure, instinctively weighing it in his hand, surprisingly light. It resembled an octopus's tentacle, contracting and curling upon separation from the body, and if left to dry, it would quickly desiccate into a solid mass of organic matter. While it was still fresh, Adam Smith instinctively squeezed it, reminiscing about his days as a man, his expression laden with nostalgia. After a moment, he regained his resolve. Having lost everything, he now had the opportunity to transcend into an extraordinary being. What more could he desire? Having traversed half of life, once a man who experienced both glory and despair, he was ready to embrace a new identity and witness a different landscape. Before embarking on this new journey, he needed to sever ties with his past. Clutching his treasure, he descended the stairs and encountered his wife, her face a mask of fury. Though traces of time had marred her once exquisite beauty, it remained alluring. Yet it now only inspired feelings of disdain and hatred within Adam. "What the hell? It's past 9 and you're still not at work? Are you trying to ruin yourself?" With a powerful strike, Adam's fist connected with the blonde woman's abdomen, the force causing her muscles to tense, her eyes bulging, and blood erupting from her lips. He forcefully shoved the severed flesh into her mouth, deep in her throat, and harshly closed her jaw, ruthlessly forcing it down her esophagus. The blonde gasped, clutching her throat, struggling to breathe, her face turning a deep shade of purple. "With your style, merely blocking one airway will never suffice," Adam remarked, scanning the room before retrieving a baseball bat from the corner and brandishing it. He kicked his wife down, seized one of her legs, raised the bat, and channeled his inner strength to execute a thrusting sword technique. With a piercing thrust, the thick end of the bat penetrated her body. For the first time, the formidable evil-repelling sword manual revealed its power in this world, first breaching her abdomen, then her chest cavity, and finally reaching her throat, culminating in an unholy union with the severed flesh. The entire length of the bat entered her body, Within moments, her breath ceased, her body twitching reflexively, akin to a fish deprived of its head. For the sake of the toil you once endured for me, I shall grant you a swift end. Adam Smith gazed coldly at the blonde woman sprawled on the floor. I will send every man you have ever touched to join you. I assure you, they shall not meet a quick demise. After pillaging the cash and bank cards from his home, Adam Smith ignited a fire, engulfing the apartment that had borne witness to his moments of happiness. As flames soared into the sky, Adam, now clad in plain clothes, vanished into the crowd, heading first to a tailor shop in the southern end of Manhattan's Chinatown, where he presented a hand-drawn sketch to the proprietor. I require a garment of this design, fashioned from red fabric. In Adam's memory, the most vivid image is that of Dongfang Booby in a striking red attire, which stands out like a beacon in a monochrome world, igniting his rebirth like a flame. The proprietor of the tailor shop is an elderly Chinese man who casts a glance at Adam. In his current state, Adam's skills are still rudimentary. His Adam's apple remains pronounced, and the stubble from a night without shaving is still conspicuous. This is a woman's garment, he exclaims. No worries. I will pay double the price. Please begin immediately. Adam produces $200 bills. Given the incentive, the old tailor refrains from further inquiries, perhaps assuming it is a purchase for a wife or a lover. Little did he know that once completed, Adam Smith would don the red dress right before his eyes. As he departs, Adam mimics a gesture from a film, clasping his fists in gratitude toward the tailor. Thank you. Clad in the vibrant red, Adam Smith strides through Chinatown, attracting numerous gazes. Yet, in the liberating land of America, eccentric attire is commonplace, and bizarre costumes are hardly a rarity. After a lengthy search for a shop selling cold weapons, Adam finally catches sight of swords through the glass of a martial arts school. Sir, I wish to purchase a sword, he states. The master of the dojo gazes at this peculiar figure in women's clothing, momentarily taken aback before responding. You wish to buy a sword? Indeed. Have you studied Chinese swordsmanship? The dojo owner, regaining his composure, hastily promotes his establishment. If you have an interest in Chinese sword techniques, you can learn at our dojo. I will pay the tuition. Please sell me a fine sword. The former Wall Street elite understands the implication. Seeing the willingness to pay a premium without the need for instruction, the owner has no reason to refuse. He approaches the weapon rack, selecting a slender, Han-style sword, and presents it to Adam Smith, proudly declaring, Sir, you may not realize, but the Han sword traces its lineage back to the Zhou dynasty, holding an irreplaceable place in the annals of Chinese weaponry. Upon seeing the sword, Adam Smith's gaze becomes fixated. It closely resembles the one worn by Dongfang Booby. This affinity reflects Lin Hao's personal taste. Stepping forward, Adam grasps the hilt and draws the sword with a flourish, executing a few elegant moves of the Bishia swordplay. The speed of his strikes is astonishing. The blade's glimmering presence slicing through the air, producing a whistling sound. What a splendid sword. Adam Smith sheaths it, tossing bills into the owner's hands, leaving the proprietor in a state of stunned disbelief. What had he just witnessed? A foreigner with a prominent nose demonstrating breathtaking sword techniques before him. What does Chinese martial arts look like in the realm of Marvel? It often manifests as a blend of Tai Chi and Xingyi forms, intentionally misrepresenting Chinese martial arts as mere kickboxing and karate. Foreigners remain oblivious to the fact that Japanese martial arts have their roots in Chinese traditions, leading to a dismissive attitude towards Chinese martial arts. One can only say their hearts are deserving of disdain, suddenly confronted with a pure and fierce form of Chinese swordplay. The dojo owner can't help but question who the true Chinese is. Regaining his senses, he rushes out, shouting after the retreating figure in red, Master, I wish to learn martial arts from you. Adam Smith disregards him. With a genuine sword in hand, he embarks on his path of vengeance. Soon, Adam appears on Wall Street, boldly entering the securities firm where he works, pushing through the door of his boss's office amidst the astonished gazes of his colleagues. Without uttering a word, he draws his sword and strikes. First, chunks of flesh are severed by the gleaming blade, and once the meat is detached, a large head finally separates from its corpulent body. Blood erupts, and pieces of flesh scatter, staining the pristine white office. In the chair behind the desk remains only a bloodied skeleton. After the carnage, Adam Smith exits the boss's office and approaches the supervisor who had spoken harshly to him the previous day. With a swift motion of the blade, another fountain of blood erupts. This individual may not have harmed his wife, but his words were sharp. Witnessing Adam Smith dispatch two individuals in the blink of an eye, his colleagues finally erupt in terrified cries, "Murder! Who else?" Adam Smith tilts his head, pondering briefly before recalling, there's Porter Billy Thor. He steps forward, smiling at a trembling male colleague. "Ron, where's Mr. Porter?" "In the securities hall." "Thank you." After expressing his gratitude, Adam Smith heads to the securities hall, where he finds Mr. Porter engaged in pitching stocks to clients. Drawing his sword, he performs a series of practiced moves. Once again, flesh and bone part ways, blood and flesh swirling through the air. After executing a few sword techniques, Adam Smith discovers a remarkable truth. The swordplay he has mastered seems to enhance the energy within him with each execution, meaning that with every battle he survives, he becomes stronger than before. As the slayings continue, the Manhattan Police Department receives word of the chaos, and sirens wail in the distance. Simultaneously, surveillance footage reaches the SHIELD agency, sparking widespread concern. Lin Hao, content to observe, revels in the growing resentment among the living. Having learned the specious swordplay, an infectious energy surges as American men rise to the challenge. Chapter 30. New York reporters, not enough. In the spring of 2008, several significant events transpired in America. First, the shooting of an African-American pilot by police in San Francisco ignited yet another wave of racial discrimination across the nation. Just as this turmoil seemed to simmer down, New York was rocked by two more major revelations. The day after Tony Stark's arrival in Afghanistan, Wall Street was abuzz with insider information. Tony Stark, the heir to Stark Industries and a genius weapons designer, had been kidnapped by armed militants. In an instant, capital surged. Elite brokers, privy to the news, began frantically contacting investors, particularly those who held Stark Industries stocks, urging them to sell quickly before the market opened. In such moments, those who act swiftly suffer the least. Upon receiving the news, Albert Ellis was initially taken aback before feeling a wave of regret. How could he have restrained his hand and not participated? He immediately called his patron, excited to report the good news. "Mr. Lin, you are about to make a fortune. $5 million with tenfold leverage. This operation is bound to yield immense profits." Given the current information, Tony Stark's fate seems dire, and Stark Industries stock prices are likely to plummet. The more they fall, the more Lin Hao stands to gain. As investors' previous faith in Tony Stark's brilliance turns to panic, Albert Ellis hurriedly relays the news to Lin Hao. Yet, to his surprise, Lin Hao's reaction is surprisingly nonchalant, as if he foresaw the events. Oh, did Mr. Lin anticipate that something would happen to Tony Stark? Indeed, Stark Industries stock prices had steadily risen over the past 6 months, yet this gentleman had suddenly begun to short sell significantly. Could the kidnapping incident be tied to him? Albert Ellis's mind races, contemplating the implications, only to be interrupted by Lin Hao's next query. "By the way, you don't have a habit of courting married women, do you?" Adam Smith was on his way, sword in hand, and if Albert dared to tread through Mrs. Smith's sewer, Lin Hao would likely lose this marksman. It would be a shame to lose such a skilled tool, honed over 5 years, in such an absurd manner. A light-hearted remark left Albert Ellis utterly bewildered. "What on earth? I'm discussing stocks with you, and you ask if I've slept with someone's wife? If that's the topic you want to discuss, then I must admit I will be quite thrilled." Initially intending to explore the joys of the Minotaurs with the god of wealth, he suddenly recalled that the deity was Eastern, and such cultural inclinations seemed to disallow such merriment, prompting him to retract his words. "No, absolutely not," Albert Ellis asserted with righteous indignation. "Mr. Lin, you must trust my character. Even if money calls, I would never touch another man's wife." He aimed to leave a good impression on the god of wealth. Otherwise, the opportunity to forge a connection would be forever lost. Who would wish to befriend a Minotaur? Unless one first secured a wife of extraordinary beauty. "Very well," Lin Hao said, ending the call. If Albert Ellis were truly to be sacrificed, he would simply find a new marksman. After all, he had many aliases and marksmen at his disposal. Once Wall Street officially opened, Stark Industries quickly faced a deluge of sell orders. Initially, some uninformed retail investors eagerly snapped them up, but as the sell orders multiplied, seasoned investors swiftly recognized something was amiss. Indeed, news of Tony Stark's kidnapping soon trickled down from the wealthiest financiers, intent on controlling the information, found that only a fraction of their sell orders were being taken, inevitably leading to widespread dissemination of the news. The stock market is perpetually the swiftest in relaying information. Upon noticing the unusual activity surrounding Stark Industries, a throng of reporters hurried to Stark Tower, eager for confirmation. Just as they believed this was the day's most significant story, Adam Smith, clad in red and wielding a sword, boldly strode onto Wall Street. He began his rampage within a brokerage, then moved to the trading floor, committing acts of extreme brutality. Even a master of the duck restaurant could not carve meat so cleanly. The next target was Mr. Porter, whose head Adam Smith severed with a swift stroke, before scanning the area for his next victim. Due to Tony Stark's unexpected kidnapping, Wall Street was exceptionally busy that morning, leaving many traders with no time to spare, all glued to the trading floor. Thus, Adam quickly identified his next target. In a blur, he dashed towards Mr. Billy. While he may not have reached the ethereal prowess of the invincible Eastern warriors, he appeared terrifying to the average observer. The blade flashed, separating flesh from bone, blood splattering. A murder! Call the police quickly. The previously engrossed traders and investors finally reacted as Adam Smith claimed his second victim. Excellent, there's Thor. Truth be told, Adam Smith was uncertain how many men his wife had entangled with over the years. Those he had just slain were all individuals who had taken advantage and then brazenly flaunted it before him. This time, officers from the Manhattan Police Department arrived simultaneously with reporters. The New York Police Department is renowned as the most formidable in the nation, equipped with the best resources, and capable of the swiftest responses. They maintain order in an area populated by the wealthiest individuals in America and the world, with the Manhattan precinct being the elite among elites. Wall Street, the heart of capitalism, is the very eye of the Manhattan police. Even the slightest disruption is intolerable, or the chief's position would be at risk. Moreover, with news of Tony Stark's kidnapping breaking earlier, a multitude of New York reporters had gathered near Stark Tower. The demand for reporters in New York was at an all-time high. Step back, step back. The chief of the Manhattan police led his team to the scene, immediately establishing a perimeter and dispersing the thrill-seeking onlookers. How dare you cause trouble here? The chief's expression was grim. While Wall Street had seen its share of fatalities, they were typically from self-inflicted falls. Now, someone had the audacity to commit murder openly, killing several, showing utter disregard for the New York Police Department. Stay alert. We must apprehend the criminal on the spot. The Manhattan officers surrounded the trading hall, braced for action, all armed with submachine guns, clad in bulletproof vests, helmets atop their heads, while the front line was equipped with the finest riot shields. Even the armored police vehicles were outfitted with machine guns, their bullets exceeding 10 millimeters in diameter. Indeed, this was weaponry, not artillery. A figure in red flashed from the trading hall, having confirmed the deaths of several associates. Adam Smith knew it was time to flee. His current power did not match that of the cinematic Eastern warriors capable of slashing through fleets. Open fire. The Manhattan chief had no desire for pleasantries. Countless bullets rained down. Adam Smith's pupils contracted. Instead of retreating, he surged forward. Perhaps fueled by the ferocity of his recent kills, or perhaps inspired by the fearless resolve of cinematic heroes, he rushed ahead. The blade glimmered, deflecting bullets. Yet there were too many, and Adam Smith's strength was insufficient. He could barely protect his chest and face, sustaining multiple wounds. His crimson attire became stained with blood. In less than 2 seconds, Adam Smith cleaved through a riot shield and plunged into the ranks of officers. The balance of power had shifted. The officers could not fire upon their comrades, and the machine gunners in the armored vehicles dared not pull their triggers amidst the crowd. It would be one thing to fall to a criminal's hand, but to perish at the hands of one's own was unacceptable. The officer who fired would not receive commendations. but rather face countless protests from advocacy groups, the best outcome being reassignment to a desk job, with a high likelihood of dismissal or even legal repercussions. The officers were paralyzed, but Adam Smith was in full slaughter mode. His weapon, enveloped in inner strength, repeatedly sliced through the surrounding officers, blood gushing and limbs flying. Fortunately, he retained his wits. After carving out some space, he utilized his agility to leap from the encirclement, escaping atop a police vehicle. Meanwhile, the scene was rife with casualties among the officers. "Chief, the criminal has escaped. Should we pursue?" "Why are you asking me?" "Ask the chief." "Where's the chief?" "Oh no, the chief has been decapitated." Chapter 31. The Spear of the Gods in Hell's Kitchen on the west side of Manhattan Island lies a rectangular area bounded by 59th Street to the north and 34th Street to the south, flanked by 8th Avenue to the east and the Hudson River to the west. This is the legendary Hell's Kitchen. In its early years, Hell's Kitchen was a notorious slum on Manhattan Island, primarily inhabited by the Irish immigrant working class, infamous for its chaotic living conditions, severe ethnic conflicts, and high crime rates. If American comics have immortalized this area through the tales of Spider-Man, Daredevil, Kingpin, and Hawkeye, then Chinese literature has similarly elevated it through the exploits of numerous transcendent figures. Upon entering this area, Lin Hao sensed not the gaze of these figures, but rather the unabashedly greedy stares of those around him. Almost every alley was filled with groups of various ethnicities, drug addicts eyeing the solitary Asian figure with clear intentions of theft. Lin Hao had assumed yet another alias, now known as Ichigo Kurosaki, a legitimate businessman recognized in Tokyo. In the real world, Hell's Kitchen has faced a surge in property prices, prompting real estate developers to heavily invest in the area, effectively displacing low-income residents by increasing rent and living costs. This strategy has inadvertently resolved the long-standing public safety issues that the New York government and police department had struggled with for years. The benevolent elite, unable to tolerate the presence of the impoverished, have seen their numbers dwindle. Continuous gentrification has led to an increase in the affluent, improving safety conditions in the neighborhood. However, in the Marvel Universe, editors require a district in New York that frequently experiences turmoil, providing a stage for superheroes to emerge. Thus, for over a decade, no developers have dared to enter Hell's Kitchen. At this juncture, the blind lawyer is presumably still in school, Spider-Man is merely an 8-year-old boy, and Kingpin has already taken control of the local gang. None of these matters concern Lin Hao on his visit. He is here to locate an individual named Yin, listed in the SHIELD archives as a Level 7 agent and a former operative of the Americas Division. The life card within the circular fortress indicates that he is still alive, and the designated safe house is conveniently located in Hell's Kitchen. Lin Hao's attendance at Tony Stark's gala serves merely as a pretext to justify his presence in New York. Little did he know that he would encounter Tony en route to Afghanistan, leading him to Wall Street in the Adam Smith incident. His primary objective remains to find the surviving agents of the Americas Division, of which only 63 remain scattered across the continent, 11 in South America, with relatively minor losses, and the remaining 52 across North America, predominantly in the United States. Given the significance of the Americas Division, the leader holds an 8th-level rank, overseeing for 7th-level agents, 2 located in the U.S., and the other 2 in Canada and Cuba, with the current leader, Cheng Yi, deceased, and another 7th-level agent in America also fallen. Yin remains the highest-ranking surviving agent. To uncover the details of the incident from months prior, seeking him is the most direct approach. The Americas Division has suffered severe blows, with all surviving agents entering silence as per protocol. Aside from Director Zheng Xian and the new leader, no one knows their precise locations. Yin's registered safe house lies at the heart of Hell's Kitchen. Lin Hao traverses nearly half a street with his Asian visage, pursued by several individuals attempting to engage in $0 purchases. Upon reaching the apartment where Yin resides, this entourage halts, their expressions shifting from surprise to mockery and cruelty, with some even mimicking throat-cutting gestures, unabashedly revealing their malice. As Lin Hao enters the apartment, he is met by a white male administrator, a bald man adorned with tattoos and a stocky build. Hey kid, the burly manager sneers. This isn't a place for you. Despite the harshness of his words, he oddly refrains from exhibiting contempt or malice towards Lin Hao's appearance or skin color. Lin Hao calmly regards the manager and states, "Tell Blanqi Nian that someone from home is here to see him." "You're looking for Mr. Blanqi?" The manager stands upright, scrutinizing Lin Hao before finally revealing a cruel smile. "Listen, I don't care where you heard Mr. Blanqui's real name. If he doesn't TC you after I call, I assure you, your end will be quite gruesome." Lin Hao shifts his gaze, ignoring the man further. The manager, compelled to relay the message, picks up the phone. Moments later, he exits the duty room, sporting a sycophantic grin, and bends to usher Lin Hao towards the elevator, hastily pressing the button. "Sir, Mr. Blanqi is waiting for you on the 7th floor." Upon entering the elevator, Lin Hao soon arrives on the 7th floor. The entire level consists of Blanqi Nian's offices, a fitting facade for a level 7 agent who has made a name for himself in New York. As the elevator doors slide open, Lin Hao observes a man in a green tracksuit seated behind a desk, muscular and appearing to be in his early 30s, sporting short hair and a trace of a mustache on his upper lip. "Where are you from?" Blanqi Nian scrutinizes Lin Hao, failing to recall any memory of him. "From home," Lin Hao replies, switching to Mandarin. "Where's home?" Blanqi Nian continues in Chinese. "Where my heart finds peace," Lin Hao answers calmly. Blanqi Nian's pupils constrict slightly, though he maintains his composure, asking, "Why didn't you bring an umbrella in such heavy rain?" At that moment, the sky outside is clear, devoid of any clouds. Lin Hao then delivers his final line. "The orchid has 8 petals." With the code words perfectly aligned, Blanqi Nian finally rises in excitement, rushing to a wall to unveil an embedded metal box, pressing a red button within. "I've activated the scrambler." Only then does Blanqi Nian approach Lin Hao with palpable enthusiasm, extending trembling hands. "Comrade, you have finally arrived." Lin Hao reciprocates with a handshake, continuing to observe Blanqi Nian's micro-expressions. Since the beginning, Lin Hao had utilized his observation hockey to gauge the number of individuals and threats within the apartment, focusing intently on Blanqi Nian upon reaching the 7th floor. Should he detect any signs of abnormality from his counterpart, he would swiftly eliminate the threat. Thus far, he has observed no irregularities. Blanqi Nian's micro-expressions appear normal, and his hockey senses no imminent danger, nor does he foresee any violent future actions. Although the original narrative does not depict Whitebeard's hockey as having future sight abilities, it is likely that Oda had not fully developed that aspect early on. Nevertheless, Lin Hao's replicated hockey grants him the ability to glimpse brief fragments of the future, instilling him with the confidence to approach this situation alone and in his true form. "What transpired a few months ago?" Lin Hao inquires directly. "I couldn't make sense of it either." Blanqi Nian's expression grows complex, revealing anger, sadness, and a hint of fear. "Last year, on Christmas night, Minister Chung issued an urgent directive for everyone to enter silent mode. Then my comrades were hunted by SHIELD. In the team I personally led, only one survived besides me, while the other 2 teams I was responsible for lost contact completely. Faced with such a scenario, I had no choice but to return here and sever all communication with the other teams." "When was the last time you saw Minister Chung before the incident?" Lin Hao presses further. "September 10th of last year," Blanqi Nian promptly replies. "All right, I will come to find you again in due time." Lin Hao turns to leave. "You." Blanqi Nian hesitates, his eyes filled with anticipation. "When will you reorganize?" Realizing he should not pry further, he quickly apologizes. "I'm sorry, I'm just a bit anxious." Lin Hao glances back at him, scrutinizing for any signs of deceit, yet finds none. "Rest assured, I won't keep our comrades waiting for long." As he approaches the elevator, a haunting voice lingers. "There is a traitor among our ranks." Upon entering the elevator and turning around, Lin Hao catches a glimpse of Blanqi Nian's shocked expression, which soon transforms into a natural display of anger. The elevator doors close, severing their connection, yet the fury on Blanqi Nian's face remains undiminished. As the elevator descends, Blanqi Nian approaches the window, quietly observing Lin Hao as he walks away down the street. It is only at this moment that he suddenly touches his chest, a slight smile gracing his lips, The newcomer is rather intriguing. Chapter 32. Stark's redemption and the petty Dark Lord. The disappearance of Tony Stark only caused a flurry of commotion on Wall Street for a morning. While the incident involving the red-clad assailant claimed lives created a brief stir. Within the trading hall, forensic teams collected remains, evidence personnel captured photographs, detectives interrogated witnesses, and cleaning crews tended to the gruesome aftermath. Yet, the traders continued to engage in their usual client calls, discussing the day's stock market fluctuations. Veteran investors gathered nearby, occasionally glancing at the bustling police and the macabre scene on the ground, while their eyes remained fixated on the display screens on the walls. The two factions occasionally interacted, but did not interfere with one another. Even in the face of a world war or an alien invasion, the New York Stock Exchange would not cease operations. This heart of capitalism would only halt when all vitality had been stripped from it. Under pressure from the Securities and Exchange Commission, Stark Industries was compelled to publicly acknowledge Tony Stark's abduction. Stockholders hastily sold off their shares, cursing the reckless heir who had ventured into perilous territories, resulting in their significant financial losses. Aside from Pepper Potts, Happy Hogan, and Rhodey, no one else in the vast city of New York genuinely cared about Tony Stark's fate. Ironically, a doctor, whose family had been devastated by a weapon manufactured by Stark Industries, extended a hand to him, saving his life and even sacrificing himself to ensure his escape. In a remote cave in the mountainous region of Kunar, Afghanistan, dim lights flickered. A man, bound in bandages, lay on a metal bed, a long tube inserted into his nostrils, while a magnet embedded in his chest was connected to two wires leading to a car battery. Nearby, a bespectacled, balding man meticulously shaved in front of a mirror, his steady hands resembling those of a surgeon. Suddenly, the man on the metal bed awoke, bewilderment washing over him as he took in the dreary surroundings. He pulled out the tube from his nose, provoking a cough that sent pain coursing through his chest, compelling him to look down and discover the bandages concealing something sinister. In a panic, he tore away the bindings to reveal the magnet lodged within his chest, tracing the wires back to the battery. The realization of having a magnet inserted into his chest would shatter any normal individual. The man gasped for breath, letting out a strained roar. "You're awake?" Ethan, who was shaving, glanced at him through the mirror. "What have you done to me?" Tony Stark's terror was laced with fury. "What have I done?" Ethan chuckled, as if it were a trivial matter. "I saved your life, although I've done my utmost. Many fragments remain in your body, burrowing through your veins toward your heart." Setting down his razor, Ethan picked up a small glass vial from the table, shook it, and tossed it at Tony. Catching the vial and holding it up to the light, Tony observed the minuscule fragments within. "I've seen many such injuries in the village. People call them the living dead. In about a week, the shrapnel will reach their organs, and no one can save them. Before they die, they endure excruciating pain, as if countless venomous insects were gnawing at their bodies. They wish to survive, yet can only await their demise." Ethan's expression grew cold, as if lost in memories. "How does it feel to be injured by your own weapons?" Tony was at a loss for words, though he had yet to begin reflecting on his actions. Still clinging to the perspective of a weapons manufacturer, he touched the wires, following them to the battery, and began to contemplate. Ethan took out a frying pan and set it over a fire to cook porridge. Noticing Tony's silence, he brought up another topic. "Actually, we've met once before at a technology seminar in Bern." Tony glanced at him again and shook his head. "I don't remember. Of course, if I had been that drunk, I wouldn't have been able to stand, let alone give a lecture on integrated circuits." Ethan stirred the porridge in the pan. Tony looked up and spotted a surveillance camera on the wall, asking, "Where are we?" Just as Ethan was about to respond, footsteps echoed outside the iron door. "Quick, get up," he urged Tony. "Follow my lead, and remember." A group of menacing armed thugs burst in. Ethan clasped his hands over his head, and Tony mimicked him. Tony Stark, the bearded leader, raised his arms dramatically, exclaiming, "Welcome, America's most notorious mass murderer." He then proceeded to rattle off a series of incomprehensible words, which Ethan translated. "He wants you to help him manufacture missiles, specifically the Jericho missile you showcased." Ethan handed Tony a black and white photograph. Stubbornly, Tony rejected the proposition. only to be met with an enthusiastic water treatment that included not only water, but also occasional jolts of electricity from the wires on his chest. It was a stark contrast, yet regrettably, the service personnel lacked the charm of the exquisite technicians. After a business reception, the leader, blindfolding Tony, led him out of the cave to demonstrate his power. See? The bearded man twirled around, gesturing to the cache of weapons and ammunition piled outside. Everything you need is right here. Tony Stark, perplexed, found himself surrounded by weapons produced by Stark Industries, despite the fact that he had only supplied these arms to the American military. Although a weapons dealer, Tony had not matured to the level of the Dark Lord Lin Hao, believing naively that his arms were solely for the American military to maintain peace in a free world. Failing to grasp that a weapons dealer who does not sell to warring factions is not a successful one. How could the free America be devoid of arms dealers catering to its adversaries? Get to work immediately, and once the job is done, I will release you, the leader promised. This time, Tony exhibited a newfound maturity, confident in his talent. He realized that once the terrorists had him, they would relentlessly demand weaponry, and there was no possibility of them letting go of their golden goose. Thus, his only option was to save himself. Drawing upon the ingenious ideas he had conceived prior to this ordeal, having even practiced them once. For a genius like him, the concepts of existence and non-existence held different meanings, especially with prior experience. Tony swiftly sketched out a design, crafting a model that was more streamlined and rational than in the original. Meanwhile, Lin Hao had completed his encounters with the surviving agents in the vicinity of New York, adopting various identities, each layer a genuine guise. To be candid, during his decade with SHIELD, Lin Hao had utilized the agency's resources to undertake numerous endeavors behind Zheng Xian's back. Zheng Xian was unaware that Lin Hao possessed technology for creating synthetic beings. He likely believed Lin Hao was merely developing his own network, a common practice for a senior agent. If any of the individuals he interacted with proved to be traitors, the corresponding guise would be exposed, allowing Lin Hao to identify the betrayer. This was a fishing expedition using disguises as bait, when unable to uncover more leads. Such rudimentary methods were the only recourse available. While ordinary agents would suffer losses with this tactic, Lin Hao remained unfazed. After concluding his meetings with the last surviving agent near New York, Lin Hao received a video call from Bug, revealing a weathered man with a face etched with hardship. Director, I have scoured Shaanxi, Xiangnan, Chuandong, and Gue Bay multiple times, but found no trace of the legend of Taro Village. Jiaying's village had been obliterated 18 years prior during a mudslide, which had drawn no attention from the agency. Furthermore, I scoured the highlands in search of the village inhabited by the otherworldly beings, yet found nothing. It is likely situated within an alternate spatial dimension. As for Kamatage, the director must possess a few nails, but I am unable to reach them. Lin Hao replied nonchalantly. Just as the Dark Lord was about to terminate the call, the man known as Blade urgently pleaded, Director, I wish to engage in field work. I was excluded from a last assault on Wakanda. What nonsense is this? Lin Hao, with a stern demeanor, reprimanded. That was resource development, a matter of peaceful coexistence. Blade fell silent, forcing a semblance of an awkward smile. Director, such investigations can be conducted by administrative personnel. I am a member of the Special Operations Team, a distinguished Level 7 agent. Oh, Lin Hao retorted dismissively. Who can you defeat? You couldn't even best a pacifist, and you dare seek fieldwork? Blade was rendered speechless. With over 150,000 personnel in the Bureau, how many could single-handedly confront a pacifist? Regret washed over him. He lamented his foolishness from years past when he voluntarily approached Director Lin for martial training, only to be sent flying by a single slap. Nursing grudges for all these years, the Dark Lord was indeed petty. Chapter 33. Here, for 3 matters only after hanging up on Blade, Lin Hao fell into contemplation. Since joining the Spear Bureau a decade ago and acquiring a modicum of power, he had developed an interest in Su Wenwu in Jiaying. The Marvel Cinematic Universe explicitly states that Su Wenwu has lived for over a millennium, while Jiaying possesses formidable regenerative abilities, surviving even the most gruesome fates. Director Lin, pragmatic in his desires, sought to obtain their strengths. Ever since he discovered that he inhabited the Marvel Cinematic Universe 15 years prior, all his endeavors have revolved around defeating Director Destruction and ensuring his own survival, which stands as his paramount objective. The little demon offered him a chance to alter his fate, yet its randomness proved unreliable. Thus, Lin Hao endeavored to collect the grievances of living beings, hoping to one day acquire treasures such as the 9-turn golden elixir or the jade plate of creation. If those were unattainable, perhaps a demon passport or even the frying pan of the red wolf would suffice. Securing a 4-dimensional pocket could also serve as a means of self-preservation. At the very least, obtaining a portal to swiftly acquire the Power Stone from the planet Morag and conceal it within the alternate space opened by the little demon would prevent Director Destruction from gathering all 6 stones. This, too, was a viable strategy. Consequently, with a degree of strength and control over certain resources, Lin Hao was eager to venture to America, both to instigate chaos and harvest the grievances of the living, and to seek out the space stone purportedly held by Sheld. Although the space stone was under Odin's watchful eye, Lin Hao could afford to wait for his demise before making a move. Having wielded the Holy Spear once, he felt emboldened, believing he might no longer need to wait. Surviving the assault from Director Destruction remained his primary goal, with the secondary objective being immortality. With the resources of the myriad realms at his disposal, Lin Hao had long contemplated the pursuit of eternal life, especially in a world teeming with potential for longevity. If the little demon could swiftly procure treasures like the 9-turn golden elixir or the peaches of immortality, it would be even better. For the methods of achieving immortality in the Marvel Universe often come with significant costs unless one possesses innate racial gifts. The notion of longevity in Eastern culture resonated more profoundly with Lin Hao. However, the randomness of fate was difficult to control, compelling Lin Hao to make ample preparations as a contingency plan. Su Wenwu and Jia Ying represented the most accessible opportunities for immortality, with comparatively lower costs than other methods. Both hailed from China, and the intelligence network of the Spear Bureau could prove advantageous. Lin Hao donned tactical attire, restored his physique, adorned a black metal mask, and boarded a Wakandan aircraft modified with technology from the worlds of One Piece and Dragon Ball. The revamped aircraft could now exceed Earth's gravitational pull and enter low Earth orbit, but it still fell short of interstellar travel and lacked the technology for spatial jumps. Neither Lin Hao nor the Spear Bureau possessed a cosmic star map, yet Nick Fury, having recruited the Skrulls and enlisted the assistance of Captain Marvel, undoubtedly held such maps. One could only say that Sheld was indeed one of Marvel's favorite entities. Nick Fury had encountered numerous extraordinary events, and his resources surpassed those of the 2,000-year-old Spear Bureau. Although Zhang Heng had experienced the events of the Celestial Group and passed down the Holy Spear, a weapon capable of slaying gods, he lacked advanced aerospace technology. Unlike Black Egg, who stumbled upon a ship full of extraterrestrial refugees and became instantly wealthy. Spaceships, star maps, everything they could desire. Yet, Nick Fury had possessed these pivotal technologies for over a decade, never considering leading humanity toward the stars to expand the human realm of existence. His focus remained solely on protecting Earth, countering extraterrestrial threats, and maintaining the world order established by America. You merely need to work diligently. The gentleman will shield everyone from alien incursions. As for those who perished amidst the turmoil, well, when has the world ever been free of death? As long as the order of freedom remains intact, America shall be forever great. Lin Hao was not inclined to coddle these elite free spirits. His third objective, after achieving the first two, was to assist his kin in reaching the vast cosmos. When in distress, one should cultivate oneself. When prosperous, one ought to benefit the world. Lin Hao did not consider himself particularly noble, yet he did not mind doing what he could within his capabilities. Otherwise, after attaining immortality, would he simply spend his days frolicking with beauties? That would grow tiresome. In other worlds, he might hesitate to boast, for humanity knows little of the cosmos beyond Earth. However, the Marvel Universe is rife with civilizations, alleviating concerns about getting lost. Lin Hao currently lacked three essentials: personal strength, interstellar travel technology, and an accurate star map. Should he encounter obstacles in achieving these goals, such as S, H, I, E, L, D, or America, he would not hesitate to trample them down. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Hao activated the cloaking mode of the aircraft and soared across the Atlantic toward Afghanistan. He possessed a life card belonging to Tony Stark, crafted for a lock of hair he had taken from him during a banquet. His journey was not to save anyone, but to locate someone. Upon reaching Khyber province in Afghanistan, Lin Hao slowed his speed, flying low in accordance with the direction indicated by the life card, his keen senses absorbing the surroundings. After a brief period, he finally pinpointed Tony Stark's location within a mountainous region. Lin Hao leaped from the aircraft, wielding a crescent blade forged for vibranium. After replicating a portion of Whitebeard's memories, he had learned some of his sword techniques. While the Naginata did not suit him, Guansheng's crescent blade aligned more closely with his aesthetic preferences. Lin Hao did not charge into the deep cavern where Tony Stark was imprisoned. Instead, he approached the encampment situated in the valley. Who goes there? Halt! Open fire! Armed militants, noticing Lin Hao's bold approach, erupted into a cacophony of shouts. An invisible force surged forth, and all the henchmen collapsed to the ground. Lin Hao strode into the center of the encampment, where he found the bald leader. He did not wait for the man to awaken naturally, nor did he have time to douse him with water. Instead, he delivered a swift strike to the man's arm. The blade flashed, severing the limb with a smoothness surpassing even that of chocolate. The excruciating pain jolted the slumbering leader awake, and upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of a black metal mask, filling him with dread. The Dark Lord. It seemed he still held some notoriety. A cold voice emanated from behind the metal mask. Let us not waste time. Divulge Su Wenwu's whereabouts, and I can grant you a swift end. The bald man's expression shifted drastically, torn between pain and fear. He had never anticipated that abducting Tony Stark would attract the attention of this infamous killer. The reputation of the Dark Lord resonated far beyond the realm of the Spear Bureau. To organizations like theirs, he was nothing short of a monstrous executioner. Although the Ten Commandments Gang is an international organization, its leader, Su Wenwu, is of Huaxia descent, and for millennia, most of the elders have shared this heritage. These elders tend to select one or two of their own offspring to inherit their power and wealth, which inevitably imbues the upper echelons of the gang with a strong Huaxia influence. Moreover, with their leader Su Wenwu seemingly immortal, how could the members dare to exhibit any racial discrimination? This gang has a history spanning a millennium, deeply rooted in East Asia and Southeast Asia, making it impossible for them to relinquish their hold. Consequently, in recent years, conflicts with the burgeoning Divine Spear Bureau have become inevitable, giving rise to the ominous reputation of the Dark Lord within the ranks of the Ten Commandments Gang. Lin Hao has never shown mercy towards these scoundrels, employing increasingly brutal methods to harvest their grievances. To their adversaries, the Dark Lord appears as a monstrous figure, but to his colleagues at the Divine Spear Bureau, he is seen as a reliable leader, albeit one who can easily push people to their emotional limits. Don't you know? Stammered the bald man. We haven't seen the boss in years. Each faction is acting independently, all waiting for his return. We know the boss's strength. No one dares to rebel. I am just here to earn a little extra money. The bald man wept, lamenting the irony that despite having kidnapped an American, he found himself entangled with the Dark Lord. Lin Hao observed his expression closely and, realizing that the man truly had no knowledge of Su Wenwu's whereabouts, decided to end his life swiftly. The bald man's head rolled in the dirt, and in his fading consciousness, he caught a glimpse of the Dark Lord turning away, inexplicably sparing his subordinates. Damn, why do the underlings get to live? Does the boss deserve to be disdained? In truth, Lin Hao understood that this visit would likely yield little, yet he held onto a glimmer of hope. Just as he was about to leap back onto the aircraft, a series of gunshots and the terrified cries of armed men echoed from a nearby deep cave. Lin Hao had just controlled the direction of his conqueror as Haki, sparing those inside the cave. Several armed men, who had narrowly escaped death, rushed out of the cave, their faces etched with fear as they glanced back. Moments later, A rugged armored vehicle burst forth, moving with a fluidity that surpassed its cinematic counterparts. Driving the suit of armor was Tony Stark, followed closely by Ethan, armed with a submachine gun. Perhaps due to the expedited production of the armor this time, Tony had not sacrificed himself to buy time. As both parties arrived at the cave entrance, an unexpected silence enveloped the valley. They were astonished to find that everyone in the gorge had collapsed. Naturally, their gaze gravitated towards Lin Hao, who was adorned with a black metal mask. "You're Tony Stark?" he asked, momentarily taken aback, before excitedly inquiring, "Are you here to rescue me?" As a renowned figure in America and a genius inventor, Tony was certain that many would be eager to aid him following his disappearance. Lin Hao remained silent, calculating the time and noting that only 2 months had passed since Tony's abduction, a significant reduction compared to the 3 months in the original narrative. Observing the clearly superior armor that Tony wore, Lin Hao recalled the scenes he had witnessed through Wilford's perspective and suddenly understood. It seemed that his prior experience in crafting armor had significantly accelerated the process this time. However, Tony Stark could not return home just yet. Lin Hao was indifferent to the model of armor Tony used to escape. His primary concern was the timing of that escape. Thus, a wave of Conqueror-esque hockey surged forth, causing both factions at the cave entrance to collapse simultaneously. Having concluded his task, Lin Hao produced a communicator and called for the blade. "Here's an opportunity for you to be deployed in the field. Come to Afghanistan and keep Tony Stark for another month." "What?" The blade was bewildered. "You can't be serious." Lin Hao retorted, "I must." The blade eagerly replied, "I want it. Regardless of who it is, I can't miss this chance to re-emerge. If I let it slip away, I might truly end up in a desk job." "Excellent. Wait for my signal, and then release him," Lin Hao concluded with satisfaction before ending the call. Stark Industries stock had not yet plummeted to its nadir, and Lin Hao had yet to initiate his acquisition strategy. He could not permit Tony's return just yet. Profit was secondary. Maintaining his reputation as the stock market genius of the Divine Spear Bureau was paramount. Chapter 34. Hydra needs talent like yours west of the Hudson River. In the southwestern region of Albany lies a mountainous area spanning 4 counties known as the Catskill Mountains. This is a protected natural reserve, home to 98 undulating peaks exceeding 900 meters in elevation, inhabited by a variety of wildlife, including black bears, deer, and foxes, with the occasional sighting of a bald eagle. 3 months have elapsed since the Wall Street red-clad criminal incident, and Adam Smith, having escaped the encirclement, has been recuperating and practicing swordsmanship in the Catskill Mountains. The area is abundant in resources and food, with a small town at the foot of the mountains, making survival effortless for someone like Adam, who possesses internal strength and exceptional sword skills. The evil-repelling sword technique is a fast-tracked martial art. Lin Pingji, a mediocre practitioner with average talent but decent character, managed to kill Yu Songhai and obliterate the Qing Chung sect after merely 2.5 months of training. After 3 months of diligent practice, Adam Smith has undoubtedly transformed. This sword style allows for simultaneous internal power growth while practicing, although it may not compare to the renowned internal cultivation techniques. Its rapid learnability and versatility far exceed those requiring high aptitude. The only prerequisite is a willingness to inflict a decisive blow. In a world of low martial arts like the smiling, proud wanderer, mastering the evil-repelling sword technique in 2 to 3 months can elevate one to the status of a top-tier practitioner, even qualifying as a first-class master goalkeeper. Amidst the red pine forest, a crimson silhouette circled around the pine tree trunks, leaping and spinning, occasionally reflecting sharp metallic glimmers. Countless branches and leaves cascaded like rain, each slender pine needle severed by the sword light, falling like green needles from the heavens. Suddenly, the red figure landed atop a pine tree, balancing precariously on a slender branch, while the tall and robust Adam Smith swayed gently with the branch, refusing to fall. With a swift motion, the blade returned to its sheath, and several towering red pines collapsed with a resounding crash. These trees had already endured countless cuts, barely standing due to a thin thread of vital energy. Once that energy dissipated, the chaotic debris tumbled down, transforming the area into a lumberyard of refuse. 3 months later, Adam Smith's chin was devoid of stubble, His internal energy had nurtured his wounds, rendering his previously coarse skin smooth, rosy, and radiant. His once receding hairline had slightly lowered, and his prematurely graying hair had returned to its natural black, while 3 months of untrimmed hair now brushed against his earlobes. His lean physique had not developed bulging muscles. Instead, it clung tightly to his skeletal frame, accentuating his slenderness, with a hint of allure in his expression. Dressed in a crimson robe, he wore a red cord around his waist, from which hung a gourd of unknown origin, filled with white wine procured from the nearby town. After practicing swordsmanship, Adam removed the wine gourd and, imitating the movements of Dongfang Bubi, tilted his head back to drink deeply. Although he was merely mimicking, to those who had never witnessed the elegance of Dongfang Bubi, it appeared quite carefree. Is he a man or a woman? From behind the trees, an agent clad in camouflage, peering through binoculars, observed Adam Smith as profile, uncertainty etched on his face. The intel stated he was a man, didn't he? Silence. The Crossbones Brock, Rumlow reprimanded softly over the communication channel. While he too was baffled by Adam Smith's transformation, he recognized that this individual was extraordinarily dangerous. The brief skirmish that transpired outside the New York Stock Exchange 3 months prior had left the experts of the Shield Bureau in shock. They meticulously dissected the footage frame by frame, yet remained baffled as to how Adam Smith, once an ordinary individual, could transform into an extraordinary being within a mere day. The fleeting burst of speed captured in the video even rivaled the remarkable data left by Captain America, let alone the astonishing feat of effortlessly cleaving through a blast shield with an ordinary stainless steel longsword. Experts calculated that the speed at which he swung that sword reached approximately 100 meters per second, which was utterly ludicrous. An ordinary stainless steel longsword not only withstood such velocity, but also managed to slice through a blast shield made of high molecular materials, leaving an impeccably smooth and even incision. This defied scientific explanation. If the preceding footage challenged the very principles held by physicists, then what Crossbones had just witnessed was akin to encountering their legendary master of Hydra. In a matter of seconds, a crimson figure darted around several towering red pines, deftly stripping branches and leaves while reducing the trunks to mere splinters, ultimately perching precariously on a branch less than half a meter long, seemingly impervious to gravity. Was Captain America truly this formidable? Had Red Skull encountered such a being, he might not have been reduced to mere pulp. Brock Rumlow found his thoughts spiraling. Meanwhile, Alexander Pierce, observing the live broadcast from his villa in New York City, was struck with disbelief. He had indeed grown stronger. How is this possible? Earlier, they speculated that Adam Smith might have acquired some form of enhancement through a potion, or perhaps due to a toxin-induced genetic mutation or an awakening of inhuman abilities. They had encountered numerous similar cases, having studied them extensively within Hydra. The reason Pierce had dispatched operatives to seek him out was to either recruit him or, failing that, to enrich Hydra's resource pool. Never did he expect to witness such a miraculous display. How had he gained his strength? How could he continue to grow stronger? Pierce murmured to himself, his whiskey suddenly losing its appeal. Without further ado, he commanded Crossbones, "Approach him." No sooner had the order been given than a flash of red appeared in the frame before Crossbones could even rise. Astonishingly, Adam Smith had instantaneously appeared before the camera from over 500 meters away atop a tree. "I will grant you 3 seconds to articulate a reason for sparing your lives." Adam Smith's voice softened, though his tone retained a somewhat effeminate quality due to its incomplete transformation. Even the battle-hardened Crossbones felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his brow as he witnessed the other's hand grasp the sword's hilt, a chilling sensation suddenly wrapping around his neck. Driven by an instinct for survival, Crossbones blurted out, "I possess detailed information regarding your ex-wife's affair." Upon hearing this, Adam Smith released the sword and extended his hand. "Hand it over." This was indeed intelligence he was unaware of. 3 months prior, he had only eliminated a few boastful individuals and had no knowledge of how many others lurked in the shadows. The scoundrel was dead, but the paramour must also be eradicated. Crossbones quickly retrieved a portable hard drive and handed it over. Adam Smith accepted it and turned to leave. "Wait, Weird S." H-I-E-L-D. Need someone like you. Crossbones hastily amended his statement. A hint of surprise flickered in Adam Smith's eyes at the mention of Hydra, leading him a glance back. I wish to speak with him. Pierce, directing from afar, interjected swiftly. Crossbones then produced a tactical tablet secured at his waist, swiftly operating it to face Adam Smith. Mr. Smith, I am Alexander Pierce, former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and current minister of the World Security Council. We can utilize official channels to eliminate the detrimental influences from 3 months ago, and we can help quell the situation after your vengeance. Pierce's tone was earnest. We sincerely invite you to join us. You are Hydra? Adam Smith inquired incredulously. The nefarious organization that was vanquished by Captain America. As noted in history, justice and evil are defined by humanity. Pierce replied with a confident smile. Soon, we shall possess the power to define good and evil ourselves. How intriguing. Adam Smith suddenly wore a mischievous smile. This nation is indeed captivating. With that laughter, he vanished like a crimson shadow. Sir, the mission has failed, Crossbones said, anxiety creeping in. Did you leave a contact on the hard drive? But Pierce remained unfazed, leisurely sipping his drink, exuding confidence. Just wait, he will undoubtedly come to us. Chapter 35. Tony, can you imagine the feeling of seeing hope only to be plunged into despair? As a Marvel officially recognized genius, often referred to as the one cursed by knowledge, Tony Stark had recently found himself grappling with a sense of inadequacy regarding his intellect. Why? Why did that masked figure choose to render him unconscious? What grievance did he hold against him? Just as he was on the brink of escape, he was dragged back and imprisoned for a month. The most bizarre aspect was that during this time, he remained under the supervision of the same armed group, albeit now disarmed, while another faction outside the valley, clearly better equipped, had them cornered. By the looks of it, the initial armed group had clearly become mere fodder. Each day, these captives were required to line up obediently at the valley's entrance to receive their meals, with one person dispatched into the cave to deliver food to Tony and Ethan. On days when the weather permitted them to breathe fresh air, Tony was astonished to find that these captives were being ordered by the outsiders to maintain the valley's cleanliness. Tents had to be pitched neatly, drainage ditches dug, and all bodily functions had to be conducted in designated restrooms. Anyone caught relieving themselves inappropriately would be tied to a flagpole for a day without food. The tents could not be left in disarray either. They had to be cleaned daily, with even the blankets folded neatly. Any failure to meet these standards resulted in punishment, leading to starvation. Were they captives or mere recruits undergoing military training? When Tony Stark proposed that the cave also be cleaned, he was met with refusal. The justification being that he was not a captive of the outsiders, but rather of the individuals within the valley. Thus he could not make demands of them. Well, aren't you saying that the vassal of my vassal is not my vassal? You've truly mastered the medieval lordship model. Tony Stark could not fathom this logic. So he resorted to inquiring of Ethan, who spoke multiple languages. Who are these people outside the valley? Ethan, with a blank expression, replied mechanically. You have asked me that 137 times. The individuals outside the valley all donned gray combat uniforms and black featureless masks. And the few who entered the valley never communicated. Tony was unable to venture outside the valley and had no means of acquiring information. Ironically, these individuals appeared highly trained and well-equipped. When Tony awakened, his armor had vanished, leaving him unarmed and unable to escape. Life within the valley devolved into a monotonous cycle. Just when Tony Stark believed he would endure this imprisonment indefinitely, on the 30th morning, the outsiders began dismantling the camp. Once the camp was disassembled, a figure clad in a black mask, known as the Blade, entered the valley with his team, carrying boxes of weapons, and personally returned the armor to Tony Stark. Put it on. The Blade commanded coldly in English. Tony Stark was left utterly bewildered. The military Blade turned away from him, facing the members of the Ten Rings gang with the same indifference. Arm yourselves. Once he dons his armor, take a deep breath, the Blade declared, articulating the demands as instructed by the Dark Lord. Resume the battle from a month ago. Although he could not comprehend the Dark Lord's peculiar orders, it was imperative to execute them decisively to avoid further scrutiny. Over the years, The Dark Lord had frequently engaged in such perplexing maneuvers that baffled ordinary minds. As the blade finished speaking, an eerie silence enveloped the valley. What sort of operation was this? A save file, akin to a single-player game? As the leader raised his wrist to check the time, Tony and the members of the Ten Rings finally grasped the seriousness of the situation. "Ethan, quick, lend a hand," Tony called urgently. The members of the Ten Rings swiftly retrieved their light weapons from their boxes, yet faced with the blade's entourage, they lacked even the courage to touch the triggers. This group of armed men had been tamed like novice recruits over the past month. In a flurry, Ethan assisted Tony in donning his armor, utilizing the crane provided by the blade. "And you, hold that submachine gun tightly," the blade directed at the unarmed Ethan. "You two return to the cave entrance, surround him with the others, and the rest step back a bit. Yes, retreat to that position." The blade assumed the role of a meticulous commander, executing the intricate maneuvers with precision. "Take your places. Once we leave, you may begin the assault." The group hastily organized their gear and swiftly exited the valley, vanishing into the vast desert sands. The members of the Ten Rings cautiously gathered at the valley's mouth to spy, and once assured of their departure, they erupted in cheers, tears of joy streaming down their faces. "They've left. Those demons have finally departed. Oh, Almighty, may you bless us with eternal life. Amen." Tony Stark's emotions were a chaotic mess, yet he recognized the perfect opportunity to escape and immediately opened fire upon the Ten Rings members. Despite witnessing their brutal training over the past month, he had not forgotten how they had treated him a month prior. A magnet still lodged in his chest served as a painful reminder. The jubilant members of the Ten Rings were taken by surprise and hastily retaliated. Yet their light weapons proved ineffective against Tony's armor. As twin flamethrowers unleashed torrents of fire, the valley was engulfed in flames, prompting Tony to soar into the sky, cradling Ethan. Their flight took them further than in the original narrative, but the armor ultimately disintegrated in mid-air. The cave's manual operations and inferior tools rendered it incapable of sustaining the immense strain. High above, in a stealth transport aircraft, the blade observed Tony Stark's successful escape as military helicopters approached, allowing him to exhale in relief. "Director, the mission is complete, and the target has successfully fled." One could easily misconstrue his words as a rescue operation. "Excellent. You may rejoin the team," Lin Hao waved in the video feed. "Thank you, Director," the blade replied, elated. At long last, the hardships of the past few years seemed to be at an end. Meanwhile, Lin Hao in New York had completed a strategic acquisition of Stark Industries. Unfortunately, only 31 of the shares were circulating in the market, with over 42 still under Tony Stark's name, and Obadiah held a further 20. The remaining shares were scattered among obstinate retail investors and a few informed institutions or individuals. As the mastermind behind the scenes, Obadiah had no intention of selling his shares. He had initially planned to acquire them at a low price, but after losing contact with the Ten Rings for the past month, he grew anxious, fearing that Tony Stark had returned and was secretly gathering evidence against him, which left him disinterested in the stock market. Upon receiving news today that Tony had been rescued by the Air Force and was en route to the Afghan base, Obadiah ordered his traders to begin buying up shares. "Sir, all sell orders for Stark Industries have vanished," the trader exclaimed, astonished. For the past 3 months, Stark Industries stock had been in free fall, and now, upon inspection, all sell orders had disappeared. If he couldn't grasp what was happening, he had no business on Wall Street. "Sir, is Tony Stark making a comeback?" the trader inquired. But Obadiah, enraged, smashed his phone in frustration. Who could it be? Obadiah pondered, suspecting the Ten Rings after their month-long disappearance. Could it be those filthy vermin? Damn it. They took my commission and now dare to seize my stocks? Determined to probe Tony's intentions, he resolved to investigate the desert. If it truly was the Ten Rings causing trouble, he swore to eliminate them. Meanwhile, aboard the aircraft, Tony lamented to his long-lost friend Rhodey, who had been searching for him for 3 months. "You have no idea what I've endured these past months." Rhodey glanced at the magnet embedded in Tony's chest and sighed deeply. "I know." "No, you don't." At that moment, Tony resembled a modern-day lamenter. "I thought I could escape a month ago, yet never anticipated being held captive by such a twisted group." They continued to imprison me for an entire month. Can you imagine the despair of seeing hope only to have it snatched away? They are utterly deranged. Chapter 36. 1. Chicken. Multiple meals in a hotel suite in Manhattan. Lin Hao sat before multiple phones, each representing a different alias to contact corresponding stockbrokers. Before a white screen of the home theater, a grayish-white snail projected two beams of light, illuminating Zheng Xian, who simultaneously directed several investment banks, financial firms, and foundations operated by the Spear Bureau. By diversifying operations, they sought to evade scrutiny from the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. It is time for you to witness the prowess of the Spear Bureau's stock god, Lin Hao proclaimed solemnly. Zheng Xian, suppressing the urge to roll his eyes, retorted, "You've already made your acquisitions. Once Tony Stark arrives, you can cash out at a high price. Was it necessary to summon me here as if I had nothing better to do?" Lin Hao shot back. "Aren't you just fussing over that orchid in your office every day?" Zheng Xian glared at him, teeth clenched. "The night you left, you accidentally snipped off a leaf." "Really?" Lin Hao chuckled. "Then the code must change to 7 leaves. I suggest you paint each one a different color. Perhaps you can make a wish." In the background, Zheng Xian, who had not provided Lin Hao with grievances for years, began to rack up more points. "All right, let us get down to business." Lin Hao returned to the main topic. "Allow me to demonstrate what it means to have one chicken yield multiple meals." With that, Lin Hao began to alter his voice while making calls. After receiving directives from his benefactor, multiple stockbrokers on Wall Street began placing buy orders for Stark Industries, with prices significantly higher than the previous day. This served as a clear signal. Retail investors and institutions monitoring stock trends immediately noticed the change. Soon, those with extensive information channels began to inquire with insiders at Stark Industries, some even reaching out to the military and CIA for confirmation. Only when the Afghan Air Force Base provided definitive news did Wall Street erupt into a frenzy. As more buy orders emerge, the purchasing price of Stark Industries stock continues to rise. However, the available shares in the market have long been secured by Lin Hao and the Spear Bureau, leaving only a scant portion held by stubborn retail investors and well-informed institutions. With the news of Tony Stark's successful rescue spreading, the buy orders for Stark Industries within the stock exchange accumulate rapidly, driving the purchase price ever higher. Lin Hao adeptly creates small transaction orders through a method of simultaneous selling and buying, thereby inflating the real-time stock price. Unlike traditional stock trading, American stock transactions offer various order types, permitting price increases even before existing buy orders are fully absorbed. Moreover, the U.S. stock market operates on a zero mechanism, allowing for same-day trading without any limits on price fluctuations. The Securities and Exchange Commission only monitors for abnormal price volatility, initiating a circuit breaker mechanism if the fluctuation exceeds 30 or 50%, typically halting trading for several minutes or even hours. Should any violations be discovered, trading will be frozen. Conversely, normal trading restrictions will be lifted. Retail investors, who were previously slow to react, noticed the new buy orders for Stark Industries appearing just minutes apart, prompting them to finally awaken to the situation. This effectively serves as confirmation from the Securities and Exchange Commission regarding the legitimacy of these buy orders, tacitly affirming Tony Stark's imminent return. Having plummeted to rock bottom over the past 3 months, Stark Industries stock price is expected to rebound to its previous levels upon Tony Stark's return, potentially even experiencing a slight increase due to the enthusiasm of retail investors. As long as the buying price remains below the stock price from 3 months ago, any purchase will yield profit. Such an evident opportunity is bound to guarantee returns even for novice investors. Consequently, retail investors flood into the market, further driving up the purchasing price. When the price approaches just $5 below the previous stock price, Lin Hao instructed traders to increase the volume of sales. The market begins to witness a surge in transaction orders, naturally attracting the attention of discerning individuals. "Mr. Stanny, the sell orders are increasing, and the transaction price is nearing 3 months ago. Should we proceed with our purchase?" A trader inquires over the phone to Obadiah Stane. At that moment, the bald old man is waiting at the press conference venue, as in just a few hours, Tony Stark will arrive at the airport aboard an Air Force transport plane. "Buy." Obadiah Stane commands fiercely, I can tolerate a further $2 increase in the stock price. He initially intended to buy at a lower price to increase his stake, but finding himself preempted, he must now purchase at a higher price. He has resolved that, even upon Tony Stark's return, he will seek another opportunity to eliminate his rival and subsequently take control of Stark Industries. America is a realm of capital, and Obadiah Stane is not Tony Stark's heir. Aside from utilizing business strategies to expand his shareholding, he has no better alternatives. Observing Lin Hao's mass sell-off, Zheng Xian cannot help but wonder, shouldn't the stock price see a slight increase upon Tony Stark's return? Why sell now? This doesn't align with your usual style. Lin Hao, with an air of arrogance, retorts, this time, let me show you what foresight truly means. With that, he takes out a phone bug and dials in front of Zheng Xian. 12357, Weather Witch. At this moment, high above the Atlantic Ocean, the Weather Witch clutches the phone bug in one hand and a locator in the other. Sister, Tony Stark's plane is about to arrive at your location. Delay for me. The stocks haven't sold out yet, and I'll give you 5 points as a service fee. Only 5 points. The Weather Witch, floating above the Atlantic, mimics Lin Hao's words. Does that mean I'll be begging on my knees? It needs to be more. Sister, do you have any idea how much I could earn this time? Lin Hao's voice, brimming with pride, comes through at least $5 billion. So much. The Weather Witch exclaims in astonishment. Stark Industries' total market value is only over $300 billion. How many circulating shares can there be? Though the shares are few, I could still eat more than one chicken. Transaction confirmed. For the sake of money, the Weather Witch hastens towards the plane carrying Tony. Not long after, a large thunderstorm cloud suddenly appears in the clear sky, perfectly obstructing the plane's flight path. The transport plane's pilot, seeing the cloud from a distance, hastily changes direction. However, not long after, another thunderstorm cloud looms ahead. The transport plane bobs up and down like a roller coaster. What's going on? Rhodey bursts into the cockpit. Is the pilot's professionalism really this poor? Sir, I don't know why, but suddenly there are thunderstorm clouds all around the flight path, so we have to keep changing direction. The pilot replies, looking aggrieved. How strange. The meteorological data clearly indicates a clear flight path today. Upon hearing the news, Tony Stark, who is currently on a roller coaster ride, mutters to himself, this feeling is so familiar. Thus, the press conference, originally scheduled to take place before lunch, is delayed until 4 in the afternoon. Lin Hao successfully cashes out all the stocks he holds at a high price. Yet, this is not the end. The tardy Tony Stark unexpectedly announces a major piece of news at the press conference. Stark Industries is set to shut down its weapons manufacturing department. In an instant, investors, who had barely warmed their stocks, are left in shock for a moment before immediately placing sell orders. The stock price chart for Stark Industries creates the sharpest angle ever seen on Wall Street, with the rising green line and the falling red line almost glued together. Come on, this chicken can be eaten again. Lin Hao rubs his hands together like a fly. The expression of Zheng Xian in the video shows confusion. Did you hypnotize him this month? No, it was his self-conversion, and I observed it with keen intuition. Lin Hao boasts, full of pride. Now you cannot deny my foresight and sharp intuition, can you? But does Stark Industries still hold value? Zheng Xian questions Lin Hao's reasoning for buying it again. If they stop selling weapons, is Tony Stark going to switch to selling pancakes? The arc reactor. Lin Hao reminds him. I see. Zheng Xian realizes, and he can't help but feel a tinge of admiration for Lin Hao's opportunism. All right, so Tony Stark's chicken has been consumed by you 3 times. First shorting, then bottoming out at a low price and cashing out high. And now you're buying it again to wait for another cash out. No, we can still eat a 4th time. Lin Hao's brow arches mischievously. Once he announces his foray into the energy sector to raise the stock price, another stakeholder will file a patent infringement lawsuit in the Supreme Court of America. Zheng Xian remains silent, feeling a bit of sympathy for Tony Stark. A legitimate chicken might only be eaten once. But this unconventional Tony Stark is set to be devoured by the big bad wolf 4 times. Chapter 37. Who says Hydra cannot have superheroes? Some individuals can indulge in multiple servings, while others are left with mere nostalgia. Adam Smith discovers that he has developed a bad habit. When pursuing adulterers, he always stabs them below first before slicing them piece by piece. At the same time, he realizes that his aversion to women is growing stronger. With the more beautiful they are, the more he detests them. Seeing their flirtatious demeanor makes him want to stab them a few times. The same goes for ugly men. Those handsome and dapper young men evoke a fondness in him. No, Adam Smith struggles to restrain himself, constantly reminding himself, "The Eastern genius is my one true pursuit in this life." If they were merely characters from a movie, Adam Smith would not take them seriously. But he has witnessed Dongfang Booby emerge from the television, bestowing upon him divine powers. It alters his lamentable life. This indicates that the enigmatic figure known as Dongfang has indeed existed. Although the videotape subsequently vanished, this only underscores the extraordinary nature and greatness of Dongfang. The formidable and beautiful Dongfang has since become the lifelong pursuit of Adam Smith. He must grow ever stronger to be worthy of standing beside Dongfang. With another swing of his sword, he sent a friend of the water down to continue playing with Mrs. Smith. The apartment is awash in crimson, the red attire untouched yet strikingly vivid. A figure sways, and a man in red appears at the door. Waiting outside, Crossbones waves, followed by the Hydra Strike team entering in an orderly fashion to begin the meticulous cleanup. Since his encounter with Hydra, Adam Smith no longer worries about post-event cleanups, enjoying the benefits of professional service. Crossbones, the diligent operative of Hydra, having learned from previous unsuccessful recruitment attempts, exemplifies initiative by dispatching personnel to wait at the scene of Adam Smith's impending acts. Each time the assailant finishes their grim task, they enter with forensic experts to sanitize the area. Crossbones never lingers, performing his duties quietly and departing once completed. To be frank, Adam Smith, a stockbroker by trade, holds considerable admiration for Crossbones' perseverance and sense of proportion. Although Mrs. Smith is well connected with numerous friends, Adam Smith's efficiency ultimately prevails, and within just over a week, all has been dealt with. That night, Adam Smith stands atop the last apartment of an unfaithful lover, gazing at the luminous moon, raising his cup in a profound drink. An inexplicable emptiness fills his heart. Vengeance has been exacted. The unfaithful one is dead. What should he pursue next? Relentlessly honing his skills and following in Dongfang's footsteps will be his ultimate aspiration. Yet, he must find some means to occupy his time in the interim. After Crossbones has disposed of the bodies within the apartment, he cautiously ascends to the rooftop. This is the last lover documented, and the time has come for him to extend another invitation, lest Adam Smith vanish entirely. Should he truly wait for the other party to make contact? "Mr. Smith, Mr. Pierce sincerely invites you to join." Suddenly, an explosion resonates from afar. In the night sky, four jets of flame appear, two in the lead and two trailing behind. With a mastery of his inner strength, Adam Smith's vision is keen, allowing him to discern two humanoid machines soaring through the air. The leading machine is elegantly proportioned, adorned in a fusion of gold and crimson, while the one behind is bulky and dark, emitting a forceful stream of air. Crossbones swiftly retrieves his tactical tablet, connecting to SHILDS network, revealing the live footage. "Mr. Smith, these two machines are piloted by Tony Stark and Obadiah Stane. They're engaged in conflict." This conclusion is evident to any discerning observer. The two machines continue their aerial duel, exchanging fire with cannons, missiles, and energy beams, occasionally resorting to hand-to-hand combat. Intriguingly, Adam Smith suddenly entertains a bold thought and, while contemplating his plan, addresses Crossbones. "What do you think about me becoming a superhero?" "Pardon?" Crossbones replies, taken aback. "A superhero, like Captain America." Adam Smith's excitement intensifies, his eyes sparkling, his body trembling with anticipation. "If I become a superhero, I'll surely attract many alluring women." Crossbones, still reeling from the unexpected notion, struggles to grasp Adam Smith's train of thought. However, he comprehends the intent behind it. "You wish to become a superhero? Is that permissible?" Adam Smith turns, a playful smile gracing his features. "Didn't you say you could help me manage public perception? If I am no longer a murderer, why can't I be a superhero?" A Crossbones hastily retrieves his communicator, dialing his superior. "Please hold, I need to consult." Alexander Pierce, upon receiving the news, momentarily falters. Yet being a senior official, he swiftly recognizes the potential advantages of such a move. Indeed, who decreed that Hydra cannot have superheroes. As long as Hydra continually crafts new heroes, it won't be long before we are seen as a legitimate organization. The general populace is forgetful. World War II is a distant memory, and those who recall Hydra's past are dwindling in number. The youth, accustomed to questioning authority, often revolt against propaganda. Even if history books label Hydra as an evil organization, if the current generation perceives Hydra as righteous, then Hydra will embody justice. If Hydra represents justice, then Captain America, who defeated Hydra, becomes a symbol of evil. The more Alexander Pierce contemplates this, the more exhilarated he becomes, energetically bouncing around his villa. This could be a pivotal move in Hydra's efforts to rehabilitate its image. Excellent. Mr. Smith, pursue this endeavor with confidence. We will wholeheartedly support you in becoming a superhero, replacing Rogers as the new emblem of America's spirit. Adam Smith, however, fails to resonate with Alexander Pierce's enthusiasm, for his aspirations of becoming a superhero diverge from the envisioned prospects of the latter. Nonetheless, they find common ground. As long as Hydra is willing to support him and manage public sentiment, that will suffice. Adam's future endeavors will undoubtedly require the backing of public opinion. Now, please analyze who is likely to win between the two. Adam Smith gestures towards the machines in the sky, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. A superhero must align with the victorious side. In that moment, Crossbones has already unearthed more detailed intelligence from SHIELD's database. The Golden Red machine is piloted by Tony Stark. This external full-body armor has never been seen before and is likely a new weapon devised by the genius inventor. Crossbones speaks rapidly, articulating his conclusion. I believe his chances of victory are quite high. I concur. The bulky one is simply too grotesque to win. Adam Smith secures the gourd of wine at his waist, his form flickering into a crimson blur as he dashes towards the battlefield. This will mark his debut as a superhero. Chapter 38. You're called Iron Man? I am the Red Swordsman. Tony, you said you would no longer create weapons. Yet you have crafted the most formidable one. Obadiah, piloting the Ironmonger, hoists an Audi, inside which a woman and children are screaming. Ha! Obadiah cackles. I adore this suit. Put them down. Tony Stark bellows in anger. Tony, they deserve it. Before he can finish his thought, Obadiah feels a sudden lightness in his grip. A red figure flits into view, wielding a long sword that cleaves the Audi's roof, allowing him to lift a child and leap away. In the blink of an eye, the red figure appears on the street corner, gently placing the child down before returning to the vehicle to repeat the process. Damn that woman, giving birth to 4 at once. Adam Smith cannot suppress his disdain for the beautiful woman, thinking to himself, humph, none of them must be her husbands. After rescuing 4 children, Adam Smith strides towards Obadiah, finally revealing his identity. You bastard, dare to thwart my plans. Obadiah does not recognize him. On the day of the red-clad criminal incident, he was preoccupied with worries over the success of his kidnapping scheme, having no time to focus on the murderous events on Wall Street. In a free America, how many must die each day? Hey friend, Tony Stark, too, does not recognize Adam Smith. When the latter gained notoriety in New York, Tony had already been toppled by his own bombs. However, upon witnessing the other party spring into action to rescue someone, Tony regarded him as an ally. Although he was intrigued by how such a slender figure could unleash astonishing speed and strength, now was not the time for such contemplations. Can you save the lady above? Tony inquired, just like you did before. Adam Smith, uninterested in his words, faced the lovely woman and refrained from taking lethal action, which he considered a concession to his plan. He drew his sword, directing its glimmer straight at the Ironmonger's right eye. The polymer lens was effortlessly pierced. Luckily, Obadiah's armor was relatively bulky, allowing the blade to graze past his scalp. Having cut through hundreds of beings and dealt countless blows to the human body, Adam was well acquainted with the sensation of striking, and so he realized the opponent's position was lower just as he breached the lens. As the Ironmonger was attacked, Obadiah instinctively retreated, causing the Audi in his grasp to slip to the right. Tony hurriedly stepped forward to catch the vehicle. The female driver, evidently dissatisfied with the panoramic sunroof, voiced her objections with piercing screams. Her high-heeled foot pressed down hard on the accelerator, causing the four wheels to spin uncontrollably. Once Tony gently set the Audi down, the female driver charged forward, colliding with the golden red armor, sparks flying in her wake. This woman was the first to confront Iron Man up close. Yet tragically, her name went unremembered. When the deed is done, depart in silence, concealing both merit and fame, exemplifying the spirit of a true hero. Just as Tony Stark finally managed to elevate the Audi chassis to escape the tense situation, Adam Smith had already launched another attack on the Ironmonger. His silhouette darted like lightning, and the sword's gleam flashed like thunder. With relentless precision, he aimed at the Ironmonger's heavy abdominal armor. To be fair, the clumsy brute often denoted durability, and the sword, imbued with internal energy, could easily slice through steel. However, discussing the defensive capabilities based on thickness alone was mere folly. While the sword could cleave iron, the armor was simply too thick. For a time, Adam Smith found himself unable to breach the Ironmonger's defenses. Obadiah was also feeling the pressure, although his opponent could not harm him for the moment. He was equally incapable of striking the agile Adam Smith. The Ironmonger relied on sheer brute strength, feeling as though he was using a cannon to swat a mosquito when facing the slender and dexterous Tony. Now, confronted by the even swifter and more responsive Adam, he felt utterly impotent. "Damn flea, do you only know how to run?" Obadiah bellowed in frustration. In response, Adam Smith's temper flared. He leaped onto the Ironmonger's shoulder, wielding his sword with dexterity, continually slicing at its large head. The armor atop was notably thinner, and soon enough, it was pried open. A gust of cold air rushed in, and Obadiah, raising his head, caught sight of Adam's emotionless face. "It's over." Though the driver's seat was a slight distance from his head, it was not enough to evade the sword wielded by his adversary. Should Adam thrust his blade, the unprepared Obadiah would find himself grievously injured. The Ironmonger began to shake violently, attempting to dislodge the enemy from his shoulder. Yet Adam Smith was relentless. Clinging on like a parasite, infusing his sword with internal energy, Adam prepared to thrust downward. An unexpected turn of events occurred. His weapon could no longer withstand the strain and shattered into fragments. This was merely an ordinary stainless steel sword, initially intended as a decorative piece in a Chinatown dojo, and Adam had subsequently sharpened it with a grinder after 3 months of use, during which it had sliced through over 100 foes. The recent clash with the armor had left the blade riddled with cracks and notches, so it was hardly surprising that it finally broke under the pressure. The splintered shard shot towards Obadiah, inflicting numerous wounds on his forehead and shoulder, yet failing to deliver a fatal blow. The bald man howled in agony. "Hey, friend." Tony, having returned to the battlefield, made a remark that ruffled feathers. "Your weapon seems rather flimsy." The wound on the Ironmonger's head was too small. Without the long sword, he could still reach in, but doing so would be quite undignified. This was Adam Smith's debut, and reporters arranged by Hydra had already arrived by helicopter, broadcasting live to the world. "Hello, everyone. I'm Henry the Mouth, reporting live from above Manhattan. We can see 2 humanoid machines engaged in combat below. Who are they? Why are they fighting? Stay tuned for further revelations." The Hydra-controlled media swiftly turned their cameras toward Adam Smith, expressing awe in exaggerated tones. "My goodness, guess who I see? It's the notorious murderer Adam Smith, wanted by the New York police. Yet I just witnessed him saving 4 children from peril. Why would he risk his life to rescue others? Is Adam Smith truly a murderer? Would a killer put themselves in danger to save children? Could it be that the New York police have made a mistake?" The journalist successfully piqued the audience's curiosity about Adam Smith and the violent events involving the red-clad assailant. The power of the media was unmistakably evident. Finally, Adam Smith found a slender steel pipe on the street. Although it was not as convenient as his sword, he had to ensure his debut concluded splendidly. Charging back into the fray, he found Tony had sent the Ironmonger flying with a blast from his chest cannon. Adam seized the opportunity, appearing atop the Ironmonger's head, and drove the steel pipe in, executing his earlier plan. Obadiah instantly collapsed, while the Ironmonger, thrashed about before falling silent. Seeing this, Tony had no choice but to withdraw. The helicopter above swooped down, and as it hovered just a meter above the ground, reporters eagerly leaped out. They surrounded Adam and Tony. Tony had intended to leave, but was halted by Adam's words. "Who am I?" Faced with the reporters' inquiries, Adam Smith proclaimed his chosen moniker. "I am the Red Swordsman." In an instant, the flash of cameras erupted. Just as Tony was about to depart, he felt displeased. When had he ever been overshadowed? He turned around, raised his helmet, revealing his true identity. "Oh my, it's Tony Stark." The reporters who had rushed toward Adam Smith now sprinted back, their microphones trained on Tony. "Mr. Stark, do you have your own alias as well?" Tony Stark had never played a supporting role in his life. After a moment's contemplation, he proudly declared, "I am Iron Man." Chapter 39, Don't Panic. Let me impress you. Mr. Smith is not a murderer. He is a hero. This was a press conference meticulously orchestrated by Hydra, with the star being the dazzling Red Swordsman Adam Smith, who had made an unforgettable entrance on the streets of Manhattan the previous night. The murder incident on Wall Street occurred in plain sight, leaving no room for quiet eradication of its impact. A bold and transparent exoneration was essential. After Alexander Pierce revealed his plan to create a superhero initiative to the upper echelons of Hydra, it sparked considerable interest among many. Following a lengthy discussion, it was decided to allocate certain resources to Adam Smith. During the press conference, human rights attorney Ben Collinson delivered a passionate and striking speech. The journalists in attendance were taken aback, their cameras clicking incessantly as flashes illuminated the venue. However, a group of special guests at the back of the room wore expressions of displeasure, casting angry glares at the lawyer and the curious Adam Smith. Among them were members of the New York Police Department, including officers who had participated in the battle that day. Their restraint in refraining from rushing forward to make arrests was undoubtedly due to the influence of Hydra's higher-ups on the city government, as well as the presence of a licensed security firm armed to maintain order at the event. Indeed, I believe Mr. Smith is a hero of undeniable merit. Ben Collinson reiterated with a serious expression and sincere tone, as if declaring a universal truth. Adam Smith turned to look at him, slightly bewildered. When did I become so remarkable? Just then, Collinson turned his head, their eyes meeting, and he offered a reassuring glance. "Don't worry, let me enlighten you." Perhaps many were unaware of the reasons behind Mr. Smith's actions on Wall Street. Collinson pressed a button on his remote, and images appeared on the screen behind him. A stunning blonde woman was displayed, who is none other than Mrs. Smith, or rather, she used to be. As the picture shifted, a multitude of male names appeared in the empty space to the right, each linked to profiles detailing their backgrounds and intimate videos with Mrs. Smith. Flashbulbs erupted once more, with all cameras focusing intently on the screen, zooming in closer. In an instant, viewership soared across numerous television networks and major websites. How audacious of them to show this. Now we are intrigued. The regulatory authorities seemed to turn a blind eye as all footage was broadcasted without reservation. Collinson, well-versed in media tactics, minimized the video window after attracting substantial attention, continuing to showcase the profiles of these men to substantiate their authenticity. "Incredible, simply unimaginable," Collinson exclaimed in an exaggerated tone. "This once Mrs. Smith has maintained a staggering 164 regular lovers over the past 8 years. Apart from a week each month, she has engaged in intimate relations with different men almost daily, none of whom were her legal husband. Despite having achieved his revenge, the images stirred unpleasant memories for Adam Smith, darkening his expression. This look was quickly disseminated by the media. The men watching from the screen couldn't help but feel sympathy. That poor guy. Initially, she would avoid Mr. Smith, but later she brazenly brought men home, even in his presence. A hushed gasp rippled through the audience. The men's gazes toward Adam Smith became increasingly sympathetic. Among those Smith killed on Wall Street were his colleagues, superiors, and even his boss, all of whom had engaged with his ex-wife within the walls of his own home. Yet, for the sake of his job and to provide a semblance of a complete family for his children, he endured for 8 long years, even though the children were not biologically his. As these revelations spread, many men in front of the screen fell silent. their attention shifting from the scandalous images to a shared empathy for a similar plight. I only wish to ask everyone one question. Is this fair? Collinson struggled to suppress his indignation, tears glimmering at the corners of his eyes. Indeed, Mr. Smith has committed murder, violating federal law. But let us not forget, the Stars and Stripes protect those who burn it. And the Constitution grants citizens the right to take up arms when their rights are infringed upon. The outcome of such resistance depends solely on who possesses the more advanced weaponry. A firearms dealer chimed in, reminding everyone to regularly update their weapons for the safety of themselves and their families. Tomorrow, Mr. Smith will turn himself into the New York Police Department. But fear not. We will assemble a defense team comprising the top 10 law firms in the nation to advocate for Mr. Smith's rights and restore fairness for many men who share his experiences. Mr. Smith is a hero who, pushed to the brink, took up arms against the vile practices of a sexually liberated society. The final statement ignited a fervor among American men and provoked outrage among women, particularly those who favored combat sports, as it struck a nerve. In a blink, a torrent of female outrage flooded online platforms, and complaint hotlines for television stations were overwhelmed. How dare this disrupt gender equality? Why can men seek women everywhere, but women cannot? Foolish men, you crawled out from the sewers. Thus, a war between men and women erupted in America. But what did this have to do with Adam Smith? The press conference was an unprecedented success, not only elucidating Adam Smith's motives for murder, but also successfully sowing discord between the genders, diverting attention from the fundamental nature of the act itself. What lay ahead was merely a conventional criminal defense. With a lavish legal team, Adam Smith would need only to remain silent to garner the jury's sympathy, as many jurors could very well be Hydra affiliates. Wow, that guy is truly unfortunate. In a luxurious Malibu villa, Tony Stark watched the press conference unfold in its entirety. After battling Obadiah the previous night, Tony became increasingly curious about the suddenly prominent Adam Smith. Upon investigating the latter's background, even the notoriously charming Stark found himself admiring the late Mrs. Smith. "What is this?" Pepper Potts approached with a tablet, teasingly asking, "Are you reminiscing about the past?" Tony chuckled awkwardly, regretting his premature confession. A board meeting is scheduled for tomorrow, and a new major shareholder will be in attendance. You should consider the company's future direction. Otherwise, Stark Industries may soon face bankruptcy. Pepper aligned the tablet toward Tony, who glanced at the steep red line on the stock chart and shrugged. "It seems they've forgotten I'm a genius after my absence of over 3 months." Pepper rolled her eyes and continued her briefing. "You have a meeting scheduled with an agent from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense." After glancing down again, she added, "And with an agent from the Logistics Support Bureau. Those pesky government agents." Tony scoffed. The impact of the press conference was significant. Unlike the sympathy many men felt for Adam Smith, Sheriff George Stacy, residing in Queens, was exceptionally enraged. "Damn it, this is a desecration of the law." His voice startled a little girl inside the room. The blonde child opened the door timidly and spoke, "Daddy?" George quickly forced a strained smile, squatting to comfort his daughter. "Gwen, Daddy just has a sore throat, so I'm raising my voice a bit." He pretended to cough a couple of times. "See? Daddy is much better now." George stroked his daughter's head, smiling. "Tomorrow, you'll be starting at a new school, so you should get to bed early." George Stacy, originally the sheriff of Manhattan, was known for his courage and tenacity, earning the admiration of his colleagues and making him a leading candidate for the next precinct chief. As a result, he has now been reassigned to Queens as the sheriff. The colleague who was fatally struck down by Adam Smith has gone unnoticed, and those injured may soon lose their compensation. While men across the nation are concerned about the fairness towards Adam Smith, who is there to advocate for the justice of these fallen officers? Fairness should not be this way. George, with a somber expression, failed to notice a box of black videotapes appearing on the coffee table in the living room. Chapter 40. What does the actions of Kurosaki Ichigo have to do with me? Lin Hao. The following morning, Tony Stark arrived in New York from California and immediately spotted several men in black suits upon entering Stark Tower. "Happy, has the security department hired new recruits?" Tony deliberately glanced at his bodyguard Happy and spoke loudly. "Are these your subordinates?" Mr. Stark, I am Phil Coulson. Coulson stepped forward, extending his hand. A Level 7 agent from a Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. What division? Tony tilted his ear, indicating he did not catch that. The Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, Coulson reiterated, adding pointedly, an organization founded by her father, Howard Stark. Indeed, Tony Stark's expression changed. Originally, Nick Fury did not plan to reveal this information to Tony so soon, but he had not anticipated that Tony would publicly disclose his identity the previous night, prematurely intervening in another facet of this world. You had better not be joking with me. Tony fixed a piercing gaze on Coulson. Coulson waved his hand, and an agent behind him approached, carrying a metal case and placing it at Tony's feet. Here are some items left by your father. You may take a look. As he spoke, Coulson handed Tony a business card. If you wish to know more, feel free to contact me. Coulson had intended to discuss his previous experiences in Afghanistan with Tony, but upon sensing his rejection, he swiftly ended the conversation and took his leave. Gazing at the metal box at his feet, Tony Stark's expression was a complex amalgam of curiosity, resentment, and an impulse to boast to his parents like a child showing off a good report card. Unable to contain herself, Pepper interjected, "Happy, please take the box upstairs for the boss." Happy glanced at Tony, seeing his lack of response, then bent to lift the box. At that moment, an Asian youth entered Stark Tower, brushing past Coulson. The Asian face caught Coulson's attention, and with his seasoned experience as a Level 7 agent, he made a mental note of the face. Lin Hao walked straight into the building, his gaze fixed on Tony Stark. The security personnel in the lobby noticed him and quickly placed their hands on their belts, shouting, "Stop! Do not advance!" Lin Hao halted, indifferent to the guards, still focused on Tony Stark. Pepper found him somewhat familiar and quickly pulled out her tablet to compare, then waved the security away, saying, "No need to worry. This gentleman is a new board member." Hearing her voice, Tony turned around and saw a stranger with Asian features. "Tony, this is Kurosaki Ichigo. He has acquired over 35 of Stark Industries shares and is now a major shareholder," Pepper quietly introduced. Today's board meeting was proposed by him. Tony Stark was not ignorant of business, but merely disinterested in mundane affairs. The sudden emergence of a major shareholder wielding over a third of the shares and immediately proposing a board meeting was clearly an unfriendly gesture. However, the inherently proud Tony scoffed at the idea of feigned politeness, merely casting a glance before turning towards the elevator. Pepper, however, took the initiative to greet him, first asking in somewhat halting Japanese, "Mr. Kurosaki, would you like a translator?" Lin Hao shook his head, replying in a perfectly American accent, "Thank you. I can understand your language." Pepper awkwardly smiled, realizing her previous conversation with Tony had been somewhat loud. The group proceeded to the elevator and ascended to the high-level conference room. In the expansive conference room, it was only Tony and Lin Hao. Although nearly 30 of the shares remained with individual investors, they lacked the qualifications to participate in board discussions. Tony Stark had already calculated matters in the elevator. He currently held 42 of the shares, while this newcomer possessed 35. The discrepancy was not vast, with the remaining 20 held by the deceased Obadiah. In America, a land of capitalism, regardless of the underhanded tactics employed by capitalists, the surface must adhere to the rules established by all. Stark Industries was originally co-founded by Obadiah and Howard, so it was normal for Obadiah to hold a certain share. However, Tony was not Obadiah's heir. Even if the latter harbored intentions to murder him, Obadiah's assets would not automatically transfer to Tony. Nonetheless, Tony could petition the board to revoke Obadiah's voting rights as an heir or even request a court to remove his status as a shareholder on the grounds of attempted murder of a fellow shareholder, subsequently acquiring those shares. Originally, after he announced the dissolution of the weapons division, stock prices plummeted and Tony could easily raise funds to purchase all of Obadiah's shares. But now, with the presence of this newcomer, the latter also held the right of first refusal. If negotiations failed, they would have to engage in competitive bidding or acquire the remaining 20 based on their current shareholding proportions. Although it was highly probable that Tony would retain a majority of the shares, if this damned newcomer maliciously inflated the price, Tony would require more capital to buy in. Do you know where the weapons Stark Industries initially manufactured were used? Tony's mouth was as formidable as his intellect. This little pepper could attest to that. They were used at Midway, at Guam, at Iwo Jima, at Okinawa, and even in Tokyo. Lin Hao remained expressionless, pondering what this had to do with him. If he could return to the past, he would undoubtedly install explosives all over the islands of the East, allowing the weapons conceived by the Japanese to witness their own demise. Tony attempted to provoke him, but Lin Hao displayed remarkable composure, showing no reaction whatsoever. This punch fell flat. As the new shareholder of the company, I wish to conduct an audit of the company's assets to safeguard my interests. Lin Hao smiled and asked, Mr. Stark, you wouldn't oppose this, would you? Certainly. That is your right. Tony did not disguise his displeasure, his words laced with barbs. If you wish to review the accounts, I can have the accountant bring them over, except for portions involving national security of the United States. I'm not interested in past accounts. Mr. Stark, you will no longer be overseeing the weapons manufacturing division. Without your genius, Stark Industries lacks competitiveness in the arms sector. Past accounts hold no significance. Lin Hao shook his head with a smile. Seeing the other party's calmness, Tony couldn't help but be puzzled. Since this guy knew Stark Industries' bleak prospects, why was he aggressively acquiring shares? As if reading his thoughts, Lin Hao candidly revealed, I have my eyes set on the arc reactor. His gaze slid over Tony's chest as Lin Hao smiled. I also hold a portion of Osborne Power's shares. You should understand my meaning, right? Tony's eyes widened in astonishment. You actually want to enter the American energy sector? After deciding to close the weapons manufacturing division, Tony had already contemplated a direction for transformation, intending to leverage the replicable and potentially miniaturizable arc reactor to venture into the energy market, which was even broader than arms. The arc reactor in the Marvel Universe equates to a cold fusion reactor, safe, efficient, and low cost, possessing numerous advantages over traditional energy sources. Osborne Power's bioelectric technology pales in comparison to this, akin to a primary school student's craft project. However, entering the energy sector is not something just anyone can do. Stark Industries relies on a network of connections cultivated over many years to secure a modest share from the traditional energy giants. And even that would necessitate sharing a portion of the profits. How audacious for a mere neon individual to aspire to infiltrate the American power supply. Mr. Stark, if you're willing to collaborate, we could jointly initiate a takeover of Osborne Power and subsequently establish a new entity. Tony couldn't help but chuckle. Do you even comprehend what you're suggesting? The government and conglomerates would never permit a neon individual to encroach upon the energy sector. Hence, I require your assistance. Lin Hao candidly confessed. My apologies, but I am an American. In a moment of inspiration, Tony devised an effective means of expelling Ichigo Kurosaki. Once he officially ventures into the energy domain, the government will undoubtedly scrutinize Stark Industries' capital structure when they discover that a neon individual holds over 1/3 of the shares. Without Tony needing to intervene, numerous individuals would be eager to eliminate this unwise character and seize his shares. Lin Hao, however, merely smiled. Should you reconsider, feel free to seek me out. With that, he exited the conference room, joining the waiting administrative executive to tour and familiarize himself with Stark Industries' assets. Everywhere else was a mere cursory glance, save for the brief pause before Howard Stark's futuristic city model, lingering for several seconds. That night, the model spontaneously ignited, reduced to ashes. Chapter 41. Girls are not fun at all. In Queens, at 20 Ingram Street, at 7 in the morning, 8-year-old Peter Parker had already donned his clothes, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and eagerly rushed into Aunt May's room. Aunt May, it's time for you to get up and prepare breakfast, or I'll be late. Peter, your school is merely a street away, and classes begin at 9. It is only 7 o'clock. The youthful and vibrant Aunt May glanced at the alarm clock that would not ring for quite some time, her face adorned with morning discontent. Peter Parker grinned broadly. Ned mentioned that a transfer student would be joining our class today, and I intend to invite him to join our Ram Street superhero team. Your superhero team consists of just 2 members, and Ned only agreed to join after you traded 3 hot dogs for his participation. The young woman, now getting out of bed, unflinchingly revealed her nephew's secret. Morning light streamed into the bedroom, enveloping Aunt May's graceful figure. With a beautiful visage and a slender form, young Peter remained oblivious to her allure, continuing to enthusiastically recount his grand superhero plans. I am confident he will be captivated by my vision and join us. I will create battle armor for them, just like Iron Man. With the emergence of Iron Man and the Red Swordsman, both garnered their own fan bases, particularly among children, for whom living superheroes are far more appealing than animated figures. However, the fandoms of Tony Stark and Adam Smith bore a distinctly contrasting flavor. Adam shot to fame during a press conference, becoming a hero in the eyes of the working-class men, a symbol advocating justice for American males. As a billionaire and socialite, Tony was already pursued by women. Now men and women alike clashed online, witnessing throngs of men adoring the Red Swordsman, prompting women to rally behind Iron Man. It is not our lack of loyalty towards marriage. Rather, it is your inadequacy. If only you were as affluent as Tony Stark, we would assure unwavering fidelity. The adult world remains a mystery to children, who neither comprehend nor care. Their differing attitudes towards the two figures reflect a distinctly youthful perspective. High-achieving students, like Peter Parker, favored Iron Man, believing they too could create advanced technological armor and become superheroes upon reaching adulthood. Conversely, those struggling academically were not as contemplative. They simply gravitated towards whichever figure appeared more appealing or whose gadgets were more accessible. Listening to his nephew's incessant chatter, Aunt May, now dressed, shook her head and playfully asked, "How do you know the new student will definitely be a boy? What if she is a girl?" Peter was momentarily taken aback, his mouth agape like a gasping goose, unwilling to accept the notion. "No, it must be a boy." "Very well. Then I shall congratulate you in advance on finding a new playmate." Aunt May gently patted her nephew's cheek, bestowing a kiss before heading towards the kitchen. Not a playmate, but a member of the superhero team. Peter hurried after her, emphasizing the distinction. All right, superhero. After breakfast, Aunt May escorted Peter to the elementary school, just a street away. Once she saw him enter the campus, she turned to head home for a nap. Arriving early at school, Peter Parker immediately noticed a new blonde girl in the otherwise empty classroom. She wore a pristine white top, a black skirt, and brown shoes that revealed pink socks adorned with cartoon patterns. There was no cliché love at first sight. Oblivious Peter merely glanced at her before shifting his gaze elsewhere. Girls are such a hassle. They can cry for ages over a simple fall. It's no fun at all. Hey, Peter. His best friend and sidekick, Ned Leeds, strolled into the classroom, visibly fatigued and yawning repeatedly. If it weren't for Peter promising to treat him to a deluxe hot dog after school, he would have arrived at school so early. Peter Parker, now realizing the situation, turned back to glance at the girl at the back of the classroom, his face clouded with discontent. "Ned, I have some unfortunate news for you." Peter's expression turned solemn. "Your deluxe hot dog is gone." Ned Leeds instantly shook off his drowsiness, storming forward to place his chubby hands on Peter's shoulders, shaking him vigorously, teeth gritted. "What did you say?" With a look of utter despair, Peter ignored his friend's fury, muttering unconsciously, Why does the new student have to be a girl? Do you have a significant issue with girls?" Gwen Stacy appeared behind Peter Parker, having arrived without notice. Ned Leeds, still fuming, blinked in confusion. He hadn't yet reached the age of enlightenment. Even as an adult, he would remain a staunch believer that a girlfriend could never be as entertaining as a collectible figurine. He was merely bewildered. "Who are you? Why are you in our classroom?" "She is our new classmate, the transfer student arriving today." Peter pronounced the last word with emphasis. Clever Peter had already deduced the identity of the girl who had suddenly appeared in their classroom. Gwen fixed her gaze on Peter, the astute girl sensing his disdain towards her, despite it being her first day. It appeared that this school had a troubling tradition of bullying newcomers. "I must report this to the principal." No, Peter was merely joking. The second graders had yet to mature to the point of disregarding teachers. Upon hearing Gwen invoke the principal's name, the inexperienced children quickly softened. "He is upset because he lost the chance to recruit new members for the Ram Street superhero team." "Superhero team?" Gwen inquired with curiosity. "Like Iron Man and the Red Swordsman?" "Clearly not. It's just Peter before Ned could elaborate." Peter interrupted him. "Exactly. Just like Iron Man. Once I reach college, Peter contemplated, then resolutely corrected himself. No, in high school, I will be able to create armored suits for our team members. Right now, we are merely in the training phase. Well, your training period certainly seems prolonged. Gwen chuckled. Who said that? Peter, though he preferred not to play with girls, could not tolerate being looked down upon by them. He immediately retorted, the only reason I can't create a steel armor as a reference is that I haven't graduated from high school yet. Otherwise, I could have done it before finishing elementary school. Well, it seems the genius title of Tony Stark should now be yours, Gwen joked. I think so too, Peter replied, puffing up his chest. Does your superhero team need more members? Gwen suddenly inquired. What? Peter asked, bewildered. If your team is short on members, I might be able to join, Gwen said with a smile. Peter gazed at Gwen Stacy, bathed in sunlight, her golden hair dancing in the morning light, momentarily captivated. This girl seems different from those in kindergarten. What is it? Gwen asked, slightly frowning. Not welcome? Welcome, of course. Peter exclaimed excitedly, laughing, haha. Our steel team has gained another member. I refuse to be the Tin Man. I prefer the Red Swordsman. He is far cooler than Iron Man. Gwen asserted right away. No, the steel armor is the coolest. Peter maintained his stance. The Iron Tyrant's thick armor was slashed through by the Red Swordsman, which proves the Red Swordsman's sword is mightier. Gwen insisted, shedding her demure facade. Iron Man is the most formidable. The Red Swordsman can defeat the Iron Tyrant even without the steel armor. What could Tony Stark do without it? How could one possibly be without armor? If it were me, I would wear it even while eating and sleeping. Oh, even while I could just make a hole in the back. Thus began the story of the stubborn senior brother, the cunning junior sister, and the slacking second brother. It seemed they were still in need of a master, preferably one with unwavering determination and willingness to go to any lengths. Sheriff George, who was driving to the new precinct for his assignment, suddenly felt a chill beneath him. Chapter 42. Golden hair and big waves. 4 distinctive traits on a night in Brooklyn. A man with a maniacal expression ran frantically, knocking over pedestrians as he clutched a leather bag tightly to his chest with his left hand while brandishing a handgun with his right. He turned his head every few steps, his madness barely concealing a deep-seated fear. At the street corner, a figure in red emerged. Wow, it's the Red Swordsman. The men on the street exclaimed in delight. The emotions of the women, however, were more complex. Some sympathized with Adam Smith's plight. Others were angered by his infringement on women's freedom, while some simply found him rather attractive, being a celebrity, and felt compelled to approach him. This was quite normal. 3 women could easily create a scene, and a single female dormitory could birth numerous cliques. The fleeing man, hearing the commotion, turned around and raised his handgun, firing wildly. The red figure darted forward, the glimmer of his sword effortlessly cleaving the bullets in two, displaying a sense of ease. Though Adam Smith's sword retained the design of a traditional Han sword, its material was now unparalleled, crafted from adamantium, specially tailored by Hydra. This magnificent sword was far sturdier than his previous ones. Not only was it resilient, but the adamantium blade was exceptionally sharp, capable of slicing through iron without the need for inner strength. Adam was quite pleased with his new sword, were he to encounter the Iron Tyrant again. He could easily gut him with a single strike. Bullets were shattered into tiny fragments, falling at Adam Smith's feet, as onlookers gasped in astonishment. Oh my! The Red Swordsman is indeed the strongest superhero. Captain America pales in comparison. This was evidently a setup orchestrated by Hydra, too blatant in its intention. However, to the average citizen, Captain America's story had faded into history over 60 years ago, and they were more inclined to believe what they witnessed with their own eyes. Make way, do not obstruct me. Adam Smith had no intention of being the friendly neighbor to New Yorkers. His demeanor remained cold. Yet, Americans often interpreted this coldness as aloofness, and many were drawn to it. If one spoke to him kindly, he would likely ignore them. Bullets were utterly ineffective against the red figure, and the drug-fueled robber, having emptied his magazine, could only watch helplessly as the Red Swordsman approached with a leisurely gait, slicing the gun and several fingers away. To maintain his public image, Adam Smith deliberately held back, seldom resorting to severing limbs, preferring instead to knock out criminals after disarming them. Once he completed his routine, Hydra's agents would swiftly step in to clean up, call the police, and a swarm of reporters would surround him for photos and interviews. Although Adam Smith turned himself in at a press conference, he was released shortly after on bail. Following Hydra's directives, he was sent to combat gangs, rescuing the young and elderly, and each time, he happened to be photographed by reporters and featured prominently in the news. It was evident to discerning eyes that a formidable force supported Adam Smith. Thus, a bold female reporter charged to the forefront, hastily thrusting a recorder towards him. "Mr. Smith, I must say, it is exceedingly difficult to break through the barriers to interview you." Her golden hair and big wave struck all the right chord with Adam Smith, and the reporter was both alluring and striking. Adam's expression soured immediately, his gaze exuding a dangerous signal. The reporter, misinterpreting his reaction as a response to her sharp words, became self-satisfied and introduced herself. "I'm Christine, a reporter from Vanity Fair. May I ask you 2 questions?" Having already concocted a plan to deal with this golden-haired beauty, Adam Smith smiled slightly. "Sure, Mr. Smith, I've noticed that every time you do a good deed, you just happen to be photographed perfectly by reporters. Don't you find that a tad too coincidental?" Christine leaned in closer with her recorder. "Not coincidental at all. I pay them to work overtime," Adam Smith replied nonchalantly. "Everyone should uphold the spirit of the contract, shouldn't they?" His blunt honesty left Christine momentarily speechless, her prepared questions rendered futile. "What is this? Not following the script? Well, it seems you admit to intentionally creating newsworthy moments," Christine boldly set a trap. Unfortunately for her, Adam Smith was completely unconcerned. He was more interested in captivating the golden-haired reporter. "The deeds of superheroes deserve wide dissemination, so I would like to invite you, Miss Christine, to join me for an extended discussion in a different location." Christine, caught in his intense gaze, wore a triumphant smile. "To win a Pulitzer Prize? Do you think just taking good photos suffices? One must possess a spirit of dedication." The scene shifted to Christine embracing Adam Smith in a hotel suite, passionately kissing him. Adam Smith suppressed the nauseating feeling of her saliva on his skin, refraining from kicking her away, instead appearing composed, as if waiting. Once Christine finished kissing him, she hastily unbuckled his belt and tugged it down. First shocked, then astonished, Adam Smith broke into a triumphant smile. Why did he choose to become a superhero? To attract these alluring women once he gained fame, and when they were all too eager, only to find an empty bed, the sheer surprise, anger, and despair on their faces thrilled him to the core. "What do you think?" Adam Smith asked with a cruel smile. Surprised? Disappointed? He forcefully pushed Christine onto the carpet and walked over to the toolbox. As Adam Smith prepared to embark on his violent rampage, Christine's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Oh my God, this is amazing. Do you know? You have simultaneously satisfied 2 of my desires." This left Adam momentarily speechless, as her unexpected response disrupted his plans. Infuriated, he unleashed his wrath upon Christine, employing various implements in a frenzy. Yet, after exhausting himself, he found Christine in a state of ecstatic disarray. Adam admitted that this time, he had miscalculated. He had thought his ex-wife was peculiar, but he never anticipated that there were even stranger women in this country. In the dead of night, the Hydra cleanup crew rushed in with a stretcher, expecting the gruesome scene they had anticipated. However, the reaction of the main participant was utterly unforeseen. Despite being battered and bleeding profusely, Christine's eyes were glazed over, her cheeks flushed as she incessantly muttered, "Oh God, he is incredible." In order to attract more women, Adam refrained from delivering a fatal blow, but the wails he had imagined did not materialize. "Damn it, I refuse to believe there isn't a single normal woman in America." Adam was determined to continue. Outside the hotel, a paparazzo captured Christine being loaded onto an ambulance and bribed the medical staff to record her ecstatic utterances. Consequently, the internet erupted in a frenzy. "That shameless hussy. I refuse to believe he is truly that formidable. I must challenge him one-on-one to vindicate American women." Adam Smith never anticipated that his notorious reputation among women would take such a peculiar turn. Of course, he was not averse to the influx of women. The more who flocked to him, the more his conquests multiplied. Little did he know amidst the attention from both men and women. There were others of his kind observing him. In an underground arena in Atlanta, where corpses lay strewn and blood flowed like rivers, a bald man in a red hooded robe gazed at the news flash on the television screen and revealed a sinister smile. The Eastern Master shall be mine. 3 days later, atop the White House, destinies would be determined and lives would be at stake. A bald man clad in a red hooded robe disembarked from a train in New York, hailing from the Appalachian Mountains of Atlanta. He bore a gourd at his waist, filled with spirits, and his left hand frequently grasped at the air as if missing something. His pale face was devoid of hair, and his once mighty muscles had begun to wither, but in this reduction lay a newfound strength. His tall stature and broad frame precluded any semblance of allure, yet he embodied the essence of a refined gentleman. Had it not been for the tattoos on his head and a vicious scar etched between his brows, he would undoubtedly have attracted the affections of many wealthy women. However, he had long since lost interest in women, for his heart belonged solely to the powerful, enigmatic, and beautiful Eastern Master. First, he needed to procure a fine sword. The bald man glanced at Adam Smith, who was basking in the limelight on the station screen, and a bloodthirsty smile curled his lips. Though you appeared first, I am a most devoted disciple of the Eastern Master. After casting one final glance, he strode out of the station, heading straight for Chinatown. This man was named Johnny Tyson, once a struggling underground boxer in Atlanta, earning meager commissions through his perilous endeavors. Do not be deceived by the millions exchanged in underground fights each night. The promoters take the lion's share, and the clubs that provide the fighters claim a hefty portion as well, leaving the boxers with only a pittance. Of course, if one achieves fame, the promoters may offer higher commissions or even share a portion of the profits, but such gains come at the cost of one's limited lifespan. Few underground fighters live to tell the tale. They either perish in the ring or succumb to illnesses later in life. Even those who manage to retire often suffer from lingering injuries, with most of their earnings spent on medical care. Johnny Tyson was a beleaguered fighter. Barely scraping by after his last bout left him financially destitute. On the brink of ending his suffering, he stumbled upon a box of black videotapes on his apartment floor. It was there that he met Zheng on a starry night, infusing his colorless existence with vibrant hues and granting his life newfound meaning. However, Johnny could not tolerate Zheng's past. It was only after he had severed ties that he discovered a man in New York imitating the Eastern Master. Jealousy kept him awake at night, for he yearned to possess Zheng entirely. The great Eastern Master required no other followers. Johnny vowed to eliminate every man who had received the Eastern Master's favor. Thus, he journeyed from Atlanta to New York. After months of grueling training and through real combat, he dispatched the club's owner and the fighters with whom he had conflicts, along with the entire organized crime syndicate behind the underground bouts. Johnny Tyson was confident that his prowess matched that of Adam Smith, and with years of experience in the underground fighting scene, he was certainly superior to the pathetic office worker, the hapless green-haired turtle. After procuring a fine sword from Chinatown, the taciturn Johnny Tyson issued a challenge to Adam Smith. Under the cover of night, he inscribed a message on the wall outside the Wall Street Stock Exchange with his blade. 3 days hence, atop the White House, destinies will be determined and lives will be at stake. He signed it with the words, "The rising sun shall prevail, for I am invincible," written in Chinese. Clearly, Johnny's feelings for Zheng were profound, as he had taught himself Chinese over the past 3 months. When dawn broke, Wall Street was incensed, New York was ablaze, and America was in an uproar. Lin Hao, the instigator, was momentarily taken aback by the chosen battleground, but soon revealed a sly smile. How intriguing. Now the Eastern Master will gain renown throughout America, and the cleansing team can officially establish itself. After a moment's contemplation, he called for Zheng again, presenting her with a sword forged from vibranium, instructing her to deliver it to the bald Johnny. Over the past few days, he had noticed the sword in Adam Smith's possession on the news, surmising that it was likely made of Edelman alloy, which would not withstand a few exchanges of blows against the sword Johnny had acquired. Both of these individuals were valuable assets to the cleansing team, serving as explosive promotional figures that could not be sacrificed at this juncture. If only Adam Smith appeared alone, Most factions would perceive it as an isolated incident, non-replicable. However, once they witnessed Johnny Tyson, they would begin to connect the dots, leading many American men to grapple with the question of whether to sever or not. In the face of an increasingly perilous existence, the number of those willing to take the plunge would surely rise. Early in the morning, in the office of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury, with his dark complexion and distinctive features, sat behind his desk. Phil Coulson stood at his side, reporting on new developments. The neon figure known as Ichigo Kurosaki had acquired over a third of Stark Industries stock and had held a shareholders' meeting with Tony Stark the previous day, the contents of which remained unclear. Nick Fury quickly perused Ichigo's profile, discovering him to be an unremarkable businessman from the Neon realm, seasoned in various industries, and involved in the financial sector, experiencing both gains and losses. Seizing the opportunity presented by Stark Industries' fluctuating stock prices, he had managed to acquire shares at a low price, thus rising to the position of major shareholder. Something was amiss. Nick Fury discerned the issue with a mere glance. If this latest bottom-fishing endeavor stemmed from his blind faith in Tony Stark, then his decisive short-selling actions 3 months prior seemed excessively resolute. $5 million, leveraged tenfold, was undeniably audacious. Yet he had engaged in similar ventures before, even incurring losses on several occasions. Coulson's stance lacked the unwavering certainty of a leader. One should not concern themselves with past actions, for previous experiences may constitute a meticulously crafted strategy. Nick Fury perpetually maintained a mindset characteristic of an agent, harboring skepticism towards all matters. It was imperative to observe his current actions and intended objectives. Very well, I shall continue to monitor him. Coulson promptly added Ichigo Kurosaki to his list of primary surveillance targets on his tablet, subsequently reporting, Adam Smith, the Red Swordsman, has been particularly active of late. The screen began to display surveillance footage alongside news reports from various television channels. Chief, this individual is not to be underestimated. I have investigated the backgrounds of those journalists and their recent transactions, and I found no suspicious details. The fact that Coulson could not uncover anything dubious is, in itself, quite suspect. No need to investigate further. He is a man of Pierce. Nick Fury revealed the truth directly. Pierce was attempting to assemble a team of superheroes. Coulson pondered this carefully, ultimately expressing his position. He was no longer the director and seemed to lack the authority to act. While he may not possess the power of S.H.I.E.L.D., he did wield the authority that wealth confers. Nick Fury regarded these matters with a nonchalant attitude, as he himself covertly utilized funds allocated by the Security Council to sustain the Skrulls' existence in exchange for their assistance in intelligence operations. Moreover, Alexander Pierce remained a high-ranking executive within the Security Council. Should he persuade the Council to establish a special operations team independent of S.H.I.E.L.D., it is likely that many would acquiesce. Since assuming power, Nick Fury had exercised strict control over S.H.I.E.L.D., and discontent had long simmered beneath the surface, although he remained oblivious to the fact that S.H.I.L.D. had become a den of serpents. After completing the morning briefing, Coulson departed the director's office. The tablet continued to display footage of Adam Smith slashing armed robbers with his sword. As expected of Pierce, this aligns closely with my own plans, Nick Fury murmured. Before long, the office door was violently thrust open. Phil Coulson entered, his face etched with urgency. Director, we have a serious situation. Upon seeing the 2 lines of text on a live feed, Nick Fury's expression darkened considerably. Damn it, he is provoking America. Initially intending to confront on the Statue of Liberty, the directive shifted to the White House, with the caveat to avoid exposing the comrades on the coast. Thus, brothers, please be mindful of your comments. Chapter 44. Gentlemen, assemble. The 2 lines of text appearing on the exterior wall of the New York Stock Exchange ignited a frenzy across America. Who could be responsible for this? Whom did they intend to challenge? And why in Chinese? Many American students, lacking in knowledge, flooded the internet with inquiries. What do these 2 sentences mean? Can someone translate? It indicated that 3 days hence, The individual who penned those words would engage in combat atop the White House, akin to the duels of ancient Greek arenas. What is ancient Greece? Ancient Greece is not merely a concept. It was a historical nation. Oh, I'm not interested in history. Is he upstairs a complete fool? We should be more concerned about the battleground. It's the White House. Indeed, we must arrive early to secure a good position. Remember to bring tents. Last time, my girlfriend and I were arrested for not having one, as we were deemed a nuisance. Washington specializes in selling tents, protest banners, and uniforms with customizable designs. Limited quantities. Act quickly if you wish to purchase. I have already secured my flight to Washington. I hope they do not flake out, or I shall make them regret it. Fools! Do you think you can manage that? The internet buzzed with excitement, as if preparing for a summer festival. Most people were indifferent to the identities of the impending combatants. They merely hoped both parties would show up to partake in the revelry. However, the American elite felt a deep sense of desecration, for no one had ever dared to humiliate them in such a manner. Investigate. We must uncover who this person is. Consequently, the CIA, the Special Warning Agency, the New York Police, and even SHIELD received orders to investigate. Nick Fury, or rather the entire SHIELD hierarchy, disregarded the fact that the organization had now been subsumed under the World Security Council, clinging to their traditional homeland defense strategies and logistic support. Whose homeland are we discussing? The answer was abundantly clear. Even the Hydra operatives hiding within SHIELD did not wish to see America's prestige tarnished, as they regarded America as their personal possession. Once the Insight Plan was executed, America, and indeed the world, would belong to them. Director, the surveillance footage failed to capture the individual. Slowing it down only reveals a vague red blur. Coulson was diligently gathering intelligence, his actions undermining the beloved America, which he could not tolerate. The street surveillance had insufficient pixel resolution to capture fast-moving targets. However, this scenario bore a striking resemblance to one individual. Coulson's gaze sharpened. Adam Smith. Nick Fury contemplated for a moment before decisively issuing orders. Phil, take a team and locate him. These two sentences may not have been penned by him, but they are undoubtedly connected. He added, I will reach out to Pierce. With the director willing to take responsibility, Coulson had no further objections. Even if the director did not intervene, he would proceed. For Coulson had long been dedicated to protecting the America he cherished. Faced with the two lines of text on the exterior of a New York Stock Exchange, others might express suspicion or conjecture, but the gentlemen, crafted by Zheng, were awakened by the second line. They had only seen this phrase on a black videotape. It had never appeared online before. Upon seeing the news, Adam Smith's expression turned grave. He recognized that the author of those words was targeting him, as the stock exchange was where he had first made his appearance. Adam SHIELD operatives are on their way, but rest assured they're just on the phone with Alexander Pierce, who is explaining, came the voice. It's me. Adam coldly interrupted. But you were at the hotel with a woman last night, Pierce retorted. Adam Smith did not mind revealing his location to Hydra. After all, if he wished to leave, no one could stop him. Isn't it better to have someone serve you at all times? He is issuing me a challenge. Adam Smith first smiled, then declared with pride, I accept this challenge. I shall demonstrate to the world that I am the strongest. He silently vowed, come forth. Let the Eastern Lord see who his one true follower is. Alexander Pierce fell silent. Although the individual who had instigated nationwide turmoil by writing those two sentences at the stock exchange was not Adam Smith. His current demeanor clearly indicated his intention to accept the challenge. That is the White House. Pierce felt overwhelmed. How could this matter be resolved? Nevertheless, being a seasoned politician, he swiftly devised a plan to turn the situation to his advantage. Very well, I will immediately commence public relations efforts. You must intervene to stop this madman. Whatever. Adam Smith replied indifferently. He would undoubtedly attend and engage in battle, and how the media portrayed it was of no concern to him. Thus, Americans soon learned that the Red Swordsman would intervene to thwart the provocative insurgent challenging federal authority, resulting in a sudden surge in his fan base. Naturally, There were those slow to react who vented their frustrations online. Get lost. We want to see blood flow like rivers. I implore you to return to your shell. For Washington requires no protection from your presence. Should you dare to set foot in Washington, I shall undoubtedly unleash my wrath upon you. A group of fools. Do you not perceive that this letter of challenge is directed towards him? The arrival of the Red Swordsman has further fueled the tide of public opinion, akin to adding fuel to the flames. Now, even those in remote areas or those indifferent to the news are aware of the impending life-and-death battle set to unfold at the White House. Johnny Tyson, en route to Washington, caught sight of Adam Smith's response, which brought him great joy. Upon awakening, he found a magnificent sword by his side, an ability to appear and disappear that only the great talents of the East possess, signifying his recognition by the esteemed master. Indeed, he is the sole disciple of the Eastern master, while the other flamboyant pretenders will ultimately fall beneath his blade. Aside from Baldy Chong, Sheriff George Stacy from Queens suddenly requested a few days off from the precinct. His imagination led him to believe that the inscription on the wall of the stock exchange was specifically left for him by Adam Smith. Unbeknownst to him, Sadako's videotape had visited numerous places over the past 3 months, and he thought that only he and Adam Smith had committed the ruthless act. The deliberate engraving of the site of their battle clearly indicated that the opponent had discovered a kindred spirit and wished to eliminate him. Consequently, Sheriff Stacy felt no inclination to retreat. He inflicted a wound upon himself to seek justice for his colleague. Even though his martial training was still in its early stages, he refused to allow himself to back down. His only concern was for his daughter, which troubled him for 2 days. As the appointed hour approached, he resolved to depart in the dead of night, planting a kiss on his sleeping daughter's forehead before resolutely heading to the garage. However, unbeknownst to him, as soon as he left, Gwen Stacy leaped out of bed, fully dressed. Cautiously, she slipped through the window into the garage, hiding in the trunk as her father opened the garage door. Uncertain if Peter and Ned could devise a plan, she chuckled to herself, thinking she might be the only member of their little team able to witness the event firsthand. Due to the lack of specific mention, not only Adam Smith and George Stacy considered themselves implicated. Many of the individuals created by Sadako over the past 3 months believed they were being summoned for a duel, and they hastily converged from various parts of America to Washington. Lin Hao did not anticipate such a spontaneous response from so many participants, and the precinct soon became alive with vibrant energy. Witnessing this fervor, Lin Hao resolved to ensure the smooth execution of this life-and-death confrontation, as it was crucial for the successful completion of the East and West factories in America. Chapter 45. Mr. Lin, you are far too dangerous. Time swiftly approached the day of the confrontation. A multitude of visitors flocked to Washington, not only Americans but also numerous curious onlookers from various nations, eager to witness the potential downfall of the White House. Lacking a specified time, many of these spectators arrived at the break of dawn, hoping to secure a prime vantage point. However, they underestimated the gravity with which the American elite regarded this event. The area within a kilometer of the White House was heavily fortified by the military. The outer streets were barricaded, preventing any passage, while vigilant sentinels stood guard under the glare of searchlights. A formidable cannon loomed atop a turret, with tanks poised in readiness behind, and armed helicopters circled overhead. The vicinity of the White House was jointly secured by the CIA, the FBI, the Secret Service, and other agencies. Although the heavy weaponry was somewhat less formidable than that of the military perimeter, the portable light arms deployed were, in fact, more advanced. The dignitaries within the White House naturally harbored concerns about the proximity of armored units. What if an impassioned fool, in a moment of folly, decided to redirect their artillery towards the White House? After all, this is a wondrous nation capable of driving away protesting veterans with tanks. Given the current defensive measures, Nick Fury believes that even Tony Stark clad in armor would be unable to confront them head-on. It seems that only the Hulk, along with his formidable allies, could achieve such a feat. Adam Smith, personally escorted by Alexander Pierce to the vicinity of the White House, found the scene quite disheartening. He was indifferent to the location of the impending showdown, but he yearned to prove himself and to personally eliminate that damned individual. In such a scenario, What if that person were to falter in fear? Whether Johnny Tyson felt fear is unknown, but Georges St-Pierre was utterly bewildered. Having recently taken up the sword, Sheriff Georges possessed only a nascent skill set, burdened by his daytime duties of patrolling. He could only practice in secrecy under the cloak of night, rendering him incapable of breaching the formidable defenses. Meanwhile, Gwen, hidden among the crowd and discreetly following her father, grew increasingly anxious. How could she return without witnessing the event, leaving her unable to boast to her friends? As the sky brightened, an increasing number of visitors gathered around the White House, shouting in various languages. "Scoundrel soldiers, return to your barracks. We demand to witness rivers of blood. You are restraining the freedom of the populace. You are in violation of the federal Constitution. Depart immediately. Washington does not require your presence." The cries of the crowd rose and fell, yet the American forces behind the defensive line remained utterly unmoved. They had long grown accustomed to such scenes. Aside from the victorious day that marked the end of World War II, this army had never enjoyed the warm embrace of their nation. The weapons were aimed at the citizens, who dared only to shout from a distance of 100 meters, tossing a few inconsequential scraps in defiance. The American people, though tenacious, were not foolish. They might exhibit impulsiveness in the face of police, even resorting to homemade Molotov cocktails during riots, but against a military prepared to retaliate, their defiance was limited to mere words. For they understood the army's willingness to unleash real firepower. Amidst the throngs of people, many elderly men had gathered from various regions, faced with such a formidable defense. Some hesitated while others were eager to engage. Those who dared to inflict harm upon themselves possessed a certain ruthlessness in their character, and prolonged practice of the art of swordplay could lead to an intensification of obsession, even madness. Perhaps those of lesser skill would hesitate, but a few elderly practitioners, with more than a decade of experience, harbored ambitions of confrontation. Unbeknownst to all, an aircraft cloaked in invisibility hovered above where Lin Hao waited. As noon approached, and the audience had assembled, with the elderly men having taken their positions, Lin Hao prepared to offer his protection. However, the surrounding space suddenly warped as if it were a mirror, and the entire aircraft was drawn into another dimension. Lin Hao's expression shifted, darkening ominously. He pushed open the aircraft door, revealing a fragmented space resembling shattered glass, where a floating area awaited the presence of a bald, eccentrically robed old nun. "Mr. Lin, greetings," she said, with a slight nod, acknowledging him. Lin Hao was undeterred by her presence, brandishing the green dragon crescent blade as he gracefully leaped onto the open ground. "Mr. Lin," he remarked, "Zheng Heng, the esteemed scholar, established the Divine Spear Bureau to safeguard humanity from extraterrestrial threats. The Divine Spear and the Divine Shield were originally one. Why the need for such division?" "Ha ha ha." Lin Hao, consumed by rage yet mocking, questioned, "Why did you not stand up and tell Nick Fury that the spear and the shield are one when he slaughtered my colleagues at the Spear Bureau at the end of last year?" Ancient One, momentarily at a loss for words, sighed softly. "The conflicts between nations are inevitable. Both Camartage and the Mystic Arts Bureau are organizations that discreetly safeguard the entirety of human civilization." "What utter nonsense!" Lin Hao roared furiously, his Qinglong Yanyue blade crashing heavily onto the ground, an overwhelming presence of Conqueror's hockey cascading forth. Gu Yi furrowed her brow slightly, yet felt no discomfort whatsoever. This ancient nun had lived for centuries, continually drawing upon the powers of the dark dimension, and with her profound mastery of the Triune Mountain Emperor's sorcery. Her mental strength had long transcended the ordinary. In discussions of human civilization, one might assert that if true concern for humanity's advancement existed, we should have already led Earthlings into the cosmos. After centuries, we could have at least reached a level comparable to that of the Kree Empire, or, at the very least, attained the stature of the planet Xander. Having witnessed numerous civilizations and traversed various timelines, is it not apparent that human conflicts arise primarily from resource scarcity? Humanity is ill-prepared for the vastness of space. Recklessly venturing forth would only herald our own destruction. Even the most patient among us has limits, and being insulted can provoke a swift change in demeanor. For millennia, countless extraterrestrial beings have visited Earth. Lin Hao scoffed, questioning why we allow them to treat our planet as a battlefield while our own people suffer. Ancient One frowned, meeting Lin Hao's gaze with gravity, and cautioned him that his thoughts were perilously reckless. Mere words hold no weight. Actions reveal the truth. Lin Hao enveloped his blade with the power of Conqueror's Haki, a surge of purple-red lightning coalescing into a brilliant sphere of light at the edge of his weapon. He swung his blade toward Ancient One, the reverberating force shattering numerous mirrors around them as the lightning-laced black arc hurtled forward. With deft movements, Ancient One conjured layers of golden shields before her. As the black arc descended, the shields shattered into shimmering golden particles, vanishing in an instant. Following the strike, Lin Hao charged forward, attempting to engage in close combat. His massive blade, agile in his grip, struck from unexpected angles, aiming for the gaps in the golden defenses. In response, Ancient One leaped gracefully, golden footfalls aiding her ascent, as she unleashed a crimson ribbon of energy toward Lin Hao's weapon. The Qinglong crescent blade became ensnared, leaving Lin Hao momentarily trapped. Resolutely, he relinquished his sword, raising his fists as a layer of darkness enveloped his arms, with purple-red lightning intertwining. His empowered punches struck against the golden shield, peeling it away like layers of an onion, swiftly closing the distance to Ancient One. Surprised by Lin Hao's fierce determination without his weapon, she swiftly conjured a portal with her left hand, her right producing the golden blade of the Vishani, thrusting it into the portal, aiming directly at the back of Lin Hao's head. Forewarned by his haki, Lin Hao spun around, seizing the Vishani blade with his left hand while daringly thrusting his right into the portal, casting forth a white energy sphere he had held tightly. He retracted his hand at lightning speed to avoid being severed by the dimensional rift. Ancient One, taken aback by his foresight and audacity, found herself unprepared as the energy sphere detonated. Lin Hao shielded his head with his arms, retreating swiftly as Ancient One, caught off guard, was no longer composed. In the mirror dimension, amidst a floating expanse, the bald nun's robes were stained with blood, and Lin Hao did not deny his involvement. After creating distance, he remained vigilant, aware that the bald nun would not be easily defeated. The cinematic portrayal of her being ambushed and falling to her death seemed absurd, unworthy of her stature as a singular cosmic powerhouse. Disappointed that Lin Hao had not fallen for her ruse, Ancient One felt the dark energy enveloping her body, healing her wounds at an astonishing rate. "You are far too perilous." Ancient One intently regarded Lin Hao, reiterating her belief that the power you wield would only bring calamity to Earth and humanity. Lin Hao, unyielding, retorted, questioning if it was not rather a disaster for her American benefactors. He pointedly reminded her that the Ancient One from other universes belonged to different nations, asserting his identity as a terrestrial being and supreme sorcerer. "My duty is to safeguard Earth and protect humanity from incursions from other dimensions." Lin Hao sarcastically remarked, "I did not realize you were such a noble internationalist. But are you not aware that true internationalists were eradicated by your forebears a century ago? Since you claim to represent all of humanity, why do you now stand in my way? Am I not human? Have you not consistently ignored the internal strife of Earth? Is it merely because the victor is not your progenitor that you are so agitated? Would you not feel embarrassed if the Ancient One from other universes were to witness your behavior?" Confronted by Lin Hao's mockery, Ancient One found herself speechless. She had observed him from afar, witnessing his steady accumulation of power within the Sorcerer Supreme's ranks. Initially adhering to her principles, she refrained from interference, as the timelines did not reveal any egregious actions on his part. However, upon glimpsing a vague yet alarming future through her insights into the timeline, she felt compelled to intervene. Perhaps due to the influence of the small demon, Lin Hao's destiny had been obscured, preventing her from perceiving the consequences surrounding him in previous years. Now, as the climactic confrontation unfolded, the United States faced a precarious future, prompting her urgent intervention. "Mr. Lin Hao, since you're so fond of other universes, allow me to send you there," she resolved. For her father, and the values she upheld. Ancient One was willing to disregard the principles of the Supreme Sorcerer, even daring to draw upon the Dark Dimension's power to prolong her own life. Her willingness to achieve her aims was evident. The values she adhered to were reflected in her very essence, reminiscent of Nick Fury. Earthlings were expected to remain docile on their planet. Even when faced with extraterrestrial threats, they could rely on these superheroes and the Supreme Sorcerer to drive them away. Upon achieving success, they would bask in the adoration of ordinary people, while the innocent casualties would be attributed solely to the extraterrestrials, as if they bore no responsibility. The advanced technology and formidable magic at their disposal were to enhance the strength of protectors, fostering a passive defense rather than striving to elevate humanity's overall capabilities for proactive engagement. The outside world was fraught with peril, unsuitable for common folk. In times of crisis, ordinary people should await their saviors, rather than striving for self-improvement. How simple and agreeable. This ideological discord was irreconcilable. Hearing these words, Lin Hao steeled himself, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. The bald nun was prepared to act decisively. Just then, a golden aura appeared beside Lin Hao, and, with foresight granted by his haki, he refrained from retreating. Zheng Xian emerged, accompanied by an elderly man in a robe, a military knife at his side. As they stepped forward, the man immediately tossed the Imhotep spear to Lin Hao. Lin Hao deftly caught it, a sense of reassurance washing over him. Once merely appearing golden due to its material, the spear now radiated a divine brilliance. Compared to its earlier manifestation in Wakanda, the spear now emanated an even more intense golden glow. Ancient One, witnessing this radiant light, was filled with uncertainty. How could he cause the spear to exude such divine essence? Because Imhotep is a terrestrial being. Zheng Xian, seemingly perceiving Ancient One's confusion, clarified. Unlike the alien deities you revere, he is a true earthling, a mortal honored as a deity for his valor in resisting extraterrestrial invaders. It is evident that the philosophies of Imhotep diverge significantly from your notions of passive defense. His enduring consciousness favors Lin Hao's ideas. Thus, Lin Hao is able to evoke the divinity of the Holy Spear. The bald, elderly nun, her visage darkened with solemnity, cast one last glance at the Holy Spear before scrutinizing the unremarkable old Taoist behind Zheng Xian, ultimately turning to step into the newly opened golden portal. Gripped by a fervent desire for vengeance, Lin Hao directed his gaze toward Zheng Xian. Boss, let us pursue and seize Kamataj. Strip the old nun bare and deliver her to your chamber. How could Director Lin not be irate at being ensnared in a trap? Zheng Xian shot him a warning glance. Though she is the weakest Ancient One in the multiverse, in our universe, she remains irreplaceable for the time being. The dimensional demon can only rely on her for the time being. Lin Hao glanced at the old Taoist behind him, his expression laden with skepticism. It appeared that Director Zheng, akin to the Black Director, could summon external aid, potentially from beyond our universe. Those who toy with time shall inevitably be toyed with by time. Zheng Xian glared at Lin Hao. Our magical aptitude is rather limited. We cannot compare to her. Zheng Xian, rarely indulging in jest, quipped, if only you could learn magic, we might consider establishing a new Kamataj. Heeding the jest, I still regard you as my superior. Lin Hao's demeanor shifted instantly. This was undoubtedly the most significant setback he had encountered since his rise. He had previously attempted to learn the magic preserved by the Holy Spear Bureau, yet regrettably, he garnered no response whatsoever. Neither the dark nor the light held any allure for him. The dimensional demons were as miserly as a curmudgeon, unwilling to lend him even a single strand of hair. The little girl you adopted 8 years ago possesses remarkable magical talent. Should we truly endeavor to create a new Kamataj, she could ascend to the position of Supreme Mage. Zheng Xian, aware that Lin Hao was akin to a stubborn mule, added a remark. She is nearing adulthood. I shall send her to you when the time comes. Very well. I have a grand performance to orchestrate. Kindly escort me back. Lin Hao, holding the Holy Spear, chuckled. Allow me to borrow it for a while. I fear the old nun may return. The higher-ups have spoken. The item shall remain with you for the time being. Zheng Xian did not forget to admonish him. Do ensure you do not lose it. It was a rare occasion for the Holy Spear Bureau to produce an individual capable of wielding the divine essence of the spear, and it must be utilized to its fullest potential. Moreover, Lin Hao's own prowess was formidable. With the holy spear in hand, even the ancient one was rendered powerless, alleviating concerns of the spear being seized. Should Lin Hao cast the holy spear into the dimensional realm opened by the little demon, even Imhotep would be left bewildered. After a brief delay, Lin Hao reappeared above the White House, summoning a black videotape and inserting into the player, whereupon a figure clad in red, Sadako, materialized. Gulme, I shall lead you in a performance. With that, Lin Hao mounted Sadako. As the sun reached its zenith, countless tourists thronged the streets of Washington, clamoring incessantly. The American military stood at the ready. Suddenly, a crimson figure emerged in the relatively vacant street behind the crowd, striding purposefully toward the White House. Chapter 47. The Advancing Prince Tai. He has arrived. Is it him? He resembles the Red Swordsman. It must be him. Lo and behold, the one who challenged the Red Swordsman is none other than him. The Naveen Neon spectators realized that this very individual had summoned the Red Swordsman. The previously boisterous crowd parted voluntarily, revealing a clear passage. Johnny Tyson, sword aside, raised a gourd and took a swig, his gaze solely fixed on the distant White House, unconcerned by tanks or helicopters. Prince Tai thrived on this very momentum. As the enemy approached, the American soldiers behind the front line erupted in a cacophony. He dares to come? Has he lost his mind? Does he think an iron sword alone can contend with armored units? What nonsense! Silence. Return to your positions. Only when the officer commanded did the soldiers resume their combat readiness. As Prince Tai neared within 500 meters of the front line, a booming voice blared from the loudspeakers. Johnny Tyson, leave immediately. We can pretend nothing has transpired, including your massacre of the Atlanta gang. The American High Command was initially unaware that Johnny Tyson had penned 2 lines of text, but during the brief moment he brazenly approached, several powerful departments had already gathered detailed information on him. The mere presence of a Red Swordsman revealed considerable value. If they could thwart Johnny Tyson before any actual confrontation unfolded, the CIA, Federal Bureau, SHLD, and Hydra would all extend olive branches to him. A figure as unique as he possessed immense utility and research potential. Thus far, Hydra and Adam Smith maintained a harmonious relationship, although Alexander Pierce yearned to extract blood and even slice him apart. Reason dictated that preserving the current alliance would yield greater benefits. Hence, he discreetly procured a few strands of naturally shed hair and a few clipped nails. Prince Tai remained unfazed, ultimately downing a final gulp of liquor before securing the gourd to his waist, placing his right hand upon the sword's hilt, his eyes radiating fierce intent. Open fire. The soldiers had never been accustomed to giving 3 warnings before engaging. Had it not been for the officer's insistence that the dignitaries speak first, they would have already unleashed their fire. Bullets and cannon fire unleashed a torrential stream of metal upon the streets, as Prince Tai swiftly evaded, his red attire fluttering like willows in the wind, seemingly frail yet ever elusive. It was not that Prince Tai's speed surpassed that of cannon fire or even projectiles. Rather, his reflexes outmatched those of the marksmen and gunners, as the firepower on-site lacked comprehensive coverage. Furthermore, the vibranium sword in his possession provided a means of salvation, affording Prince Tai the opportunity to maneuver and evade. As direct shots failed to connect, the barrels of guns and cannons indiscriminately shifted angles, wreaking havoc upon the tourists trapped on the street, severed limbs flying and blood flowing like rivers. The living cried out in despair, clutching their heads and scurrying in panic, leading to an inevitable stampede and utter chaos. Those foreign onlookers who had never witnessed the brutality of American soldiers, those brainwashed by Hollywood into believing America was a beacon of civilization, could hardly fathom that one day they would be greeted with such fervent hospitality from soldiers, a hospitality that incited visceral terror. Daddy, Gwen Stacy, who had been hiding among the crowd in an attempt to evade her father, finally succumbed to fear, crying out towards Sheriff George, who stood not far ahead. With his inner strength, George surprisingly heard the familiar voice amid the chaos. Turning abruptly, his expression turning to one of shock. Gwen! He had never anticipated that Gwen would also be present. Upon seeing Johnny Tyson, Sheriff George finally grasped that he was not the only one to have encountered the invincible Eastern One. He had been deluding himself for days, as the challenge was not directed at him. Realizing this, and witnessing his daughter in peril, George cast aside thoughts of the impending battle, parting the crowd as he rushed toward his daughter, who was being swept away by the throng. By the time he embraced her, they had been jostled to the side of the street, where a building loomed. Meanwhile, Prince Tai had already traversed the 500-meter distance and leaped into the front line. However, what awaited him was not a one-sided massacre, but rather a meticulously laid trap. The Americans were not fools. Multiple departments had analyzed Adam Smith's assault patterns and reached a unified conclusion. Ordinary combat personnel must never engage him in close quarters. The battle that had transpired over 3 months ago in front of the Wall Street Stock Exchange had thoroughly validated this conclusion. When at a distance, ordinary combat personnel could inflict some damage, but once dragged into close combat, it would result in a one-sided slaughter. Thus, when establishing the defensive line, the military had already contemplated the possibility of an enemy incursion. To this end, a trench measuring 200 meters in width and 50 meters in depth was excavated behind the defenses. This trench had been camouflaged, with soldiers relying solely on metal plates to traverse it. Upon observing a figure clad in red crossing the defense line, the commander immediately commanded, "Tear it open." The airborne figure, observing the dark depths of the trench below, displayed a moment of bewilderment. In the distance, military and political personnel witnessed Johnny Tyson plummet directly into the trench, their faces adorned with triumphant smiles. No matter how ferocious a beast may be, it cannot outsmart a cunning hunter. They were indeed the hunters. Rest assured, a potent anesthetic gas had been preemptively deployed below. His ascent was impossible. The overconfident commander had yet to finish his sentence when a red figure gracefully leaped out. "No, it cannot be." The commander, taken aback, found it hard to believe. The ground was covered with specially designed metal plates. Even a serpent could not ascend. Clearly, they were oblivious to the lightness of movement derived from the undefeated Eastern Master, let alone the fact that he wielded a vibranium sword capable of leveraging against the walls. Alexander Pierce evidently had not shared the imagery of Adam Smith training with a sword in the forest. Otherwise, these individuals would not have been so presumptuous as to attempt capture, but would have instead employed powerful weaponry the moment the master entered the pit. Hith. Now was the master's turn to reveal a sinister smile. The red figure surged forward, sword light flashing. Several heads flew, and blood splattered into the sky. The master did not linger with his enemies, his focus solely on the White House. The armored units blocked the streets, obstructing his path. Tanks in the rear roared to life, filling the avenue. If he were an ordinary enemy, he would indeed find himself trapped in such a scenario. However, the master chose an unconventional route, leaping high and bounding atop the tanks, moving even faster than on the ground. While his vibranium sword struggled to pierce the main battle tank's outer armor, the master had no intention of destroying the armor battalion. Why engage in a futile struggle? Within the command tent near the White House, the leaders of various departments wore grim expressions, having anticipated a robust defense that was now breached by a mere individual. The best method to counter superhumans is to deploy other superhumans. Having witnessed the extraordinary powers of Captain Marvel years ago, Nick Fury understood this principle well, which is why he fervently advocated for the Avengers Initiative. Unlike the bureaucrats around him, who were blind to the vastness of the universe, Nick Fury had encountered formidable beings from beyond, understanding deeply the humanity as current military forces could not effectively combat such overwhelming foes. It was not that American soldiers were inept, but rather that they could not leverage their collective strength against a powerful individual. As the enemy would not foolishly stand still to absorb concentrated fire, dread filled him. Must the safety of the White House rest in the hands of that effeminate figure? The men felt a pang of shame. Suddenly, alarms blared from the surveillance personnel. Enemies in red have appeared from other directions. The department heads, including Nick Fury, rushed to the screen, their expressions shifting dramatically. They had not anticipated multiple foes. Where had they emerged from? With similar attire and appearances. Were these individuals part of a singular organization? This was problematic. If one was challenging enough, how could they manage multiple? Should they summon the master to retreat temporarily? Chapter 48. Hurry to summon Jehovah. In New York at Star Tower. Upon seeing the live footage from the news, Tony Stark could no longer remain seated. He approached the newly constructed automated armor-donning platform. Are you truly going? Pepper Potts hurriedly stepped forward, embracing Tony, worry etched across her face. While I share your disdain for those politicians, I am an American. Tony Stark replied gravely. The White House embodies the honor and pride of America. It must not be sullied. This sentiment was one that resonated deeply within the elite of America, an acknowledgement that those less educated could not possess. Perhaps the elites had forgotten, or perhaps they deliberately wished to overlook the fact that this white edifice was newly built, having been destroyed by the British long ago. Very well, be cautious. Pepper bestowed upon him a lingering kiss. Tony Stark donned the latest suit of armor at lightning speed, leaping from the high platform. The engine igniting as he soared towards Washington, over 300 kilometers away. It was not long before he arrived above the White House. Hey, friend, why the impatience? Tony landed directly in front of the advancing master, as he was now closest to the White House. How about we sit down for a cheeseburger? Inside the command tent. Nick Fury felt a slight relief upon seeing Tony Stark arrive. If the Red Swordsman and Iron Man could join forces to subdue Johnny Tyson, they could then address the other threats, potentially quelling the incident. Moments had passed, and the other foes did not advance with the same vigor as Johnny Tyson. Nick Fury astutely perceived a disparity in their strength. Not every enemy was as formidable as Johnny Tyson. Indeed, the Black Egg was correct. The subsequent figures who emerged were motivated by the spectacle of the Master's might, eager not to be outdone. Yet they recklessly jumped in without even a fraction of the necessary training. Given that the evil-repelling sword technique is a rapid training martial art, the lack of practice duration was distinctly reflected in their speed and strength. Those who recklessly emerged without adequate training could only fall prey to Nick Fury's grasp. Boss, we have captured one, Coulson reported joyfully through the communicator. The Black Egg felt a surge of happiness, though his expression remained impassive, as no one could discern the shift in his demeanor. Bring him back. Lin Hao, who had been observing the scene with keen insight, finally found satisfaction as he witnessed the impetuous figure being apprehended. This grand performance not only aimed to elevate the reputation of the undefeated Eastern Master, but also sought to extract secrets from him for the upper echelons of America. In due time, the American leadership would undoubtedly assemble a team to interrogate the captured individual, with different departments forming distinct task forces akin to Eastern law enforcement agencies. Upon conclusion, Zheng would continue to expand the ranks of the civilian masters, while Lin Hao would further propagate the secrets of the evil-repelling sword manual to the public. As the world grows increasingly perilous, the civilian masters would undoubtedly flourish. Once the Eastern and Western agencies established their presence in America, with the number of masters on the rise, Lin Hao would concoct a new manual, the Ramayana, leading to a fierce martial arts competition among the masters, igniting a storm of bloodshed. The chaos instigated by the Eastern and Western agencies would achieve what Zheng Xian and Yu Huatian could not. As the master became entangled with Tony Stark, the other lesser-trained master struggled. Lin Hao knew it was time for him to make his entrance. The sound of music abruptly enveloped a 1-kilometer radius around a White House, as an invisible aircraft activated its sound system, providing a backdrop of music. Who is singing? Is there a master among them? What do the lyrics mean? Nick Fury and other high-ranking officials were taken aback. Today truly had been a series of escalating crises. And just as calm seemed within reach, another complication arose. The rivers and mountains laugh. The misty rain lingers. The waves wash away the mundane world. How many beauties exist? There, the surveillance personnel pointed towards a direction opposite to the Master's advance. Senior officials from various departments observed a crimson figure strolling through the desolate streets. Unlike the previous robust and menacing individuals, this person possessed a more graceful physique and an alluring visage. Although seemingly petite, Their demeanor radiated an exquisite elegance. The stakes intensified as Nick Fury, relying on instincts honed over the years, issued a command. Open fire. With a fierce roar from the frontline commander, bullets, artillery shells, and rockets from armed helicopters surged towards the figure in red. The American military, no longer restrained by concerns for civilian casualties, unleashed their full might. The authorities had long warned the public to steer clear of the commotion. Those who sought danger had only themselves to blame. Amidst the onslaught, Lin Hao remained still, while Sadako activated her spatial transference ability, appearing instantaneously at a checkpoint hundreds of meters away. What? Nick Fury was taken aback, his remaining eye widening in disbelief. What velocity was this? This was not mere speed. It was a transfer of space. The professionals on site were captivated. How could a human body withstand the pressures of such spatial transitions? The focus of the technicians and bureaucrats diverged sharply. Confronted by the sudden appearance of the figure in red, soldiers on the front lines swiftly aimed their weapons at the checkpoint. At that moment, Lin Hao controlled half of his body to strike. With a sweeping motion of his sword, he unleashed a flying slash that obliterated half of the defensive line, reaching the towering buildings on the street's edge. One sword stroke severed half a building. The spectacle left both American officials and the audacious spectators in nearby edifices utterly astonished. Once again, Nick Fury was taken aback. He hastily retrieved an old pager, hesitating whether to activate it. The enemy was merely hundreds of meters away. Even if the astonishing figure could fly at light speed, it might not suffice. After executing the sword strike, the figure in red breached the defensive line, rendering trenches and traps mere trifles. A series of flying slashes cut through the air effortlessly, as if painting a canvas. Tanks on the ground and helicopters above were cleaved apart as though they were made of plastic. Explosions erupted, flames engulfed the scene, and wails echoed across the battlefield. The figure in red advanced leisurely, step by step, towards the White House. Halt! Open fire! Personnel from the Secret Service outside the White House immediately pulled their triggers. Yet, the figure in red vanished once more, appearing atop the White House itself. At that moment, the gaze of the entire world converged. With such mayhem unfolding in America, could the other four major rogue states and various powers resist the urge to witness the spectacle? For Japan and South Korea, the commotion of their father was still a spectacle to behold. Lin Hao, controlling Sadako's body, suddenly raised a long sword in his right hand, which crackled with purplish-red lightning. With a powerful swing, he unleashed a 100-meter-long flying slash that soared into the sky. The clouds above the White House roiled violently, tearing apart and refusing to close. One sword tore through the heavens. "Dear, come and witness the divine." The gathered Americans and viewers from around the globe gasped in awe. Nick Fury, no longer hesitating, was about to press the button when an overwhelming aura emanated from the White House, sweeping in all directions. American soldiers and operatives from various agencies fell to the ground, frothing at the mouth. The sheer might of the conqueror's hockey uprooted layers of sod, sending countless military tents and bodies flying backward. Cracks spread across the walls of the White House. Nick Fury, being specially targeted, collapsed decisively. Lin Hao pointed, compressing air into a projectile that struck the old pager, causing it to explode. Standing atop the White House, the figure in red unfurled a wine gourd, tilted their head back in a hearty drink, and proclaimed loudly, "The sun rises in the east, and I remain undefeated." From beneath the room, a startled voice exclaimed, "Quick, summon Jehovah!" Chapter 49. The duel of Lord Shur and Lord Tai at the pinnacle of the White House. Sir. Amidst the wreckage of steel armor, the artificial intelligence, Jarvis repeatedly called out to the unconscious Tony Stark, who had succumbed to the impact of the Conqueror's hockey. Seeing his master unresponsive, Jarvis initiated emergency protocols, delivering an electric shock to Tony's chest. Coughing violently, Tony jolted awake, sputtering. "What happened?" "Sir, you were struck by a powerful energy wave. While the damage to your body is minimal, it directly affected your consciousness, causing you to faint," Jarvis promptly reported. This sensation felt familiar. Tony recalled the figure in the black metal mask from the Afghan mountains. However, there was no time for reflection. He immediately observed the chaos surrounding the White House on the screen. Spotting the figure in red atop the White House, Tony's expression turned grave. "Damn it, sir. I advise against engaging the enemy," Jarvis rationally cautioned. "The recent energy surge is beyond our defenses. You may faint again. Multiple electric therapies are manageable. But if you faint upon engagement, how can we fight?" Lin Hao had no intention of destroying the White House. The foundation of America was not confined to this edifice. Lives could be replaced and buildings rebuilt. Acting now would only ignite a united front against him. After proclaiming his motto, Lin Hao cast a glance at Adam Smith and Johnny Tyson on either side of the White House, coldly instructing, "Commence, fulfill your duel." At last, Lords Shur and Tai diverted their adoration, obsession, and even affection from the Eastern Master, locking eyes with each other, their gazes ignited with fury and resolve. That wretched harlot, the Eastern Master, is mine. They had just witnessed the Eastern unbeaten, wielding his sword to cleave buildings, the sword energy rending the sky, both astonished and elated. So, the Eastern Master is this powerful. If I hone my swordsmanship, can I achieve such strength as well? In their quest for the Eastern Master's affections, Lord Shur and Tai vowed to eliminate each other and claim exclusive favor. The figure in red vanished, reappearing atop a distant skyscraper. Observing this, the two lords swiftly ascended, positioning themselves where the Eastern Master had previously stood. Lin Hao's Conqueror's Haki had only incapacitated the nearby soldiers and operatives, sparing ordinary people a kilometer away. As the commotion outside dissipated, a brave few emerged to assess the situation. "Fantastic! The nuisances are all gone. Brothers, charge forth. We can witness the duel." The jubilant Americans and curious onlookers from around the globe rushed out from their hiding places, converging upon the White House from all directions. They pushed aside military roadblocks, finding metal sheets to lay across the trenches. In their eagerness, many stumbled into the trenches, injuring themselves in their haste. Yet, no obstacle could deter their desire to witness the spectacle. The fastest among them reached the White House exterior just as Lord Shur and Tai commenced their battle atop the roof. These spectators gazed up at the torn clouds in the sky, expressing their astonishment. "Oh my, are they that powerful? I wish to be as strong as they are. Who can tell me how they achieved this?" A witness who had seen the Eastern unbeaten in action stepped forward to remind them. Those clouds above were not caused by these two. It was that figure. They pointed towards the distant skyscraper, where a figure clad in crimson was indulging in wine and theatrics. The onlookers, well equipped with telescopes and many wielding cameras, brazenly observed and captured images of the invincible Dongfeng Bubi. Unperturbed, Lin Hao posed for the camera, as his sole purpose today was to promote the evil-repelling sword manual. Though much attention was diverted away from him, the battle-hardened Shi Gonggong and Tai Gonggong atop the White House remained oblivious, fully engrossed in their fierce combat. "You are the only follower of the esteemed Dongfeng." Tai Gonggong, fiercely aggressive, attacked relentlessly, disregarding the numerous wounds inflicted by the sharp adamantium alloy. Just 3 months prior, Shi Gonggong had been an ordinary man, consistently humiliated by his wife, yet he had never encountered true danger. Tai Gonggong, in contrast, frequently participated in underground tournaments, where he both dealt and received blows, cultivating a formidable aura. However, having exhausted some strength in breaching Shi Gonggong's defenses, Tai Gonggong found himself vulnerable. Si Gonggong, maintaining a strategic advantage, expertly defended against a series of fierce strikes and sensed a momentary lag in Tai Gonggong's internal energy flow. Despite his limited combat experience prior to debuting, Shi Gonggong possessed notable talent and had spent 3 months in the forest, honing his swordsmanship with unwavering focus, surpassing Tai Gonggong's prowess by a narrow margin. Seizing the moment of Tai Gonggong's sword technique transition, Shi Gonggong channeled all his internal strength into a decisive thrust, delivering the sharp tip of his sword directly at Tai Gonggong's chest. The latter, startled, felt his ferocity surge, and without evading, he retaliated with a sweeping strike aimed at Shi Gonggong's flank. Perhaps out of jealousy that Shi Gonggong attracted women daily, Tai Gonggong targeted his opponent's lower back. Though they both recognized the absurdity of their conflict, instinct drove them as men. Bloodied and battered, both combatants withdrew momentarily, their remaining hand striking in retaliation. Fists colliding as they created distance. As the crowd swelled, having initially fixated on the ostentatious Dongfang booby, they shifted their attention back to the day's main event. Among the spectators, Georges Tacy clutched his daughter tightly, watching the duel unfold with keen interest, feeling greatly enlightened. Having practiced for merely a few days, his swordplay was rudimentary, and his inner strength shallow. The clash between the two luminaries served as a beacon, illuminating for Georges the path ahead. Although he understood that he could never rival the formidable Dongfang booby in the near future, a flicker of ambition ignited within him. If he can, so can I. Not only Georges, the newly appointed Gong, but many seasoned figures who had evaded capture also lurked amidst the crowd, their reactions diverse, some in shock, others dismissive, while some gazed with fervent desire, yearning to usurp. They all regarded the still unrecovered clouds and the distant Dongfang booby with a reverence akin to that of pilgrims. The dawn had risen in the east, and the proclamation of invincibility was not mere bravado. Dongfang booby was indeed a force to be reckoned with. I must become his sole disciple. Unmindful of the spectators below, the two Gongs resumed their clash after a brief respite. The swords clashed incessantly. The renowned metals from the Marvel Universe unleashed a staggering destructive power under the enhancement of their internal energy, occasionally striking the White House's apex, leaving behind ghastly scars. After nearly half an hour of intense combat, both Gongs found their internal strength waning, yet the outcome remained undecided. From a distance, Lin Hao perceived the success of his promotional endeavor and noticed fiery streaks approaching from the sky. He swiftly maneuvered into the air, delivering several swift cuts. The missiles, laden with potent anesthetic gas, were destroyed, but the gas dispersed with the wind. Soon, some spectators around the White House began to faint. Alarmed, Georges quickly retreated with his daughter. The battling Gongs glanced upwards at the majestic Dongfang booby, who offered no response and vanished. Neither of the Gongs were fools. Having brought such disgrace to America, the elite would not let this transgression go unpunished. Reinforcements were undoubtedly on their way, and the earlier missile strike was a clear signal. Though both desired to vanquish the other, they were not keen on perishing alongside. Final strike to determine victor and fate. Tai Gong bellowed. Sure Gong, resolute, charged forward with his sword. Both unleashed their remaining internal energies in a desperate clash. Neither anticipated that Tai Gong's vibranium sword would at that moment discharge all absorbed energy, sending a blue shock wave that hurled them apart into the surrounding crowd. Run, the military is coming. So many tanks, so many soldiers, run. Doi Gong spat. Consider yourself fortunate today. His expression fierce, he turned to flee. Sure Gong, after a moment of silence, also retreated. The magnitude of today's events was overwhelming. Hydra might not protect him, so it was prudent to observe for a while before deciding whether to continue as a superhero. Bastards, you're lucky today. Chapter 50. To cut or not to cut? That is the question in the conference room of the World Security Council, an agency directly under S.H.I.E.L.D. Representatives from the 5 major nations convened. Just as they settled in, before the meeting could officially commence, the American delegate launched an attack towards the lone Asian representative. This atrocious incident is a conspiracy by certain nations against America. The middle-aged Asian man looked around, confusion etched on his face. What has happened? The Russian delegate, relishing the chaos, chimed in, you don't know? The White House has been sullied. Is that so? The Asian delegate exclaimed, shock transforming into indignation. This is outrageous. How could anyone do such a thing to the White House? It is merely a building. Damn it. The American delegate felt a sharp pang in his chest. You dare say it has nothing to do with you? That woman clearly has an Asian visage and speaks fluent Chinese. Mr. Arthur, I understand your struggles with language acquisition, but you cannot assume someone is of a particular nationality simply because they can speak its language, the Asian delegate retorted, subtly mocking. For instance, I am proficient in English, French, Russian, German, and other languages, yet I remain a Chinese national. I apologize for forgetting that Mr. Arthur is only fluent in his native tongue. The American delegate slammed his fist on the table, glaring venomously at the Asian man. Wow, the table seems to have cracked. The Russian delegate seized the moment for amusement, pointing at the table before the American delegate. I remember you Haven Tea paid your dues in recent years. This table cannot be reimbursed. I'll veto any expenses. Damn it. The American delegate glanced around at his two subordinates, seeking allies. But the French delegate was gazing at the ceiling while the British delegate stared at his shoes, refusing to engage. Though they were unwilling to openly mock the Americans, they secretly relished this moment of embarrassment. The duel atop the White House was a monumental event, swiftly spreading across the globe, with nearly every nation reveling in America's misfortune while marveling at the might of Dongfang Bubi. Intelligence forces were dispatched worldwide to seek out this warrior. Meanwhile, the Americans were also mobilizing their resources to locate Dongfang Bubi, yet he seemed to have vanished without a trace. After all, they were unaware that Zheng was not human. Although they could not locate Dongfang Bubi, the CIA, the Federal Warning Agency, SHIELD, and even Hydra managed to capture a rather inexperienced yet reckless little eunuch. The great American nation, having endured such humiliation, certainly would not treat these few little eunuchs with any kindness. The awakened Nick Fury personally entered the interrogation room, where the little eunuch apprehended by SHIELD lay on a metal bed, his limbs secured by robust circular restraints. A tranquilizer needle poised above his head, ready to strike. Agents Coulson, May, and Ward, all Level 7 operatives, took turns employing their most proficient interrogation techniques. I will speak. The little eunuch, not only lacking in martial prowess, but also in fortitude, despite having the courage to inflict harm upon himself, could not withstand the relentless questioning of seasoned agents. Having witnessed the might of Dongfang Bubi, the little eunuchs feared that revealing the identity of their master would lead to trouble. However, the interrogation techniques developed by professional operatives could only be endured by those with extensive counterinterrogation training. Ordinary individuals stood little chance of survival. Do not fret. There are still procedures to complete. The composed Coulson continued with the process, methodically applying his tools to the little eunuch. At that moment, Coulson resembled a devoted sculptor, skillfully wielding various instruments, indifferent to the whales, wholly focused. Damn it. I confess I want to come clean. The little eunuch's emotional state shattered completely. Coulson persisted in executing all procedures, carefully observing the little eunuch's reactions, before finally signaling the director behind the observation mirror. Ask him who that woman is, whether they are part of an organization, and most importantly, where their power originates, Nick Fury intoned gravely. Upon awakening, the blackened egg discovered that his antiquated pager lay in ruins, signifying his inability to directly contact Carol and compelling him to rely on the Skrull spacecraft in low Earth orbit for long-distance communication. However, the Skrull's communication technology paled in comparison to the pager modified by Carol using Kree technology. The timing of the message's arrival and its ability to overcome cosmic radiation interference posed significant uncertainties. With a formidable ally lost and a terrifying power capable of cleaving the heavens emerging on American soil, paranoia gripped the minds of the severely paranoid. Coulson began his inquiries, and the tormented little eunuch divulged all he knew. Upon hearing this, the three Level 7 agents exchanged glances, with Melinda instinctively shifting her gaze toward Coulson and Ward, laden with meaning. Coulson and Ward suddenly felt a chill wash over them, instinctively drawing their legs together. Even Nick Fury, observing from behind a mirror, could not help but bow his head. Perhaps this was simply the instinct ingrained in the male species. The agents harbored no doubts about the truth of the little eunuch's words, as they had already discerned the chill emanating from his loins. Initially, they assumed it to be an accident, only to realize it was a prerequisite for obtaining power. Nick Fury regained his composure and promptly contacted the CIA and the Federal Warning Agency, publicly sharing their interrogation records in exchange for theirs. After meticulous comparison, Nick Fury finally confirmed his suspicions. He is, in fact, a man, recalling the alluring figure in red he had seen at noon. He was taken aback to discover that the individual was a man. Shaking his head to dispel these unhelpful thoughts, Nick Fury fell into silence for a moment before making a decisive choice. He would seek out a few men who had undergone gender reassignment surgery. With SHIELDS resources, it would be exceedingly easy to find similar experimental subjects. According to the latest data released by the Williams Institute at UCLA, 56 of Americans identified as such, amounting to approximately 14 million individuals. Within such a vast population, it was inevitable that there would be men willing to undergo surgery for the sake of transformation. Originally, these individuals sought surgery merely to heed their inner calling. Now, learning that they could also gain extraordinary powers was an unexpected boon. Really? Alice, a transgender woman from New York recruited by SHIELD, covered her mouth in disbelief, unable to conceal her joy. Can I truly be as powerful as that Dongfang booby? This was a transgender individual who had undergone surgery 8 years prior. While life had its inconveniences, she was still delighted to have realized her childhood dream of becoming a woman. Now, someone was telling her she could be as mighty as Dongfang booby from the news. What a windfall. Of course, there are risks associated with the experiment. The ever-kind Coulson explained patiently to the harmless compatriot. Additionally, you must sign a confidentiality agreement and commit to joining SHIELD upon gaining power. No problem, Alice declared, raising a finger with her thickened joints, giggling. Let us get started quickly. I can hardly wait. Several similar transgender individuals were brought before the little eunuch. Having been subdued by torture, numbly stepped forward to transfer his internal energy, planting a seed within the bodies of the experiment participants, then channeling his energy to clear their meridians. Lin Hao, who had painstakingly practiced for nearly a decade to replicate the residual internal energy of Yang's left arm, spent several hours unblocking Adam Smith's meridians. Naturally, these less adept little eunuchs required even more time. Fortunately, the upper echelons of America displayed remarkable patience regarding this matter. After all, the question of whether to undergo surgery was a significant one. Chapter 51, Coulson, Director, why don't you take the lead on this? The little eunuch captured by SHIELD spent a full 2 days undergoing restoration before finally managing to unblock the necessary meridians within Alice. Once the meridians were opened, her internal energy could begin to flow. The conditioned little eunuch operated like a mechanical automaton, dutifully explaining to Nick Fury the martial art we learned, the evil-repelling sword technique, allows for the natural growth of internal energy through the practice of swordplay. When Zheng imparted the techniques to the eunuchs, she directly implanted the sword moves into their memories, ensuring that regardless of their previous aptitude, they could effortlessly recall a complex array of sword techniques, executing them with ease while practicing. Now, however, the little eunuchs had to teach the experimental transgender individuals the sword moves step by step, requiring constant guidance and adjustment for each action. Time naturally slowed down. After a full half-month, a particularly talented transgender individual finally mastered all the sword techniques and performed a slow yet fluid demonstration of the swordplay. I have it! I have it! I have it! The individual exclaimed, bouncing with excitement, as if they were expecting a child. For them, this moment of exhilaration was akin to the joy of pregnancy. Witnessing such enthusiasm, the little eunuch shed tears of relief. Throughout these days of torment, the upper echelons of SHIELD provided the little eunuch with psychological counseling daily to ensure he spoke the truth and acted sincerely. As they saw no experimental results, SHIELD's higher-ups directed their impatience towards psychological support, driving the little eunuch nearly to madness. Now, apart from a lingering fear of Dongfang booby, the little eunuch had become entirely molded by SHIELD. Upon witnessing their swordsman finally grasp the so-called internal energy, Coulson, May, and Ward began to receive the internal energy transferred from their own. Lacking understanding of the internal cultivation methods, and with their meridians unblocked, they could only feel a warm current surging within them. yet they were unable to control it. Before long, this warmth dissipated on its own. Seeing that his three capable subordinates were unharmed, Nick Fury stepped forward to receive a portion of internal energy. Personally experiencing the wonders of this extraordinary power, after thorough investigation, the upper echelons of S.H.I.E.L.D. have come to believe in the existence of inner strength, despite still finding it hard to fathom. May, have you truly never heard of inner strength before? Ward whispered to his companion. Although this concept exudes a distinctly Chinese essence, I must admit I had no prior knowledge of such a phenomenon. Melinda shook her head in response. Indeed, there are some martial arts traditions that have been passed down in China, and I practice martial arts myself. Yet I have never encountered the notion of inner strength as a potent energy. As they engaged in hushed conversation, Coulson leaned closer to Nick Fury, murmuring, "Chief, if inner strength is indeed real, then the Spear Agency may have already mastered this energy long ago, and their agents could be widely trained in it, perhaps even possessing martial skills that come without cost." Coulson's expression was grave. The existence of a singular formidable figure like the Invincible East was already terrifying. But if the Spear Agency harbored multiple such beings, what hope did S.H.L.D. have? Others might not perceive the subtle shifts in Nick Fury's demeanor, but his own mood was equally somber. The presence of the Invincible East and a multitude of red-clad swordsmen demonstrated that this energy was not only powerful, but also had the potential for widespread dissemination and growth. This was of immeasurable value to an organization. The Asian visage of the Invincible East led the American leadership to immediately suspect the nation across the ocean. In recent years, this ancient power has continuously breached the technological embargo imposed by other countries and has surged forward, beginning to threaten America's global hegemony. Now, with Fury learning that the Spear Agency possesses numerous agents skilled in inner strength, does this not suggest that S.H.I.E.L.D. might soon face thousands of superpowered individuals? How could they possibly contend with that? There is an urgent need to expand the ranks of practitioners. Nick Fury felt a more pressing urgency in this matter than even the CIA or the FBI. Not only should they encourage the agents to practice actively, but he also turned his gaze toward his trusted lieutenant, Coulson. Coulson shivered, feeling a chill at his waist. "Chief, I'm not even married yet. We could use technology to preserve sperm and in the future find you a beautiful surrogate, ensuring you can have a biological child," Nick Fury replied, his face stern but persuasive. "You know how tragic Adam Smith's situation was. Many men in this country share similar fates, thus opting for technological means is far more secure." "Are you serious, Chief?" Coulson exclaimed, retreating hastily and adamantly refusing. "I can accept many things without effort, but when it comes to having children, I wish to be directly involved." Witnessing the discord, Grant Ward, who had been whispering with Melinda, quickly hid behind her, curling up and muttering, "You can't see me. You can't see me." Melinda rolled her eyes in exasperation. These men possess no sense of responsibility. Had it not been for the several women who participated in the experiment, who not only failed to master the sword techniques, but also inexplicably fell gravely ill, with some even paralyzed and reduced to a vegetative state, Melinda would have volunteered long ago. "Grant, come here." Ward could no longer evade. Nick Fury sternly admonished the two. "You have all witnessed the power of this energy, and it's highly likely the Spear Agency mastered it long before now. Our future circumstances are exceedingly precarious. Someone must be willing to sacrifice and serve as a role model for their colleagues. Chief, why not you lead the way?" When it came to matters of fundamental importance to men, even the typically affable Coulson began to rebel. Nick Fury fixed him with a steely gaze. "We could send a mole to steal the Spear Agency's cultivation methods. I believe they must have techniques that come at little cost," Grant murmured, attempting to mediate. Being younger than Coulson, he pondered, if he were to undergo such a procedure, what joy would life hold? These matters will naturally be addressed. But time is of the essence. We must seize the current opportunities and enhance S.H.I.E.L.D.'s strength as swiftly as possible. Thus, he issued a direct order. "From now on, you two will spearhead and lead this team. Coulson will be the captain, and Ward the vice captain. ensuring formidable combat capabilities are established in the shortest time possible. To lead such an extraordinary task force, how can one expect to command respect without the requisite strength? This was a clear ultimatum. Chief, the two lamented, feeling utterly despondent, hoping that a mole within the Spear Agency could soon procure a cost-free method of cultivation. After departing the training grounds, Nick Fury returned to his office. Closing the door, he retrieved a specialized phone and dialed the only number that could connect. A light laugh greeted him on the other end. "Director Fury, are you feeling restless?" It was evident the other party was already aware of the reason for Fury's contact at this moment. "The investigation into the Spear Agency's leadership can continue," Fury replied coldly, laced with a hint of anger. "But after all these years, you never informed me that the Spear Agency possessed inner strength. Let's not pretend your rank would allow you access to such information. Believe it or not, I genuinely had no idea they had developed such a thing." The voice on the other end remained lighthearted, even somewhat exaggerated. Fury inhaled deeply, suppressing his anger, and shifted to a more sentimental tone, reminiscing. "I will never forget how you saved me during that operation. Though you are of Chinese descent, you are also an American." Shenran, now the great America faces. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted from the other end of the line, as if the speaker were reclining on a couch, clutching their stomach with mirth. "Why should we, the lower classes, fret for the white gentlemen who have yet to feel the pressure? Indeed, racial discrimination remains one of the significant challenges obstructing America's greatness. But you must believe that through our relentless efforts, such attitudes will inevitably change," Nick Fury passionately declared. This was the conviction he held steadfastly to, or perhaps the rationale he continuously fed himself. "Ah, so we are to behave like dogs, waiting for the white gentleman's charity?" The voice on the other end was rife with sarcasm. Nick Fury, now devoid of his usual patience, retorted, "Are you contemplating betrayal against America?" "Betrayal?" A cold laugh echoed from the other end. "Ha, I belong solely to myself." The call was abruptly terminated. Chapter 52. Establishing a fire-curing breeding farm while the upper echelons of America busied themselves with the expansion of the Eastern Bureau. Lin Hao was not idle either. The little demon opened its mouth once more, and Lin Hao stepped into the mysterious space. After much effort, it was time for the exhilarating lottery draw. After 3 months, the energy accumulated during this period represented the largest batch Lin Hao had received in his 15 years with the little demon. Firstly, having repeatedly manipulated Stark Industries stock, he had harvested a wealth of grievances from retail and institutional investors alike, with many bankrupt stockholders jumping from the heights of Wall Street in despair. Their collective anguish effectively harvested. Secondly, the public vented their anger across the nation, resulting in violence and panic, contributing indirectly to the chaos. Lastly, the spoils from the White House battle, where he personally wielded his sword against the military, showcased miraculous feats that incited widespread fear across America, yielding the highest level of participation and reward. While the individual values gained from personally taking lives were substantial, their efficiency paled in comparison to the chaos caused by sensational news that left the entire nation in trepidation. Individual gains might be modest, but they accumulate into a formidable force. Lin Hao glanced at the back-end statistics and found that he had amassed an unprecedented opportunity for 1,000 consecutive draws, his heart racing with anticipation. At this moment, the sentiments of all gamblers were likely similar, each hoping that such a large quantity would undoubtedly yield miraculous results. Lin Hao settled into a lotus position, silently reciting the calming mantra, then nodded at the eager little demon. "Let us begin." The mischievous little demon vanished in an instant, only to return moments later, leaving behind a white strapless garment. "Whoa, that woman has such a lovely bosom. She hit me." Lin Hao shot a glare at the little demon, exclaiming with irritation, "Is it any wonder she retaliated when you just yanked at her garment?" The little demon, brimming with pride, merely chuckled. "Did you even stab her?" Lin Hao's gaze fell upon the fork in the little demon's hand, which indeed bore a trace of blood. Without hesitation, he picked up the white garment, and upon receiving the information, he was momentarily taken aback. It belonged to Tsunade from Naruto. Lifting the fabric, he discovered it was over 2 meters long. What a joke! Is this even possible? Lin Hao muttered to himself. The little demon gestured excitedly. I told you. It was a complete circle. Lin Hao sighed with relief, but soon found himself puzzled. Wait a minute. If it wraps around more, wouldn't that make it seem smaller? He shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. Director Lin is a serious person. Why bother with such trivialities? If it's out of sight and touch, there is no need to dwell on it. He quickly rushed to the experimental table to retrieve a test tube, carefully collecting the blood left on the demon's fork. Upon contact with the blood, Lin Hao received a prompt regarding the absorption of special energy and memories. Is this chakra? Lin Hao felt a surge of power within him, while simultaneously absorbing the memories contained within. Chakra can serve as a vessel for mental consciousness, naturally carrying memories as well. Is this the strength of the monstrous fist? Lin Hao gazed at the blue chakra enveloping his right arm, astonished. To think that less than 5 milliliters of blood could contain such chakra. No wonder Tsunade, having mastered the 100 healings technique, possesses such power. It was easy to comprehend her immense strength. Given her character, she would undoubtedly retaliate if someone tugged at her garment. And thus the blood drawn from her fist would naturally carry chakra, operating in the mode of monstrous strength. Beyond this extraordinary strength, Lin Hao also gleaned a myriad of fragmented memories from the chakra, encompassing Tsunade's daily life and several ninjutsu techniques, albeit only the summoning technique was intact, while the rest were incomplete. After carefully storing Tsunade's blood, Lin Hao refrained from overthinking it. This was the little demon's first venture into the ninja world, a promising sign. If he could gather a piece of the outer path's golem in the future, Lin Hao could attempt to cultivate a divine tree in America. He could fulfill Obito's unachieved desires in the ninja realm right there in America. Cultivating a divine tree with the flesh and blood of Americans, then consuming its fruit to enhance himself, that would be fair. Eventually, he could plant another in Tokyo, contributing to the greening of the earth. Extracting the bloodline factors from Tsunade's blood and placing them into the cloning incubation chamber, Lin Hao returned to his original spot, noticing a plethora of fragments scattered on ground. When the little demon returned once more, Lin Hao interrupted him, guiding him to the computer to locate images of the outer path's golem and the divine tree based on the memories, giving clear instructions. The next time you visit that world, if you encounter either of these items, remember to bring a piece back. If the tree bears fruit, just grab it and run. The little demon obediently nodded. Perhaps due to the initial good fortune, it had exhausted a considerable amount of luck, as the next 300 attempts yielded nothing but trash, jewels, and antiques strewn about. It wasn't until the 400th attempt that the little demon returned with a cluster of blood-red fruits resembling grapes. Lin Hao's eyes lit up, eagerly accepting them. This was the first time in years he had seen something that resembled a rare treasure. After receiving the information, Lin Hao's expression turned conflicted. It wasn't entirely useless, but there was a hint of disappointment. It was a blood bodhi from Fengyan. Consuming one would heal injuries, restore stamina, and even enhance one's power for 10 years, measured by the standards of the Fengyan world. Well, that is somewhat useful. Lin Hao decided to consume one, feeling his internal energy surge, while carefully storing the remaining blood bodhi for future cultivation. As for the Kirin blood, an inspiration struck Lin Hao. The blood bodhi inherently grew from the blood of a fire Kirin, and given their rarity, it took 4 to extract a trace of the Kirin bloodline factor. By creating a fire Kirin fruit and finding someone to consume it, wouldn't that solve the supply of Kirin blood? Lin Hao mused to himself, feeling quite like a genius. After 2 successful ventures in a row, the little demon's enthusiasm grew, and a smile appeared amid the 3 white marks on its face, working with renewed vigor. Yet, after several hundred attempts passed with nothing of value, Lin Hao's energy reserves began to dwindle, and his mood returned to calm. Even with an unprecedented 1,000 consecutive draws, achieving 2 good items was already remarkable. Suddenly, the little demon returned, balancing a red tablecloth atop its head. Oh, all right, I'll help you remove it. Lin Hao examined the tablecloth closely, noting its red front and black back, both adorned with varying clock patterns. Lifting it, he was met with astonishing news. Holy cow, a time-wrapping cloth from Doraemon. After waiting for so long, the blue chubby finally arrived. Along with the information, He received a prompt regarding whether to replicate its unique structure. Can it replicate the power of time? Lin Hao was overjoyed and immediately opted to copy it. If the time-wrapping cloth could replicate the power of time, wouldn't the Anywhere door be able to replicate the power of space? And the fourth-dimensional pocket directly open up dimensions? Truly, children's animations are often absurd. Stretching his hand toward the wooden frame, he willed it, and the wood decayed at an imperceptible speed, then reversed its time direction, restoring the decayed wood to its original state, even returning everything on the frame to its rightful place. Indeed, great strength yields miraculous results. This is a big win. Not only had he acquired a time-wrapping cloth, but he also gained mastery over the power of time. This cloth in the animation could even restore dinosaur egg fossils from 1 billion years ago, indicating the ability to advance and reverse time by at least 1 billion years. Applying it to himself, he could regain youth without erasing his consciousness. Lin Hao gradually unearthed images from the depths of his memory, growing increasingly joyful with each recollection. This acquisition not only enhanced his combat prowess, but also served as a means of ensuring longevity. Retrieving the recently acquired blood bodhi, he filled a large basin with soil, preemptively constructing a grape trellis and draping the time-wrapping cloth over it. In the blink of an eye, vines spread out, entwining the trellis, producing a profusion of blossoms and swiftly bearing fruit. However, the fruits that appeared later were of vibrant green, unlike the remaining original ones, which were a striking red, reminiscent of blood about to drip. Clearly, the Fire Kirin breeding station needed to be arranged promptly. Chapter 53, 18 and 28 with the time-wrapping cloth in hand. Lin Hao turned his attention to the 3 cloning incubation chambers. It was time to assign a capable secretary. However, to be cautious, he first reached for the 9-year-old white-haired version of Yanghua. Guo, don't say that your elder brother hasn't given you a chance. Look, I just obtained something good and immediately thought of you. Next time you meet the little demon, remember to bring back a few strands of your aunt's hair so you can all be reunited. Before he could finish his words, the young Yanghua in the incubation chamber began visibly aging at an astonishing pace, maturing in an instant. Just as Lin Hao was about to rejoice, the growth did not cease. From youth to middle age, and finally to old age, his skin withered, all occurring in the blink of an eye. Stop growing. Stop growing. Lin Hao felt a wave of relief as he glanced at Bulma, who had been nurtured for nearly 14 years. His heart still racing. Thank goodness I played it safe. Yanghua's arm, the remnants of Vegapunk's head, and half of Whitebeard's face still possessed ample genetic material. Yet Bulma and Tsunade's blood was indeed scarce. Consequently, young Yanghua became a tool for Director Lin to hone his skills, transforming from white ancient to a mere embryo state in a matter of moments. After a rigorous 3-hour session, Lin Hao finally mastered the extraordinary power of time. After undergoing numerous transformations, young Yanghua ultimately matured into an unremarkable young man, white ancient. Did you not see that your elder brother has kept his promise? Director Lin remarked, unperturbed, as he drew from a nutrient solution within the deactivated chamber. After hastening Yanghua's growth, Lin Hao proceeded to Vegapunk's clone, executing a series of precise adjustments, successfully controlling the timing down to the millisecond. These exercises were aimed at enhancing future combat readiness. Lin's serious demeanor was evident. As for the capable Bulma and the generous Tsunade, they would remain forever in their prime at 18 and 28, respectively, a trivial perk, indeed. Once proficient in his mastery of time manipulation, Lin Hao approached Bulma's incubation chamber. Extending his hand, he activated the power of time, instantly transforming the little girl into a graceful young woman. The long-awaited assistant of Director Lin had finally arrived. The 3 clones, having been cultivated over the years, opened their eyes, displaying a look of bewilderment akin to that of newborns. In addition to these 3, the 3-month-old Whitebeard embryo and the newly introduced Tsunade sample also experienced the rejuvenating effects of time manipulation, emerging as a 35-year-old Whitebeard clone and a 28-year-old Tsunade clone, respectively. The 5 clones donned their garments and sat before Lin Hao, their large eyes radiating curiosity and admiration. Well then, It seems I must play the role of a kindergarten principal for a few days, Lin Hao mused, beginning to impart fundamental knowledge of the Marvel Universe and various techniques for harnessing special powers. The 5 clones, endowed with the talents of their originals, were anything but dullards, their minds fully developed. Among them, Bulma and Vegapunk exhibited the fastest learning rates, their absorption of knowledge resembling a mere scanning process. Within a day, Vegapunk had taken on Lin Hao's research tasks, donning a lab coat and approaching the experimental platform. Initially clumsy, his movements soon became fluid. Meanwhile, Bulma, with her green hair, playfully tightened her loose top, bouncing over to Lin Hao and sweetly addressing him as master. Tsunade, engrossed in her reading, glanced at Bulma and mimicked her actions, tightening her own top, oblivious to the disparity between them. With a sudden rip, the fabric tore, a bright flash illuminating the room. Bulma glanced at her, then returned her gaze to her own attire. The contrast was stark, akin to hills and mountains, and for the first time since her birth, she felt a pang of jealousy. All right, you rely on your intellect after all. Lin Hao quickly consoled his little secretary. Ooh, master is so kind, Bulma whimpered, burrowing into Lin Hao's embrace, her little head nuzzling against him. Director Lin contemplated, pondering why he should be limited to one secretary when he could easily have 2. Why not expand the secretary team in the future? If the American East and West factories could expand, why not his own? These clothes don't fit. I'll take you all to buy tailored uniforms later. Thank you, Master, Tsunade chimed in, employing a massaging technique on Lin Hao's head, her hands clumsy but earnest. Yanghua and Whitebeard remained focused on their books, unperturbed. After enjoying this moment of bliss, Lin Hao, having just emerged from the mysterious space, received an urgent call from Zheng Xian. Where have you been these past few days? I saw 2 female secretaries, one big and one small, in the footage. You're enjoying yourself while America is busy expanding its swordsman ranks? Zheng Xian's face darkened. Do you want to join? Lin Hao retorted. Let us capture the old nun and have her be your secretary. The background data began to surge once more. All right, I understand you're anxious, but don't be too hasty. Lin Hao smiled, presenting a blood bodhi seed to Zheng Xian. I found something good. If our colleagues consume it, just one can enhance their inner strength by 20 years. Really? Zheng Xian's narrowed eyes widened with interest. The evil-slaying sword technique may yield quick results, but it has significant flaws. It requires a cut and has limitations, Lin Hao elaborated. Even the most gifted cannot revert from acquired to innate through this technique. Despite the prowess of Shi Gonggong and Tai Gonggong, after only 3 months of practice, even if they trained for 30 more years, their skills would only increase by a mere 30% before hitting a ceiling. Upon hearing this, Zheng Xian felt reassured. The impact of the White House battle had been immense, causing even his superiors to worry about Lin Hao's potential missteps. My developed Taoist foundational inner strength is different. Although progress is slow, it is balanced and harmonious, with great compatibility and limitless potential, Lin Hao unabashedly boasted. As long as our colleagues continue to consume blood bodhi, the possibility of transforming inner strength into true essence in the future is not out of reach. Given that this little demon had brought back blood bodhi, perhaps next time he could also retrieve powerful techniques from the martial world, such as the 3-point return to essence, Sacred Heart Technique, Sword 23, or even the supreme martial art scripture, the War God Codex. Over the years, Zheng Xian had ceased to doubt Lin Hao's commitments in serious matters. Though this lad often acted frivolously and could be infuriating, he had never been ambiguous when it came to significant issues. What has to yield? How much can we produce daily? Zheng Xian inquired eagerly, knowing that good things must be disseminated swiftly. The arms race could not afford delays. As the American East factory continued to expand, Director Zheng felt a growing urgency. With millions across America, even if only a third were male, that still represented a staggering 300,000 to 400,000. While not everyone would be willing to undergo the procedure, even a few 100,000 would be formidable. Compounding the situation was the fact that there were currently 1.6 million transgender individuals in the U.S., with roughly a quarter being teenagers aged 13 to 24. Those yearning for power and nearly incapable of resisting the allure of the evil-slaying sword manual. This was the root of Zheng Xian's recent anxiety. Those in their line of work did not believe in coincidences and would never place hope in the enemy's mistakes. They adhered to the principle of being prepared for any eventuality. I plan to establish a breeding ground. Lin Hao cheerfully shared his thoughts. What do you think about using the blood of American capitalists to enhance our strength? Seems fair, doesn't it? Real blood? Zheng Xian asked in disbelief. Of course, Lin Hao affirmed. After a moment of silence, Zheng Xian replied, "Go ahead and do it." Chapter 54. If you're reluctant, I can help you become willing. In New York, at the Osborne Tower, in the president's office, anguish screams echoed in the darkness as a blond man writhed on the carpet, clawing at his flesh as if trying to tear it away himself. "Does it hurt?" A voice suddenly broke the silence, laced with curiosity. Norman Osborne snapped around, startled to find an Asian youth seated in his executive chair, a smile gracing his face, holding an apple adorned with fiery patterns, tossing it in the air as he spoke. "Who are you?" Norman Osborne demanded, feigning calmness as he sprang to his feet, agilely. "It seems you have injected yourself with a flawed version of the super soldier serum," the Asian youth remarked, his smile tinged with amusement. Norman's pupils dilated, fear gripping his heart. He never disclosed to anyone that he had secretly injected himself with the super soldier serum developed by Oscorp. All participants in the experiment had been eliminated by him. How did this Asian youth come to know? "Who exactly are you?" Norman Osborne subtly retreated, inching closer to the coffee table where a few pumpkin bombs lay concealed in the drawer below. The Asian youth appeared oblivious to his movements, reclining in the executive chair with his legs crossed. "You should recognize my face." The youth flicked the switch of a vintage lamp, grinning. "After all, your intelligence has certainly increased a bit." Gazing at the illuminated face, Norman Osborne suddenly recalled. "You are Ichigo Kurosaki, a new shareholder of Oscorp." Like many Caucasians, Norman Osborne was unable to distinguish the specific features of Asian ethnicities. Yet Oscorp had never had a major shareholder of Asian descent. Last year, however, a Japanese individual had seized the opportunity presented by fluctuating stock prices to acquire a significant amount of Oscorp Electric shares at a low price, becoming the second largest shareholder after Norman Osborne himself. Although this individual had yet to attend any shareholder meetings, the Securities Regulatory Commission had already disclosed Ichigo Kurosaki's basic information to Oscorp. Norman Osborne had conducted a thorough investigation into this person, hence the lingering impression. Lin Hao, seated behind the desk, chuckled softly, continuing to toss the recently manufactured fire Qilin fruit in playful fashion. He reiterated his earlier question, "Does it hurt?" Ignoring him, Norman Osborne suddenly squatted down beside the coffee table, pulling open the drawer to swiftly retrieve a pumpkin bomb and an alarm. Gripping one object while pressing a finger on the alarm, Norman Osborne felt a newfound confidence. "If you wish to attend the shareholder meeting, I can have my secretary send you an invitation. However, if you have other intentions today, I advise you to reconsider." Lin Hao abruptly raised his empty hand and made a dismissive gesture towards him. In an instant, Norman Osborne found himself back in his previous position, turning to discover he was separated from the coffee table by a considerable distance. Looking down at his empty hands, he realized the drawer beneath the table had not even been opened. His mouth fell agape, eyes wide with shock, confusion, and a hint of fear. How did he accomplish that? The rules of the Blue Chubby's time manipulation device were quite simple. It allowed an object to fast forward or rewind through time, returning to a past moment or arriving at a future one. Just as a crocodile skin handbag could revert to a living crocodile, a dinosaur fossil could transform back into an egg and hatch into a dinosaur. The essence of the time manipulation device was to extract the state of an object from a future or past moment to the present. It was akin to watching a video where adjusting the progress bar could transport one to any moment in time, presenting the imagery of that specific point. There were no complex rules about altering the past. A child could grasp the concept of time moving forward and backward without understanding quantum mechanics. Hence, Lin Hao, who had replicated the ability of the time manipulation device, could utilize the power of time without concern for creating new timelines or causing temporal chaos. The simplicity of children's anime was indeed striking. I didn't quite catch what you said earlier. Could you repeat it? Lin Hao cheerfully replied. Don't worry. We have plenty of time. The fear within Norman Osborn expanded instantly. With his enhanced intellect, he comprehended the implications of the preceding scene. The other party had silently appeared in the enclosed office, seemingly wielding some form of temporal superpower. Such an adversary was exceedingly formidable. Mr. Kurosaki, what brings you here today? The adaptable Norman Osborn immediately donned a warm smile, walking towards the refrigerator to retrieve a bottle of wine and glasses, as if welcoming a long-lost friend. I'm offering you a chance. Lin Hao placed the artificial fire Qilin fruit on the desk and responded with a grin. An opportunity to cure the hereditary affliction plaguing you. Really? Norman Osborn glanced again at the strange apple, his expression tinged with anticipation. Regardless of its authenticity, he could only hope at this point. Consume it, and not only will it heal your ailments, but you will also gain immense power, Lin Hao stated earnestly. Norman Osborn paused in silence before smiling. What price must I pay to obtain this miraculous apple? Seizing the moment as he extended his hand to pass the wine glass. Lin Hao's finger was suddenly enveloped in a layer of blue chakra, swiftly slicing into Norman Osborn's wrist to draw blood. A piece of parchment materialized on the desk, and Lin Hao promptly pressed his hand onto it, leaving a blood seal. There you go, you can eat it now. Norman Osborn gazed in bewilderment at the parchment that had appeared and vanished, utterly confounded by the events he had just experienced. It was only when he felt the oppressive sensation of a demonic contract on his soul that he erupted in anger. What do you mean by voluntary? Am I now considered voluntary? Indeed, if you are not willing, I can assist you in making that choice, Lin Hao replied with utmost seriousness. Once the process of voluntarily signing the contract was completed, Lin Hao, disinterested in further conversation, directly shoved the artificial devil fruit into Norman Osborn's mouth. In the next moment, the man erupted into flames, his limbs collapsing to the ground, horns sprouting from his head, and a tail emerging behind him. A layer of crimson scales enveloped Norman Osborn, and he periodically coughed up fiery blood from his gaping maw, a manifestation of his genetic defect. After expelling the flames, he felt an immense relief as the agonizing pain that had permeated his very being dissipated. An inexhaustible force surged forth from within him. Roar! The fire Qilin let out its first roar, unleashing a pillar of fire from its mouth that singed a portion of the office. It's real. It's truly real. The excited voice from the gaping maw erupted, and the four hooves joyfully stomped, smashing the floor beneath. Calm down. Lin Hao smacked the fire Qilin on the head. Suddenly, a knife and a large bucket appeared in his hands. You have already signed the contract, and Norman Osborn dared not harbor any thoughts of offense towards Lin Hao. Come over here and bleed. Lin Hao raised a knife. Norman Osborn was once again left in disbelief. Lin Hao stepped forward, seizing the front hoof of the fire Qilin, and with a swift stroke, he cut into it, directing the wound towards the bucket to collect its blood. Throughout the process, due to the fire Qilin's remarkable healing abilities, the wound would frequently close as Lin Hao attempted to collect the blood, requiring him to slice it open repeatedly. Quite troublesome. After filling the bucket with enough blood, Norman Osborn's once crimson face turned pale. Just before the wound fully healed, Lin Hao produced a scroll, unfurled it, and inscribed a series of mysterious symbols along with Norman Osborn's name using the fire Qilin's hoof. The summoning scroll was complete. Norman Osborn had the fortune of becoming Lin Hao's first summoned beast. Congratulations. Observing Lin Hao finishing his task, the weakened Norman Osborn inquired, Master, how do I return to my original form? Return? Lin Hao replied with feigned confusion. Who said you could revert? Norman Osborn's eyes widened in shock. I can't return to human form? You didn't know? Lin Hao initially expressed astonishment. Then realization dawned upon him. Oh right. I forgot to mention earlier. During the creation of the fire Qilin fruit, I intentionally omitted the sequence necessary for controlling the transformation. Norman Osborn was left in a state of utter disbelief for the third time. Remember, we will need to draw blood again tomorrow, so make sure to rest early. Lin Hao lifted the large water bucket and stepped outside, suddenly turning around with a smile, suggesting, if you wish to draw less blood, you could provide me with the names of a few wealthy individuals and I will persuade them to sign a contract voluntarily. Surely, you do not wish to be the only fortunate one? This smile bore the semblance of a devil's grin. Chapter 55. Ancient One makes a move in this world. The Kamatage is also situated in the Himalayas, yet, due to well-known reasons, it has avoided domestic exits, with access only through the connection to Kathmandu. Inside the ancient temple, the Ancient One, seated in meditation, suddenly opened her eyes. Astonishingly, she had completely vanished. Since her confrontation with Lin Hao in the Spear Bureau, the Ancient One had heightened her attention towards Lin Hao, repeatedly examining the timelines with the time stone. On most timelines, Lin Hao behaved with utmost propriety. Even his actions against America were innocuous. However, on a few select timelines, the Ancient One glimpsed indistinct fragments, akin to sudden bursts of exhilarating scenes in a typically screened movie, which even the most adept of drivers would struggle to capture. Days prior, she had rushed to impede Lin Hao upon witnessing a chaotic future for America. Viewing America as the center of Earth and humanity's hope, the Ancient One could not permit such a future to unfold. It was after witnessing this chaotic future that she finally recognized that Lin Hao's timeline was obscured by a mysterious force. Her previous examinations had all been illusions. In the ensuing days, the Ancient One tirelessly re-examined previously observed timelines, scanning billions of possible futures, and eventually managed to capture a few exhilarating images with her centuries of honed dexterity. It was evident that a supreme sorcerer must possess remarkable speed to succeed. Yet, at that very moment, she discovered that Lin Hao had seemingly vanished from the timeline entirely. Previously, no matter how she looked, Lin Hao had always been present. Even when concealed by an unknown force, the Ancient One could see glimpses of his life, countless variations of it. Now, he was nowhere to be found, as if a mysterious entity had erased him from the timeline with an eraser. The Ancient One was, of course, unaware that this moment coincided with Lin Hao replicating the ability to manipulate the time package. The straightforward and brutal rules of time left the technologically adept players within a Marvel realm bewildered, unable to comprehend how this was achieved. Lin Hao himself was equally perplexed, as humanity's understanding of time barely scratched the surface. With a serious expression, the Ancient One pondered for a moment before summoning her eldest disciple, Karl Mordo, also known as Baron Mordo. In this world, Baron Mordo was a man of African descent who, upon hearing his teacher's call, immediately appeared before the Ancient One using spatial magic. Karl, I need you to journey to America and subtly guide Stephen Strange and Tony Stark to meet. Karl Mordo had heard of the renowned Stark, yet he did not recognize Stephen Strange, who was still a novice intern physician at this time. Until now, Karl had not encountered the Time Stone and was unfamiliar with time magic, thus unaware of Stephen Strange's significance. The Ancient One certainly would not publicly proclaim that in 8 years he would abandon his practice. This individual is Strange. He is presently a surgical intern. The Ancient One presented the information to her disciple, adding, Tony Stark has sustained injuries. You can guide Strange to become his physician. Understood. I shall depart at once. Without further thought, Karl Mordo vanished in the blink of an eye, traversing through a spatial portal to the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York. He remained oblivious to the fact that he had become a pawn in the Ancient One's grand design, perhaps even a sacrificial piece. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Iron Man Tony Stark is an extraordinarily significant character, entwined with numerous causalities. The Dimensional Demon, the Eternal God, the Watcher, and even higher dimensional editors were all observing this individual. Ordinary people, of course, fail to recognize Tony Stark's importance, yet the Ancient One, as a subordinate of the Eternal, was acutely aware. Thus, even upon witnessing Ichigo Kurosaki's covert sabotage of Stark, she refrained from intervening personally. In this universe, Karl Mordo was destined to become an adversary to Strange, and the Ancient One bore no psychological burden in sacrificing him. Upon arriving in New York, he quickly located Stephen Strange, who was interning at the hospital. The future Sorcerer Supreme was currently just a struggling intern, fresh out of medical school. The admission system for physicians in America is particularly stringent. To become a clinical doctor, one must first complete an expensive medical program, obtain a doctorate, and then apply to become an intern. Not every medical school graduate receives an internship opportunity, as only about 70% of applicants succeed each year, followed by a grueling internship period lasting from 3 to 7 years, with surgeons requiring a full 7 years. During the internship, working overnight is commonplace, and the pressure can be overwhelming, often resulting in nausea, swift emergency responses, periodic tests, and performing surgeries under the watchful eyes of attending physicians are all part of the daily routine. It sounds strict, does it not? In reality, it is even more rigorous than it appears. American doctors differ from their counterparts elsewhere. They primarily serve the middle and upper classes, as the impoverished cannot even afford an ambulance, resorting to community clinics for minor ailments and gambling with their lives for severe conditions. The American healthcare system effectively excludes the largest demographic of lower-income patients, compelling doctors to refine their skills to better serve affluent clients. Stephen Strange aspired to become an exceptional and lucrative surgeon, naturally facing a lengthy 7-year internship. Currently, he was only in his 2nd year, with a day he could operate as the lead surgeon still far on the horizon. After identifying his target, Karl Mordo did not recklessly approach. As the eldest disciple, he considered inheriting his teacher's position as a life goal, thus respecting the Ancient One and following her directives. Moreover, he was acutely aware of her formidable power. Since she instructed him to guide subtly, he dared not disregard her command. After closely following Stephen and Tony for several days, Karl finally found an opportunity. Christine Palmer was Stephen Strange's girlfriend, having been in a relationship since their university days, until Stephen became lost in wealth and forgot his medical ethics, leading to a clash of values. At present, they remained a couple facing adversity, deeply bonded. "Oh my God, Stephen, come look!" Christine exclaimed, waving 2 beautifully designed prize tickets she had retrieved from an opened envelope. Upon hearing his girlfriend's excited shout, Stephen hurried out of the restroom, concern etched on his face. "What happened?" "Look." Christine waved the tickets exuberantly. "I won. We have 2 dinner vouchers, allowing us to enjoy the most luxurious meal at their establishment." "Really?" Stephen's face lit up with joy as he examined the vouchers. "That's wonderful. Saturday is my day off. Let us indulge in this splendid meal." The restaurant boasted an average cost exceeding $1,000 per person, having maintained its Michelin 3-star status for several consecutive years, with the head chef being a legendary figure in the Western culinary world. Reservations for the following month opened on the 1st of each month, requiring a prepayment of $400 just to secure a spot. For the wealthy, $1,000 is trivial, yet Stephen and Christine, as struggling intern doctors, could not afford to lavishly spend $2,000 or $3,000 on a single meal. These vouchers felt like a windfall, equating to an unexpected gift of $2,000 or $3,000. The young couple embraced, and soon they found themselves rolling onto the bed, using applause to express their exhilaration. On the other side, Pepper Potts had also reserved a table for herself and Tony Stark at the restaurant, naturally not needing to wait a month. As the Ancient One made her move, Lin Hao was preoccupied with establishing the Fire Chilin breeding farm, unaware that his second confrontation with the bald old nun had already commenced. Chapter 56, A Manipulated Encounter Saturday, arrived swiftly. In the evening, Strange and Christine donned their graduation gowns and took a taxi to the restaurant located at the southwest corner of Central Park. The doorman, after checking their winning tickets, greeted them with a warm smile and congratulated them, remarking on their good fortune as only 1 dinner ticket had been issued for the evening. In any esteemed restaurant, dinner reservations are always more coveted than lunch slots, as the weary working class can only enjoy a proper meal after their shifts. The waiter escorted them to their table, arranged their utensils, and inquired enthusiastically about their wine preference. "Which vineyard's red wine would you prefer? La Rosse or Gusford? Is there any from Clotet Winery?" Strange, evidently well-informed, asked. "Yes, please hold on. It requires some time to aerate," the waiter replied politely before taking his leave. Strange and Christine, both aspiring surgeons interning at Langone Hospital, faced a promising future. Although their finances were currently tight, they were not intimidated by the ambience of this publicly accessible establishment. Shortly after they settled in, a 2006 extended Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled up outside. The waiter hurried over to open the door, and Pepper Potts and Tony Stark emerged hand in hand. Is this restaurant truly exceptional? Tony mused, casting a critical eye at the surroundings. The decor seems rather new. It must not have been open for long. It has been operating for 4 years and has earned Michelin's 3 stars for 3 consecutive years, with excellent online reviews, Pepper explained, still acclimating to her new affluent lifestyle. Like many young people, she enjoyed reading reviews online, unaware that truly exquisite and expensive restaurants often do not cater to the general public. Tony chuckled, unperturbed by culinary pretensions. Often, a simple cheeseburger sufficed for him. Since it was his girlfriend's choice of restaurant, he felt obliged to praise it, regardless of its quality, especially after having succumbed to his feelings for her. Upon recognizing the illustrious Tony Stark, the front desk manager promptly emerged to greet them and escorted them to a private booth. The chef, who rarely met patrons, personally inquired about their tastes and preferences, displaying remarkable attentiveness. The dishes proved satisfactory, and Tony, unusually, partook of a larger portion. "I need to use the restroom," he announced, taking a small metal canister with him. Once inside, he found an unoccupied stall. Tony's complexion turned pale as he leaned over the toilet seat, hurriedly extracting a new palladium piece to replace the corroded one in his chest reactor, while simultaneously unscrewing the metal canister to ingest chlorophyll. Unexpectedly, the stall door swung open. Stephen, who had come to relieve himself, was taken aback at the sight of Tony kneeling before the toilet. Adhering to his medical ethics, he rushed forward to assist, asking, "Sir, are you all right?" Beneath his open shirt, the arc reactor emitted a blue glow, and at his feet lay the corroded palladium piece, along with the chlorophyll he clutched. Stephen's nose twitched as he detected the scent of chlorophyll. He quickly inquired, "Sir, are you poisoned?" Chlorophyll is a natural antidote that can neutralize various toxins in the bloodstream and facilitate their excretion, thus purifying the blood. Observing the corroded palladium piece, Stephen frowned and said, "This is heavy metal, sir. Heavy metal poisoning requires immediate medical attention. Relying solely on chlorophyll is insufficient." With Stephen's assistance, Tony regained his footing and gulped down the unpalatable chlorophyll. After regaining some color, he resumed his nonchalant demeanor. "Wow, this restaurant even has a doctor on standby in the restroom. Are they concerned about guests suffering from constipation?" The stoic Stephen was momentarily taken aback by such banter. Tony, exuding a sense of solitary defeat, shook his head. "All right, are you truly a doctor?" Stephen, Amir in turn, nodded without flinching. "Yes, I am affiliated with NYU Langone Hospital." "A fine establishment," Tony remarked, proceeding to wash his hands. After drying them, he turned to remind Stephen, only to realize he was unaware of the man's name. "I am Stephen Strange." Recognizing the renowned Stark, Stephen responded with suppressed excitement. "Mr. Stark, you may call me Dr. Strange." "Very well, Doctor," Tony replied, gesturing at him with a hint of warning. "I hope you adhere to your professional ethics and maintain patient confidentiality." Stephen glanced at Tony's chest once more, nodding in acknowledgement, as his mind began to race with possibilities. This might be his opportunity. In a corner of the restaurant, the solitary Caecilius smiled to himself, savoring his meal. Having obtained Tony Stark's schedule, it was a simple matter of magic to ensure Christine Palmer won the ticket and subtly hypnotize both Tony and Stephen to orchestrate their encounter in the restroom. Caecilius believed he had executed the task entrusted by the Ancient One perfectly. Far away in Kamar Taj, the Ancient One concurred, discreetly shielding herself from the gaze of numerous higher-dimensional beings, allowing her pawn to advance. "You venture to meet death, while I serve eternity. We all have a bright future ahead." After dinner, Stephen rushed home and immediately sat at his computer, searching for news regarding Tony Stark. Filtering out the plethora of irrelevant information from various tabloids, he discovered reports from nearly 4 months ago concerning Tony's disappearance in Afghanistan, followed by news of his return to New York a month prior. Upon finding several key images, Stephen's realization dawned. "So that's how it is. Darling, what is wrong?" Christine, fresh from a lavish dinner, sought to nibble on some sausages and burn off some calories. Leaning on her boyfriend's shoulder, she reached down. "Do you know whom I encountered at the restaurant?" Stephen, consumed by thoughts of Tony Stark, was oblivious to his girlfriend's presence. "Who?" Christine persisted, extending her foot. "Tony Stark. Stephen exclaimed with excitement. What? Christine recoiled in astonishment, her eyes wide. Don't tell me you're starting to take an interest in men. What are you thinking? Stephen retorted. I've discovered a secret about Tony Stark. This could be my chance to secure an early promotion. You've lost your mind. Christine gasped, incredulous. You intend to threaten an arms dealer? Stephen struggled to comprehend the female perspective, immediately pointing to Tony's photo on the computer screen and emphatically prodding at his chest. He possesses a mechanical device. I suspect Tony was gravely injured during his last abduction, and that device is sustaining his life. Stephen Strange was by no means a fool. On the contrary, he was quite astute. Combining what he had just witnessed with the clues gleaned from news reports, he swiftly deduced the truth. This is my opportunity. If I can heal him, the director will have no choice but to approve my early promotion. At that moment, Stephen Strange was driven by a powerful ambition. Unwilling to endure another 5 or 6 years for merely a 1/8 chance of becoming a resident. On his first day as an intern, the chief made it abundantly clear to him and the other 7 interns that only one among them would be permitted to remain at Langney Hospital as a resident physician after 7 years. Chapter 57. My hands are steady. You should understand. In America, the surgical residency lasts 7 years. Even after enduring this arduous and exhausting period, one can only become a resident, with many more years of toil required to eventually ascend to the role of attending physician. However, the profession of surgery not only tests one's reservoir of knowledge and surgical experience, but also challenges a physician's vitality and physical endurance, as surgeries often span several hours, with some lasting well into the night. Hence, the prime years of a surgeon are fleeting. Once the age threshold is reached, they must transition to secondary roles or research fields, as the decline in physical prowess and energy is inevitable, regardless of their reluctance. Strange, believing his knowledge is ample and his talent remarkable, finds himself ensnared by a system that compels him to endure for years without the opportunity to perform surgeries, making it exceedingly difficult to accumulate practical experience. Clinical surgery is an arena that heavily relies on surgical proficiency. Yet America's medical resources are monopolized by prestigious hospitals and renowned physicians. For instance, New York University's Langney Hospital is among the most esteemed in the nation, catering to patients who are either affluent or elite. Would these wealthy individuals permit an intern to operate on them? Aside from the affluent, how many ordinary Americans can afford to visit top-tier hospitals? This system results in the very young interns, who desperately need to amass surgical experience, being deprived of practical opportunities. The medical profession in America places great emphasis on lineage or credentials. Securing an internship at Langney Hospital is a rare achievement, and unless dismissed for incompetence, no one would voluntarily leave to gain experience at a lesser hospital, as it would offer no advantage for enhancing their reputation or future earnings. Clearly, this monopoly allows the attending physicians, who wield life-and-death power, to manipulate the interns, turning attractive female interns and handsome male interns into their targets. Those willing to submit to the attending physicians may gain the chance to operate, while those who resist must endure, as interns earn meager salaries, often relegated to the role of mere assistants. And when their time is up, they can easily be dismissed under the pretext of incompetence. Thus, almost no one resists. The attending physicians in large hospitals are never short of attractive assistants, and a conspicuous, unspoken rule has emerged. Regrettably, American society does not condemn such behavior. As the young apprentice becomes the master, they perpetuate the tradition among the new generation. How could the ambitious and self-important Strange tolerate such a status quo? Christine, had you not been assigned to Dr. Grace S. tutelage, our relationship would likely have ended long ago. But what should I do if one day Dr. Grace summons me to her office? Strange said in a low voice. Do you wish to endure this life for another 5 years? Christine shuddered, her face filled with dread. Thus, I must seize this opportunity to heal Tony Stark. With this achievement, the hospital will undoubtedly facilitate a special pathway for me, granting me more surgical opportunities. And I shall soon become a lead surgeon, renowned across America. Strange's eyes sparkled with fervent aspiration. But are you certain you can cure him? We do not even know the extent of his injuries, nor are we certain he is willing to let you treat him. Christine posed 3 pressing concerns. Her anxiety palpable. Tony Stark is an arms dealer. If a surgeon were to inadvertently cause his death, the attending physician would likely suffer immediate repercussions. Although Tony Stark has announced the closure of his weapons manufacturing division, the time since is still short, and to the outside world, he remains a notable arms dealer. Precisely because he is an arms dealer, no eminent physician dares take the risk. Strange, evidently calculating, reminded his girlfriend of an event from about a month prior when several thoracic surgeons at the hospital mysteriously vanished for an entire day. You mean they were called in by Tony Stark for a consultation? Christine connected the dots. It is quite possible, coinciding with Stark's return to New York the following day. Given that so many seasoned physicians were at a loss, do you doubt my abilities? In an effort to validate himself, Strange pointed to a photo of Tony Stark on the computer, asserting, "I believe he was struck by a bomb, and fragments remain in his blood. Thus, he needs a mechanical device in his chest to prevent those fragments from reaching his heart." Faced with her boyfriend's almost prophetic assertions, Christine found herself momentarily speechless. Tony Stark was kidnapped by militants in Afghanistan, and he must have had military escorts nearby. The fact that he was abducted implies that a firefight must have occurred. Strange began articulating his deductions. Though not a detective, his intelligence, combined with first-hand observations and news reports, allowed him to piece together a plausible scenario. Common battlefield injuries include open wounds, hemothorax, or shrapnel embedded in the body. I just saw a device embedded in his chest in the restroom. This device likely requires heavy metals, which could explain the signs of heavy metal poisoning he is currently exhibiting. Look at his photos as Iron Man. There is a similar device in the chest of his armor, which I suspect serves as a power source. Since it necessitates heavy metals, it is likely a miniature reactor. Although Strange is not a physics expert, he has a basic understanding from high school. What kind of injury would require a reactor to be embedded in the chest? It must be a life-threatening condition that necessitates a constant energy output. The remaining fragments in his body would need to be attracted by electromagnets. This is the most reasonable hypothesis. After hearing her boyfriend's reasoning, Christine nodded, acknowledging the conclusion. This simplifies matters. We merely need to extract the fragments from his body and suture the wounds. At this point, a strong confidence washed over Strange. With my talent for precise operations, I am perfectly suited for this type of surgery. This is indeed true. Strange had previously sewn a vessel of 0.5 millimeters in diameter during college, showcasing remarkable aptitude in the field of surgery. It was this successful case that enabled him to excel in his application for the internship at Langley Hospital. Furthermore, my hands are steady. Strange looked at his girlfriend with an expression that conveyed a universal understanding among men. You should be well aware of this. Get lost. Christine rolled her eyes, her cheeks flushed. Heavy metal poisoning cannot linger for long. Tony Stark has little time left. Strange was eager, his eyes gleaming with intense longing. Renowned physicians are hesitant to operate on him. I am not. Lesser-known doctors lack both the skill and talent that I possess. If I can demonstrate my capabilities to Tony Stark, when he is left with no alternatives, he will have no choice but to take a gamble on me. Tony Stark represents my opportunity to ascend to the upper echelons of society. I must seize this chance. It must be said that Ancient One has a profound understanding of this future successor. She merely offered Strange a glimmer of opportunity. And this ambitious young man eagerly stepped forward. As for Tony Stark's safety, Ancient One harbored no concerns. Not only would she personally safeguard him during the surgery, but in the event of any unexpected complications, she could swiftly summon the powerful entities of the Eternal. Not even death could claim Tony Stark. With no regrets, Ancient One has already taken action to alter the future, and no matter what unfolds, she must accept it. Nevertheless, she firmly believes that victory is on her side. Supported by a powerful ally, defeat seems implausible. Chapter 58. To serve Director Lin is the greatest honor. Technology imbues humanity's future with boundless possibilities, promising to soon transform daily life, alleviating the burdens of toil, and allowing time for leisure and the enjoyment of a beautiful existence. Within the Malibu cliffside villa, Tony Stark is engrossed in viewing the recorded images left by his father, Howard Stark. Tony, you are too young to understand this now. So I have recorded this segment for you. Everything is crafted for you. This is the key to the future. With his remarkable intellect, Tony recognizes that the future city model meticulously created by his father is of paramount importance. However, the surveillance footage from Stark Industries reveals that this very model was consumed by flames over 2 weeks prior. That day coincided with the arrival of the new shareholder, Ichigo Kurosaki, whose presence is evident in the footage as he deliberately lingers in front of the model. It is unmistakably clear to Tony that Ichigo is responsible. Damn it! Even the most composed individual would crumble upon witnessing their sole hope for survival obliterated, let alone someone with Tony's fiery temperament. Yet reason reminds him that anger will not resolve the issue. Thus, Tony Stark swiftly regains his composure. Jarvis, scan the images of the model and attempt to reconstruct it as completely as possible. Despite Howard Stark's movements in the footage, glimpses of the model occasionally appear. Following Jarvis's scanning, a complete image is produced. However, sir, due to the camera angle, many of the building's rear aspects remain unscanned, particularly the Central Earth model, which lacks visible details. Damn it! Tony, infuriated, shatters a ceramic cup. The Earth at the center of the model is crucial. If this model indeed represents a new element, then the Earth itself symbolizes the atomic nucleus. Even the purest substances composed of the same elements possess at least 2 atoms. For instance, hydrogen and oxygen. Even the simplest hydrogen atom comprises a nucleus and an outer electron. The nucleus contains protons, and if it were isotopes like deuterium or tritium, they would each include 1 or 2 neutrons, respectively. The latter part of Howard Stark's notebook is blank, devoid of any notes regarding this new element. He has encapsulated the composition of the atomic nucleus, the number of atoms constituting the new element, and their arrangement within this future model. The physical object alone holds the details. Without it, even if Tony scans the footage, he could at most ascertain how many atoms comprise this new element. But the specifics of protons and neutrons within each atomic nucleus, as well as the distribution of outer electrons, remain a mystery. All these intricate details are concentrated in the globe at the center of the model. Even if Tony Stark were to locate the site layout of the 1974 Stark Industries Expo in the warehouse, he would still be unable to discern how many tiny points adorn the globe at its center. When the park was constructed, it is unlikely that the globe would have included such details, as Howard Stark would not have displayed significant research findings to the public for an entire year. Tony Stark manipulates the virtual image, eliminating streets, landscapes, shrubs, trees, parking lots, and entrances, repurposing the gazebo as a framework to represent protons and neutrons, ultimately resulting in a new element composed of hollow clusters. Due to the globe's details being unscanned, Tony remains oblivious to the number of electrons distributed around the atomic nucleus, the layers present, and the arrangement of electrons within each layer. Presently, Tony Stark possesses merely an empty shell of the new element. To deduce the specifics of each atom requires a substantial amount of time. For example, the palladium element Tony previously utilized contains 46 protons with 4 layers of outer electrons. Uranium-235, on the other hand, has 92 outer electrons, with its atomic nucleus containing 92 protons and 143 neutrons. Without knowledge of the specific distribution of outer electrons, one must deduce and conduct feasible simulation experiments, a clearly monumental computational task. As a new element capable of replacing palladium as a cold fusion reactor material, it undoubtedly possesses a complex structure. Currently, Tony Stark is unaware of the exact number of protons and neutrons within the atoms. Even if the outer electron layers are also 4, the distribution of electrons within each layer and the total number of electrons must be meticulously calculated. Sir, even with full power computation, it is estimated that it would take 2 years to arrive at preliminary results, but your body cannot endure such a duration, Jarvis calmly analyzes. Tony Stark has evidently grasped this bleak reality, sinking despondently onto the sofa. Mr. Stark, it appears you have come to terms with the harsh truth. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice resonates from the lower studio of the cliffside villa. Tony Stark rises abruptly from the sofa, rushing towards the automatic dressing platform. Lin Hao waves his hand, prompting Tony to return to the sofa. Time? Tony's eyes are filled with astonishment as he gazes at Lin Hao. You possess superpowers? He never anticipated that this new major shareholder was also endowed with extraordinary abilities. Superpowers? Another voice emerges, as a blue Qilin strides leisurely from behind Lin Hao, approaching Tony Stark with a mocking tone. Are you insulting my master? He is a great deity. Wow, a talking blue dog. Despite the perilous situation, Tony Stark's penchant for sarcasm remains intact. That voice sounds somewhat familiar. Mr. Kurosaki, where did you acquire this? Stark, damn it. Being forced into a demonic contract. Now transformed into an irrecoverable animal. Justin Hammer could not be more vexed. Were it not for the soul suppression preventing him from disregarding Lin Hao's commands, he would have unleashed flames upon the insufferable Tony Stark long ago. Ever more familiar, it reminds me of an infuriating face. Tony Stark feigns recollection, muttering, what was the name? Lise or Hans? Justin Hammer. Justin roars, president of Hammer Industries. Oh my God, it's truly you? Tony covers his mouth, sporting a smirk of mischief. I must say, this canine form suits your demeanor perfectly. Idiot. Illiterate. Justin retorts angrily. This is a Qilin, a divine beast from Chinese mythology. I could frighten you to death with a single slap. As he speaks, his right foreleg strikes the floor with such force that it shatters tiles and creates a large crater in the concrete. Tony Stark's expression sharpens, a hint of gravity in his gaze. Do you see that? Justin Hammer boasts, I am now brimming with power. Enough. A single remark from Lin Hao compels Justin Hammer to obediently lower his head. Tony Stark looks up to find that alongside Ichigo Kurosaki stand two more Qilins, one red and one black. The red is Norman Osborn, while the black is Alexander Pierce. Though their outer appearances differ, their blood remains the same and equally useful. They have all voluntarily entered into demonic contracts, with Lin Hao creating clones for the three of them to oversee their companies and Hydra, while they themselves are relegated to being mere blood donors. Soon enough, they will realize that serving Director Lin is the greatest honor. I said I would grant you an opportunity. Lin Hao turned to Tony Stark, smiling. Now it's your turn to make a choice. Master, why bother with him? Let him volunteer for once. Justin Hammer interjected provocatively. He vowed that if Tony Stark were to become the Master S-Dog, he would mock him 3,000 times a day. This chapter elucidates the reasons behind the earlier destruction of the future city model. Clearly, Howard Stark could not publicly disclose the details of the new element. Chapter 59, Tony Stark's resolve dream on. Tony Stark retorted angrily to Ichigo Kurosaki, mocking, You think I will be your dog? The Stark family does not adhere to such customs. I hope you can maintain that bravado, Lin Hao remarked indifferently, disappearing as abruptly as he had arrived. Tony Stark realized that the other party had manipulated time, although it appeared to shift instantaneously from one moment to another. There was an intervening process that had been altered to resemble the past or the future. If targeted measures were employed, it would be easy to unravel. Yet he currently lacked the means to construct a time machine. Tony, Pepper Potts, having heard the commotion below, rushed down and immediately noticed the shattered tiles and floor. What happened? Faced with his girlfriend's concern, Tony merely smiled. I accidentally dropped some equipment on the floor. Telling her would only increase her worries without resolving the current predicament. The intelligent robot began to clean up the room, and Pepper approached Tony, gently suggesting, if you're worried about the hearing in 3 days, perhaps you could have the legal department reach out to some renowned law firms for advice. Tony Stark had already received a subpoena personally delivered by the attractive prosecutor, compelling him to attend a hearing organized by the Senate Military Committee, with both the American military and Hydra coveting his armored suit. Has the new Department of Energy been established? Tony Stark rarely showed interest in the company's operations, but this time he had appointed Pepper Potts as the new head of Stark Industries. Initially, he expected the other major shareholder, Ichigo Kurosaki, to oppose this decision. Yet the latter had remained utterly unresponsive, effectively abstaining. Tony began preparing for the worst-case scenario, hoping to leave a viable Stark Industries in his girlfriend's capable hands. As he had no other family in this world, with your guidance, they adapt quickly, she said, yet a hint of doubt crossed her mind. Tony, is something troubling you? You've never been concerned about the company's operations before. This strategic adjustment affects my ability to remain a billionaire, so of course I must take an interest. I certainly don't want to become a bankrupt vagabond, Tony Stark replied with a smile. By the way, your public inbox received a letter from Langone Hospital. Are you unwell? Pepper regarded him with suspicion. I had a checkup last time. It might just be the doctor's report. To avoid revealing too much, Tony quickly urged. I need to get to work. One of Pepper's finest qualities was her understanding. Unless it was urgent, she rarely disturbed Tony while he worked. Unlike ordinary women who might intentionally pester. Once she left, Tony let out a sigh of relief and called out to J.A.R.V.S. Find the doctor's email. It was peculiar that a doctor would send a message to the public inbox. The public inbox served as a FAA. Anyone of even slight status would not manage it personally and would have a secretary or assistant filter and select the correspondence deemed necessary for the boss to see. Pepper had grown accustomed to Tony Stark's assistant role, and since the letter came from a hospital, the most renowned one in New York, she felt compelled to mention it. The previous day, Stephen Strange had asked his girlfriend to discreetly send away the hospital information department staff, personally infiltrating the office to use the hospital's official email to send his information. Unfortunately, he could only find Tony Stark's public inbox online. Had it not been for Pepper's reminder, Strange's letter would eventually have sunk away and been routinely discarded. The email was opened by J.A.R.V.I.S. and displayed on the screen before Tony Stark, revealing Stephen Strange in a white coat introducing himself. Mr. Stark, I am aware that shrapnel remains lodged in your chest. The blunt revelation caused Tony to frown, immediately instructing J.A.R.V.I.S. investigate this person's background. Moments later, J.A.R.V.I.S. presented Strange information. Stephen Strange, 26 years old, an intern surgeon at Langone Hospital, had previously achieved accolades. As J.A.R.V.I.S. recited the information, Strange continued to promote himself. Mr. Stark, I have successfully performed a 0.5 vascular suturing operation, and my mentor has rated my surgical talent as exceptional. Strange extended his long hands for Tony to see. My hands are particularly steady, and I am young and vigorous, capable of enduring long surgeries. The screen then displayed footage of Strange exercising daily, including professional coaching and evaluations. To market himself, Strange was certainly going all out. Sir, I believe you have consulted with the foremost surgeons across the nation and even the globe, yet they seem unable to provide you with satisfactory answers. I understand their concerns, but I am different, Stephen Strange declared with fervent confidence. I would wager my life to perform this surgery for you. Tony Stark quietly watched the video attached to the email of Strange performing a 0.5 vascular suturing operation, seemingly caught in contemplation. Sir, I must remind you that Mr. Strange is still an intern and lacks a medical license, J.A.R.V.I.S. calmly pointed out. Huh. Tony Stark let out a bitter laugh. If he genuinely can save me, do I need to care whether he has been certified by the American Medical Association? Ethan didn't have an American medical license either. After a moment of reflection, Tony instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. collect as much surgical record information on this intern as possible and evaluate his surgical capabilities. Understood. This assessment was considerably simpler than deriving the electronic layers of a new element. In just a few minutes, J.A.R.V.I.S. produced an evaluation report. Sir, Dr. Strange indeed possesses considerable surgical talent. In addition to his accomplishments during university, he has participated in several surgeries since joining Langone Hospital, with lead surgeons favoring him for suturing. As Tony Stark perused the surgical records extracted from Langone Hospital's database, he noticed the lead surgeons appeared relaxed, entirely unconcerned that Strange might falter. It seemed they deliberately allowed Strange to take the lead, so they could stand back, listen to music, chat, and openly shirk their duties. Seeing this instilled Tony with a measure of confidence. If not for dire circumstances, he would never allow an intern to operate on him. Yet, the renowned doctors had all responded with headshakes and sighs, as if he were destined to await death. With the outcome of the new element still far from realization, Tony Stark was left with but one option: to decisively heal the wound in his chest, relieving the concern of dying without the new element. ARBES. Procure the finest medical equipment and notify the renovation company to create the best surgical room, Tony Stark declared. Though he had yet to make a final decision, he was preparing in advance, determined to take one last gamble, regardless of whether he would ultimately choose the intern, Strange, for the surgery. He is unaware that a certain non-human entity not only seeks to take lives, but also aims to strike at the heart. Chapter 60. The First Strike at the Heart. Your father is a thief. Washington, Capitol Hill. The Senate's Military Committee convenes dozens of hearings annually, sometimes holding over 10 in a single month, rendering it hardly newsworthy, barely making it to trending topics. However, this occasion proved different. Ever since the Military Committee announced 3 days prior that it would hold a hearing concerning the nature of Iron Man's armor, it has firmly occupied the top of online trending charts. Superheroes inherently attract attention, especially following the recent White House showdown, which has left both the American government and the public feeling a heightened sense of insecurity. The higher-ups in America are eager to bolster their strength. Expanding the armed forces is one aspect, but they also covet Tony Stark's armor manufacturing technology. Mastering the evil-dissipating sword technique requires a sacrifice. Yet any man of standing is reluctant to comply. However, Tony Stark's armor is a technological marvel that could be widely disseminated. When the military could organize an armored unit, wealthier corporations could also manufacture their own, further augmenting their protective capabilities. Tony Stark, once a mere playboy, became Iron Man solely due to his armor. Why should I not be able to do the same? Due to Lin Hao's interference. The pressure on Tony Stark in this scenario is greater than that depicted in the original narrative. Mr. Stark, shall we continue with our previous topic? A congressman on stage calls, striking the gavel. Certainly, Tony Stark replies, turning back with an air of nonchalance, leaning into the microphone. Do you possess a particular weapon? Senator Stern from Hydra immediately digs for a trap. I have owned many weapons, but the world knows I have shut down Stark Industries Weapons Manufacturing Division, Stark retorts, turning to face the cameras with utmost seriousness. The investors on Wall Street have the most to say. If Stark could gather resentment, the investors watching from their televisions would surely contribute significantly. The iron armor is a weapon, Stern asserts loudly. Your latest creation. No, that is not a weapon. It is. In fact, Tony Stark pauses contemplatively, then replies earnestly, a high-tech prosthetic. Laughter erupts in the chamber. The iron armor is a formidable weapon. I hope you will relinquish it for the sake of the American people. Not a chance. Stark interrupts Stern directly. I am Iron Man. The armor and I are one. To surrender the iron armor is to surrender myself. That depends on the state, whether it is servitude or solicitation, he quips, eliciting further laughter from the audience. Faced with Stark's sharp tongue, Stern must clear the floor for his technical advisor, Justin Hammer. As the impeccably dressed, bespectacled man approaches, Stark mocks, walking on 2 legs today? Where's your collar? Did your master forget to take you for a walk? Hammer, unperturbed by the jibe, strides directly to Stark and calmly states, you've set a very poor precedent. With that, he snaps his fingers, prompting his assistant to project prepared materials onto the screen. America's competitors have taken inspiration from you and are vigorously developing similar armor, igniting a new arms race. Do you wish to see America fall behind in this competition? This was a fishing expedition aimed solely at eliciting grandiose statements from Stark. In response to the interrogation, Stark operates his phone, allowing Jarvis to control the conference's computers. Soon, indistinct satellite images are replaced by video footage showcasing bizarre armored suits engaged in various laughable mishaps, including Hammer's voluntary experiment as a fire Kieran. As you can see, most countries will require 5 to 10 years to potentially produce usable armor. Hammer Industries will take at least 20. Stern, infuriated, brandishes the support behind him. America is facing a threat. The nation needs you to surrender it. Do you expect all of America to rely on you alone for protection? Yes, I alone can maintain world peace. Stark proclaims boldly. Suddenly, a daring reporter calls out, can you defeat the invincible East? Stark momentarily stumbles, but quickly responds with determination. Of course, just give me a little more time. My armor will become even more powerful. If only he could find a sturdier material and create energy weapons to restrict his opponent's speed, withstand psychic attacks, and equip himself with high-powered weaponry. Though challenges abound, Stark believes he can devise a solution with time. Yet time is the one resource he lacks the most. The hearing concludes on an unsatisfactory note. Behind the scenes, while corporations hope to acquire Stark's armor, they are reluctant to set a precedent where the federal government could seize the personal assets of capitalists under the guise of national interest. After all, if they can coerce Stark today, they could do the same to other capitalists tomorrow. Just as reporters thought the day's spectacle was over and were preparing to write their articles, a convoy suddenly arrived at the Capital S entrance. They came from the Eastern Supreme Court of the Federation. Each vehicle bore a national flag, the flag of the Great Bear. The convoy halted directly in front of the Capitol, blocking the departing reporters and Stark. From a central vehicle, several individuals disembarked, and the keen-eyed reporters quickly recognized one of them as the Great Bear's envoy, Chekhov. The big guns have arrived. Experienced and instinctively astute, the seasoned journalist rushed forward to secure a prime position, followed closely by younger reporters. Indeed, Chekhov stood before the press, declaring with righteous fervor, "Just now, our significant enterprise, Vank Industries, submitted a lawsuit against your Stark Industries for patent infringement to the Supreme Court of the United States." This announcement sent ripples through the crowd. Cameras flashed wildly, and reporters thrust their recording devices forward. Tony Stark halted, turning to face them. The reporters, ever considerate, parted to allow his gaze to fall unobstructed upon Chekhov and his entourage. Both our nation and the United States are signatories of the Paris Convention and must adhere to its stipulations. Yet, Stark Industries has brazenly infringed upon Vank Industries' legitimate patent rights regarding the arc reactor. This is an affront to international justice, Chekhov solemnly declared, conveying the will of the Great Bear's government. After stating his position, Chekhov stepped back, allowing the impeccably dressed Ivan Vank to take center stage. 10 years ago, Lin Hao suggested to Zheng Xian that the director personally intervene to rescue Ivan Vank from the Great Bear's prison for the Spear of Destiny Bureau. Dressed for success, Vank now bore no resemblance to the ruffian depicted in the original narrative. Facing the cameras, he began with a bombshell. "Howard Stark is a fraudulent charlatan. He has stolen the research of my father, Anton Vank, and shamelessly claimed the arc reactor as his own. How dare you?" Stark glared, striding forward, and rebuked. "To publicly defame my father, do you know what consequences you shall face?" Chapter 61. He is a genius? Then what am I? Outside the Capitol, the journalists buzzed with excitement. The tension was palpable, a rare and significant news event unfolding before them. Defamation? Ivan Vanko, stroking his chin, pondered seriously before stating, "I recall that this term in English refers to the distortion of facts to diminish another's social standing. Speaking the truth and revealing facts are not included. Or is it that America no longer permits anyone to speak the truth? I believe America will indeed be a tolerant nation. After all, the stars and stripes protect even those who burn it," Chekhov interjected sternly, his words laced with veiled sarcasm. The assembled journalists fell silent, the sound of camera shutters diminishing significantly. Had it been a different person or situation, they would have relished the escalating tension. If Chekhov had made a blunder, they would have eagerly reported it. Yet, faced with the current circumstances, the seasoned reporters chose to ignore it, while the younger ones hurriedly recorded, knowing full well that their editors would never allow such remarks to air. Very well, I choose to believe America is a nation that can tolerate the truth. Ivan Vanko gestured dismissively, redirecting his focus to Tony Stark. "I need not concern myself with the consequences of defaming your father, for I do not slander him. The documents I submitted to your highest court clearly indicate that the arc reactor was first invented by my father, Anton Vanko, only for your father, Howard Stark, to claim it as his own, directly altering the signatures on the blueprints." "Tony, let us step away," Pepper Potts whispered as she moved beside her boyfriend, urging him softly. "Leave this matter to the legal department. Indeed, you should have your lawyer review the documents promptly and prepare for how to argue your case in court," Ivan Vanko retorted, a mocking grin evident on his face. "Stark, you needn't feel guilty for having a father who is a charlatan. Whatever he has done is not a reflection of you. You may continue to bask in the accolades bestowed upon you by the American people. After all, You can only view the sky from the confines of your well. How dare you? Tony Stark clenched his fists, ready to charge forward. However, Happy Hogan quickly stepped in, wrapping his arms around Tony's waist. This is madness. The envoy from Russia is right before us. If you charge in, it could escalate into a diplomatic incident. If they take this opportunity to escalate matters into an act of aggression against us, it would be catastrophic. The military was already keeping a close watch on the Iron Armor, and they would not back Tony up. Instead, they would only pressure him to yield. Observing Stark's frustrated yet powerless demeanor, Ivan Vanko felt a sense of satisfaction. His father had waited 40 years for this moment, and he himself had waited a decade. 10 years ago, a man named Zheng Xian rescued Ivan from a Russian prison, offering both him and his father a chance to showcase their talents. Promising that one day he would help Ivan stand before Tony Stark to vindicate his father and cast the Stark family into oblivion. Soon after, Ivan and his father, Anton Vanko, were quietly taken out of Russia by Zheng Xian, joining the Spear Bureau and even acquiring Chinese nationality. By the time the Emperor had fully consolidated power and restored the old order, the Vanko father and son had become genuine Chinese citizens. Over the past decade, their lives had improved significantly. Anton's ailments had been cured, and life was filled with hope, rejuvenating him. In recent years, Ivan had been sent back to Moscow by the Spear Bureau, collaborating with the Bear Shield Bureau, which was modeled after their agency, to establish Vanko Industries, focusing on the energy sector. In recent years, their partnership in energy had begun to shake the foundations of the dollar oil hegemony established by America. The patent lawsuit against Stark Industries appeared to be driven by Russia, yet was backed by a powerful ally. Oh, you may not understand the idiom sitting in a well and watching the sky, Ivan Vanko explained with a smile. This phrase originates from China, illustrating a frog that lives at the bottom of a well, perceiving the sky only as wide as the well's mouth, thus believing that is the extent of the sky. Goodness, Tony Stark could easily grasp such a simple explanation. Not only he, but many journalists behind him understood as well, prompting a few proud Americans to defend their nation. Sir, while I do not mind your disparagement of Tony Stark, if you intend to insult America, we cannot allow it. I apologize. I harbor no intention of insulting your nation. The so-called genius is simply too laughable. Ivan Vanko chuckled, loosening his suit jacket. If someone like Tony Stark, a mere toy manufacturer, is considered a genius, then what does that make me? At that moment, a circular, glowing blue device was prominently displayed on his chest. Oh my! The sound of camera shutters intensified once again. Tony Stark finally revealed a hint of trepidation. Ivan Vanko continued to laugh, his mirth growing stronger. He gently tapped the round, glowing device, and a flurry of silver particles erupted forth, enveloping him in an instant. A seamless, white armor materialized before everyone. Oh my! The American journalists gasped in awe. That's right, it's an iron armor. Another iron armor. This one appears even more advanced than Tony Stark's. Ivan Vanko approached Chekhov's vehicle with a relaxed demeanor, the armor moving as fluidly as if it were merely a garment. Yet, this attire harbored immense power. He effortlessly lifted and then lowered the extended 75-ton ruse. Unbelievable! The American reporters were unabashed in their astonishment. At that moment, Tony Stark's face darkened, unable to deceive himself. The opposing armor was evidently several generations ahead of his own. Senator Stern, just moments ago, Tony Stark claimed that other nations would require at least 5 to 10 years to replicate his armor. Justin Hammer's clone slyly stoked the flames, yet it appears that Mr. Stark will indeed need 5 to 10 years to catch up with Mr. Vanko. The American elite, including Stern, were no longer reveling in the spectacle. They regarded Chekhov and his party with solemn expressions. While they wished to see Tony Stark falter, they certainly did not want it to be under the shadow of a potential adversary possessing more advanced weaponry. Ivan, please retract it, Chekhov urged, unable to suppress his delight. We wouldn't want to alarm our friends. Amidst his joy lay a touch of sadness, for Ivan Vanko was now a member of the Spear Bureau, and no matter what terms the Emperor offered, he was unwilling to revert to his former nationality. The Vanko father and son bore deep grievances against their homeland. Fortunately, The Spear Bureau and the Bear Shield Bureau were in a harmonious phase, united by their common adversary in America. For those interested in the details of Howard Stark's appropriation of Anton Vanko's research, please attend the press conference at the embassy tomorrow morning, where we will present further evidence. Chekhov announced, turning to enter the vehicle, an irrepressible smile lingering on his face. Tony Stark is indeed a genius. This is an official recognition, without a doubt. In the film, Ivan Vanko constructs the arc reactor in his apartment. While his abilities and talents may be somewhat inferior to those of Tony Stark, the difference is minimal. Many people excessively praise Tony Stark, claiming that his creation in a cave is more impressive, which leaves me speechless. These individuals focus solely on the environment, neglecting the fact that the 10 rings provided him with weapon materials worth millions of dollars. Ivan Vanko, on the other hand, likely had less than $10,000 at his disposal. If he had more, would his father have perished in an apartment rather than on a hospital bed? Thus, I have established that he received guidance and assistance from the protagonist a decade ago, allowing him to upgrade to a nano-armor in the same time frame as Tony Stark. Chapter 62. Internal and external strife. The American internet is once again ablaze with excitement. This year's waves of news are higher than ever. Tony Stark is finished. I believe Howard Stark, an American scientist, would need to plagiarize the research of others. It's utterly absurd. American science is perpetually at the forefront of global advancements. TSK. It seems the person above is living in a dream. Perhaps they should first familiarize themselves with Operation Paperclip. Albert Einstein was indeed a German. I have researched, and Anton Vanko defected to America in 1963, only to be expelled 4 years later for espionage, accused of stealing Howard Stark's research. A thief crying thief. How quintessentially American. At this moment, Jarvis actively filters out the rampant rumors online, releasing only the profiles of Anton Vanko and Ivan Vanko. Anton Vanko was a Soviet physicist who defected in 1963 and was expelled 4 years later due to espionage charges. His son, Ivan Vanko, also a physicist, was sentenced to 15 years in Kopesky prison for trafficking weapons-grade plutonium to Pakistan. These are the only records available. Thereafter, the father and son left no further traces in public. Seated in a vintage car, Tony Stark gazes blankly at the screen. It turns out his father indeed had such a colleague. Could Ivan Vanko's words hold any truth? Was his father truly a thief? Besides the accusations directed at his father, Ivan Vanko's display of nano-armor has dealt a crushing blow to the pride Tony Stark has nurtured over the years. He has relished the title of genius for too long, never experiencing defeat among his peers. Yet yesterday's events shattered his arrogance. With his body poisoned, spirit wounded, his company embroiled in legal disputes, and his villa besieged by military armored units demanding the surrender of his armor, Tony Stark finds himself facing internal and external turmoil. His friend Rhodey arrives unannounced, immediately voicing his concerns. Hiding here won't solve anything. I've spent the entire day on the phone with the military, persuading them not to roll their tanks in and breach your door to seize your armors. They have lost patience and only want your iron armor. You claimed that no one could possess such technology within 20 years, yet yesterday, someone showcased armor more advanced than yours before the entire world. Are you even listening? Rhodey approaches, noticing Tony's pale face and the spiderweb-like black markings creeping across his neck. Hey, what are those markings on your neck? It's nothing. Tony Stark struggles to rise from the vintage car, but as he pushes the door open, he collapses. What is wrong with you? Rhodey rushes over to help him up. Help me to the workbench. Do you see the cigar box? It contains the palladium plate. Tony Stark weakly instructs. Rhodey helps him to the workbench, opening the cigar box to extract a palladium plate. At this moment, Tony Stark has already removed the reactor from his chest. Rhodey examines it and sees smoke rising. The palladium plate inside has corroded into a useless lump of metal. Shouldn't this be smoking? The neutrons are damaged. It's the reactor wall that's smoking. Tony Stark dismisses casually. You don't have to bear this alone. The current situation is too much for one person to handle. Rhodey sighs, gently persuading him. The military doesn't care about your patent disputes with other companies. They are terrified of Ivan Vanko's armor. The military leaders have all lived through the Cold War and witnessed the arms race firsthand. We were fortunate to emerge victorious. Yet now Russia possesses armor that far surpasses yours. How could they not be afraid? The military only wants you to relinquish the iron armor so they can immediately organize a team to study, upgrade, and catch up with Russia, or else the nation's security will be jeopardized. They would prefer you to join the research team and provide technical guidance. Tony Stark coldly scoffs. They want to seize my property and still expect me to serve them? Tony, America's security supersedes everything. Rhodey urges one last time. Think it over. After Rhodey leaves, Pepper Potts enters, bringing the results of the legal department's review of Vanco Industries' lawsuit. Tony, the head of the legal department, has evaluated the lawsuit documents prepared by Vanco Industries. They are quite thorough, and we cannot find a viable argument through standard procedures. Jarvis displays the materials on the screen, and Tony Stark immediately spots the design blueprint for the arc reactor, prominently bearing Anton Vanco's name. Stark Industries possesses an identical blueprint, but it bears the name of his father, Howard Stark. Both Russia and America are signatories of the Paris Convention. As long as the rights holder registers a patent in any member country, they will enjoy national treatment in all member countries. Your father applied for a patent on the arc reactor design from the National Copyright Administration in 1967. Yet Anton Vanco submitted his application to the Russian Copyright Office a week earlier. Russia signed the Paris Convention on March 16, 1965, which came into effect on July 1st of the same year. Thus, when Anton Vanco filed his application, Russia was already a member state. Since the application date predates your father's, according to the convention, the patent rights for the arc reactor belong to Anton Vanco. Tony Stark emits a cold laugh. After being expelled from America in 1967, Anton Vanco immediately entered a labor camp in Siberia, only returning to Moscow in a severely weakened state after the fall of the empire, by which time his only son had long been imprisoned. Had Anton Vanco's patent been approved by the Russian Copyright Office back in 1967, he would not have lived such a miserable life. What reason would a labor camp inmate, digging potatoes in Siberia, have to submit a patent application? They had no freedom of communication. However, these arguments cannot be presented openly. Russia merely needs to assert that they issued a patent certificate to Anton Vanco, casually modifying the public records to misidentify unrelated entries as pertaining to the arc reactor patent. They can then forge an old patent certificate and synchronize the narrative, leaving no legal loopholes. The Paris Convention includes clauses on state and commercial confidentiality, meaning patents involving state secrets or significant corporate trade secrets do not need to be filed with the Enforcement Committee. In fact, during the public announcement phase, these confidential technologies can be categorized under different classifications. For instance, when Howard Stark registered his patent, he classified the arc reactor under artistic sculpture. Ironically, after Howard Stark obtained the patent certificate, it was prominently displayed on the wall of Stark Industries for 40 years, seen by countless individuals. The American Copyright Office could not employ the same tactic. This is an entangled mess. If it were merely a standard patent, member states would be reluctant to mobilize national power and would instead grant the rights holder national treatment in accordance with the convention. For instance, during the Wanyan incident, despite being aware that his compatriots were at a disadvantage, the interests of a greater number of enterprises and the desire to join the WTO prevailed, leading to no intervention to forge a patent certificate. If we were to consider the ultra-high voltage transmission technology, the Paris Convention would not garner any attention. However, in the case of the arc reactor, a lucrative new energy source capable of influencing international dynamics, even the most irrational entity would be compelled to intervene. No matter how skilled the attorney hired by Tony Stark may be, it would be impossible to uncover any evidence of patent forgery orchestrated by the Russians. If they claim that Anton Vanco applied for the patent in 1967, then it stands as such. If you're dissatisfied, I could easily adjust it to 1966. In this matter, even the Supreme Court, despite any biases, would only be able to prolong the process without overtly undermining judicial proceedings. Tony, the situation is decidedly unfavorable for us, Pepper Potts remarked soberly. There are still 2 weeks until the court date, correct? Tony Stark had grown indifferent to the so-called trial. He refused to be led around by the nose by his adversaries. Please bring back Dr. Ethan, as well as Dr. Stephen Strange from Langney Hospital. I need to undergo surgery before the court proceedings. Pepper Potts responded with a look of confusion. Chapter 63. It turns out the Japanese are behind this. In the director's office of SHIELD, the television screen displayed a press conference held by the Russian embassy, where Chekhov and Ivan Vanko presented patent documentation related to the arc reactor, attempting to assert that it was the invention of Anton Vanko. Nick Fury is likely one of the few living individuals with a profound understanding of the events that transpired. Alongside him are Peggy Carter, who lies in hospital, and Hank Pym, who has distanced himself from SHIELD. Black Egg is well aware that the Russian envoy is selectively disclosing information, but he cannot refute them, as it is indeed true that the arc reactor was conceived by Anton Vanko before Howard Stark's involvement led to its continuous refinement, making it nearly impossible to discern the extent of each individual's contributions. This has resulted in Anton Vanko's name appearing before Howard Stark's on the design blueprints. According to the conventions of the scientific community and indeed humanity, the individual listed first is regarded as having made the greater contribution, thus holding a higher status. Subsequently, the two parties diverged in their views. Anton Vanko wished to immediately file for a patent and bring the arc reactor into production for substantial profit, a motive easily understood, as he had defected in pursuit of a better life. Conversely, Howard Stark believed that the technological standards of the 60s could not ensure safety in mass production, and he did not wish for Americans to live in the shadow of a colossal nuclear bomb. Having established Stark Industries during World War II, amassing considerable wealth through arms sales, Howard Stark had evolved into a gentleman who cared about societal impact. He was not in need of money. However, Anton Vanko was indeed in need, having traveled to America bearing the stigma of treachery, all for the sake of financial gain. Consequently, Anton Vanko applied for the patent independently with the American Copyright Office, omitting Howard Stark's name, thereby allowing him to submit the application materials without requiring Howard Stark's authorization. He evidently forgot his own identity, mistakenly believing America to be a land of boundless freedom. The American Copyright Office subsequently relayed the situation to the former Office of Strategic Defense, and upon learning of this, Howard Stark was infuriated and, in a fit of rage, branded Anton Vanko as a spy for stealing secrets, perhaps out of a sense of mercy, perhaps a flicker of conscience, or perhaps merely to inflict greater suffering upon Anton Vanko. Howard Stark did not instruct the federal authorities to silence him. Instead, he handed him over to the Soviet embassy. After being repatriated, Anton Vanko found himself digging potatoes in Siberia, returning to Moscow years later, beset by illness and ultimately succumbing to despair. Fortunately, due to Lin Hao's emergence in this universe, the father and son were brought back to the Shield Bureau by Zheng Xian a decade ago. This was a prime opportunity for recruitment and the most valuable new benefit for Marvel novices. Upon Lin Hao's entry into the Shield Bureau and gaining recognition, he promptly suggested the inclusion of the Vanko father and son duo. From Nick Fury's perspective, Howard Stark's actions were entirely justifiable. Had he been in Howard's position, he might have outright eliminated Anton Vanko to prevent any future complications. Some matters may not be quantifiable, but when weighed, they cannot be suppressed. If the Vanko father and son did not have influential patrons, they would never rise again. Yet now they could boldly appear in America, backed by the machinery of the Russian state. Faced with such a scenario, even Nick Fury found himself at a loss. Assassination? Their armor was evidently far superior to Tony Stark's, who could possibly eliminate Ivan Vanko. During their stay in America, they would certainly be residing at the Russian embassy. Would Nick Fury dare to risk igniting a conflict between the two nations by sending operatives to attack the embassy? Moreover, what would killing them achieve? It would only serve to cement Howard Stark's infamy. Director, a woman with flowing red hair clad in tight leather entered the office. Tony Stark's condition is deteriorating. The symptoms of heavy metal poisoning are becoming increasingly severe. He may not have much longer. This was Natasha Romanoff, already embedded within Stark Industries as a legal assistant, famously known as the Black Widow. No, Howard must have left some crucial information for Tony, with Tony's intellect. He cannot be unable to decipher the riddle left by his father. Nick Fury quickly realized something was amiss. The materials left behind by Howard Stark had undoubtedly been reviewed by Nick Fury long ago. However, The notebook contained only conventional content, as SHLD had long since absorbed the technology detailed therein, while the latter part remained blank. The one aspect that eluded Nick Fury was the mysterious footage. His instincts as an agent hinted that the model of the future city might be significant, yet agents are not physicists, and he could not ascertain the true nature or value of Howard Stark's legacy. It was only in recent years that he had ascended to the position of director of SHIELD and gained access to the agency's highest secrets. Over the past decade, Stark Industries had thrived, forging closer ties with the military, and as the founder's heir, Nick Fury was eager to draw Tony into SHIELD to carry on his father's legacy rather than resorting to coercive means that would only drive them further apart. I checked the surveillance at Stark Industries. 20 days ago, a neon man visited the Stark Tower, and that very night, a fire broke out, destroying a model left by Howard Stark. What did you say? Having been preoccupied with expanding the East Factory Brigade for over a month, Nick Fury was hearing this for the first time. The fire did not spread. It only consumed the model, Natasha quickly clarified. The model? Nick Fury exclaimed. The future city model left by Howard? The layout from the Stark Industries Expo in 1974? Natasha was taken aback by her boss's memory. She had not delved deeply into the specifics of what had burned, but based on her agent's intuition, she considered it an anomalous occurrence worth reporting. If Howard did not leave any other models, then it must be that one. Natasha nodded. Nick Fury's expression shifted dramatically. His teeth clenched. Was that neon man named Ichigo Kurosaki? Yes, Natasha confirmed once more. Damn, it turns out the Japanese are behind this. Nick Fury immediately stood, his face ashen. Tony is in serious trouble. After a brief moment of contemplation, he immediately commanded Natasha, engage with this neon individual and find a way to ascertain his background. Natasha furrowed her brow slightly. Although she had long been accustomed to employing her charms, a flicker of resistance lingered deep within her. After all, no one wishes to be a mere pawn. Yet, she found herself with no alternatives. Since the day she had dismantled the Red Room, she had been reliant on SHIELD, reflecting on Ivan Vanko's full backing from the motherland, and recalling that in recent years the Emperor had established the Bearshield Bureau, which mirrored the operations of SHIELD. Nick Fury sensed Natasha's subtle shift in demeanor and quickly reassured her. This operation prioritizes your safety. Regardless of what lies behind this Ichigo Kurosaki, he is now our adversary, and I shall not let him escape. Implicitly, this meant Natasha could merely go through the motions and gather whatever intelligence she could. Very well. With the boss having made his stance clear, Natasha had no choice. This matter would commence tomorrow. For now, they would visit Tony Stark together, as he too would need to make a decision. With that, Nick Fury made his way toward the office door. Chapter 64. Sir, I too wish it were otherwise. But he insists. On the route to Tony Stark's mansion, Nick Fury couldn't help but brood. These damned wealthy individuals insist on acquiring properties everywhere. Despite their company being based in New York on the East Coast, they have homes on the West Coast in Los Angeles. Ordinary people commute via public transport, at most driving cars, or if fortunate, taking the train. The affluent, however, traverse the skies in private jets. Wealth affords them the liberty to do as they please. In the films, it is somewhat understandable for Tony Stark to pilot his armor from the West Coast to the East, given that the suit's speed has long surpassed the sound barrier, allowing it to circle the globe in no time. Yet, in Iron Man 2, Tony absurdly drives a convertible from his Malibu villa to Stark Tower in New York. That is utterly ludicrous. The driving distance from Los Angeles to New York is approximately 448,889 kilometers. Even if Tony were to drive at a speed of 400 kilometers per hour, it would take him 11 hours, yet he and his basket of strawberries appear utterly unscathed by the elements. If the cliffside villa were not located in Los Angeles, it would still be illogical, for in the opening of the first film, the blonde reporter wakes up to Jarvis predicting the weather in Malibu. Nick Fury could not fathom how Tony could endure such a long drive without fatigue while remaining pristine. He himself had taken a nap aboard the Quinjet. Upon arriving at the Malibu cliffside villa, Nick Fury spent some time searching for a place to land the aircraft. The villa was currently surrounded by the military's armored units. Had it not been for the presence of the S.H.I.E.L.D. director, the military would never have allowed him to land. I will speak with him and attempt to negotiate a mutually acceptable outcome. Nick Fury harbored intentions of acting as a mediator, even wishing to secure the Iron Man suit for S.H.I.E.L.D. As he approached the villa's entrance, he found that Jarvis's administrative permissions had been overridden, recognizing him as an ally and granting him access. As he traversed to the lower levels of the villa, Nick Fury was astonished to discover that the space had been converted into an operating room. Is he planning to undergo surgery to remove the shrapnel? Who are you? This was the first time Tony Stark had encountered the one-eyed bald man, and he was greatly taken aback. Jarvis, what is happening? Sir, I am unsure. This individual seems to possess system privileges. Jarvis was equally bewildered. Could he have inadvertently embedded a backdoor during the construction? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Without wasting any time, Nick got straight to the point. I was once a colleague of your father. A colleague? Tony Stark turned to see Natasha beside the one-eyed man and scoffed. The big agent and the little agent. Don't tell me my father was also an agent. Howard Stark was one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury explained. He was also the earliest head of the Technology Development Department. He participated in the experiments involving Captain America and crafted a shield for him. Ha ha ha, Tony Stark exclaimed in surprise, shaking his head as he laughed. I never imagined a wayward son could become an agent. Did you not have a hiring review? In truth, a portion of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s charter was established by your father, Nick Fury replied, managing a rare smile. Now, let's dispense with the pleasantries. After exchanging a jest, his expression turned somber. You should be aware of the crisis facing both you and Stark Industries. You need not worry about the Supreme Court. The justices will neither rule in favor of Vanco Industries nor against Stark Industries. This is a matter of principle. If it were merely a standard patent dispute, the Supreme Court would be eager to showcase America's judicial integrity, given the conclusive evidence provided by the motherland. However, what is at stake now involves the arc reactor, a technology that could dictate global energy discourse. Even if the Supreme Court justices are reluctant to witness executive interference in judicial matters, they must comply with the will of the American state. The military, however, will never relinquish the Iron Man suit. Their fear regarding the more advanced armor possessed by the motherland has consumed all patience. Other consortiums will not support you. They will tacitly condone the military's breach of the unwritten rules in this matter. As he spoke, Nick Fury regarded Tony Stark with a familiar warmth, as if seeing a younger relative. Otherwise, he would not have broached one of America's societal taboos. Tony Stark remained silent, meticulously inspecting every aspect of the operating room to ensure that each piece of equipment was of the highest standard. When one's life is at stake, one can never be too cautious. Observing his actions, Nick Fury finally confirmed, Tony, are you willing to take the risk of surgery? Sir, Doctor. Ethan has arrived at the airport, and Dr. Strange and Palmer are en route, Jarvis reported. Could you two please wait outside? Tony Stark turned and candidly stated, the surgery will not take long. If I were to die on the operating table, you may take everything in this room. Since you're my father's colleague, I have a request. Please look after Pepper and ensure she retains at least some of my assets. In that moment, Tony Stark exhibited a newfound openness, as he had come to terms with the possibility of facing death. Nick Fury regarded him intently and nodded solemnly, very well. As the two departed the villa, Nick Fury swiftly retrieved his phone to contact Coulson at headquarters. Phil, immediately pull up Tony Stark's recent itinerary. I need to know whom he has met. Beside him, Natasha inquired with a hint of concern, Boss, have you discovered something? Tony is acting urgently. This is not right. Nick Fury frowned. With his intellect, he cannot be oblivious to the Supreme Court's stance. The so-called patent dispute is inconsequential. The military pressure can be easily managed. Compared to the suits, they value him as a person. As long as he is willing to compromise, the military will instantly become his ally. Tony's final remarks had already indicated his awareness of what Ivan Vanko's possession of armor meant for America. As a patriot, Tony had long contemplated a compromise with the military. He had no reason not to. Nick Fury's gaze suddenly sharpened, tinged with a hint of anger, as he again contacted Coulson. Forget the previous inquiry. Find Ichigo Kurosaki immediately and apprehend him. If he resists, you are authorized to use lethal force. That damn neon individual must have approached Tony Stark again, daring to create havoc on American soil. Does he not appreciate the fiery intensity of Li Mei's barbecue? The Black Egg had proven himself to be the king of agents, as his instincts remained remarkably sharp. Just as he left, Ichigo Kurosaki forcibly connected with Tony Stark's phone. With a dismissive click of his tongue, one could hardly expect that, faced with military oppression and public reproach, you would still refuse to collaborate with me. A luminous screen abruptly materialized before Tony Stark, revealing Lin Hao masquerading as Ichigo Kurosaki, a mocking smile adorning his visage. "Jarvis, have you turned this place into a sieve?" Tony Stark retorted irritably. "Sir, it is not my preference, but he insists." Lin Hao's gaze swept across the screen, catching sight of the surgical layout, and realization dawned. You would rather risk surgery than cooperate. How intriguing, truly intriguing. Lin Hao mused. You find yourself in such dire circumstances, yet still cling to the ideals of America, while some individuals believe they need not be patriotic, and curiously, these very people are enamored with you. What are you talking about? Tony Stark replied, bewildered, inadvertently echoing a classic line from Ichigo. Since you are so resolute, the Stark family is rendered unnecessary. With that, Lin Hao terminated the call, and the screen vanished. Chapter 65. The Heart's Second Strike. Your father is Hydra. The Supreme Court of the Federation, adhering to protocol, postponed the trial regarding Vank Industries' lawsuit against Stark Industries for patent infringement until the final deadline. On the day of the trial, journalists from across the globe flocked to the courtroom. Initially, the court intended to conduct the proceedings in private, citing the involvement of trade secrets. However, both Vank Industries and the Russian envoy objected, even questioning the fairness of the trial. Reluctantly, the Chief Justice sought the opinion of Stark Industries, and upon receiving the defendant's consent, the trial was transformed into a public hearing, with official media from various nations granted access and broadcasting permissions. As the trial commenced, the gallery was filled to capacity. Chekhov was absent that day, having sent a secretary in his stead, as he was a representative of his nation, and his previous appearances had sufficed. Justice is a matter of national sovereignty. The presence of foreign envoys is hardly appropriate. Both parties entered with their respective legal teams, with Ivan Vank seated at the plaintiff's table. Today, he had not donned his nano suit, as the Supreme Court had implemented heightened security measures. Upon entrance, personnel required him to disrobe for a thorough examination with various instruments, after which he was to don a fresh outfit provided by the court. Regardless of Russia's protests, the Supreme Court remained steadfast, plainly stating, either comply with the inspection or withdraw the lawsuit and return to your country to litigate. After all, according to the Paris Convention, lawsuits could be filed in either party's jurisdiction. Filing a lawsuit is feasible, but whether the other party would appear is another matter. As stated previously, if this were merely a standard patent dispute, both nations would operate within formal procedures, and even the government of the infringing party would assist in enforcing compliance. Even India, when faced with Pfizer's repeated maneuvers, eventually deployed law enforcement to shut down the pharmaceutical plant. However, technologies related to national strategy fall outside conventional parameters. Every nation globally aspires to develop its nuclear arsenal. It is well understood that no one would heed a mere piece of paper like the Non-Proliferation Treaty. The technology behind an arc reactor renders the trial little more than a formality. Everyone present knew precisely how the Supreme Court would rule and how America would respond. Ultimately, both sides would engage in verbal sparring while busily producing, with the success of sales reliant solely on the influence behind the scenes. Ivan Vank did not anticipate winning the case. He merely sought to demonstrate that Vank Industries surpassed Stark Industries, proving that his manufactured armor was more advanced than that of Tony Stark, making it known to the world that his father, Anton Vank, could also create an arc reactor. Furthermore, he intended to seize this opportunity to strike at Tony Stark's heart. This time, the strike was not a mere adjective but a direct action. Once all were gathered, The judges arrived in a delayed fashion, with 5 of the 9 justices present, the presiding judge being the Chief Justice. Given that this was merely a civil case, the attendance of a majority of justices was already a sign of significance. A full assembly would have been excessive. Upon seating, they began verifying the identities of both parties. Ivan Vank represented the plaintiff, while the judge turned to the defendant's table, noticing the absence of the renowned Tony Stark. Was Stark Industries represented solely by their proxy lawyer? At this, whispers erupted from the gallery. It had been several days since any news of Tony Stark had surfaced. The armored forces outside his Malibu villa had not withdrawn. Could something have happened to him? Surely not. Would the military dare to kill for gain? Silence. Silence. The justices banged their gavels. Ivan Vang's countenance darkened. If Tony Stark was absent, how could his plan proceed? Just as the court doors suddenly swung open, Happy wheeled in, accompanied by Pepper Potts. Tony Stark sat in the wheelchair, his complexion somewhat pallid, yet his gaze bore a newfound intensity, no longer the vague demeanor of a week prior. Thanks to the efforts of Ethan and Stephen Strange, the minute fragments of shrapnel had been successfully extracted from his bloodstream, and the wound stitched. After days of recovery and detoxification, Tony Stark had gradually regained his health. Although the wound on his chest remained unhealed, it did not hinder his court appearance. His late entrance was, of course, in keeping with his penchant for being the focal point. Esteemed justices, I apologize for our tardiness, Pepper Potts, as the current representative of Stark Industries, stepped forward to express their regrets. Seating herself, the trial was poised to commence. The presiding judge granted due respect to national enterprises. At the onset of proceedings, Vank Industries launched accusations against Stark Industries. The patent rights to the arc reactor belong to us. Stark Industries has occupied them for decades without compensating U.S. and even defamed our rights holder, leading to his wrongful imprisonment. The adversarial litigation model employed in Anglo-American law allowed both parties to fully express their cases, with the judges acting as mediators responsible solely for maintaining order during the trial, ultimately rendering a verdict based on the outcome of the confrontation. Simply put, you may argue freely, and I will support the victor. Nonsense. Anton Vank is clearly a disgraced defector. Mr. Howard cares not for his dismal past, which afforded him employment, yet he engages in despicable espionage, attempting to steal Mr. Howard's research achievements. Absurd. The arc reactor rightfully belongs to Mr. Vank. We possess ample evidence to substantiate this claim. The verbal exchanges grew heated, yet the audience appeared drowsy. One side fixated on the patent certificate timeline, while the other sidestepped the issue, fixating instead on Anton Vank's character over the 4 years since his defection. Stark's legal team was acutely aware that, facing Russia's state-supported presence, they could find no evidence to challenge the legitimacy of the opposing party certificate. During the commotion, Ivan Vank unexpectedly requested a hard candy from his chief attorney, which he promptly placed in his mouth. While some judges noticed this behavior, it did not rise to the level of disrupting order, and thus was not curtailed. Suddenly, Ivan Vank interrupted his own lawyer, leaning into the microphone to unleash a bombshell. Howard Stark is not only a fraud, but also a shameful agent of Hydra. In an instant, the average height of the audience seemed to elevate. If you wish to discuss this, we shall not be drowsy. Ivan Vank's voice possessed an almost magical quality, resonating not only in Tony Stark's ears, but also shaking his very heart. The healing wound appeared to tear anew, blood seeping forth once more. Cough, cough. Tony Stark erupted into a violent fit of coughing, the intensity in his gaze sharpening, as if he yearned to don his armor and confront Ivan Vanko at once. Plaintiff, this is a courtroom. Please refrain from irrelevant statements. The Chief Justice, rarely one to speak, demonstrated both experience and quick wit, wishing to silence Vanko before he could further disrupt proceedings. Should you utter remarks that disturb the court's order, I shall have you expelled immediately. Vanko, with a customarily sardonic smile, retorted, "This is far from irrelevant. I am prepared to present new evidence that reveals Howard Stark not only possessed a morally reprehensible character, but also committed crimes against humanity. This is compelling character evidence that can assist the court in substantiating the fact that he stole my father's research." Coughing intensified. The pain in Stark's chest grew acute. His heart began to race uncontrollably. This was not merely a figurative expression, it was a visceral reality. Chapter 66. Tony Stark's burdened heart flashes from cameras were prohibited in the courtroom. Yet the journalists continued to snap photographs, their recording devices inching closer. Vanko's shocking revelations took everyone by surprise, as no one anticipated such a twist in today's proceedings. Howard Stark's historical appraisal included not merely his role as an arms dealer and scientist, but also his contributions as a key figure in assisting Captain America to vanquish Hydra, enshrining him in the annals of American and global history. Now, however, someone was boldly declaring that Howard Stark was a Hydra operative, leaving the audience astounded. Vanko did not keep the journalists waiting. His attorney retrieved several aged film reels and yellow documents, setting up a projector and a white screen. As the images flickered to life, the first figure to appear was a bespectacled, bald little man named Arnim Zola, who once served as the chief scientist for Hydra's leader, Johann Schmidt. Vanko addressed the international press in attendance, stating, "If you have heard the tale of Captain America, you surely remember the Red Skull, Johann Schmidt." As the Nazis faced imminent defeat, Schmidt rallied a cadre of loyal Hydra soldiers, employing extraordinary energy weapons in a desperate bid to alter the course of the European theater. Arnim Zola was the scientist who aided Schmidt in developing these weapons. While much of this was common knowledge, Vanko was about to unveil lesser-known truths. Many may not realize that following Hydra's destruction at the hands of Captain America, Zola had fled to America, taking up a position within the Strategic Scientific Reserve, which Howard Stark had established, known colloquially as SHOD. A murmur of astonishment arose among the audience as the frequency of camera clicks surged. Silence. Silence. The Chief Justice rapped the gavel, his tone rising as he fixed a stern gaze upon Vanko. Plaintiff, do not forget you are in a court of law. If your statements divulge state secrets of the United States, violating its laws, even as a foreigner, you can be subjected to sanctions based on territorial jurisdiction. If memory serves, SHILD now operates under the auspices of the World Security Council, of which our nation is a member. When did SHIELD's existence become a state secret? Vanko retorted, unabashedly mocking the Chief Justice. The Chief Justice faltered, having become overly agitated and inadvertently exposing a flaw in his argument. The most prudent course of action was to ignore Vanko and not engage further. Please maintain decorum in the courtroom, he commanded, shifting the topic and ordering the bailiff. Any further disruptions will result in immediate expulsion. Vanko, with a derisive smile, chose not to pursue the judge, his sights firmly set on Tony Stark. Upon his return to SHILD, Zola had participated in numerous research projects, yet even senior officials, including Peggy Carter, remained oblivious to the fact that he was still serving the remnants of Hydra. The footage depicted Zola conducting a series of inhumane experiments, directly dissecting live specimens in a gruesome display. Clearly, these experiments were conducted at the behest of Hydra's remnants. It was implausible that your nation's former Strategic Scientific Reserve sanctioned such actions. A profound silence enveloped the Americans in attendance, while journalists from other nations wore expressions of amusement. This was a bitter pill to swallow. America had no choice but to confront the truth. The footage not only contained Zola's experimental records, but also included recorded conversations between him and Howard Stark, vividly illustrating their positions. The attorney switched to another reel, and as the images played, a familiar voice resonated in the audio. What are you doing? Are you out of your mind? Conducting these experiments in the lab. A young Howard Stark stormed into view, glaring furiously at Zola. What difference does it make? You're already a senior member of the organization. The Tech Development Department is under your purview. Besides, live experiments must be conducted while the subjects are viable, Zola replied with an air of indifference, revealing a familiarity and even a shared secret with Stark. If Peggy finds out, not only will you be in trouble, but I will be as well. Stark urgeht anxiously. Uft. As if you've never conducted biological experiments, Zola scoffed. Though seemingly persuaded, he posed a new demand. The experiments must not cease. This is crucial for reviving Hydra's majesty. You must find a way to construct a secret laboratory for me. A wave of murmurs erupted from the audience. Stark, seated in the defendant's chair, was left dumbfounded, followed by another bout of severe coughing, his heart racing as if ready to explode. Yet this was not the end. Greater revelations lay ahead. In the climax of their dialogue, Zola proclaimed, "Hail, Hydra!" And under the scrutiny of the world, Stark hesitated but ultimately echoed, "Hail, Hydra!" At this, chaos ensued. Many journalists dispatched assistants to leave the courtroom, rushing outside to confirm whether a live broadcast had commenced. Those without live access scrambled to air emergency footage. Silence. Silence. The gavel was rendered ineffective. The Chief Justice, nearly hysterical, shouted, "Plaintiff, you must take responsibility for the authenticity of this evidence." "Of course," Vanko replied with pride. "This material was discovered at a recently unearthed Hydra base and has been verified with the most advanced detection equipment, confirming its origin as items from the 1960s. Should the defense question the results, they are welcome to request the court's organization of a third-party examination." Vanko remained unperturbed, knowing that the veracity of these items was a delicate balance of truth and fabrication. Observing Vanko's confidence, Stark began to doubt his own father's integrity, pondering whether Howard truly was a Hydra operative. He was not alone in his skepticism. Nick Fury, watching the trial unfold on screen, shared similar doubts. Even Peggy Carter, recuperating in the hospital, and Hank Pym, desperately seeking to save his wife, found themselves questioning the broadcast's implications. Was Howard Stark indeed a member of Hydra? The only one who remained unsuspecting, yet somewhat bewildered, was the true essence of Dr. Zola concealed within the data. Damn it! When did I ever discuss these matters with Howard? In the courtroom, Ivan Vanko delivered his final, lethal blow. This reveals the despicable nature of Howard Stark, a member of Hydra, who shamelessly pilfered my father's research. His voice resonated loudly, transforming into a unique sound wave directed at Tony Stark's heart. First, there was a resounding thud, followed by a series of splutters. Tony's chest was drenched in blood, and he spewed forth a substantial amount from his mouth, his complexion turning ashen. "Tony!" Pepper Potts rushed to his side. Ivan Vanko wore a satisfied smile, having finally executed a heart-wrenching strike. Tony Stark now bore a shattered heart. Yet at the very moment Tony bled, the scene froze. A rectangular golden portal abruptly appeared within the still frame. "Has the fish taken a bait?" Lin Hao murmured, having glimpsed this moment through his foresight. "Weekend, let us release it early for the brothers to enjoy." Chapter 67. The Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau in the courtroom. The image froze at the moment Tony Stark bled. Suddenly, three figures emerged from the ethereal golden portal. The foremost figure, clad in a suit with white hair, held an antiquated electronic handheld device displaying the faces of Ivan Vanko and Ichigo Kurosaki. Behind him, two robust men in red uniforms adorned with armor and helmets carried black batons at their waists. "Mobius, why is this mission so abrupt?" one of the muscular men inquired. Puzzled, "We were brought here before the last mission concluded." "Less chatter. This is a command from the timekeepers," Mobius retorted, gazing at the old handheld device with a look of confusion. "Strange, there are no detected anomalies, yet a direct erasure command has been issued for this individual." Mobius pointed at Ichigo Kurosaki's photo, then opened Ivan Vanko's, his shock deepening upon reading the annotations. "The directive regarding this person is rather peculiar, isn't it? Forget the orders. Complete the task swiftly and leave." The previously perplexed strongman stepped forward, having read the notes on Ivan Vanko, and crossed the frozen courtroom to confront him. He produced a peculiar device from his pocket and pointed it at Ivan Vanko. In an instant, the well-dressed, meticulously groomed individual transformed into a street thug with dreadlocks. A mouth full of metal teeth, clad only in a loincloth and covered in tattoos. Moreover, he aimed the device at Ivan's head, altering his memories. Once finished, the timekeeper approached Tony Stark, who appeared pale and breathless, teetering on the brink of death. Yet, when the timekeeper pointed the device at him, Tony instantly reverted to his state upon entering the courtroom, his shattered heart restored. Although the sutures on his chest remained unhealed, they posed no significant threat. Furthermore, The timekeeper retrieved Tony's watch, which he had left at security, and personally reattached it to his wrist. All set. Now let's erase the other target. The three timekeepers, including Mobius, possessed no memories of their own. They executed their tasks like machines, ceaselessly repeating missions. Only with the court's permission could Mobius review the specific targets passed, only to lose those memories again after a mission's completion. He felt neither love nor hatred towards Ivan Vanko or Tony Stark. He merely completed his tasks with detachment. The trio stepped into the rectangular portal and departed the courtroom. As they left, time resumed, and the majority of individuals continued their previous actions, with the exception of Ivan Vanko and Tony Stark. The drastically altered Ivan Vanko suddenly roared, "Tony Stark, I will kill you." Everyone in the courtroom was taken aback. Who is this person? The current Ivan Vanko bore no resemblance to the societal elite he had been moments before. Dressed in only a loincloth, his skin covered in tattoos, his dreadlocks and metal teeth evoked a sense of revulsion. After his sudden outburst, this newcomer lunged at Tony Stark, prompting the stunned presiding judge to exclaim, "Stop. This is a courtroom. Bailiff, bailiff." With his memory altered, Ivan Vanko was singularly focused on killing Tony Stark. Before the bailiff could approach, he quickly advanced towards Tony. Stark appeared momentarily bewildered, but instinctively raised his right hand, now adorned with the watch. The watch unfolded, forming a thin layer of armor over his palm, the lens glowing a soft blue. "D." Ivan Vanko snarled, raising his fist, massive as a cooking pot, to strike Tony Stark. The soft blue light emanated from Stark's palm, shooting forth a slender beam that struck Ivan Vanko squarely on the forehead. With a thud, his robust form collapsed to the ground. A moment of silence engulfed the courtroom before uproar erupted. My God, who is he? What has happened? Where did this person come from? Why did he attack Tony Stark? Wait, where's Ivan Vanko? Hadn't it just been declared that Howard Stark was a Hydra agent? The equally bewildered secretary, Chekhov, suddenly stood and let out a wail over the body on the floor. Ivan. Only then did the others realize the identity of the corpse. Oh my God, he was Ivan Vanko? How'd he end up like this? Why did he try to kill Tony Stark? Some were still in disbelief, while others began to stir the pot. I don't think he transformed. This is his true nature. The previous persona was merely a disguise. Could it be? Was he always a thug? I said it before. How could a country like this produce a genius scientist greater than Tony Stark? The so-called advanced armor was merely an elaborate trick. This was a scheme against America. That makes sense. He had the upper hand just moments ago, even making Tony bleed. There was no need for him to resort to murder. His motive must be that he knew the truth could not remain hidden. Does that imply the evidence he submitted was fabricated? I suspect not only the previous evidence, but also the documents they released at the embassy were likely falsified. Upon hearing these discussions, the chief judge in the courtroom had a sudden realization and declared, the plaintiff, Ivan Vanko, attempted to assault the defendant, Tony Stark. This is a desecration of the court. Given that the suspect is deceased, we shall not pursue charges of contempt of court. I hereby announce that this case is adjourned, and both parties will submit evidence for the next round of scrutiny. With that, he struck the gavel and turned to leave with the other four judges. Pepper Potts and Happy hurriedly wheeled Tony Stark away, while the bailiffs ignored the weapon he carried, failing to detain him. In a single session, it was entirely normal for the judge not to immediately classify the actions as self-defense. Any other criminal activities discovered during the trial must first be referred to the investigative department before the prosecution could proceed. If the judge were to handle it directly, it would equate to stripping the investigation and prosecution rights. Upon discovering a criminal act, it is imperative to apprehend the suspect, as the determination of self-defense necessitates a comprehensive process. However, the law enforcement present chose to disregard this principle. Tony Stark, seated in a wheelchair, glanced back at the lifeless body of Ivan Vanko, his expression rife with confusion. His memories remained intact, leaving him utterly bewildered by the sudden shift in circumstances. Just moments ago, he had been a mere pawn in the hands of Hydra. Yet in an instant, his adversary had spiraled into madness, obliterating all advantages. Wasn't my watch at the security checkpoint? How could Ivan Vanko's appearance have transformed so drastically? Could it be the influence of temporal forces? Burdened with myriad questions, Tony Stark was escorted away from the scene by his girlfriend and bodyguard. Regardless, it seemed he had emerged as the ultimate victor. At the very moment the trial resumed, Ichigo Kurosaki, who resided in a newly acquired villa in New York, was abruptly jabbed by a short rod emanating a golden light. Subsequently, a spectrum of colors rapidly spread from the point of contact, and within moments, Ichigo's form disintegrated into nothingness. Task accomplished, let us return. The timekeepers sheathed their unique weapons and turned to enter the portal. Time rewound 3 seconds, and within the confines of his New York villa, Lin Hao, utilizing his foresight, expressed surprise. They're the ones arriving? He promptly instructed his little demon to open the portal, stepping into the mysterious realm while casually discarding a prepared android of Ichigo Kurosaki before sealing the portal behind him. Soon, the timekeepers arrived and dissolved the android with their rod. None, including Mobius, detected the anomaly of the android, as it was a technology from another dimension, shielded by the barriers of reality. 3 minutes later, Lin Hao restored his original appearance, donned fresh attire, and re-emerged. At that moment, a look of bewilderment crossed his face. Why had the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau come into play? Glancing down at the spear of Imhotep in his hand, he mused, I had hoped to present the spear to the old nun, but it seems my holy weapon was prepared in vain. Although the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau consisted of ordinary individuals with erased memories, they represented a power of higher dimensions. While the Conqueror Kong from comics pales in comparison to the Ancient One from the comics. The cinematic version of the Ancient One serves merely as a conduit for imparting knowledge to Strange, rendering her one of the weakest iterations in the multiverse. She cannot reset the timeline, but the benevolent entity behind the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau possesses the ability to stabilize the sacred timeline. This was precisely why Lin Hao refrained from intervening against the timekeepers. Perhaps the Holy Spear could vanquish the benevolent entity, but allowing them to reset the timeline would render all of Lin Hao's efforts null and void. Although the Time Bundle is also a manifestation of temporal power, it can only be utilized on individual entities and cannot reset the universe. The device employed by the blue figure to reset the universe is not the Time Bundle. Initially intending to fish, Lin Hao felt disheartened when a void beast appeared, causing him to lament the missed opportunity due to inadequate fishing gear. Before unleashing Ivan Vanko to confront Tony Stark, Lin Hao anticipated potential interference from other forces. Cognizant of Stark's pivotal role in the Marvel Cinematic Universe as one of its absolute protagonists, the Marvel Multiverse harbors high-dimensional powers, and to directly target an integral figure within the cinematic universe necessitated preparation for possible interventions. This was a strategic move on Lin Hao's part, using Ivan Vanko as bait to probe the existence lurking behind the scenes. Fortunately, only the timekeepers of the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau appeared, likely a reflexive response from the cosmic consciousness. Lin Hao speculated that perhaps the higher dimensional entities deemed such a degree of correction sufficient to resolve the issue. At his current level, Lin Hao possessed limited understanding of higher dimensional forces, relying solely on the scant results gleaned from his probing. Luckily, he exhibited patience and possessed means to continually grow stronger. The screen remained live from the trial, displaying the lifeless body of Ivan Vanko sprawled on the floor as lawyers from his homeland and Chekhov's secretary scrambled to manage the aftermath. Suddenly, a golden-red circular portal materialized within the room, and Zheng Xian emerged alongside an elderly Taoist. With a wave of his hand, the surroundings began to distort like a lens. Now, do you comprehend the nature of the adversary you are facing? Zheng Xian's tone was calm, his gaze profound. Lin Hao, taken aback by Zheng Xian's demeanor, realized, so you truly are one of the founding members of the Spear organization, an immortal who has lived for 2 millennia? The comic portrayals of Zheng Xian are scant, yet there exists a notion that he is one of the founders of the Spear. Initially, Lin Hao assumed it was merely a translation issue or that Zheng Xian solely spearheaded the modern organization. After all, the Spear's predecessor was once known as the Spear Society, tracing back to the era of Zhang Heng 2,000 years ago. To his astonishment, the Zheng Xian before him was indeed an immortal. Otherwise, he would not have approached Lin Hao immediately after the timekeeper's appearance, posing such a profound question. Merely this inquiry imparted a wealth of information to Lin Hao. Zheng Xian remained silent, continuing to probe Lin Hao. Do you comprehend who your true enemy is? The Conqueror Kong? No, he is unworthy. Lin Hao pondered briefly, weighing which information to disclose, and deliberated. Is it the embodiment of the multiverse's consciousness, eternity? You are indeed aware of eternity, Zheng Xian replied, his expression warming with satisfaction. Eternity is the manifestation of time within the multiverse, an amalgamation of consciousness from all life within the cosmos, and the physical embodiment of the multiverse. He is indeed one of your enemies, but not the entirety of them. Lin Hao grasped Zheng Xian's implication, astonished by the depth of his understanding. However, he could not reveal his deepest secrets. Knowing about eternity might be excused as knowledge gleaned from ancient texts. But his 28 years of experiences were likely thoroughly investigated by Zheng Xian. It was improbable that he had any channels to connect with Wade Wilson, the Deadpool of this universe, who may not even align with the fourth wall-breaking persona. Noticing Lin Hao's silence, Zheng Xian took the initiative to further elaborate. Your true nemesis is a company known as Marvel, along with their editors, producers, and the American consciousness they propagate. Indeed, this Zheng Xian before me is not merely an immortal, but possesses knowledge of entities beyond the multiverse, having at least encountered the fourth wall-breaking Deadpool. Regrettably, his understanding of Marvel is akin to that of Deadpool's, limited to what has appeared in comics or films. In simpler terms, Zheng Xian's knowledge of Marvel, acquired through Deadpool from another universe, remains confined within the confines of the vast Marvel box, while Lin Hao hails from beyond that box, with the little demon bringing forth elements from outside as well. Do you comprehend why Ivan Vanko has become this way? Zheng Xian rhetorically inquired, chuckling softly. It is simply because he is not American. He is merely a villain created for the narrative. Throughout his countless predetermined fates, he was destined to be slain by Tony Stark. A decade ago, you altered his destiny, even allowing him to confront Stark for his father's revenge. But regrettably, your current power is insufficient to contend with those adversaries, and thus he still perishes at Stark's hands. No, in truth, I possess more knowledge than you realize. Lin Hao was aware of the answer, yet he feigned curiosity and asked, why? Due to the inescapable destiny of Tony Stark as the savior of this universe, he cannot fall victim to Ivan Vanko's designs. Regardless of the 10 years of efforts Ivan has expended, he cannot alter the fate predetermined by the editors. Zheng Xian delivers a ruthless verdict. If he wishes to alter his stance and align himself with America, groveling before Tony Stark, only then may he survive, perhaps even becoming a so-called anti-hero. Zheng Xian suddenly chuckles and queries Lin Hao. Do you find this ironic? Lin Hao remains silent, then feigns shock and anger. Damn, just because he is the savior, must we all play along and wait for his ascension? Regardless of Tony Stark's indulgences, smoking, drinking, womanizing, and other excesses, none of it matters. For he is destined to be the savior, rendering the efforts of others insignificant. No matter the transformations Ivan Vanko has achieved over the past decade, merely because he is cast as the villain and dares to seek revenge against the savior instead of aligning with America, he must perish. Not only will higher dimensional forces intervene, but they will also ensure Ivan Vanko meets his demise in a manner so grotesque that it is witnessed by the entire world. This must occur to fulfill the narrative of good triumphing over evil and to illuminate the grandeur of the savior, such as the insidious rule embedded within Marvel's narratives. To hell with the savior, Lin Hao intones solemnly. There has never been a savior in this world. You see, this is the fundamental ideological divide between us and America. Zheng Xian patiently elucidates. America champions the idea of the savior to remind ordinary individuals of their inherent powerlessness in the face of monumental events, urging them to refrain from futile struggles and simply await the arrival of the savior. Must the aspirations of countless ordinary people be extinguished in the name of waiting for a savior? At this moment, Lin Hao experiences genuine emotion, eliciting a cynical laugh. Their deeper intention is to instruct the common folk not to strive for greatness, but to dutifully serve. It appears you have grasped the essence. Zheng Xian beams with satisfaction, for they dare not awaken the consciousness of the ordinary, nor allow them to realize that each individual has the potential for greatness. They wish to drown the self-awakening spirit in adoration for the Savior. Anyone and anything that dares to defy this ideology shall be corrected. Ivan Vanko and your alter ego are no exceptions. They need not even invoke eternal or editorial resets. The established parameters of the universe will autonomously rectify any anomalies. Everyone is ordinary, yet everyone possesses the capacity for greatness. If this awareness is thoroughly extinguished, the deepest darkness shall inevitably descend. Chapter 69. Still not strong enough. More chaos required. Knowing too much is, in fact, a form of torment. Zheng Xian suddenly wears a bitter smile. Those who possess eternal life and know too much are ensnared in endless suffering. When I realized that no matter how hard I and countless others strive, we could never supplant America as the beacon of human civilization, despair consumed me. In any universe governed by Marvel, America is destined to remain the lighthouse of human civilization. All who oppose its values are fated to perish. Evil shall never triumph over good. They will eternally embody justice, while their enemies are inherently evil. Anyone and anything contrary to American values cannot escape the fate of demise. Only by aligning with America, groveling before it, do you earn the right to survive. Why can't things be changed? Lin Hao has his suspicions, yet he cannot articulate the source of this information. Zheng Xian and the ancient sage behind him share a bitter smile. Do you comprehend the nature of eternity? He is omniscient and omnipotent, possessing manifestations in every singular universe. Though he seldom reveals himself, any significant threat to the multiverse will rouse his attention. We are merely products of one universe. Eternity holds inherent supremacy over us, and everything we obtain derives from him, regardless of our efforts. He can erase them with but a thought. Even if we grow powerful enough to threaten him, he retains the higher authority to reset the universe, rendering all our achievements null. Eternity is akin to the multiverse's overseer. The entities within the universe do not even qualify as players. Most will not even develop the consciousness to resist. Zheng Xian and this ancient sage are the ones in error, let alone the Marvel editors who exist beyond eternity. Should they deem an issue irreparable, they would obliterate the multiverse and begin anew. To them, it is merely an act of artistry. Lin Hao remains silent, realizing he is not alone in this understanding. Observing his silence, Zheng Xian smiles and inquires, "Do you still dare to remain in America? If you stay here, you may once again confront such peril. Choose to return, and you can live well, enjoying your life." Huh? To live under the imposition of another's consciousness? Lin Hao scoffs. What joy is there in eternal life, then? Merely a different form of hell. Zheng Xian and the ancient sage exchange knowing glances, their smiles tinged with relief. "We are pleased by your resolve. Alas, we can only offer you some conveniences along the way until you possess the strength to confront Marvel, or, at the very least, the power to extricate this universe from Marvel's influence. For when you become powerful enough to draw eternity's attention, our consciousness may very well be erased, and we could become your adversaries." Lin Hao realizes that Zheng Xian and this enigmatic sage perhaps represent a clandestine organization spanning the multiverse, comprised of individuals from Huaxia, who, having gained insight into the cosmos, are filled with indignation and desire to rebel. As Zheng Xian previously articulated, no matter how hard the billions of compatriots within the multiverse strive, they cannot achieve a renaissance under the editorial control of Marvel, nor can they supplant America to reclaim their status as the center of human civilization. Regardless of the accomplishments of Huaxia individuals in these universes, they will be inescapably maligned, distorted, and vilified by the arrogant American consciousness, unless they join, grovel, and serve wholeheartedly the values of America. This is a reality that all proud Huaxiao individuals find intolerable, just as in Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings, where the editors, fully aware of Huaxia's aesthetic sensibilities, deliberately chose actors to provoke disdain. The two Black Panther films, while subtly critiquing the Black experience, did not spark controversy over casting choices. Why? Because we are powerful enough to pose a threat to them, while the African community is not. Thus, they revel in allowing the African demographic to self-congratulate, reaping their box office rewards. Yet they will not proactively promote us, insisting instead on imposing arrogance to vilify us, as it aligns with their strategy. Do not be deceived. Even if Shang-Chi ultimately turn a profit, they would produce it regardless of financial success. Zheng Xian and his companions are, after all, part of the Marvel multiverse, members of a group that has awakened to the notion of betrayal, and thus cannot prevail. Unless aided by an external force. Lin Hao embodies that external force. Over the past decade, he has continuously received gifts from other worlds. These are not products of the Marvel multiverse, but rather a power unbound by eternity or editorial consciousness, a true force capable of shaking the very foundations of this multiverse. Zheng Xian and the aged Taoist, having traversed numerous universes and even possessing knowledge of the Marvel company beyond the cosmos, demonstrate their ability to discern that the techniques and powers Lin Hao presents are distinct from the native products of the multiverse. Upon realizing this, those awakened to the consciousness of betrayal place their hopes of breaking free from their confinement upon Lin Hao. Zheng Xian, having observed Lin Hao for over a decade, seizes this opportunity to make him aware of his true adversaries. Fortunately, Lin Hao's choices do not disappoint them. Should you choose to embark on this solitary path, remember to conceal yourself well when your strength is insufficient. Eternity does not reveal itself lightly, yet the consciousness of Marvel's editors permeates all they have created. Any misstep on your part could lead to calamity for those you cherish. If the timeline resets, all your efforts will be rendered null. This is a game of life and death, with no opportunities for a do-over. Lin Hao pondered and mused, so I must don multiple layers of disguises, exploiting the conflicts among existing characters to avoid triggering any program errors. Zheng Xian smiled and nodded. Indeed, you have always excelled in this regard. Yet, it is still not enough. You must stir things up more. However, in the future, your methods should be more sophisticated. After imparting this advice, Zheng Xian and the old Taoist departed, leaving Lin Hao to return to his villa in New York. He gazed at the television screen, displaying the courtroom's conclusion and the unconscious Ivan Vanko, feeling a sense of bitterness. Not only was his meticulous plan thwarted by dimensional descent, but he also felt sympathy for Ivan Vanko. After a decade of camaraderie, a bond had formed, and witnessing him treated like a clown until his demise inevitably stirred feelings of anger and resentment. Old Vanko, time's burden cannot save you if your fate is not sealed. Grant me the fortune to draw something that can. After uttering this, Lin Hao dashed into the space opened by the little devil, moving swiftly, determined not to waste any time. Since the last 1,000 draws, Lin Hao had been preoccupied for the past half-month, expanding the Fire Qilin breeding grounds and targeting Stark Industries. Though he had not caused much upheaval, the resentment harvested stemmed largely from the relentless efforts of the elders and the aftermath of the battle at the White House. Conversely, Ivan Vanko's emergence instilled fear throughout America, contributing a surge of energy, yet he had not entered into a demonic contract, limiting Lin Hao's involvement to a supportive role. Currently, the accumulated energy was sufficient for the little devil to traverse more than 70 times. Sensing his master's urgency, the little devil refrained from causing disturbances, repeatedly flickering in and out of existence, heading straight for the most conspicuous items in other worlds to bring back. Soon, the ground was littered with various objects, none of which were of any significance, deepening Lin Hao's sense of despair. In the Marvel Universe, death is one of the 4 abstract deities that spans the multiverse, while hell exists as a unique dimension within each individual universe. Regardless of whether in comics or films, hell lacks a singular ruler and is characterized by a warlord-dominated state, occupied by numerous lords. Upon death, souls are swiftly ushered into the hellish dimension. Time is of the essence for Lin Hao. As the energy dwindles, the hope of saving Ivan Vanko grows increasingly dim, until the little devil returned with a notebook, a thin volume that appeared to contain only a few pages. Yet upon receiving it, Lin Hao's expression brightened. Chapter 70, Not Dead? Perfect, I can kill again. It was a notebook of Sosuke Aizen from Bleach. A torrent of information flooded Lin Hao's mind. The seemingly slim notebook held an immense amount of content, encompassing Aizen's daily musings, insights, and research notes from his time at the Shin Academy through his tenure as captain of the 5th Division. Simultaneously, he received a prompt regarding the option to absorb the energy within. Energy? Lin Hao realized. Spiritual particles? In the world of Bleach, everything in Soul Society and Hueco Mundo is composed of spiritual particles, and Aizen's notebook is no exception. Without hesitation, he chose to absorb it. A new power coursed through Lin Hao's body, not enhancing his physical form, but directly impacting his soul. Suddenly, a shadow detached from Lin Hao's being, materializing instantly. It was his soul, also a spiritual body, clad in a coarse white robe, lacking the powers of a Shinigami, and without his Zanpakuto, resembling a newly born spirit in Rakangai. However, this notebook had followed Aizen for at least a century, and to store more information, he had modified it, containing a considerable amount of spiritual particles. The spirit reflected in the mirror did not resemble Lin Hao's physical form, but rather emerged from memories of a past life. So my soul is not a product of this world? This was indeed a fortuitous revelation, indicating that eternity holds the ultimate authority solely over Lin Hao's physical body, excluding his soul. For the presently weak Lin Hao, this distinction bears little consequence. Confronting eternity now would merely differ by a thought and a slap. Yet, as Lin Hao grows stronger, the uniqueness of his soul will become evident. As for the dissimilarity between the soul and body, it can be resolved in the future through the acquisition of Eastern immortal techniques to reforge his celestial form. With no time to ponder further, Lin Hao followed the little devil out of the mysterious space in his spiritual form and then resided within a piece of parchment. As the little devil transported them through space to the courtroom, he quickly spotted the fading, discontented figure of Ivan Vanko. Without hesitation, Lin Hao approached and shared a portion of his spiritual particles, instructing the little devil to produce the parchment, using a fork to pierce his hand to obtain blood, and pressing down a handprint. Colleagues are colleagues, yet precautionary measures must not be neglected. The spiritual particles of the Bleach universe are unique, capable of bestowing the same attributes to both souls and living beings. They bleed, tire, and even feel hunger. They can replenish energy through sustenance and improve physical quality through exercise, even allowing for normal childbirth. Upon receiving the spiritual particles, Ivan Vanko's spirit no longer conformed to the Marvel Universe's definition of a soul. Thus the pull of the hellish dimension dissipated. Lin Hao was not concerned that the Lord of Hell would perceive the anomaly and trace it back, aside from the warlord-dominated state of Hell. The little devil's status far surpassed that of these infernal lords. After signing the contract, the soul would be bound to the parchment, residing within it, impervious even to a newly emerged satanic ruler of Hell. This was also the reason Lin Hao took advantage of Ivan Vanko's disoriented state to compel him into voluntary submission. Following the signing of the contract, Lin Hao gained inherent control over Ivan Vanko, imprinting some memories directly into him. Director Lin? Facing the astonished Ivan Vanko, Lin Hao stated, "This is not the place for conversation. Let us leave." However, Ivan Vanko, gazing his own body being carried away by the proxy lawyers, revealed his unwillingness, anger, and reluctance. Anyone would feel discontent when their victory was suddenly overturned by violence, and being executed like a clown would evoke anger and sorrow for life. "I will help preserve your body. If a way presents itself, I shall resurrect you," Lin Hao promised. Having personally experienced the marvels of Lin Hao's power, Ivan Vanko was inclined to believe him, especially since his very existence now hinged on Lin Hao's will, leaving no room for resistance. The two spiritual bodies returned to the parchment as the little devil transported them back to Lin Hao's villa in New York. Currently, Lin Hao had entered into demonic contracts with numerous individuals, yet only Wilford, Ivan Vanko, and Sadako possessed pure spiritual forms. The others remained alive to this day. Upon acquiring the notebook belonging to Sosuke Aizen, although Lin Hao did not gain the powers of Soul Reaper nor obtain a Zanpakuto, He successfully mastered the various Keto techniques recorded within, which encompassed 99 forms of destruction, 99 forms of binding, and several methods of healing, categorized as offensive, control, and restorative skills. This acquisition far surpassed the mere drops of blood from Tsunade. However, akin to chakra, spiritual particles do not exist within the Marvel Universe, making it impossible to find similar sources locally. Thus, the only way to enhance spiritual pressure is through the augmentation of one's soul power. In simpler terms, it can be distilled to two words: practiced diligently. Without such efforts, Lin Hao's current spiritual pressure would render him incapable of executing any Keto beyond the 40th sequence. A deficit of energy means that even with knowledge of the technique, he would be unable to manifest it. Given the limited quantity of spiritual particles, Lin Hao contemplated not releasing Wilford's soul and opted not to allocate any to Sadako for the time being, as Sadako's own capabilities were already sufficient for the expansion of the Soul Society's operations. "I possess some techniques that you might find beneficial," Lin Hao remarked as he instilled the top 10 Keto techniques into Ivan Vanko's memory. With Vanko's spiritual pressure, he would not be able to utilize any sequences beyond that. Beyond Keto, Aizen's notebook also contained unique technological innovations from the Soul Society, such as the method for creating mod souls and techniques for spatial expansion. In the original narrative, Kisuke Urahara utilized spatial expansion technology to develop a vast training ground beneath his convenience store. Though Aizen's notebook appeared thin, the information it contained was extensive, made possible by this very technology. After some time, Lin Hao successfully crafted a mod soul for Ivan Vanko. Remember, do not remain inside for prolonged periods, lest your spiritual form gradually enters a state of dissipation, making recovery exceedingly difficult. In the world of soul reapers, external spiritual particles could be replenished. Yet in the Marvel Universe, all spiritual particles originated from Lin Hao. He could only await a method to enhance his soul power for replenishment, or perhaps have a small demon retrieve the H-Gyoku directly from the Soul Society, at which point he could simply make a wish. With a mod soul, Ivan Vanko could continue his research and utilize his armored suits, as well as return to comfort his aging father. Observing the mod soul take shape, Lin Hao advised, "You should head home first. Do not let your father worry. Maintain discretion." After being forthright, Zheng Xian no longer minded revealing sensitive information in front of Lin Hao. As an awakened immortal, Zheng Xian's perspective encompassed countless compatriots across the multiverse, rendering him indifferent to the interests of any singular dynasty. Lin Hao's value in Zheng Xian's eyes far surpassed that of his direct superior. "I shall return," Ivan Vanko asserted through gritted teeth. "I must personally avenge this grievance against Tony Stark. He did not perish this time. Next, I will ensure he witnesses the collapse and destruction of America before his very eyes." "You will have your opportunity," Lin Hao replied as his spiritual form returned to his physical body. Perhaps due to the nature of his rebirth, although his soul and body appeared different, they were in perfect harmony. This failure served as a lesson. When the American rogues find themselves at a disadvantage, they are prone to overturning the table. We must be increasingly cautious and amass our strength. After emerging from the mysterious space, Lin Hao contacted Zheng Xian, and the golden-red aura reappeared as the corporeal Ivan Vanko approached. Zheng Xian and the old Taoist's eyes visibly brightened with hope. Chapter 71. God Cannot Save America. An aircraft maintained its stealth mode, gliding low over the Arctic Ocean. Lin Hao held a newly created life card, navigating toward the direction indicated by it, employing his observation haki along the way. After transforming Alexander Pierce into a fiery Qilin, Lin Hao fabricated a clone to assume his position within Hydra. These clones represented normally maturing lives, simply accelerated to maturity by the burden of time, thus possessing souls that could be bound by demonic contracts. For safety and convenience, Lin Hao had all the clones he created sign contracts, except for a special one he was about to utilize. With both the original and the clone bound by contract, Lin Hao could directly access the original's memories and transfer them into the clone's mind, rendering these substitutes for the fiery Qilin seamless. Once Alexander Pierce's clone assumed his role, he immediately exercised his authority to procure a sample of Captain America's blood from Hydra's reserves. Over 60 years ago, shortly after Steve Rogers received the serum, Peggy Carter extracted several vials of his blood, which later went missing during the events of Agent Carter. The upper echelons of SHIELD were unaware that, aside from normal experimental consumption, many vials had been covertly appropriated by infiltrators from Hydra. Relying on these pilfered blood samples, Hydra had spent decades attempting to recreate the super soldier serum, resulting in many subpar outcomes. Upon acquiring Steve Rogers' blood, Lin Hao utilized part of it to create a life card for him, while the remainder was reserved for cloning. Hair and nails can also be used to generate life cards. Naturally, blood is even more viable. The life card in his hand was currently burning down to half, indicating that despite being encased in ice for decades, Steve Rogers' vitality remained remarkably resilient. As he flew, with the help of his observation hockey, Lin Hao swiftly located Steve Rogers buried deep within the ice. After marking the location, he did not linger, departing directly without altering the speed of the aircraft, as though simply passing by. When had the Dark Lord ever suffered such a significant setback since his inception? Failing to retaliate after such a loss would be unthinkable for the Dark Lord. Lin Hao resolved not to take matters into his own hands, opting instead to have a new white glove handle it, perhaps Hydra. The dramatic events unfolding at the Federal Supreme Court shocked the world, leaving countless individuals perplexed as to why Ivan Vanko would choose to violently assault Tony Stark when victory seemed assured. Large media outlets in America, under directives from higher-ups, swiftly began to tarnish Ivan Vanko's reputation, questioning all evidence he presented, skewing the narrative, and staunchly denying his allegations against Howard Stark. They incited the public to perceive Vanko Industries' lawsuit as part of a conspiracy against America orchestrated by certain nations. Both the prominent figures and the shadowy puppeteers continued to voice their opinions on the international stage, countering America and similarly guiding viewers to question Ivan Vanko's erratic behavior, accusing America of employing unknown tactics to ensnare Vanko, resulting in his drastic change in character. The two sides engaged in a war of words. However, the Western Bloc, led by America, controlled over 70 of the information channels worldwide, rendering the outcome of this verbal battle painfully obvious. The ordinary citizens of America were successfully misled, some even beginning to believe that the armor displayed by Ivan Vanko was merely an elaborate trick, as numerous world-renowned magicians emerged to unveil various behind-the-scenes revelations, asserting that it was all an illusion. Amidst the public's gullibility, the upper echelons of America could not afford to breathe easy, for they were acutely aware that Ivan Vanko's nanotech armor was indeed authentic. How is Tony Stark faring? A general from the Joint Chiefs of Staff inquired of the upright Rhodey. The doctors report that his postoperative recovery is quite satisfactory, and the wounds are healing rapidly. Rhodey replied honestly. As a friend of Tony Stark and a soldier of America, he felt compelled to stand with the military against potential threats from enemy nations. We have already granted him ample time. Notify him that the armored division will enter his villa in 1 hour, the general insisted firmly. Tony Stark had not been slain by Ivan Vanko, yet he now faced the military's dwindling patience. After exiting, Rhodey dialed his friend's number. Tony, it has come to my attention that you have arrived here. I have prepared a specialized suit of armor for you. Rhodey was taken aback by Tony Stark's response. Had his friend already conceded before he even issued an ultimatum? How perplexing. After a moment of silence on the other end, Tony Stark chuckled. Didn't you also wish to pilot an armor before? Very well. I shall be there shortly. Rhodey ended the call and turned to report this good news to the general. Sir, Tony is willing to relinquish the armor. Excellent. The general's face brightened. Yet he felt it insufficient. You must meet with him and persuade him to continue collaborating with the military, assisting in upgrading the armor. The Pentagon's offer will certainly be advantageous for him. Understood. Rhodey pushed the door open and departed once more. 3 hours later, Rhodey arrived at the Cliffside Villa in Malibu, where he found a silver armor in the lower-level workshop with Tony Stark, bandaged at the chest, seated in an automated wheelchair, personally upgrading it. Clearly, Tony Stark was not naive enough to consider the armor demonstrated by Ivan Vanko merely an illusion. Although he remained uncertain as to why Vanko had suddenly gone mad in court, with the man deceased, Stark, as the living, had to confront the crisis at hand. In the film, he had resorted to a form of compromise. Now, faced with the emergence of nanotechnology, Tony understood he had no alternatives. Thus, he decided to extend a favor. Come take a look. What weapons do you fancy? I can add them for you. Rhodey approached, caressing the cold armor, his heart ablaze. What man does not harbor dreams of piloting a mech? He surveyed the array of weapons presented by his friend and exclaimed the famous line, "I want them all." Children make choices. Adults naturally desire everything. Very well. Since I have resolved to extend a favor, I shall adopt a client-oriented attitude. Jarvis, revise the design schematics and contact suppliers for materials. Of course, sir. After tending to these matters, Rhodey personally wheeled his friend to the elevator, ascending to the upper-level lounge. Whiskey? Tony made his way to the liquor cabinet. I don't recall the doctor permitting you to drink. Rhodey moved forward to snatch the cup from him. Enough. I refuse to obey the doctor's orders after being discharged from the operating table. Tony maneuvered his wheelchair aside, pouring himself a drink. Despite having genuinely experienced a heart rupture and the subsequent healing, Tony Stark's character remained unchanged. After pouring 2 glasses, he took a sip and stepped onto the seaside balcony, gazing at the rolling waves. You know, I have died once. Rhodey naturally assumed his friend was reflecting on the recent predicament, and he sighed. Indeed, this year has been tumultuous. Tony smiled, offering no explanation, as he himself did not comprehend why the pain of his heart rupture had vanished so abruptly. The future may become increasingly unfamiliar to us. Listening to his friend's musings, Rhodey raised his glass, sincerely wishing upon the sea, God bless America. Little did he know, God was not in control of such matters. Chapter 72. Director Lin's new White Gloves Hydra is a perennial nemesis organization within the Marvel Universe, with varying accounts of its origins. Some assert it emerged from a schism within the S.H.A.L.D. Brotherhood seeking immortality, while others claim it was founded by multiple families to welcome back the first Inhuman, Hive. The modern iteration was established by the Red Skull during the latter stages of World War II. In an effort to reverse the tide of battle and achieve world domination, he created a new Hydra, developing energy weapons with the assistance of Arnim Zola, inflicting heavy casualties on the Allied forces. This particular Hydra was merely a tool for the Red Skull's ambitions, ultimately being dismantled by Captain America, Steve Rogers, and his Howling Commandos. This iteration of Hydra possessed the least survival capability. However, it must be admitted that this Hydra, unified in purpose, displayed formidable combat power. Had it not been for Steve Rogers' backing from the entire Allied forces and some editorial advantages, victory would have been uncertain. Other iterations of Hydra, while adept at survival, often lacked significant combat prowess. For instance, the version of Hydra that persisted from the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. series exemplified the notion of losing a head only to have 2 more sprout, yet their combat effectiveness was lamentable. After a millennium of existence, they couldn't even defeat a single team led by Coulson. In the universe where Lin Hao resides, Hydra continued as an organization established by multiple families to welcome back Hive. As far back as 1,400 years ago, during a prolonged conflict between the Kree and Skrull, the Kree sought numerous warriors and turned to Earth for assistance. They conducted genetic experiments on Earthlings, aiming to study and prevent potential stagnation in their evolution, while also creating powerful mutant soldiers for the battlefield. However, the results of these genetic modifications fell short of expectations, prompting the Kree to abandon their failures on Earth before departing. These failures became the Inhumans, who were not entirely unsuccessful, as they gained superhuman abilities and referred to themselves as the Inhuman race. Amaya Hunter became the first of these creations, known as Hive, possessing the ability to control other Inhumans. This power incited fear among his kind, leading to his exile on an alien planet. As time passed, the Inhuman race integrated into human society, forming families from those with inhuman genes who had yet to awaken their powers, continuing to thrive. These potential Inhuman families believed that Hive was a deity from history, and that by bringing him back to Earth, they could achieve world domination. Ignorance can sometimes be bliss, as these families, having persisted for millennia, remained ensconced in their illusions, oblivious to the broader universe and Earth, naively believing that a mere failed Kree creation could dominate Earth. These families united, seeking every means to worship Hive and determined to return him from the alien realm. The organization they formed is this universe's Hydra. Clearly, the Hydra assembled from numerous families' struggles with unity. Had it not been for their shared goal yet to be fulfilled, they might have already fragmented or engaged in civil strife. To welcome Hive back, these families regularly held pilgrimage rituals, wherein members would draw stones from a bag. Upon selecting a white stone, they would enter the space portal created by the Kree monolith to journey to Hive's alien abode, allowing themselves to be consumed by him, inadvertently transmitting messages from Earth to Hive. Unfortunately, the alien world is vast, and the portals activated by the Kree monolith are exceedingly random. After a millennium, none succeeded until Grant Ward was absorbed into the monolith, ultimately returning to Earth. The contemporary leaders of Hydra convene regularly. Following the activation of Alexander Pierce's clone, several online meetings were proposed. Now, under Lin Hao's guidance, he has summoned yet another gathering. Pierce, you have been rather active lately. Gideon Malik, with graying hair, scrutinized Pierce's clone on the screen, a frown adorning his face. This individual is the current patriarch of the Malik family, a core faction of Hydra. Having participated in the pilgrimage ritual over 30 years ago with his brother, Nathaniel Malik. Before the ritual commenced, another elder of Hydra, Daniel Whitehall, who had dismembered the mother of Quake, confided a secret to the two brothers. Their father had cheated, deliberately preparing a flawed white stone that could be discerned by touch. The honest elder brother discarded this tampered stone in front of his younger sibling, declaring that true brotherhood meant playing for real. However, once the ritual began, Gideon Malik swiftly reached into the bag and extracted a black stone. When a younger brother, Nathaniel Malik, reached in and felt the flawed white stone, he was left in bewilderment. What was supposed to be brotherly trust turned out to be a deceitful game. Consequently, Nathaniel Malik was consumed by the Colossal, feeding the Hive. Apologies, it is not my intention to trouble anyone. The world is changing too rapidly. A sly smile crept across Pierce's clone's face. What have you discovered? In another window on the screen, the eternally youthful Daniel Whitehall inquired. Recently, an archaeological find uncovered a celebrity missing for over half a century, replied Pierce's clone. Spare us the suspense. Speak quickly. Baron Strack, leader of the Sokovia Division, urged impatiently. Steve Rogers, Pierce's clone, responded with a smile. You all should remember him, right? The three men displayed expressions of shock, disbelief written across their faces. What kind of joke is this? Gideon Malik exclaimed angrily. Wasn't that old fool supposed to have perished alongside the Red Skull? To the true Hydra lineage, the Red Skull was undeniably a heretic, foolishly believing he could conquer the world alone. In their eyes, only the great Hive Lord could guide them, his loyal followers, towards global domination. A mere skull, how ridiculous. You know nothing about the super soldier serum, Pierce's clone retorted mockingly. The two had a history of conflict, and it was rather unusual for them not to bicker. Maintaining youth is not a daunting task, Pierce's clone remarked, casting a significant glance at Daniel Whitehall, as he added, provided one discovers the right method. Daniel Whitehall paused, recalling the many Hydra operatives he had deployed to capture Quake's mother, leaving a multitude of traces. It was not surprising that Alexander Pierce, being a high-ranking member, was aware of this. However, monopolizing such knowledge within an organization is always frowned upon. Observing the elder statesmen present, who would not desire to extend their lives. Yet, the organs and blood of Jiang were singular and were already within Daniel Whitehall, who had no intention of sharing. Have you found Steve Rogers? Daniel Whitehall quickly redirected the conversation, displaying his cleverness. Pierce's clone did not dwell on the topic further, as Lin Hao sought to study Jiang herself, not her separated organs. Moreover, Hydra had become the ideal front for Lin Hao's future plans. Indeed, I have located Captain America. Days later, several high-ranking Hydra officials convened in the Arctic, piloting a Quinjet dispatched by S.H.I.E.L.D., arriving at the coordinates provided by Lin Hao to Alexander Pierce's clone. The earlier arrivals, Crossbones and his team, had erected a temporary shelter for the leaders, equipped with a large device that extended a mechanical arm, emitting lasers to cut through the thick ice. A circular passage deep into the ice was being carved out. Inside the makeshift shelter, dressed in thick down jackets, Daniel Whitehall inquired of Pierce's clone, "How did you pinpoint this location?" The ice surrounding them appeared endless, a veritable ice field, devoid of any prominent landmarks for miles. Yet Pierce had led them directly here, even pinpointing the excavation site. Who wouldn't be perplexed? Pierce's clone smiled mysteriously. "I have my methods." The others exchanged glances. Gideon Malik scoffed and turned away. After approximately an hour, a direct passage to the interior of the ice was finally excavated. "Come, let us witness the legendary Captain America," Pierce's clone announced, leading the way out of the temporary shelter. The Hydra leaders descended via an elevator to the interior of the transport aircraft, guarded by Hydra agents led by Crossbones, trudging through the thick snow to the cockpit. There, they beheld a uniformed man slumped over the control stick and a shield beneath his feet, both encased in ice. Through the ice, they could see his golden hair, still vibrant. "Unbelievable!" Daniel Whitehall could not conceal his astonishment, exclaiming, "This thin layer of ice has preserved cellular activity for decades. The super soldier serum is indeed miraculous. With him, we need not worry about insufficient blood samples." Baron Strack's eyes gleamed with excitement. "I shall transport him back to Sokovia, allowing Lister to unlock the secrets within him." "A bunch of fools, myopic." Pierce's clone openly expressed his disdain. "What did you say?" Gideon Malik shot him an angry glare. "The role of Stephen Rogers extends far beyond that of a mere specimen. He could be pivotal in our control over America," Pierce's clone declared, snapping his fingers. Crossbones promptly instructed his men to bring forth a metal coffin, directing them to use laser equipment to remove the ice encasing Steve Rogers. When the coffin was opened, the other Hydra officials were astonished to find another uniformed Steve Rogers lying within. Daniel Whitehall was left speechless. Baron Strack incredulously asked, "Is this a clone?" Pierce's clone chuckled lightly. "A clone of Steve Rogers created using the blood samples we possess." At this revelation, the other high-ranking Hydra officials recoiled, their guards hastily shielding their leaders. "Rest assured, I have no need to clone you timid souls," Pierce's clone remarked, suddenly producing a cloth marked with a clock pattern from his pocket. "This is the time-warping fabric given to me by Lin Hao. Following the method imprinted in my mind by our great master." Pierce's clone approached the severed remnants of the aircraft's control stick, covering it with the time-warping fabric. The other Hydra officials watched in astonishment as Pierce's clone draped the cloth, then lifted it, revealing yet another shocking scene. The severed control stick inexplicably reformed, and upon glancing back at the ice encasing Steve Rogers, they realized that the upper half of the control stick had mysteriously vanished from the ice. The Hydra officials collectively inhaled sharply. The already frigid cockpit felt even colder. Pierce's clone, unfazed by their shock, confusion, or even fear, calmly commanded his subordinates, "Place him back." Crossbones instructed his men to reposition the clone of Steve Rogers to mirror the original's pose on the control stick, then poured the collected snow and ice over the clone. Soon after, Pierce's clone covered the scattered ice with a time-warping fabric. Moments later, the ice solidified into a hard freeze, encapsulating the clone of Stephen Rogers. Stepping back and gazing at the clone encased in ice and the shield resting on the floor, Pierce's clone bore a satisfied smile. Not bad. After the task was completed, he instructed Crossbones to return the authentic Captain America to the metallic coffin, which was then lifted away. "So, gentlemen, will you be staying here?" Pierce's clone jested, glancing at the other high-ranking Hydra officials. The others exchanged glances, each displaying amiable smiles. Gideon Malik cast a deep, wary look at the time bag held by Pierce's clone, his gaze filled with both trepidation and desire. Once everyone had exited, Pierce's clone proceeded to use the time bag to erase the traces left by their presence, restoring everything to its original state before their arrival, including the gaping hole cut by lasers in the transport ship's top and the circular passageway carved through the ice. By the time Hydra boarded the aircraft with the genuine Captain America, the ice had returned to its former appearance, and once the winds and snow swept through, all evidence would be obscured. Within the Quinjet, the other high-ranking Hydra officials were engulfed in a peculiar silence, deeply shaken by the revelations brought forth by Alexander Pierce, which made them realize that this old comrade had perhaps been underestimated all along. Alexander, you just mentioned using Steve Rogers to control America. We find ourselves rather perplexed by that. Daniel Whitehall, relying on his solid standing within Hydra, took the initiative to inquire on behalf of his comrades. Pierce's clone merely smiled, directing his attention to Baron Strucker, saying, Steve Rogers will be delivered to your base. I have no objections to you drawing blood for research, provided it does not interfere with his bodily functions. Is that true? Baron Strucker responded incredulously, unable to fathom that after demonstrating formidable deterrence, Pierce would willingly entrust such a crucial prize into his hands. This was, of course, orchestrated by Lin Hao, whose experiences with Ivan Vanko had illuminated the true nature of the enemy. Tony Stark, while a pivotal figure in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, could be considered merely a secondary hero within the comics. His stature only elevated in recent years following the film's success. He paled in comparison to Captain America, the quintessential darling of Marvel from the outset. Even a minor action against Tony Stark would invoke the intervention of the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau. Directly assaulting Steve Rogers would likely provoke the emergence of the universe's Eternal Guardians. Thus, it was imperative to leave such matters in the hands of genuine Hydra. Lin Hao remained composed throughout the search, ever vigilant, and subsequently utilized Pierce's clone to bring in other authentic Hydra members as witnesses before ultimately handing Steve Rogers over to true Hydra operatives. Hydra's dealings with Captain America were tacitly acknowledged as a rule by the world's consciousness, thus avoiding any repercussions. Chapter 74, Nick Fury. The scholar of martial virtue following the Battle of the White House, SHIELD, established a new department at Triskelion headquarters, led by Phil Coulson and Grant Ward, the Swordsman Action Team, an extension of SHIELD's Eastern Bureau. This initiative was mirrored across various agencies including the military, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the CIA, the Secret Service, and the formidable Internal Revenue Service, all of which formed special operations teams dedicated to managing affairs involving superhumans. While SHIELD was nominally under the jurisdiction of the World Security Council, addressing extraordinary incidents worldwide, another military unit under Thaddeus Ross was responsible for similar matters within American territory. This team, authorized by the Pentagon, was specifically tasked with the pursuit of the Hulk, often competing with SHIELD for business and capturing superhumans for research. However, the threats posed by the unbeatable Eastern and the nano-armor had stirred unrest among the elite of Capitol Hill, prompting a division of responsibilities that had previously rested solely on General Ross. Recognizing the imperative to advance in the arms race, America could not afford to lag behind. Otherwise, the historical specter of insurrection would loom once more. When Tony Stark offered to collaborate with the military by handing over his armor, they were even prepared to initiate the Swordsman Armor Project, intending to equip the Eastern Bureau operatives with steel battlesuits. Yet, the multitude of technical challenges necessitated a growing dependence on Stark. The upper echelons of America dismissed their previous scrutiny of Stark Industries, restoring a sense of camaraderie. The nation reverted to its historically inclusive and open-minded character. Nick Fury, relieved to see Tony Stark resolve the crisis and survive, felt a renewed sense of hope for his Avengers initiative. Although SHIELD was in the midst of significantly expanding the Eastern Bureau, Fury remained fixated on the plan to consolidate superhumans. With the Eastern Bureau now serving as a fallback force, Fury felt emboldened to oversee the future assembly of this superhuman cadre. Chief, your proposal has been implemented. The Swordsman Action Team is brimming with enthusiasm and eagerly anticipates the opportunity to demonstrate their prowess. Coulson, the team leader, hurried over to flatter Fury during his inspection, hoping to obscure his shortcomings in another matter. Fury surveyed the training ground, where over 40 operatives were honing their sword techniques, nodding in satisfaction. This was the empire he had built, The strength of the Eastern Bureau stemmed from the evil-repelling sword technique and the inner force seed. Once the inner force seed was transmitted and began to circulate within the target's body through the established meridians, it became irrevocably theirs, unless the meridians were violently destroyed. Rendering the operative incapacitated, it could not be severed, nor could the recipient control its transmission to others. This posed a challenge for the power-hungry Fury, prompting him to devise a strategy. Teach, but not entirely. He instructed the transgender operatives who had trained in the evil-repelling sword technique to collaborate with researchers to study the patterns and pathways of inner force circulation. Despite cultural differences and the scientists' challenges in grasping the theories of traditional Chinese medicine, they approached inner force as a form of energy. After numerous live experiments, resulting in the demise of several criminals, they finally mapped out the meridians involved in the evil-repelling sword technique. Once understood, they would break down the sword techniques to specify which meridian or meridians were required for each move. With this detailed analysis, Fury found a means to control the Eastern Bureau. For those who joined subsequent to the initial experiments, he instructed the trainers to gradually open their meridians and dismantle the sword techniques, teaching incrementally while assessing their contributions and performances before determining future transmissions. This method not only stimulated the operatives' enthusiasm, but also mitigated the risk of overly ambitious operatives practicing in secret, should they attempt to practice without fully opened meridians. The resultant surge of inner force could lead to disastrous consequences, ranging from stiffness in limbs to outright paralysis. With such distinctions in treatment, disparities in identity and status inevitably arose. The first batch of experimental operatives took it upon themselves to uphold this hierarchy, establishing themselves as the leaders. The lesser operatives, constrained by incomplete meridians, found themselves incapable of competing with their more experienced counterparts. With newfound control, Fury confidently expanded the Eastern Bureau, transforming it into his most formidable force. The fusion of traditional martial arts and advanced technology yielded combat capabilities far exceeding those of ordinary superhumans. It is precisely due to the assurance of having a safety net that Nick Fury feels more confident in assembling the Avengers. After inspecting the Eastern Factories team, Nick Fury, accompanied by several subordinates, made his way to the office adjacent to the training ground. With the crisis resolved, Tony Stark finally had the opportunity to deal with the troublesome Ichigo Kurosaki. This little foreigner from the East dared to cause a ruckus on American soil, displaying a blatant disregard for his own safety. "Coulson, have you still not located that foreign troublemaker after all these days?" Nick Fury glared at his most trusted aide. "Boss, it seems that this little Japanese has suddenly vanished," Coulson replied, feeling exasperated yet again. After receiving the call from his superior, he immediately began tracking Ichigo Kurosaki's every move during his time in America, activating surveillance records to trace his recent whereabouts. Initially, he had successfully traced the target to a villa purchased under a different identity in New York, only to find it devoid of any signs of life upon arrival. The villa was meticulously cleaned, leaving no valuable clues behind. Vanished? Nick Fury rebuked. Where could he possibly disappear to? Heaven or hell? Perhaps both are possibilities. Coulson muttered under his breath, clearly frustrated. It was evident that the individual in question had allies. Natasha Romanoff, standing beside Coulson, expressed her perspective. Otherwise, he could not have eluded our watchful eyes. After witnessing Tony Stark resolve the crisis, this individual may have returned to his own territory or adopted a new identity to continue lurking in America. Nick Fury had initially intended to have her approach Ichigo Kurosaki, even employing seduction to extract intelligence. But with the target now gone, the mission could no longer proceed. This neon-clad individual had deliberately sought to acquire shares of Stark Industries. And after Tony Stark announced the closure of the weapons manufacturing division, he had taken special interest in him, clearly aiming for the arc reactor. As a professional spy trained in the Red Room, Natasha possessed exceptional skills in intelligence gathering and analysis, allowing her to deduce Ichigo Kurosaki's original objectives from the clues at hand. The fact that Ivan Vanko could create an arc reactor indicated that the Russians had mastered this technology, and the forces or nation represented by Ichigo Kurosaki had evidently recognized the value of the arc reactor, prompting them to approach Tony Stark in an attempt to force his hand. Nick Fury nodded slightly, acknowledging Natasha's reasoning. Even the King of Spies could not fathom the true motives of the Dark Lord without further understanding. Chapter 75. One Palm, One Dragon. Spectacular Effects. Nick Fury of S.H.I.L.D. was busy expanding the Eastern Factories team, while Zheng Xian of the Spear Bureau was hastening the enhancement of his agent's abilities. Once an arms race commenced, halting it would only be possible when one side was thoroughly incapacitated. Fortunately, in the Marvel Universe, the source of power lay with Lin Hao, and the evil-repelling sword technique had significant flaws, leaving the Spear Bureau unafraid of being outmatched. As luck would have it, a little demon had once again returned with a remarkable item from the recent 10 consecutive draws, the Sword of Heaven and Earth from the world of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Through the little demon's description, Lin Hao confirmed that the scene must have been the 6 major sects besieging Bright Summit, where Zhang Wuji valiantly confronted the formidable Extinction Master with the Sword of Heaven and Earth, forcing her to abandon the sword through the use of the Qian Kuan Great Shift. In a twist, Extinction goaded Zhou Zhiruo to thrust the sword at Zhang Wuji. But before she could pick up the Sword of Heaven and Earth, she was intercepted by the suddenly appearing little demon. Whether Zhou Zhiruo would experience less psychological burden for not being compelled to stab her brother Wuji later was uncertain and of little concern to Lin Hao, as he had no means to intercept Zhou Zhiruo himself. The sword in itself was unremarkable. Its material was akin to meteorite metal and vibranium, lacking the special energy-storing capabilities of vibranium, and its sharpness could only rival that of adamantium, rendering it somewhat superfluous. However, the concealed 18 dragon-subduing palms and 9E manual within the Sword of Heaven and Earth provided Lin Hao with a treasure trove of martial arts knowledge. The 9E manual, in particular, was replete with numerous ultimate techniques, having been inscribed by Huang Chang based on insights from the Wanshou Daozong, representing the most authentic Taoist martial arts, perfectly aligning with the foundational internal power Lin Hao had developed. The emergence of the 18 dragon-subduing palms not only augmented Lin Hao's offensive repertoire, but also inspired him to simulate the utilization of energy. Currently, Lin Hao's mastery of power was rather intricate, with internal energy, qi, 3-colored domineering aura, chakra, and spiritual pressure coursing through him, some energies belonging to the body and others to the soul. In terms of destructive capability, the Qi from the Dragon Ball world undoubtedly held supremacy, capable of annihilating the Earth or even a universe once sufficient quantities were amassed. Such formidable power was not something Lin Hao could simply relinquish. However, prior to this, he had been unaware of how to harness this energy. When he obtained Bulma's shorts, Lin Hao merely extracted a trace of Qi seed, as all beings in the Dragon Ball world contained this energy. For over a decade, he had relied on physical training to augment the quantity of Qi within him, yet had only managed to develop rudimentary expulsion techniques, lacking knowledge of the Turtle School's Kamehameha or the Spirit Bomb. The 18 dragon-subduing palms, originating from demigods and semi-devils, allowed Lin Hao to glean insights, leading him to create a unique style of Qi manipulation. Ultimately, the Qi from the Dragon Ball world was also a creation inspired by Huaxia culture, and by adjusting the 18 dragon-subduing palms to utilize true energy for projecting external palm power, he could unleash a golden dragon-shaped energy wave. With a resounding boom, a massive crater was blasted into the distant white terrain. Zheng Xian, who had come to collect this month's blood booty, was drawn into the white training ground developed using technology from Death Note, only to witness Lin Hao striking forth a golden dragon silhouette with his palm, traversing a considerable distance in an instant and obliterating the ground ahead. "Your techniques are becoming increasingly diverse," he remarked in awe. After dealing with matters in New York, Lin Hao had returned to his seaside estate in San Francisco, quietly plotting and steadily accumulating strength. Having just learned the technique, he was still unpracticed, and with a few more strikes, he created several more craters. The golden dragon-shaped energy waves, with each palm strike conjuring a dragon, were indeed spectacular. "All right, enough of this. Bring out the blood booty. The colleagues are waiting to use it," Zheng Xian urged after witnessing the demonstration. Recently, finding work as a transgender individual in America had become increasingly accessible, with more men heading to hospitals for surgery. If we do not enhance our strength soon, we will truly be surpassed. He was at a loss as to why Lin Hao had made a fuss at Stark Industries, exerting effort without reaping substantial rewards. Who says I gained nothing? Lin Hao turned to him with a grin. Aren't you the benefit I gained? Without this lesson, wouldn't I still be living in ignorance? As for his antics at Stark Industries, it was because he aspired to establish an electric company in America, charging the citizens monthly for electricity. Lin Hao finally revealed his recent ambitions. Apple Incorporated's electricity fees were to be paid at double the rate, given that he had been collecting the Apple tax all along. Zheng Xian found it difficult to comprehend Lin Hao's train of thought. Just as he had struggled to understand why Lin Hao frequently clashed with others and deliberately tormented those around him emotionally over the past decade. You went through all that trouble just for a little jealousy? You don't lack for money, Zheng Xian exclaimed incredulously. It's mainly to vent for my colleagues. Lin Hao chuckled, playfully deflecting. He naturally would not disclose his true intentions. After establishing the power company, the Amerikans, upon paying their electricity bills each month, unwittingly contribute a modicum of resentment towards Lin Hao. Although the amount is negligible, the sheer volume ensures a steady flow. Regrettably, Tony Stark's lack of cooperation compelled Lin Hao to release Ivan Vanko, fulfilling a promise made years ago, leading to unforeseen complications. Fortunately, the issues at hand are manageable. With the current scale of the Fire Kirin breeding farm, Lin Hao no longer requires the facade of Stark Industries. He can directly collaborate with the clones of numerous American capitalists, such as Justin Hammer and Norman Osborn, to establish the power company. Without Tony Stark, the butcher, Lin Hao can still partake in the bounty of the American electricity sector. The profits derived from disturbances must not cease. Revenues from water bills, electricity bills, and credit cards can also be gradually expanded, providing a continuous and stable income. Presently, the Blood Bodhi plantation has expanded to over 100 acres, with American capitalists led by Norman Osborn and Justin Hammer toiling diligently within the plantation. Transformed into Fire Kirin, they are tasked with loosening soil and watering the plants, using their own blood for irrigation. This serves as a vivid lesson in historical education. Lin Hao retrieves the harvested Blood Bodhi from the dimension of the little demon and hands it to Zheng Xian, simultaneously providing detailed manuals of martial arts techniques he authored, including Dragon Subduing 18 Palms, 9 Divine Claws, and Spiral 9 Shadows. Due to destructive potential, Lin Hao currently practices only the Taoist internal techniques from the 9 scriptures to enhance his physical foundation, while external techniques are limited to the modified energy waves from Dragon Subduing 18 Palms, and he temporarily borrows the agility from Spiral 9 Shadows. These skills may be somewhat effective in low to mid-level martial arts worlds, but they are barely sufficient against superpowered beings or aliens capable of moving at light speed or delivering punches with extraordinary force. The energy waves from the Dragon Ball universe are indeed formidable. Are all these new martial arts manuals you acquired? Zheng Xian inquired, astonished. He had not anticipated such an unexpected bounty today. After all, over the past decade, Lin Hao had only managed to develop a foundational internal cultivation method paired with a sword technique, yet suddenly he presents a plethora of seemingly advanced martial arts. Excessive consumption of Blood Bodhi can lead to drug resistance, and since the previous sword technique could no longer harness additional internal energy, it is time to upgrade the arsenal. Lin Hao pointed to the manuals and stated, "These are all high-level martial arts with considerable potential. Was the Golden Dragon you conjured earlier also a martial technique?" Zheng Xian pressed. "Something like that," Lin Hao replied vaguely. "Haha, old Kunlun will surely weep upon seeing this," Zheng Xian chuckled. "Aside from Wu Fengji, none of his trained iron fists are worthy of carrying your shoes. By the way, Wanda and Pietro have purchased tickets for today's flight and will arrive in San Francisco tonight." Before leaving, Zheng Xian informed Lin Hao of one detail. "Remember to arrange for someone to pick them up, even though she is already 19. Why emphasize that last part?" Lin Hao stifled the urge to roll his eyes. Is it necessary to highlight it? Does Director Lin not remember little Wanda's birthday? Chapter 76, Brother. I want ice cream at 4 in the morning, San Francisco International Airport. A pair of young individuals emerged from the terminal. The girl, with striking red hair and large, brown-blue eyes, surveyed the surrounding vehicles. How strange. Why hasn't my brother arrived yet? Wanda Maximoff grumbled. Didn't Uncle Director inform him of our flight number? Standing beside her, Pietro Maximoff did not associate the term brother with himself. Pietro and Wanda are twin siblings, with Pietro being born 12 minutes earlier. However, he has always been overshadowed by his sister. He lacks the intellect, and in comparison to his sister, he is akin to a mediocre student against a scholar. During their childhood, he could rely on his physical advantages in sports and fights, but after being taken by the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division to cultivate internal energy, he has since become complacent. Moreover, his sister is quite the prodigy. There is no hope for him to reclaim his position of authority in the sibling dynamic. The director might be busy. Let us just take a taxi since we know the address, Pietro suggested. But America is very dangerous, Wanda said, her face filled with fear. Pietro was speechless. With your skills and magical prowess, even all the gangs in San Francisco combined wouldn't stand a chance against you. In reality, Wanda had already mastered spatial magic. But they were in America to assist Lin Hao and must maintain a complete immigration record. Their identities are not Chinese, but Singaporean, having come to America for work, perfectly aligning with Lin Hao's fabricated identity as a Singaporean Chinese merchant. Observing the two young individuals loitering at the terminal entrance, several taxi drivers felt tempted, considering a potential fare for the night. However, their white ethnicity made the drivers hesitant, leading to a moment of indecision. Until at last, a stretched Lincoln stopped before the young pair, dispelling any thoughts of additional fares. Get in. Lin Hao, seated in the back, lowered the window and smiled at the siblings. Wanda and Pietro exchanged glances, hesitating for a moment. Quick, get in. It's me. Lin Hao altered his voice slightly. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Wanda's eyes sparkled, and she immediately opened the door and jumped in, wrapping her arms around Lin Hao's one arm and using her dining hall ceiling technique, sweetly exclaiming, Brother Lin, I missed you so much. Pietro followed suit, taking a seat across from them and respectfully greeting, Hello, Director. As previously stated, only 4 individuals were aware of Lin Hao's intention to cultivate 2 distinct personas. Now, there are 2 more. As the vehicle started, Wanda clung to Lin Hao, her eyes nearly glued to his face, watching him intently while grinning foolishly. Hey, Brother Lin, you look even more handsome now. 8 years ago, Lin Hao, after 2 years with the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, traveled to Sokovia, where a civil war was raging. Wanda and Pietro had lost their parents to a bomb manufactured by Stark Industries, becoming orphans. Lin Hao took them under his wing, personally raising them for Quicksilver and Scarlet, which were worth his investment. The young girl, having experienced war and abandonment, found solace in the gentle and handsome figure of her big brother, who not only taught her to read and practice martial arts, but also engaged her in conversation to alleviate her loneliness, undoubtedly becoming her pillar of support. In Wanda's heart, Lin Hao occupies a unique position, serving as both a father and a brother, a teacher who dispels her inner darkness and pain, a bond far more steadfast than that with Vision, the robot who joined their lives later. For Vision, Wanda was willing to alter reality and even threaten the multiverse. Should anyone dare to harm her Lin brother, she would undoubtedly awaken her darker side. Of course, Lin Hao need not resort to theatrics to provoke her transformation. The natural course of events is sufficiently empowering. After all, having nurtured her for so many years, feelings have undeniably developed. Could you please refrain from placing your hands inappropriately? Lin Hao shot her a glance and chided. This habit has not changed since childhood. But Sister Nana said that all men like this, Wanda insisted, her small hands still drawing circles on Lin Hao's chest, having previously rested even lower. Don't listen to that old woman. She is over 30 and still single, which speaks volumes about her advice. Lin Hao openly expressed disdain for Wu Nana, who claims to be the weather witch, seizing the opportunity to educate Wanda. You are still a young girl and shall always remain one. Do not adopt that greasy approach. Oh, Wanda suddenly realized, so Brother Lin, you prefer this style? With resolute determination, she withdrew her little hand and clung to Lin's arm, resting her head on his shoulder, revealing an innocent and charming smile. Sitting across from them, Pietro remained unfazed, accustomed to this daily scene. Wanda's feelings towards Lin Hao were intricate, aside from deep brotherly affection. Pietro's sentiments were laced with adoration. Their journey to the manor was filled with joy, and just as Wanda intended to adopt the demeanor of a mistress in front of the staff, a green-haired girl and a blonde woman appeared before her. What on earth? Wanda was taken aback, alarm bells ringing in her mind. Had she been away for merely a few months, only to find her home overtaken? The younger one had such delicate skin and a petite face. The older one, goodness, were you a cow? Wanda immediately lowered her head. The hills rising, but not yet forming perilous peaks. A wave of profound frustration washed over her, accompanied by an acute sense of crisis. Welcome home, master. The 18-year-old Bulma and the 28-year-old Tsunade sweetly exclaimed. This must be Wanda's little sister? Bulma approached, linking her arm with Wanda's, a beaming smile gracing her face. You should call her elder sister, Lin Hao corrected. Oh, Bulma pouted. So she's an elder sister. The playful banter continued. Indeed, your hair color suits your personality. Wanda took a deep breath, smiling in response. There is no one older than my sister. I merely encountered Lin earlier. As green and red collided, their gazes briefly met before parting. You must be tired from your journey. Do rest. Lin Hao gestured dismissively. However, less than 5 minutes later, Wanda, donned a sailor outfit, black stockings, and polished shoes, boldly pushed open Lin Hao's door. Lin brother, I'm afraid of the dark. Without waiting for his protest, she leaped into his embrace, reminiscent of their childhood. Lin Hao did nothing but gaze at her. Want to press closer? Lin brother, I want ice cream. Sigh. What good is a cold treat at this hour? Let's have something warm instead. Lin Hao replied helplessly, embracing her. Ultimately, his handsome appearance had complicated their feelings. Unexpectedly, two figures appeared at the door, one with green hair and the other with blonde. Master, you've worked hard this evening. Indeed, it seems I must toil even more. Lin Hao mused. At such a time, what could be done but to endure and spread joy to them? As dawn broke, this exchange of happiness continued until the sun reached its zenith. Despite his stamina, Lin Hao managed to descend for a meal and a stroll afterward, while the vibrant trio momentarily succumbed to exhaustion from their prolonged labor. The path to happiness had proven fruitful, as the trio was now capable of coexisting harmoniously, no longer hindered by petty grievances. Although they occasionally vied for attention, it no longer impeded their collective progress. Chapter 77. The collapse of the glacier beneath the frigid waters of the Arctic Ocean, an Ohio-class strategic nuclear submarine quietly patrolled at a depth of 10,000 meters. This was a routine mission for the USS Georgia, tasked with penetrating deep into Russian waters for reconnaissance and survey operations. While not particularly strenuous, it was far from easy. Although Ivan Vanko's inexplicable rampage led to his demise at the hands of Tony Stark, the nanotechnology he demonstrated instilled fear in the upper echelons of the United States. In recent times, the military had been increasingly active, probing Russia's reactions, and intelligence agencies had designated Vanko Industries as a target of immense interest, offering exorbitant rewards for any valuable information. At this moment, the Russian leader, embodying a robust character, would not tolerate American provocations. Consequently, he swiftly allied with Southern allies, launching a grand joint exercise in the Bering Sea to curtail American military actions. Both sides understood that a world war was out of the question. Merely conveying their stances sufficed, leaving the rest to covert confrontations. The USS Georgia had arrived bearing new orders from the Pentagon. Initially, the voyage was uneventful, even encountering 2 Russian submarines along the way. However, thanks to advanced stealth technology, Georgia successfully evaded detection. Upon reaching a massive ice shelf, it suddenly faced a collapse. Alarms blared throughout the vessel as the commander shouted over the intercom, "Prepare for impact." For the crew accustomed to navigating beneath the ice, such collapses were not uncommon, arising from various causes that could trigger a sudden breakdown of ancient ice. Yet this time, the ice fractured extensively and persisted for a considerable duration. Report. Radar has detected an unidentified target. The radar operator exclaimed, and upon closer inspection of the signal, gasped, "Oh my, there's an aircraft within the ice." This astonishing discovery immediately captured the commander's attention, prompting him to order, "Drag this ice to international waters." The submarine deployed 2 robust chains, drilling into the ice and spreading outward to secure it firmly. Fortunately, they were not far from international waters. Once they arrived, the submarine surfaced, and as the ice was pulled up, the crew beheld an aircraft with distinctly modern design elements encased within the ice. Strange, why have I never seen this model before? The submarine commander wore a perplexed expression. Utilizing tools, they quickly breached the ice layer and accessed the cockpit through the aircraft's front glass. Upon seeing a uniformed man slumped over the control stick with a shield at his feet, the commander was momentarily rendered speechless. He immediately commanded the communications officer, "Contact the Pentagon." "Sir, it's currently 3 a.m. Washington time," the officer reminded him. "I don't care what time it is. He has waited long enough." The commander bellowed. The message relayed to the Pentagon left the duty officer momentarily stunned before the significance of the situation dawned on him. "What did you say?" "You found Captain America, who has been missing for 64 years. The name of Captain America resonated throughout the United States. A figure well known, even if younger generations had somewhat forgotten his deeds. Yet akin to a patriotic educational initiative. Schools often organized trips to visit the Captain America Museum or at least screened an official documentary about his legacy. While children might not recall the specifics of Steve Rogers' exploits, they would undoubtedly remember the muscular figure clad in a tight suit adorned with the stars and stripes. After all, his appearance was far too striking. Realizing the potential ramifications, the operator swiftly alerted the commanding officer and subsequently notified higher-ups. Unexpectedly, what typically would have been a bureaucratic response was met with exceptional enthusiasm and urgency from the military and political elite. As the saying goes, in times of national crisis, one longs for capable leaders. Now the situation has changed dramatically. Initially, there was the battle at the White House, followed by the unsettling discovery that potential adversaries possess advanced nanotechnology far superior to their own. Even the weaponry genius Tony Stark admits that it could take at least 5 or 6 years of relentless work to catch up to such sophisticated technology. However, the hegemony of America cannot afford to wait that long. Nations around the world are quite pragmatic. If the position of the dominant power is continually undermined over the years, its deterrent influence will inevitably wane, unless there is a shameless audacity to scavenge through nuclear ruins. It will be challenging to prevent fence-sitting nations from extending a leg toward the east, indulging in the duplicity of playing both sides. Particularly among those oil-rich nations firmly under control, discontent with America's tyranny and aggression has long simmered. Previously, they had no alternatives. But now that someone possesses the capability to challenge the hegemon, and with turmoil brewing within its own ranks, it becomes imperative to prepare more thoroughly. Should the supremacy of the petrodollar be shaken, all the splendor that America currently enjoys would be tarnished, potentially leading to a fall from grace, the repercussions of which cannot merely be quantified in monetary terms. Given that hardware advancements are not forthcoming in the short term, efforts must be concentrated on software. The return of Captain America could bolster the morale of the American populace, although it remains uncertain how much resolve remains within them after years of nurturing policy. Any semblance of hope is better than none. To deny Captain America's return would mean relegating the task of inspiring morale to the likes of the DuPonts, Morgans, and Rockefellers, figures who understand they cannot assume such a role and disdain to do so. It is far wiser to present a donkey and an elephant in the ring, while they themselves remain comfortably ensconced, ensuring the continuity of their family fortunes. Regardless of who triumphs in the elections, ultimately, they must serve the interests of these elites. Should they fail or incite public ire, they could simply be impeached and replaced by another chosen one. After all, it is the populace that selected them. If the choice proves poor, can blame be placed elsewhere? Those well-versed in the art of power preservation understand this dynamic, while those unfamiliar remain oblivious, channeling their frustrations onto the two representatives of the donkey and elephant. Bring back the captain. The awakened general commanded with enthusiasm, insisting on the safe and swift retrieval of the captain. The upper echelons of government promptly reached out to experts specializing in cryogenic preservation and thawing technologies. They would assemble a formidable technical team to ensure the safe revival of Steve Rogers. Nick Fury of SHIELD soon received the news, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. Steve Rogers was indeed the optimal candidate for the role of Captain America. His superpowered team finally had a more suitable leader, and even another squad could benefit from renewed inspiration. Chapter 78, Rogers, You Are No Longer a Boy. Sokovia is a fictional Eastern European nation within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Located roughly between Austria and the Czech Republic according to satellite imagery from Avengers: Age of Ultron. It is a barren, mountainous land beset by turmoil. After World War II, Hydra infiltrated this nation, establishing dominance over both military and political spheres, with Baron Strucker brazenly constructing a Hydra research facility there. It can be said that this country currently serves as one of Hydra's strongholds. As spring of 2009 arrived, for months had passed since the authentic Captain America was unearthed. On this day, within a hospital in Sokovia, a pair of eyes that had been closed for many years fluttered open once more. The first sight that greeted them was the sterile white ceiling, the scent of antiseptic lingering in the air, and confusion enveloping the brown irises. My memories suddenly became chaotic, and a glimmer of struggle flickered in my bewildered gaze. Who am I? Oh my God! The blue curtains surrounding the bed were drawn back, revealing a woman who appeared to be at least 60, tears welling in her eyes as she dropped the metal tray she was holding, which clattered to the floor. David, you are finally awake, the woman exclaimed, rushing to embrace the patient, weeping uncontrollably. David? The patient, initially perplexed, seemed to recall fragments of his past, murmuring, I think my name is David Rogers, with uncertainty, as if another memory was resisting. Rogers, yes, that is indeed my surname. The woman, however, was unconcerned with his musings and hurried to a public telephone outside the room to call family. Dear, hurry. Yes, David has woken up. After the call, she rushed to find the attending physician. When the doctor arrived to conduct a thorough examination, the family members rushed to the hospital ward. This is remarkable, the physician marveled. It is truly remarkable. After 6 years of slumber, he has finally awakened. Doctor, my son, a man in his 60s with a weathered face, suddenly faltered with emotion when he mentioned his son, pausing before continuing. How is he now? Rest assured, we have conducted a comprehensive examination, and his health is good, the doctor assured, flipping through the medical records, astonished by the results. His health. What is going on? How is it possible for a comatose patient who has been bedridden for 6 years to have such excellent examination results? Doctor, what is it? Harry Rogers pressed urgently. Nothing. The patient is recovering well. He is in good health. The doctor replied with a smile, closing the medical record. He dismissed the anomaly, reasoning that the patient's good condition reflected the competence of the medical staff and validated the family's years of medical expenses. As for those unusual results, they were likely due to individual health factors. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Harry Rogers finally breathed a sigh of relief. Beside the bed, Harry's wife, Lena Rogers, and their youngest son, Anthony Rogers, surrounded the patient with concern. All right, David has just awakened. Keep your voices down so you don't disturb him, Harry asserted, stepping forward with the authority of the family patriarch. Yes, I was just too happy. Lena wiped her tears and gently scolded their youngest son, Anthony. Let your brother rest. Anthony turned to the golden-haired youth in the bed, and some vague memories began to surface in his mind. This is your brother. He was only 8 when you were injured and hospitalized 6 years ago, Lena quickly explained. Children grow fast. It's normal not to recognize him. The patient then shifted his gaze back to Harry and Lena Rogers as more hazy memories emerged. Seeing their son appear so unfamiliar elicited a pang of sorrow in the couple's hearts. It's all Star's fault. Lena quickly composed herself and smiled, saying, Mom and Dad have aged a bit over the years. There may be some differences from your memories. We've worked tirelessly to cover your medical expenses, working during the day and taking on side jobs at night. Do you know how dangerous the city can be at night? Anthony, feeling indignant, interjected with a hint of jealousy. They're only 50, but all my classmates say they're my grandparents. Anthony, be quiet. Lena shot her youngest son a fierce glare. After silencing her son's complaints, she smiled gently at the person lying on the hospital bed, exuding an air of tranquility. It's all right, you have awakened, and everything will be fine. In that moment, the person in the bed felt a flicker of recognition as memories began to crystallize within his mind. David Rogers dispelled the haze from his eyes, his gaze firming as he murmured to himself, "Yes, my name is David Rogers." His beloved, Lena Rogers, turned to her husband, her face etched with concern. Harry Rogers stepped forward, wrapping his arms around his wife, reassuring her, "Do not worry. The doctor said this is a normal reaction. David has been asleep for 6 years. It is only natural for his memories to be disordered. He will be better in a few days." Upon hearing her husband's words, Lena Rogers felt her worries dissipate, joy blossoming anew. Today is a day of great celebration. I shall head to the market now and prepare a grand feast this evening. Wonderful, Anthony Rogers exclaimed, leaping with excitement. I want beef stew with potatoes. A pang of sadness struck Lena Rogers due to the turmoil of war. It was a rare occasion for the family to enjoy such a meal throughout the year. Very well, I shall buy a pound of beef for you to savor. Once she departed, as the head of the family, Harry Rogers approached the bed, hesitating for a long moment before finally mustering the courage to speak. David, there is something you must prepare yourself for. The man in the bed turned his gaze, confusion clouding his features. What is it? Harry Rogers, unable to meet his son's eyes, turned his head away. Rogers, you're no longer a boy. This was the first time since awakening that the person in the bed experienced a profound psychological upheaval. It was all due to that wretched shell that had struck 6 years ago. Recalling that fateful day, Harry Rogers' anger simmered. The shrapnel not only marred your face, but also damaged your brain and severed your manhood. In a revised narrative, the protagonist's encounter with the Time Management Bureau has been altered slightly, yet the essence remains unchanged. The protagonist now engages in fishing with Ivan Vanko, testing whether a higher dimensional consciousness will manifest, while his dialogue with Zheng Xian transforms into a feigned ignorance, eliminating any passages that might evoke frustration in the reader. After all, Sunday is meant for the three rivers. Chapter 79. Which Rogers am I, after all? With a thunderous clap on a clear day, the illustrious figure of Mr. Rogers makes his entrance. The bedridden Rogers, on the brink of death, startled upright, forcefully throwing off the covers and reaching down. Indeed, it was emptiness beneath. Shock, confusion, sorrow, and rage flickered across Rogers' face, a tableau worthy of the finest acting schools. No, no, Rogers cried out in anguish. This cannot be real. Outside the room, Lena Rogers, who had not actually left, leaned against the wall, tears streaming down her cheeks as she slowly sank to the floor. Despite having wept for what felt like an eternity 6 years prior, the grief was still unbearable. The couple had long feared that upon awakening, their son would be unable to cope, even contemplating whether it might be better if he never woke at all. While the wife outside the room could not bear to confront her son's breakdown, the husband inside was left to uphold the family. I am sorry, David. This is the truth. Harry Rogers steeled himself, shattering his son's illusions. You must be strong. Had this been the original David Rogers, he would likely have experienced a prolonged emotional collapse, with anxiety, rage, self-destruction, and even despair being normal reactions. However, this Rogers was none other than Captain America, the genuine Steve Rogers. The super soldier serum had not only enhanced his physique, but had also endowed him with an unwavering will. He remained silent, seated on the bed, his mind a tumultuous fog, as two conflicting memories collided and intertwined. Hey, brother, how many more times do you need? Sergeant James Barnes, preparing to depart for England the following morning. This may be the longest conversation I've had with a woman. Rogers, after victory, let us dance together. Haha, look, the silly Rogers has returned. Rick, it's your turn to tease him. You fool, you're blocking my view of the sun. Nerd, what good is all that reading? Suddenly, the man in the bed clutched his head, a look of profound struggle consuming his features. Yes, I am Rogers. But which Rogers am I? Dad, what is wrong? Harry Rogers was taken aback by his son's reaction. "Doctor, doctor!" The man rushed out to summon the physician, who attempted to subdue him but was instead knocked down by a single blow. Had Rogers not been so battered by Hydra, the doctor's arm would surely have been broken by now. "Quick, give him a sedative." The doctor hurriedly instructed the accompanying nurse while reassuring the family. "He must be struggling to accept reality. Let him rest for now." As the sedative took effect, Rogers closed his eyes once more. However, the doctor was unaware of the extraordinary metabolic capabilities of this body. Meanwhile, the Hydra executives, who were covertly monitoring the hospital's surveillance, were fully aware of the potential that resided within. "Pierce, will your plan succeed?" Baron Strucker expressed his dissatisfaction, having painstakingly acquired the coveted experimental specimen they had long desired, only to see it whisked away before they could fully utilize it. "What else would you propose? Should we imprison him in a dungeon and wait for you to extract blood for research? I do not doubt your scientific capabilities, but after over 60 years of utilizing his blood samples, you have only produced inferior results like the centipede serum. Even granting you another 60 years, do you have confidence in perfectly replicating it? The world is changing rapidly. Who has time to wait for 60 years? Pierce's clone scoffed. "Even if you were to present the complete serum now, could it possibly contend with the Eastern Invincible?" Upon hearing this, the other executives fell silent. They had all witnessed the events of the White House battle, where the Eastern Invincible's superhuman strength had astonished the world and instilled fear within Hydra, even shaking the foundations of their century-old beliefs. Could the return of Hydra's monarch triumph over such a formidable adversary? It seemed they were beginning to grasp the harsh realities. Pierce's clone continued. Moreover, even the Red Skull exhibited adverse reactions post-serum injection. "I strongly suspect that Abraham Erskine's serum is inherently unpredictable and varies based on the recipient's condition. Steve Rogers was merely an incidental beneficiary." "Oomph." Gideon Malik, appearing on the screen, sneered in rebuttal. "This is merely an excuse you concocted to advance your own agenda." "Oh," Pierce's clone retorted. "So, by your reasoning, we should lock him in a dungeon, awaiting the day he regains consciousness to unleash his fury?" "Enough, enough," Daniel Whitehall interjected. Seeking to mediate, Alexander has a point. If the super soldier serum cannot resolve the increasingly dire situation, then Steve Rogers holds little value for us. With the clone now back in S.H.I.E.L.D.S. custody, releasing the original would undoubtedly plunge America into chaos. Additionally, he had already sustained injuries. At this juncture, Daniel Whitehall could not help but admire the ingenuity of Strucker's scientist list. Such a brilliant stroke of genius. Not only was he impressed, but Lin Hao, observing through the Pierce clone, also admired the creativity of these individuals. This was not his directive. Even the Pierce clone had not provided such suggestions. All these ideas were solely conceived by the pureblood Hydra. Once the decisive blow was successfully struck, it conveyed one thing to Lin Hao. As long as they did not directly kill Steve Rogers, or allow Captain America's established nemesis to triumph over him, resulting in the triumph of evil over good, a scenario contradictory to the established rules, there would be no operational errors that could provoke the corrective forces. This also demonstrated that Director Lin's introduction of new elements into this universe had subtly influenced the thoughts of the natives. The allure of the Eastern Invincible was indeed overwhelming. The so-called David Rogers was the authentic Captain America, Steve Rogers. Following the suggestion from the Pierce clone to assign him a normal identity, Hydra unexpectedly found David Rogers, who had been in a vegetative state for 6 years due to injuries from a shell. The two shared similar height and age, allowing Hydra to seize a dark and stormy night to infiltrate the hospital and switch the two men. David Rogers, having suffered facial disfigurement, had been barely reconstructed by doctors. Consequently, Hydra's physician operated on Steve Rogers' face and altered his vocal cords to render his voice hoarse. Since the injury, David Rogers had not spoken a word. And even with the voice change, the hoarseness could be explained away as a result of his injuries. After several months of recovery, Steve Rogers' face bore little difference from David Rogers. Not only the face, but even several details of their bodies were meticulously altered to be indistinguishable. Even Lena Rogers, who frequently tended to her son, noticed no irregularities. Regarding memories, Lin Hao collaborated with Secretary Bulma and subordinate Vegapunk, leveraging the characteristics of memory fruit to create a memory infusion machine capable of directly implanting streams of information into the human brain. Following this series of operations, Steve Rogers assumed the identity of David Rogers. Chapter 80. The Deceived Rogers. This marked the third day since David Rogers awoke. After experiencing intense emotional fluctuations on the first day, the memory conflicts in his mind gradually subsided. Though two distinctly different memories persisted, confusion no longer arose. Which Rogers am I, after all? He murmured instinctively while gazing at the altered reflection in the mirror. The face in the mirror bore faint traces of past impressions, curiously corroborated by both sets of memories. The unaltered features corresponded to a certain Steve Rogers, while the altered visage matched that of David Rogers. Was Steve Rogers Captain America? The evidence provided by his appearance, combined with the narrative of Captain America occurring over 60 years prior, rendered him unable to fully believe the memories related to Captain America. Brother, what would you like to eat tomorrow? I'll tell Mom. After school, Anthony Rogers visited his brother in the hospital. The eldest son had recovered from his vegetative state and would be discharged after a few days of observation. Lena Rogers no longer came daily to care for him, sending the younger son instead, while she took time to assist her husband. For 6 years, they had toiled tirelessly to gather funds for their eldest son's medical expenses, working during the day and taking on side jobs at night, even setting up a late-night snack stall, exhausting themselves until the early hours, only to rise again at 6 or 7 for work. Unbeknownst to them, their eldest son would never truly awaken. In the past year, his health had gradually deteriorated, and he could only endure for another 6 months before succumbing to death. The hospital, seeking to maximize profits from medical fees, had withheld this information from them. Hence, the attending physician's astonishment upon discovering David Rogers had awakened and regained health metrics was understandable. Anything is fine. Mom and Dad have worked hard enough. To be fair, Rogers did not resent the sudden presence of parents. His own father had perished on the battlefield of World War I, and his mother had passed away before he was chosen by Abraham Erskine. The long-lost kinship stirred something within him, clarifying the memories belonging to David Rogers. In truth, most of these memories were merely data collected by Hydra and then inferred based on David Rogers' past personality to reconstruct his everyday experiences. Bullying in school was not uncommon and could leave lifelong scars, deeply buried in memory. Because the logic was coherent, it did not provoke a strong rejection reaction in Rogers. Seeing that his brother was well, Anthony Rogers took out a novel, reading it with glee, occasionally emitting pig-like squeals. "What are you reading?" the curious Rogers inquired. "A web novel, translated from Hua country," Anthony Rogers replied, fixated on the screen. "A web novel?" Rogers was perplexed. Naturally, the memories belonging to David Rogers included modern knowledge, allowing Rogers to identify the commonplace products in the hospital without feeling disjointed. He understood computers and the internet, but had never heard of web novels. "All right, you didn't have this before your injury." Anthony Rogers then raised his head, patiently explaining to his brother, "This is something that has gained popularity in the past 2 years in Hua country, and then someone translated it here." David Rogers had sustained his injuries while protecting his younger brother. The two brothers, 12 years apart, shared a close bond, with the elder always caring for the younger. 6 years ago, when the elder was injured, Anthony was already 8, able to remember the events. After a moment of catharsis, the young man had forgotten the resentment he harbored towards his brother over the past 6 years and recalled the goodness of his brother. The novel told the story of a person who, with memories intact, was reborn into another's body. Reborn? Rogers had not caught the rest of the description, but keenly seized upon that point, urging, "Anthony, tell me more about what rebirth means." For instance, a person in 2008 dies due to an accident, and then they return to the past, reborn in another person's body, gaining a second chance at life. Anthony Rogers explained to his brother, "What happens to the memories of those two individuals?" Rogers continued to inquire. "It varies. Different novels have different settings." Anthony Rogers, evidently an avid reader, elaborated. "Some protagonists directly overwrite the host's original memories, while others merge, acquiring the original's memories, Some are absorbed, with their own memories being consumed. Can one only be reborn from the future to the past? Rogers pressed on. Most often, yes. But there are rare cases where protagonists are reborn from the past to the future, or even from Earth to another world. Rogers was left speechless, yet suddenly enlightened. So it turns out I have been reborn. I was indeed Steve Rogers, Captain America, in my previous life, only now reborn in David Rogers' body. Poor Steve Rogers, truly deceived. He remained oblivious to the fact that his brother Anthony Rogers' newfound obsession with web novels from Hua country had only begun in the past 4 months, and that the second-hand device he held was merely a stroke of luck he found along the way. The addictive nature of web novels is well known, and the adolescent was swiftly entranced. Hidden behind the scenes, Director Lin's strategic prowess remained as elusive as the horns of an antelope. Before Pierce's clone proposed the bait-and-switch plan to the upper echelons of Hydra, he had already identified David Rogers, the comatose individual, and subsequently allowed Hydra to subtly position themselves. No wonder Rogers murmured to himself, pondering why he experienced 2 disparate memories. It must have been the injury that awakened long-buried recollections. Look, he has even learned to buzz in with answers. Steve Rogers, the Captain America. Rogers felt a twinge of sentiment, realizing that compared to this past memory, David Rogers' recollections were rather mundane, even somewhat repressed. Fortunately, Steve Rogers had spent several years as a weakling before receiving the super soldier serum, so he did not find it jarring. Rather, it resonated with him. Raising his arm to glance at it, he nodded with a smile. At least this body is somewhat akin to the old one. Suddenly, he lowered his gaze, feeling an emptiness within. The smile faded. Well, there is still a significant difference. Though this entity, whether in the 26 years as Steve Rogers or the past 20 years as David Rogers, had seen no utility, the distinction between being utterly useless and merely ineffective is a fundamentally different concept. This is perhaps an instinctual obsession shared by all male creatures. Chapter 81. The American captain becomes impoverished after a few days of recovery observation. David Rogers was discharged from the hospital, much to the reluctant gaze of the doctors. As he walked home, the streets of Sokovia evoked a sense of familiar strangeness. Embracing this new life, he began to strive to recall memories regarding David Rogers and gradually accepted the reality of being a modern individual. To celebrate David's discharge, they planned to enjoy a fine meal that evening, and now they would head to the market to buy groceries. Lena Rogers was elated, as her son had finally recovered after years of hospitalization, and their future was once again filled with hope. Sokovia, a small nation in turmoil, had yet to stabilize, largely due to Hydra's manipulation. The more chaotic the situation, the better they could infiltrate both the military and political spheres of the country, thus justifying their oppressive rule. This small country possessed only one decent city, nestled at the foot of mountains, surrounded by peaks, with insufficient arable land. The turbulent situation combined with limited resources painted a stark picture of the citizens' living conditions. The market Lena referred to as a local bazaar spanning several streets, selling not only vegetables but also various daily necessities, clothing, and even small furniture. This was typical for economically backward regions. The scarcity of goods and a low-income consumer base could not sustain specialized stores, and thus consolidated all daily essentials in bustling areas. It was not that Sokovia lacked supermarkets or shopping malls, but such places were the domain of high-income groups, rarely frequented by the lower-class citizens throughout the year. The Rogers family, originally dual income and part of the reasonably prosperous middle class, had long since depleted their savings to cover their eldest son's medical expenses over 6 years. Debt? Not at all. In years of turmoil, no relatives or neighbors had any surplus, and only out of friendship did they contribute a small amount during David Rogers' injury 6 years prior. Thereafter, it became increasingly difficult to spare extra funds. Banks were even less likely to lend them money, and in a climate where high-interest loans thrived, who among the citizens, apart from addicts and gamblers, would be foolish enough to borrow from gangsters? To the eyes of the underworld, the Rogers family held no value beyond selling blood or organs. Steve Rogers, having embraced his modern identity, was unaware of these realities, yet he was no fool. In the days following his awakening, through digesting memories and conversing with his brother, He had gleaned a fair understanding of their circumstances. Coincidentally, this aligned closely with the experiences of Steve Rogers in his youth. His father had perished on the battlefield during World War I. Although he had received a pension, his mother fell ill, and they lived alone in the chaotic Brooklyn area, where life was certainly not affluent. Had it not been for his friend Bucky, who regularly helped the frail Steve fend off street thugs, his childhood would have been devoid of any light. Thus, Captain America would rather forsake his shield and identity to safeguard Bucky. Their bond ran too deep. Observing the increasingly stooped backs of the Rogers couple, Steve Rogers vowed to protect this family from now on. Consequently, he assisted throughout, carrying everything on his back. "Look how quickly my son has recovered. This is all thanks to me." Lina Rogers beamed with pride at her husband. "Indeed, your cooking is the best." Harry Rogers complimented his wife, who in the entire neighborhood does not know Chef Lina. "Of course," Lina Rogers declared proudly, "without me. Could our late-night food stall be so popular?" When Steve Rogers was released by Baron Strucker, he was mere skin and bones, with blood samples filling an entire cold storage unit. Otherwise, his physique would not have matched that of a comatose individual for 6 years. Hydra was truly malevolent. However, the enhancement from the super soldier serum was unparalleled for Steve Rogers. After receiving nutritional replenishment, his muscles re-emerged, and his American posterior was particularly eye-catching. "Hey, Lina," a familiar acquaintance approached with a smile. "This dapper young man must be David, right?" "Indeed, that is my son." Lina Rogers beamed with pride. Steve Rogers, having undergone surgery, did not possess the same charm as before, and due to subpar cosmetic techniques, a prominent scar marred his face. Yet, in the tumultuous Sokovia a tall, robust man exuded a unique sense of security and allure. "David, this is Aunt Strang, our neighbor. Do you remember her?" Lina Rogers introduced her son. "Aunt Strang?" Rogers appeared puzzled. "Oh dear, you've grown so much." Aunt Strang chuckled, brushing aside the years. "No, Aunt Strang, you still look quite youthful," Rogers replied earnestly. The elderly woman burst into a laugh reminiscent of cooing doves. "David has matured. He knows how to charm women, which is delightful," Aunt Strang remarked. "I'll help arrange a meeting for David with a lovely girl in due time." "Oh, that sounds wonderful," Lina Rogers eagerly agreed. After nodding, she suddenly recalled something, and her expression dimmed. Beside her, Rogers, like many ordinary young men, sported an awkward yet polite smile. This atmosphere enveloped Rogers in a warmth he had not experienced in a long time. He did not resist this sensation, even feeling a sense of longing. Thus the memories of David Rogers became increasingly vivid, and his identification with this identity deepened. Such connections are formed in this manner. As the family and neighbors joyfully strolled through the market, a gang of armed thugs, riding in a modified pickup truck, suddenly stormed in, completely disregarding the crowd in the narrow street, charging recklessly. "Oh no, it's the Viper Gang." Harry Rogers urgently pulled his younger son to the side, shouting to his elder son, "David, get out of the way." Lina and Aunt Strang had already mastered the art of lowering their heads, exposing their gray hair. These gangsters had no interest in elderly women. Standing in the middle of the road, Rogers experienced a sudden clash of memories. The recollections belonging to David Rogers urged him to evade, while those of Steve Rogers resisted this instinct. The former Steve Rogers had never bowed to thugs, even before receiving the serum. David, Harry Rogers, retreating to the crowd by the street, noticed his eldest son standing there, bewildered, and urgently shouted, "What are you doing? Come here." The young man in the middle of the street did not back down. Instead, he instinctively charged forward upon seeing a frightened little girl directly in the path of a rampaging pickup truck. The scum in the cab and the thugs in the bed not only failed to decelerate, but also displayed bloodthirsty grins, as if anticipating something sinister. Chapter 82. Did Stark's missile turn me into this? Steve Rogers possessed immense strength within his physique. He instinctively rushed toward the little girl, scooped her up, and skillfully rolled to the side. After avoiding the pickup, he immediately stood up, assuming a defensive stance. Anna, a young woman, rushed to Rogers, accepted the child, and turned to flee without uttering a word of thanks. The pickup screeched to a halt, and a group of thugs leaped down, surrounding Rogers. "Kid, you're quite brave." A scruffy punk with yellow hair and a nose ring stepped forward, pressing his finger against Roger's solid pectoral muscle. Whoa, you got some muscle. No wonder you dared to block our Viper Gang's vehicle. You're not thinking of being a hero, are you? He sneered, provoking laughter from his companions. Hero? Well, has Sokovia ever had heroes? Hey, fellas, the kid doesn't know any better. Don't hold it against him, Harry Rogers hastily interjected, approaching the thugs with a conciliatory demeanor. Old man, who are you calling a kid? The punk lifted his foot as if to kick, only to be sent flying. The smiles of the other thugs faltered. Kalen? Kalen. One thug looked around, bewildered. A scream echoed from a distance. The group hurried over to a nearby dumpster, peering in with disgust. There lay Kalen, trembling and disoriented amid the refuse. Second in command. Are you all right? The thugs asked anxiously. Call the boss. Kalen stammered. They quickly dialed the leader of the Viper Gang. Boss, come to Bailey Street. The second in command has been attacked. In the center of the street, the thugs had drawn various weapons from the pickup, encircling the Rogers father and son. Harry, David, Lena Rogers, watching from the roadside, felt the ground give way beneath her and was about to rush forward, but was firmly restrained by Strang beside her. Don't go, it's useless. No one around suggested calling the police, for they all understood that the authorities would not intervene. At most, they would notify the funeral home afterward. As long as they did not provoke the thugs, enduring a beating would suffice. The Viper Gang's territory spanned only 3 nearby streets. Upon hearing that the second-in-command had been attacked while collecting protection fees, the leader quickly arrived on the scene, clad in a flashy purple suit, shirt, and slicked back hair, exuding the aura of a local kingpin. Upon arriving, he lazily inquired, "Who did this?" The thugs collectively pointed at the encircled Rogers family. Harry Rogers hunched nearly to the ground, while Steve Rogers stood tall, refusing to bend even as his father tried to pull him down. The leader dismissed the old man with a glance, having seen too many pitiful ants like him. His gaze settled on the young man. Kid, did you throw the first punch? Steve Rogers, fueled by a surge of memory and power, never considered capitulation. Thugs like these had dominated his youth. He had faced armed forces after receiving the super soldier serum and certainly had no fear of street punks now. He pushed his father's hands away, straightened his back, and stood protectively behind him. I did it. What are you going to do about it? You got guts. The leader waved his hand, and a thug immediately raised his rifle, while others from the pickup brandished a rocket launcher. Stark Industries? Rogers recognized the insignia on the weapon, belonging to a company he was familiar with. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and follow my convoy around the city, then join the Viper Gang, and I will let your family go. The leader clearly took a liking to him, eyeing him greedily. Otherwise, your family will. Suddenly, a figure darted forward, and Rogers forcefully shoved aside the thug in front of him, lunging at the leader, his massive hand gripping the man's neck. Put down your guns. Let go of our boss, you bastard. A wily thug rushed toward the bewildered Harry Rogers, attempting to seize him as leverage against the fierce young man. I said, put down your guns. Rogers snapped the leader's arm and roared at the surrounding thugs. Quick, let go. The choked leader shouted, Bastards, are you trying to get me killed? Upon hearing their leader's command, the surrounding thugs hesitantly lowered their weapons, most wearing expressions of anger. Harry Rogers, still frozen in shock, could hardly comprehend how his once shy and timid eldest son had transformed into such a fierce and fearless figure. Bastard! Suddenly, a voice shouted from several meters away. Let go of my brother. The second in command, Kalen, had raised a Stark Industries rocket launcher, aiming it at Rogers. Not again. Anthony Rogers, watching from the street, cried out in anguish at the scene unfolding before him. Brother! Acting purely on instinct, Rogers seized the leader and hurled him toward the incoming rocket. Boom! The missile collided with the body, erupting in a tremendous explosion. Seizing the moment while the other thugs were momentarily stunned, Rogers swiftly struck, knocking each thug unconscious with a single punch. In under 2 minutes, he had single-handedly subdued over 30 armed thugs. My God! The onlookers gasped in astonishment. He is incredible. A hero, a superhero. He is our superhero from Sokovia. Cheers erupted from the crowd as the citizens of Sokovia exuberantly expressed their excitement. Brother, you were amazing. Anthony Rogers squeezed through the crowd to stand beside Steve exhilarated. You're just like a superhero. Yet, one thug remained standing, the yellow-haired Kalen, holding the rocket launcher 10 meters away, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He wanted to flee, but found himself rooted in place. Rogers approached, snatched the rocket launcher away, and Anthony, seeing the Stark insignia, turned pale. Stark, that vile Stark. Brother, you were injured by Stark's missile 6 years ago. Rogers stared in disbelief, fury rising within him as he gritted his teeth and asked, "Are you saying Stark's missile turned me into this?" Yes, Anthony recalled the painful past. 6 years ago, you were injured by a missile from Stark while protecting me. Feeling a surge of anger, Rogers roared, "Damn Stark." Chapter 83. That blade was truly a masterstroke. In San Francisco, at a seaside mansion, Lin Hao had remained relatively quiet for several months. During this time, he had only quietly expanded the Fire Qilin breeding farm and allowed Sadako to venture out to develop the Western Factory's operations, aside from taking no significant action. He dedicated all his energy to the long-term plan concerning the authenticity of Captain America. However, Zheng Xian believed that this endeavor could only be considered a short-term strategy, incapable of yielding lasting results. Following the recent setback against the gang, Steve Rogers would undoubtedly notice abnormalities in his body, rendering previous preparations futile. In a video projected by the phone bug, Zheng Xian, filled with curiosity, inquired of Lin Hao. How could it be in vain? Lin Hao replied with a smile. David Rogers' memories have already left an imprint on him. In the coming days, he may begin to harbor doubts. But given the demands for anti-crime action from the impoverished citizens of Sokovia, he cannot possibly overlook them due to his inherent nature. Throughout this process, he will genuinely witness the hardships faced by the underprivileged in a nation rife with poverty and turmoil. Do you intend to subvert him? Zheng Xian asked incredulously. Then why did you wound him? That injury was certainly not at my behest, Lin Hao emphasized earnestly. I never anticipated that I would find a substitute resembling him so closely in stature. Fate simply orchestrated this occurrence. As for subversion, I have never contemplated that. After asserting his position, Lin Hao continued, I want him to realize the logical fallacies embedded within the so-called American spirit. The ideals of freedom, equality, fraternity, and inclusiveness touted by Americans come with a singular prerequisite: wealth. Only the affluent can truly enjoy these privileges, while the impoverished are utterly excluded from such notions. Although Steve Rogers experienced a modest upbringing and witnessed the chaos of Brooklyn, he was relatively sheltered from the depths of despair that beset the impoverished, particularly with Bucky protecting him. During his childhood, the United States was ensnared in the Great Depression, rendering poverty a norm that a young child could hardly comprehend. After receiving the serum, Steve Rogers' life transformed completely. He became a darling in both the fashion and military spheres. Though he might have been a mere performer in a circus, he was well-fed, and as a military spokesperson, he had escaped poverty. From the moment Captain America emerged, he became detached from the reality of everyday struggles. He remained oblivious to the fact that the American spirit he so fervently believed in had forsaken the most numerous and destitute. At this point, Lin Hao revealed a hint of amusement. I intend to impart this lesson to him. Indeed, he may soon come to the realization that he is not David Rogers. Just a paternity test would suffice. However, the memories of David Rogers and his experiences over the past few days will compel him to focus on the lives of the impoverished for integrity, kindness, and compassion are attributes synonymous with Steve Rogers. Once he witnesses the true plight of the destitute, his innate sympathy and kindness will drive him to assist them and ponder how to liberate them from such a life. The intriguing aspect is that the more he contemplates, the more he will discover that the American spirit he holds dear is utterly incapable of addressing these issues. Lin Hao raised his hand, extending 2 fingers, and with a smile elucidated, he will then face 2 choices: either to persist in his belief in the American spirit, willfully ignoring the most numerous underprivileged, which contradicts his integrity and kindness, or to abandon his cherished ideals and embark on a path of reform. The conflict of ideologies can truly dismantle a person, far more compelling than mere physical demise. Zheng Xian remained silent for a while before finally expressing, "So you did wound him?" intending for him to become a voice for the masses, a spiritual leader for both factions. Imagine the hundreds of thousands trained in the exorcism sword technique following Captain America down a path of reform. That would spell trouble for the American dream. Zheng Xian mused, unaware that Lin Hao's growth in power stemmed from orchestrating chaos. Yet, based on his experience, he felt that this plan would not directly jeopardize Steve Rogers' life, nor would it allow a doomed antagonist to reverse the tides and slay the protagonist, thus avoiding any resultant corrections. Given that Marvel similarly refrains from expressing dissenting views or inclinations against the collective within the cosmic rules, Captain America can be male or female, or even a centrist. While Steve Rogers is indeed male, it does not preclude the possibility of him being wounded. This plan is secure. For Lin Hao, as long as the plan remains safe while harvesting a substantial amount of resentment to strengthen himself, he is wholeheartedly willing to proceed. Indeed, your strategic acumen has reached new heights, Zheng Xian exclaimed. That injury was simply a stroke of genius. I have reiterated countless times that this was not my directive. Lin Hao stressed once more. After Zheng Xian confided in Lin Hao, the two formed a deeper cooperative bond. Zheng Xian and his associates viewed Lin Hao as a beacon of hope for resistance and were willing to mobilize additional resources to support him. Lin Hao, in turn, increased his trust in Zheng Xian, no longer needing to conceal the cloning and artificial creation technologies that were previously classified. As an immortal being, Zheng Xian valued the entirety of Chinese civilization over the transient gains or losses of any specific dynasty. Thus, he was unconcerned about how Lin Hao's technologies might impact the current regime. This candor yielded Lin Hao substantial advantages. Your counterfeit Captain America should be making his entrance soon, right? Zheng Xian jested. Sending the genuine Steve Rogers to Sokovia serves two purposes. Firstly, to exploit Hydra's influence to mitigate risks, and secondly, to prepare for the subversion of his ideological consciousness. Ultimately, however, Lin Hao aims to bring the authentic Steve Rogers back to American soil. Otherwise, how could he stir trouble among the Americans and harvest their resentment? This is a tale of the genuine versus the counterfeit Captain America, not a clash between the Sokovian captain and Captain America. Time is indeed ripe for awakening. Lin Hao remarked with a smile. In New York, within a vast warehouse under the aegis of S.H.